Fong Ying's biggest regret in her previous life was marrying her ex-boyfriend's younger uncle without thinking. On the very next day after the wedding, her new husband went to war and was killed 6 months later. She was still a young girl and suddenly became a widow. Now, she was lucky enough to be reborn. On her wedding night, "Can we change the timing? Move it to the day before." Fong Ying kept banging her head against the wall. "You're awake?" A cold voice sounded. Fong Ying stiffly turned around and looked at the handsome face close to hers. Lin Ming was still as handsome, charming, and good-looking as she remembered. He was the most handsome man she had ever seen in her previous life. "Are you regretting it?" The cold voice carried a chill, blowing on her face. Fong Ying shivered and quickly snuggled into the quilt. The single bed creaked loudly under the weight.
No, no.
Fong Ying paused for a few seconds, then couldn't help but ask, "Uncle, why did you marry me?" This question had been weighing on her heart for 2 lifetimes. Lin Ming didn't know why, but he smiled briefly. That fleeting smile was so stunning it made her heart tremble. Unfortunately, she didn't have time to admire that beautiful smile before it disappeared. His voice remained cold as he looked at her big, adorable eyes peeking out from the quilt and said softly, "You were crying your heart out, begging me to marry you, so you wouldn't have to go to the countryside. You forgot?" Fong Ying's pale face grew warm. She definitely remembered. It was 1974 now. She was in her 3rd year of high school, 18 years old. She originally had a childhood sweetheart boyfriend whose family was better off. They helped her get a recommendation for a university that accepted workers, peasants, and soldiers. She was supposed to go to university in a few months and not have to go to the countryside. But the day before yesterday, she saw her stepsister, Fong Tian, brought by her stepmother, lying on her boyfriend's bed. After a chaotic scene, they both knelt and begged her to give up her university spot for Fong Tian and go to the countryside instead. Going to the countryside was tough and tiring, but that wasn't what she couldn't accept. What she couldn't accept was being asked to give up her future for Fong Tian. Why should she do that? She refused. However, in 1974, it was very hard to find a job. Her university plans fell through. Her proud father wouldn't use connections to get her another recommendation letter. So, her only option was to marry. Marrying meant she wouldn't have to go to the countryside. Coincidentally, her ex-boyfriend Lin Hong's younger uncle, Lin Ming, was home on vacation and she saw him. Lin Ming was a very suitable choice, better than Lin Hong in every way. He was taller, more handsome, a soldier, and had reportedly been promoted several times for his bravery. She was only 5 years older than her. Marrying him was not shameful. In fact, everyone would envy her, and it would even make Lin Hong jealous. Fong Ying turned around and bought a bottle of ergotu at the supply and marketing cooperative. She drank it all in one gulp and pushed Lin Ming into the alley. She really can't remember how she begged him tearfully. Maybe it was too embarrassing, so her brain blocked it out. In short, she asked for this marriage and she accepts it. But she asked him, and he agreed? Is it really good that he's so soft-hearted? I mean, Fong Ying wanted to ask more but felt it was unnecessary. Anyway, he had already called the leader to report. They finished signing the marriage certificate, and he took her home and tucked her into bed. It was too late to say anything now. Now she just wants to think about how not to be a widow. In her life, she will try hard to change his fate of dying early. If she really can't change it, she wants to experience being a woman, taste what it's like. She doesn't want to be known as a widow if she hasn't even touched a single hair. If she could leave him a successor, that would be even better. What do you want to say? Lin Ming asked. I said I'm cold. Fong Ying's voice trembled a little, excited. Eat meat. She wants to eat meat. Lin Ming paused, reached out, and pulled the blanket covering him down to her, just covering the edges. Northern people do this, cover with a single blanket. Even couples don't share one because it leaks air in winter. Fong Ying. Such a straightforward man. Forever single. Still cold, she said. Lin Ming's eyes flickered, and he reached out to tuck her blanket closer. Fong Ying closed her eyes, slipped her foot into his blanket. Her cold little foot slipped between his legs. And she suddenly felt comfortable, letting out a soft her voice tender and delicate. Suddenly, her foot was tightly squeezed. Fang Ying secretly giggled inside the blanket, thinking he was a monk. So, he had a reaction that was good. But Lin Ming didn't move at all, no other response. Oh, he just moved to tuck her foot where the draft was coming in again. Fang Ying, there's no way now, it's all your fault. Little uncle, is this how the legendary wedding night is supposed to be? Or, do you have some secret reason? The legendary. No? Fang Ying immediately felt the other person's breathing grow heavier. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Still no other response. Really can't? Fang Ying was disappointed.
Does this mean she has to?
Again? In the next second, her blanket was pulled off, and a dark figure pressed down on her. Little girl, you shouldn't speak carelessly. Snap, the light bulb went out. After 2 hours, the old wooden bed finally collapsed under its weight. Lin Ming awkwardly got up and found some wood in the firewood shed, quickly fixing the bed. An hour later, the makeshift bed collapsed again. Fix it again. Another hour passed. Fang Ying rubbed her aching waist and collapsed into the pile of wood, begging, all right, I get it. You're good at this. Please let me rest, I want to sleep. Lin Ming said nothing and went out to find sturdy wood to repair the bed. There was hardly any good wood left, so this broken bed only lasted half an hour before collapsing again. Fang Ying felt relieved and covered herself with a quilt to sleep deeply. She didn't know how Lin Ming fixed the bed or how he put her on it, or whether he ever let her go afterward. Morning came, and Fang Ying was woken up by the cold. When she opened her eyes, she saw a big red double happiness character on the window. The cramped room had moldy walls and a flickering, unstable light bulb. The room had only a table, a chair, a bed, and a washstand. This was the small room next to the gate of the Lin family courtyard, originally used by the gatekeeper. Now it was occupied by the Lin family's young madam. Fang Ying laughed happily. She had truly been reborn. Why aren't you up yet? Smiling foolishly in the room. What kind of look is that? No wonder Lin Hong doesn't want you. I don't know what Lin Ming is thinking, marrying you, a chubby girl. But I have to say, being chubby has its advantages. It keeps the men restless all night. A woman's sarcastic voice came from outside the door, but her tone was light. Fang Ying recognized it as Lin Ming's stepmother, Manhwa. Her eyes turned cold as she sat up and dressed. She looked down and saw the jade bracelet on her wrist, bright green and beautiful, clearly a valuable item. In her previous life, she woke up without anything happening overnight, but the jade bracelet was always on her wrist when she woke. It was a family heirloom left by Lin Ming's mother and her lucky charm. Inside it was a small space. In her past life, Fang Ying spent half her life before discovering the space inside, wasting many years in suffering. Now, she didn't care about Li Meihua anymore and quickly used her blood to recognize the space as her own. This was a bright, vast space, incredibly tall, covering about 10 acres. Half of it was designated for planting vegetables and herbs. The other half was filled with custom shelves for storing things. In the center of the space was a water well. Its water was magical and effective, able to cure all diseases. In her past life, her body was secretly poisoned by her stepmother, and it was through this that she recovered. Now, looking around, the shelves she had filled with things over half her life are completely empty. The planting area, which should have been full of fruit, is now just cracked soil and withered branches, with only a few tall, dead trees remaining. Suddenly, she hears the sound of pages turning. There is air and wind flowing inside this space. Fang Ying looks carefully and sees that a bookshelf in the corner, which was meant for storing books, is still full, unaffected by the absorption. Books like Metaverse Economics, The Age of Artificial Intelligence, How 10 Technologies Will Rewrite Humanity's Future, Human Anatomy, Magic Secrets, National Power, Dongfeng series. Encyclopedia of Large Machinery. Fang Ying excitedly touches these books. In this era, they are priceless treasures. She needs to think carefully about how to use them. Suddenly, she notices a transparent plastic box on the bottom shelf of the neighboring bookshelf, labeled Miscellaneous Items 1008. Eagerly, Fawning opens the box. Inside are nail clippers, small pliers, tweezers, a small nightlight, her discarded phone, a notebook, pepper spray, and an electric stun gun. She quickly searches for a charger. Seeing that everything is in the box, she smiles. She plans to check the space water well, but suddenly hears someone outside smashing her door. The space is quiet and silent. She can hear outside sounds but cannot see them. Fawning quickly goes out. 2 seconds later, the door is kicked open. Her eyelids twitch. This home makes her feel so unsafe. This can't go on. The person outside is her little brother-in-law, Lin Chi, a 15-year-old boy with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He's somewhat handsome, but looks angry all the time. He's not very smart. In her past life, he was just used as a tool by others, causing her many problems. In the end, he foolishly took the blame for her, and as a result, he was punished to eat peanuts, something he deeply regrets now.
What are you looking at?
Lazy woman. What time is it, and you're still not up to cook for the whole family? Do you think you're some wealthy young lady? Or are you waiting for your mother-in-law to serve you food? How can you be such a daughter-in-law? Lin Chi shouted at Fawning. Hearing this, she realizes he's just being used by Li Manhwa again. Otherwise, as a teenage boy, he wouldn't know what to do. Lin Chi, did you eat yesterday? Fawning asked calmly. Lin Chi was stunned. Yeah, why? Did you eat the day before yesterday? Fawning asked again.
Yes.
Do you think my family is so poor we can't afford food? Who do you look down on?
He glared again.
Lin Chi, you used to be able to eat every meal at home. Why can't you eat now that I just came in? Is it because the person who cooks is missing? Did you forget? Can't take care of yourself? Don't know how to cook anymore? Fawning asked. Lin Chi stared for a moment and said, but my stepmother said that once I have a wife, things will be different. Other families have daughters-in-law to cook. Lin Chi is quite odd. He doesn't call his stepmother mom or aunt, but calls her stepmother both in front of people and behind their backs. Fawning slightly smiled and suddenly felt she should learn from Lin Chi. Oh, so your stepmother-in-law is the one who woke you up early to argue with me. Fawning suddenly shouted loudly, I need to go out and find someone to judge. Which stepmother-in-law starts stirring trouble on her first day of marriage by encouraging her younger brother to knock on her sister-in-law's door. What's her intention? She said this assertively and stormed out. At this moment, everyone was very cautious. The rebellious young boy knew not to touch women carelessly, so he quickly moved aside at the door, afraid to approach her. Fawning rushed out of the main hall, crossed the second door, bypassed the screen wall, and directly entered the courtyard of the Sihiyuan. This is a very typical 3-entry courtyard, a Sihiyuan. The first entry is the gate, the second is the main house, and the third was originally the back room but collapsed later and was turned into a vegetable garden. The entire courtyard covers a large area, about 660 square meters. It was a gift from Lin Ming's maternal grandparents when he was born, and it is registered under his name. However, because he was away most of the time, there is no longer a dedicated room for him. Only a storage room, used as a guest room when he occasionally returned. Now, Lin Ming's father, Lin Yuanshan, is practicing Tai Chi in the courtyard. He is 50 years old, with black hair. Because he has worked in the military industry and exercises regularly, he hasn't aged much and still looks handsome for his age, a very attractive middle-aged man. Seeing Fawning rush in, he paused his movements. Lin Yuanshan's third wife, Li Manhwa, was pretending to water the plants, not afraid of killing them even in winter. She is just over 30, with an average appearance but a full figure, the kind older men like. At the doorway of the West Wing, for children stand, the oldest about 15 or 16, the youngest around 5 or 6. Fawning looked and recognized that, like in her past life, these were the 2 daughters from Li Manhwa's previous marriage and the son and daughter she had after marrying Lin Ming. At the East Wing door, her own younger sister Lin Xiao and second brother Lin Yu stood. Lin Xiao looked at her without expression and turned to go into the kitchen. Lin Yu, who is just 10 years old, smiled cutely, showing a little white tooth. But Fong Ying knew this kid was full of mischief, mischievous and tricky. She had fallen for his tricks many times in her past life. Fong Ying's gaze briefly swept over him, but she did not smile or try to please him like she did in her past life. Lin Yu's face stiffened. Fong Ying walked straight to Li Manhwa and loudly questioned, "As soon as I entered, you started provoking my brother-in-law to kick down my door. Are you trying to show off your power? Mother-in-law, such arrogance. Are you trying to use old-fashioned ideas to oppress your daughter-in-law? I will go find the street's women's director to settle this." She was aggressive and didn't give Li Manhwa a chance to reply. She turned and walked away, full of energy. This scared Li Manhwa, who often pretended to be weak and used tricks. She hurriedly ran after Fong Ying and pulled her back. "I didn't do anything wrong, you're mistaken." She couldn't hold her back and looked at Lin Yu for help. Lin Yu's face was dark and he frowned as he scolded, "Stop. What's all this noise early in the morning? What kind of behavior is this? Hurry up and go back to cook and eat, then do whatever you need to do." After saying that, he turned and left. He hoped Fong Ying would take this as a chance to calm down, then go back to cooking, eating, and everything would be over.
It was the same in her past life.
When Lin Shi kicked the door, she wasn't even awake. She hurriedly got up, feeling guilty and nervous, to cook for the Lin family. She lowered herself and stayed quiet. After half a year, when Lin Ming sacrificed himself, her life became even harder. She was like the old ox of the Lin family, a big fool. She didn't want to live like that anymore. She owed them nothing. "Stop right there," Fong Ying said. Her voice was soft, and her tone wasn't harsh, but everyone in the yard was surprised by her commanding tone. Especially Lin Chi, whose eyes nearly popped out. Lin Yu turned around in disbelief, looking at her. Was she talking to him? "Dad, before Lin Ming left, he asked me to pass on a message. He has something to ask you," Fong Ying said. "Whatever he wants to ask, he can come ask me directly." "You don't need to pass it on," Lin Yu replied in a deep voice. He had a feeling it wouldn't be good news and didn't want to hear it. "He wants to ask you if what you said in front of the organization leaders and the people that you severed ties with his biological mother still counts?" Fong Ying asked. Lin Yu's eyelids twitched violently. His first wife was his childhood sweetheart from the village. She had 3 daughters and then died. Later, he married Su Qing, a wealthy young lady, and they had 4 children. When the capitalists were being scrutinized, he had no choice but to divorce Su Qing and cut all ties. Su Qing then went abroad to stay with relatives, and he married the family's little maid, Li Manhwa, who had always taken care of him. "Our affairs are none of your business." Lin Yu snapped. "Dad, you don't know how people are talking about you outside. I'm too embarrassed to even listen. They say you're looking at what you have and what you want, saying you've cut ties with my mother-in-law, but secretly still think about her. You insist on living in the house you used to live in and sleeping on the bed you once slept on just to feel at ease. That's supposed to show you're caring and emotional, but honestly, it's worse than that. I'm too embarrassed to say. They say you want to do something big, to establish something, and that breaking off with the Su family is fine, but you're still living in their house and taking advantage of them." Li Manhwa quickly interrupted her, realizing what was being said. "That's not the Su family's house. It's Lin Ming's. The Lin family's." She understood Fong Ying's intentions and sneered inwardly, then said aloud, "A father loves his children, and there's nothing wrong with a father living in his son's house. You, a new wife, come in on your first day, and want to kick out the parents-in-law. I'll have to find someone to judge this." Fong Ying just looked at Lin Yuanshan with a mocking smile. "Did you pay a penny for this house? Was it bought by the Su family? Since you've already cut ties with them, why are you still living in a house they bought? People aren't fools. Covering your ears and stealing a bell only makes you look foolish." Lin Yuanshan's face turned red and white with anger, panting heavily, but unable to speak a word. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled as she looked at Fong Ying. She had never realized before, "Big sister-in-law, you're so mighty and impressive." Li Manhwa wanted to speak again, but Fong Ying cut her off, Soon I'll write to the higher-ups, telling them you don't want that welfare house anymore and to send you back. You can't forget Su Qing and keep waiting here for her to contact you, or maybe you're trying to find a way to contact her. Enough. Lin Yuanshan shouted loudly. Su Qing is currently overseas. Right now, if they connect with her or have relatives over there, it's a huge matter. Their ancestors will be checked over and over, as if they want to dig them up and examine them. Lin Yuanshan is only 50 years old, in his prime at work, and recently had a chance for promotion. Because of his past relationship with Su Qing, it's been very difficult for him these years. Finally, this opportunity came. If the new daughter-in-law Fanging dares to write that letter, he won't even need evidence. He'll be convicted immediately. This promotion will be lost, or worse, he might even be fired. You. He looked at Fanging with a serious gaze. Fanging, however, changed her tone to one that was sincere and caring. Dad, I'm doing this all for your good. Those words just now weren't spoken by me. What does a child like me know? I only heard my dad relay others' opinions. It's not that I want to chase you away. Lin Ming realized how serious the problem was. If you stay here, you're living on a ticking time bomb, always at risk of being caught doing something wrong. She took a few steps forward and whispered, "It seems someone is trying to make something out of this. Lin Ming heard the rumors and specifically warned you. But he's worried you'll misunderstand and think he's trying to take over the house, so he pushed the blame onto me. I think there's no need for any misunderstanding. The house originally belongs to him. He isn't home or living here for 365 days. What is there to fight over? He's just looking out for you. He's afraid you'll get caught in a tricky situation." Fanging spread her hands in a helpless gesture. "But I'm just a teenager who can't speak well. I speak honestly and straightforwardly. I hear something and say it. Please don't be mad at me." Lin Yuanshan's face quickly brightened after hearing her words. He even felt a bit touched later on. It turns out his eldest son has always had him in his heart, and as for Fangda, the son-in-law, he should find time to meet him. He's been talking badly about him behind his back, hasn't he? Saying one thing and doing another. The atmosphere was a bit tense, and Lin Yuanshan still felt a little embarrassed. Li Meihua was anxious, clutching her chest and desperately trying to say something to stop Fanging. She didn't want to move out. How comfortable is it to live in this bright, spacious courtyard? Why should the whole family squeeze into a 60-square-meter apartment? Fanging turned to the dull-looking Mu Chang and said, "What are you standing there for? Didn't you hear Dad say he's moving? Hurry up and run around the alley, borrow the tricycle and bicycle, and help Dad move." Lin Chang wanted to say he didn't hear anything. When did his dad say he was moving? He clearly just said, "Enough already." Lin Yu quickly ran over, grabbing him and rushing toward the door, shouting as they ran, "Don't worry, sister-in-law. I promise to borrow all the vehicles. Do you need someone to help?" Lin Yuanshan quickly said, "Don't invite outsiders." "What for? To laugh at us?" But Fanging said, "We have to invite outsiders and more than one. Let them see that besides this house, which belongs to Lin Ming, you yourself are penniless and have nothing." Lin Yuanshan's brows furrowed, and then relaxed. He frowned and said, "If you can't use idioms properly, don't use them at all." "Yes, Dad, you noticed. Sometimes I love to misuse idioms and get them wrong. My Chinese isn't good. Please don't criticize me," Fanging replied. Lin Yu understood and held back a laugh as he said to Lin Qi, "I can call someone myself. You stay at home and help sister-in-law. Just listen to her." After speaking, he quickly ran off. Fanging turned to direct the others who were standing stunned in the yard. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and pack your things. Remember, just take clothes and study supplies. Don't move the big items at home. No need to touch the fridge, TV, washing machine, or sewing machine." Li Meihua finally couldn't hold back and shouted, "Why? Are you just trying to take over this house? Not letting us bring anything?" Fanging didn't argue with her. She only went to Lin Yuanshan and stood beside him, whispering, "Dad, the color TV in our house was bought for 2,000 yuan, right? The fridge probably costs at least 2,000 yuan too, right? The washing machine is over 1,000 yuan, and the sewing machine is about 200 yuan. That's over 5,000 yuan in total. How much is your monthly salary? I remember, no matter how much it is, you send half back to our hometown every month for your parents and the three sisters of Lin Ming. I heard that when those three sisters got married, you gave each of them 1,000 yuan, which adds up to 3,000. In the hometown, they needed to buy TVs, bicycles, sewing machines, and uncle and second uncle's families built houses, got married, or grandparents fell ill and needed hospital stays. How much extra money did you give then?
Have you counted?
Thousands? Tens of thousands? Have your many years of salary been enough? And in Beijing, there are about 10 people in the family. Every month, just for food, drinks, school fees, you still have half your salary left. Is that enough? I heard you also like to help relatives and friends. Sometimes, you lend out your other half of the salary, and a whole month passes without giving anything to the family. Your earnings and expenses don't match, right? Where did the extra money come from? Even I, as an outsider, have heard about it. I feel embarrassed to learn how others talk about it. Fang Ying said in one breath.
Then stop learning about it.
Lin Yuanshan's forehead was already sweating. Had he spent so much money? It seemed like he had. Had he earned that much?
It didn't seem like it.
His current monthly salary was only about 200 yuan, and it was even less before. I've always been honest and never took a penny from the common people. He paused and then said, I just remembered, the fridge and washing machine were bought by Lin Ming's mother before, and the color TV was bought with my salary these past 2 years.
Right?
That doesn't add up either. Fang Ying looked at him quietly. Her eyes were clear and pure, without a trace of mockery. Lin Yuanshan could even see his reflection in her eyes. He looked a bit awkward. He looked away and sighed. All right, I remember now. Lin Ming's mother didn't take the passbook when she left. When Su Qing married him, she had a lot of dowry. After he remarried, he handed the passbook over to Li Manhwa for safekeeping. He, as a man, never involved himself in household expenses. He turned to Li Manhwa and said, Go get the passbook and give it to the eldest daughter-in-law. Although this eldest daughter-in-law came unexpectedly, she had already received her certificate and moved into the house. He still accepted her with old-fashioned thinking. Li Manhwa looked like she had been dug up from her ancestor's grave, her face twisting in shock. That's me. No, that's you after all these years. Shut up. Bring it here. All the money I earned over the years has been spent. It's gone. I am completely broke. He suddenly glared at Fang Ying. The little chubby girl wasn't using the wrong idiom. She was using it very appropriately. It turned out he had been mistaken. He had known Fang Ying before. Fang Ying's family lived in a building across the alley. Su Qing was classmates with Fang Ying's mother, and he had dealings with Fang De, her father, over some official matters. He used to think Fang Ying was just a quiet, dull girl. Now he saw. She wasn't shy about talking. She was a chatterbox. The noisy courtyard outside was already gathering people eager to see what was happening. Lin Yuanshan urged, Hurry, and bring the passbook. Don't let outsiders see. If outsiders found out he was still spending Su Qing's money, it would be hard to explain. Li Manhwa, despite her reluctance, didn't dare disobey Lin Yuanshan. She had a natural fear and obedience towards him. She hurried into the room, took out the passbook, and shoved it into Fang Ying's hand. Fang Ying looked at it briefly and then pocketed it without a word. Li Manhwa let out a breath of relief. Recently, neighbors had come over and looked surprised. Uncle Lin, are you moving? Their expressions practically screamed gossip. Lin Yuanshan, with a stern face, awkwardly responded. Li Manhwa didn't bother to chat and quickly started packing her luggage. Fang Ying followed closely, helping and never leaving her side. Hey, is this chair about 100 or 80 years old? Did you buy it recently? This copper basin looks old too, with a carved character for happiness. Is it part of your dowry? Wow, this mink coat is beautiful, but it probably doesn't fit you, right? Could it be my mother-in-law's? Oh, you're still wearing her clothes? Isn't that a bit awkward? Don't you feel uncomfortable? Neighbors outside and inside the house had already come to help and were giving strange looks at Li Manhwa after hearing these words. Li Manhwa wished she could find a hole to hide in. She quickly packed a few everyday clothes and left the house. Stay far away. Fong Ming was surrounded by people asking questions. Girl, which family are you from? Why are you here at the Lin family? She still acted like the boss, as if she was the top woman in charge, even controlling this area, Li Manhwa. Hey, don't you recognize her? She's Fong's daughter from the officer building over on the other side of the street, Fong Panyang. Someone who knew Fong Ying said. Because they went to the same school district, many people here were Fong Ying's classmates and school friends. The people who came now were her classmates' parents. Fong Ying, because she had taken hormone pills secretly given by her stepmother, had maintained a weight of around 150 to 160 pounds. She was a rare chubby girl of her time, quite noticeable, and was recognized. Seizing the moment, Fong Ying introduced her new identity. Hello, uncle and auntie. I am the daughter-in-law of the Lin family, Lin Ming's fiancé. We just got married yesterday.
What?
A woman in the crowd screamed sharply. Fong Ying looked toward the sound and saw a girl about 17 or 18, pretty and delicate, with shiny black braids hanging in front of her. She was glaring fiercely at Fong Ying. That face looked somewhat familiar. After a few seconds, Fong Ying remembered she was her classmate, Zhang Lili. It seemed like Zhang Lili had the same idea, marrying to escape going to the countryside. Her target was also Lin Ming, but she had been blocked by her. In her previous life, Zhang Lili had bullied her for half a year, spreading rumors behind her back. Until Lin Ming sacrificed himself 6 months later, her attitude changed, and she started to gloat. Fong Ying didn't let her get away with it. She asked directly, Zhang Lili, what's with that look? What does my marriage to Lin Ming have to do with you? Don't tell me you also like him? Are you jealous I took him away? Zhang Lili, whose thoughts were fully exposed, was surprised and stunned but dared not admit it. Liking a man secretly was shameful, and if it got out, her reputation would be ruined, especially since the man was already married. Suddenly, Zhang Lili's eyes lit up, and she shouted, I'm just surprised. Aren't you dating Lin Hong? How come you married Lin Ming? Dating your uncle's son, and then marrying someone else. How shameless can you be? The crowd immediately exploded with excitement. This news was too shocking. She's dating someone at school? A young girl like her, too shameless. She even married her boyfriend's uncle? Who is she? Lin Ming must have been tricked. That's not right. I've watched that kid grow up, and he shouldn't marry such a shady woman. Everyone looked at Fong Ying with contempt. Zhang Lili smirked proudly at her. Fong Ying was already in battle mode. Her past life, she didn't pass this hurdle well, which led others to mistakenly think she had fallen out of love first and was unfaithful, while Lin Hong was the victim. By the time she realized and tried to explain, it was too late. No one believed her anymore. Now, of course, she must clarify immediately. She took a deep breath and smiled, saying, First, let me explain to everyone that I am dating Lin Hong because our families have known each other since childhood. 2 years ago, his parents personally came to propose marriage, but my father didn't agree, saying we were too young and it wasn't the right time. However, he allowed us to get to know each other and see how things go. Oh, I see. I always wondered, who would dare to have a relationship at school and make it so obvious? That's shameless.
Huh?
I think I heard about this before, someone said. Currently, dating is not allowed at school, including university. But if both parents agree, then it's fine. Since the parents have given their approval, teachers won't interfere and love can flourish. But you can't date Lin Hong and then marry Lin Ming at the same time.
Zhang Lili said.
Fong Ming replied calmly, You're too behind on the news. Lin Hong and I broke up several months ago. He has fallen for my stepsister, Fong Tian, and is now dating her. I am no longer involved with him. Who I marry is none of his business. The breakup couldn't have been yesterday. Otherwise, the timing would be too perfect and it wouldn't sound believable.
What?
This news was also shocking to Zhang Lili because Lin Hong and Fong Tian are her classmates.
No, it can't be. You two were just having lunch together a few days ago. Zhang Lily's voice grew softer.
Fawning said, "Think carefully. Haven't Lin Hong and I stopped going to school together, eating in the cafeteria, or even talking during breaks? Because we broke up a long time ago." In reality, Lin Hong was growing tired of her gaining weight and didn't want to talk to her anymore. He just didn't have the courage to break up because their relationship was already over.
That's
shameless, Zhang Lily said. No matter what, she had been talking with her sister for 2 years. Even if they broke up, she shouldn't be talking to her sister anymore. What kind of person would that make her? Moreover, based on Fong Ying's words, Lin Hong had first fallen for Fong Tian before dumping her. Thinking of Fong Tian's sweet and lovely appearance and Fong Ying's current look, Zhang Lily immediately believed her words. Let's not talk about them anymore. It has nothing to do with me now. I am now Mrs. Lin Ming. She looked at the yard and said, "Everyone help me move my father-in-law's things quickly. The sooner we finish, the better." Oh, my father-in-law is really not an easy person. He has endured so much shame and carried heavy pressure to live here, mainly because Lin Ming's younger siblings are too attached to leave their birthplace. She lowered her voice and confided to the person next to her, "Do you think he would leave a few kids here alone? Could those children really take care of this place?" He left, and Lin Ming is often away from home. With such a big yard, wouldn't it be rented out? Renting out refers to a previous policy where extra and used rooms in houses were rented out to people without homes, with the owner receiving a small rent each month, about 3 or 2 yuan.
Many old courtyards are like this.
Everyone nodded, and Fawning said what was true. If a few children lived in this house, according to the policy, it would definitely be rented out. Renting out is easy, but getting it back is hard. No one has reported reclaiming their property yet. Fawning continued, "Now that Lin Ming is married, he can support the household. I can also help take care of his younger siblings, so my father-in-law can rest assured." Why is he rushing back to his own house? The house with Lin Ming's name on it. He doesn't want to stay there even for a moment. Fawning choked up, "You don't know, he's really had a tough time these past years." Nearby, Lin Yuanshan was so moved that tears almost fell. Yes, he's had a very hard time these years. Finally, someone understands him. The others looked at Lin Yuanshan differently now. They had talked about him behind his back many times. He seemed to be both involved and independent, cutting ties with others and living in someone else's house. It turned out they had misunderstood him. He moved out on the day his eldest son got married, hurriedly leaving without taking anything, like chasing ghosts. That proved Fong Ying was telling the truth. Lin Yuanshan and Li Manhwa, along with a few children, left amid everyone's praise. Fong Ying closed the door with a bang after Zhang Lily, who kept asking about Lin Hong and Fong Tian, and turned to look at Lin Xiu, Lin Qi, and Lin Yu. The 3 of them were also watching her, their expressions a bit blank, unable to fully understand what just happened. Their biological father, stepmother, younger siblings, and those 2 troublesome kids had just left? "Let's go to the meeting," Fong Ying said. Her tone was calm but carried a commanding presence that made it hard to refuse. The somewhat rebellious Lin Qi wanted to argue back but didn't dare, and Lin Yu pulled his sleeve, following Fong Ying into the main room. Fong Ying sat confidently in the main seat in the living room, which used to be Lin Yuanshan's special spot. She looked at the 3 people lightly and said, "Sit down." The 3 immediately sat properly. Fong Ying took out her passbook from her pocket, opened it, and saw that the earliest deposit of 80,000 yuan was now only about 200 yuan. She smiled, having guessed this long ago. Besides Lin Yuanshan's spending, Li Manhwa had secretly transferred money out over the years. After all, it's better to keep money in your own name than in someone else's. Fong Ying handed the passbook to Lin Xiu and said, "From now on, you will manage the family's money." This surprised the siblings, as they never expected this. They thought Fong Ying would handle the money herself, since she worked so hard to bring it back. Suddenly, Lin Yu shouted, "How can there only be 200 yuan on it? That's impossible." He snatched the passbook and flipped through it quickly, soon noticing the problem. Dad hasn't spent that much over the years. And here, Only withdrawals are made, not deposits. Where did Dad's wages go all these years? It seems the family has been spending only my mom's money. Her money has been supporting the whole family's needs. Dad's money has been in her hands, untouched. Hearing this, Lin Chi stood up, ready to fight Li Meihua. Sit down, Fong Ying ordered. Lin Chi immediately turned and shouted at her. What are you doing? I want to get my mom's money back, and you're telling me what? Are you in cahoots with her? Lin Chi panted heavily, like a wild ox. Fong Ying ignored this foolish man. She simply said calmly, Go ahead and cause trouble. Say that your dad has been spending your mother Su Qing's money all these years. Their relationship is complicated. He might even get imprisoned because he deceived the organization and the people. And you and your brother still want to go to school? Your biological mother, a wealthy lady, has already escaped abroad. Your real father is a foreign agent. Your classmates and teachers will look down on you, criticizing you every day. Moreover, Lin Xiu's situation is even worse. She will probably be sent to the countryside with the recent batch of educated youths and to the most bitter, hardest places. Maybe to the northeast, where it's -40 degrees in winter, and just going to the bathroom could freeze you to death. Or to the southeast, where typhoons are common in summer and people are blown into the sea to feed the fish. Maybe to the desert. Enough. Don't say any more. Lin Chi's face turned pale as he shouted, Don't you want us to have a good life? You're just too cruel. Fong Ying sighed and patiently said, Silly boy, why don't you use your brain? I'm saying this for your own good. Think about the consequences if you cause trouble. Isn't that right? It's not me who is causing trouble for you siblings, but you. You almost caused their deaths just now. And I was trying to save you. Fong Ying paused in shock. All three children were stunned. Because what she said was true, she was speaking honestly. Lin Chi looked at her not with anger, but with a bit of sadness. So, we just forget about this? That's over 80,000 yuan, my mom's money. My dad has cut ties with my mom. Why should he spend her money? My stepmother is even worse. What does she have to do with my mom? Why should she and her child spend my mom's money? The three siblings in front of her didn't like Li Meihua or Lin Yuanshan at all. Because Lin Yuanshan wanted to completely cut ties with Su Qing, he also distanced himself from the 4 children she had. All these years, he only gave them food and education, nothing like fatherly love. Fong Ying patted the passbook and said, Don't worry. It initially showed 80,000 yuan. Just wait a few years, and I'll make sure they pay it back. Really? Lin Chi asked curiously, not believing her. If they had that much money now, I could make them pay it back today. Fong Ying replied. Because she knew they didn't have that much money, she hadn't opened the passbook publicly before. If she opened it, there would be a big fuss. If she didn't, it meant she accepted the situation. Fong Ying was overweight, but she never ate recklessly, especially not to suffer losses. All right, that's enough about the passbook. You don't need to worry about it anymore. Leave it to me. Now let's divide the rooms, Fong Ying said. This house belongs to your older brother. He is the head of the household. I am his wife, and we want to live in the main room. Do you have any objections? All three shook their heads at once, no objections. The main room had 3 bedrooms. Originally, they were occupied by their biological father and stepmother. The siblings weren't even allowed to enter. They never imagined they would live in the main room. Lin Chi and Lin Yu live in the east wing, Lin Xiu in the west wing. Any objections? Fong Ying asked again. Again. All 3 shook their heads, and they were even happy. In the past, when there were many people in the family, the siblings shared one room separated by a curtain. The 2 brothers squeezed onto a single bed. It was okay in winter, but in summer it was too hot to sleep. Lin Xiu, now a young woman, shared a room with her 2 brothers. She felt awkward, afraid to lift her head when walking, worried everyone was laughing at her. Now she finally had her own room. Fong Ying continued, From now on, for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, the 4 of us will take turns like on duty. 2 people will work together each day. Any objections? This is it. Lin Chi confidently said, I can't cook. Then learn, Fong Ying replied. You're grown up now, and you haven't learned to cook in over 10 years. That's pretty shameful.
Don't speak so loudly.
Lynchly. But other families have women who cook. Go to other families if they're so good. See if they give you a meal. Fong Ying looked seriously at the three of them. At our home, if you want to eat, you have to work. The house belongs to everyone, and everyone should contribute. Don't think about getting something for nothing, like a parasite. Do you have any objections? Every word was clear and reasonable, straightforward. And the more she said, the more it sounded good. Although the older sister-in-law had just sent the parents-in-law out, she said this is their home. She had no intention of driving them away. Lin Yu immediately said, Older sister-in-law, teach me. I love cooking. Fong Ying gave him a sidelong look. She was clever, trying to get her to teach him, probably worried she wouldn't do her chores. Okay, I'll teach you later. Now let's set another rule. Cleaning is the same. From now on, everyone is responsible for a section, and it must be cleaned daily. I'll take care of the 3 main rooms, Xiao will handle the west wing, Xiuyu will take care of the east wing, and Daki will be responsible for the courtyard and sweeping the entire yard. Lynchley glared again.
Why?
The 3 main rooms are only about 100 square meters, and each of the side wings is only a few dozen square meters. But the front yard, main yard, and backyard are several hundred square meters. He would need an hour to clean just one. What are you glaring at? There are only 4 of us at home. Xiao and I are girls, Xiaoyu is only 10, and you're a grown man. If you don't do more, how can we manage? Should we do everything? Fong Ying said. Lynchley heard grown man and manage. He immediately straightened up and said proudly, Don't worry, older sister-in-law, I promise to clean thoroughly. Spotless and dust-free. Fong Ying nodded and praised. Good job. Older sister-in-law trusts you. Lynchley's face turned red, and he looked excited. Lin Yu couldn't bear to watch anymore. Xiao looked at Fong Ying and Lin Qi, silent. But her eyes showed less rejection of Fong Ying. Now that the household chores are arranged, let's talk about the big matter, Fong Ying said. All 3 looked at her. What big matter could there be? First, the most urgent thing is Lin Xiao going to the countryside, Fong Ying said. Lin Xiao started fidgeting. She's 18 now, the same age as Fong Ying, and they are classmates, just in different classes. It's late autumn now, and the year is about to end. Their high school graduation certificates have already been received. Currently, the college entrance exam has not been restored. After high school graduation, the most important thing is not going to university, but going to the countryside. Less than 1% of students can get a spot at a university for workers, peasants, and soldiers. The rest must work, go to the countryside, or get married. They have a few months left to prepare, to find jobs, partners, or good places to go to the countryside. Lin Xiao doesn't want to marry, and she can't find a job, so she can only go to the countryside. Fong Ying said, I have a way to stop Xiao from going to the countryside. Really? The 3 siblings exclaimed at the same time. I said I have a way to prevent Xiao from going to the countryside. As for how, I can't reveal the secret of heaven, and I can't tell you. Anyway, it will be done within half a month. Just wait for the news, Fong Ying said. No matter what, she couldn't let Lin Xiao go to the countryside because she had died a very tragic death in her past life. Lin Xiao immediately said, I won't get married. She thought Fong Ying was planning a similar way to help her avoid going to the countryside. Fong Ying smiled and said, Not getting married, but helping you find a job. Lin Xiao opened her mouth but said nothing. Since it was about finding a job, even if she was given a cleaning job, she would be grateful. Lin Qi immediately shamelessly said, Big sister-in-law, can you find me a job too? I don't want to go to high school, and I don't want to go to the countryside. Any temporary or apprentice work is fine, just enough to get by. I don't want to study. Next September he would start high school. Compared to going to high school, he would rather go to the countryside. Studying was just too painful. Fong Ying knew he wasn't cut out for school. The teacher's lectures were like hypnotic magic to him. She nodded and said, okay. Her quick agreement made others doubt her sincerity. Fong Ying didn't mind. They would find out later. All right, enough talk about serious matters.
let's go, time to cook. Today, only Lin Yu and I will cook, Fong said. The four of them went to the kitchen and found it empty. Li Meihua was not careless. She wouldn't let valuable things leave the house, nor would she let the food go. They needed to eat too. So, there was no rice or flour left. Only some cornmeal. Vegetables, eggs, and meat were gone, leaving only 3 potatoes, 2 green onions, and nothing else. Even the pickled vegetables had been taken away. This is too much. I'm going to find them, Lin Chi said angrily again. Come back. Fong said. Don't go looking for them alone in the future. Are you trying to compete with the stepmother? If you miss out, you'll only cause trouble for yourself. Eat first. After dinner, tonight I will take you to find them. Lynch was initially angry but then happy, smiling broadly. It wasn't that he wasn't allowed to go. It was that he was going with them. They were worried he might get into trouble. Big sister is so kind. Lynch eagerly went to clean the house, especially sweeping the front door area very thoroughly. Xiao thought for a moment and went to help Fong fold the bedding. Fong then instructed Lin Yu, wash the potatoes and start the fire. Lin Yu obediently did as told. Soon, she watched Fong skillfully knead the dough, steam the potatoes, mash the steamed potatoes into a paste, mix it with cornmeal to make pancakes, and then fry them. While she went outside to fetch something for her sister and returned, the house was filled with a strong, fragrant smell of scallion oil. The pancakes, once fried and dipped in scallion oil, smelled so good that he had never smelled anything like it. The aroma made his mouth water. Lynch and Xiao, who were cleaning the rooms at both ends of the yard, couldn't resist and pretended to stroll over to the kitchen door. Fong had already fried a batch of corn pancakes. There was a handful of cornmeal left, which she turned into a thick batter. Let's just eat simply today. Life will get better and better, Fong said. Everyone. The pancakes were enough for now, no need to draw more. A few people sat down, waiting for Fong to wash her hands before eating together. Honestly, the family manners of the Yuanshan family are quite good. Although these 3 each have their quirks, they all have a good foundation. Time to eat. Fong started with her chopsticks. Well, maybe a bit unnecessary since there was nothing on the table that required chopsticks. Wow. This is so delicious, Lynch exclaimed, stuffing his mouth with pancakes and asking, how did they make this? Did they leave out the meat? He felt that the pancake had a meaty flavor. No, it was even more fragrant than any meat pancake he had ever eaten. Lin Yu ate and said, no meat. Big sister just used potatoes and cornmeal. It's amazing. Xiao took small bites and looked at Fong with surprise. She had 10 years of cooking experience and thought she was good at it, but she had never known that cornmeal and potatoes could make such a flavor. Fong remembered how she learned her good cooking skills and sighed to herself. After becoming a widow in her previous life, she gave up on dieting and ate freely. In her dark life, good food was her only bright spot. A few years later, when the country opened up, she opened a small restaurant with her older brother's support. Business grew, but it was also full of ups and downs. Running a restaurant was hard. There were many troublemakers, both honest and dishonest. Her cooking truly improved after she discovered her space. She planted various spices inside, such as Sichuan pepper trees, star anise trees, cinnamon trees, and more. With the blessing of pure well water, the flavor was unbeatable. She also sought guidance from famous teachers and worked hard to improve, eventually becoming a leader in the industry. Later, she teamed up with her older brother to expand her food empire endlessly. Together, their wealth once surpassed that of the richest person. Unfortunately, her brother was murdered, and she was busy seeking revenge, so she put her business aside. But with professional managers running things, she remained the wealthiest widow in the world. Fong unconsciously touched her jade bracelet and smiled happily. Her little uncle was still alive, and she was determined to repay him well in this life. Soon, she planned to find out how to contact him. When she snapped back to reality, she saw that a whole tray of cakes was gone. Only Lin Xiao had half a piece left. Fong looked around. Lin Chong awkwardly stood up. I haven't finished sweeping the yard yet. I'm leaving now. Lin Yu cheerfully ran off. I should go clean the side room too. Lin Xiu handed her the half piece of cake, apologizing. Eat it. I'm going to wash the quilt. After saying that, she left with the cake. Fawning patted her stomach. Actually, one cake was enough to fill her. Although she looked chubby now, it was all caused by medicine. Her real appetite was very poor. She ate less than a cat, and her body was quite weak. Fawning called Lin Yu back to wash the dishes. She went to tidy up her main room. The Lin family's courtyard was originally a large household, built with fine materials and beautiful design, with a spacious and bright main house. The furniture inside was also exquisite, made of rosewood, and looked quite old. It was likely that when the Su family bought it, they chose antique pieces. Fawning patted the rosewood sofa, thinking she must not let anyone take it away in the future. In her previous life, not long after, someone started to suspect Lin Yuanshan and Su Qing, claiming he still kept in touch with Su Qing and was a spy. The Lin family was searched, and everything was taken away, even digging up the house thoroughly. Later, the house was rented out, and Lin Yuanshan's family was forced out of the main house to live in a side room. She managed to keep that small seat, living there for several years until she opened a restaurant and moved out. Big sister-in-law, what should we do with this quilt? Should we take it apart and wash it? Lin Xiu suddenly came over holding a blood-stained quilt, asking her. She still felt a bit awkward. In school, she didn't like Fawning. She was dull and often bullied, but never fought back. Now, inexplicably, she had become her sister-in-law. It was a shame that her big brother was such a good person. But just now, she said she wanted to find a job. Lin Xiu said, Are you here for good news? Let me make a special little mat for you, so you won't stain the new one again. That's a shame. Fawning. Now she finally believed what Lin Xiu's mother had said in her past life. She truly didn't understand anything and didn't realize she was being bullied. In her previous life, Lin Xiu went to the countryside after a few months. Living in the countryside made her very uncomfortable. She could cook, do laundry, sing, dance, and draw, but she couldn't farm, transplant rice, or clean manure. She didn't like rural life and desperately wanted to return to the city. Then, an old troublemaker in their production team said that if she slept with him once, he would give her a chance to go back to the city. Naively, Lin Xiu thought it was just sleeping once. Just sleep?
What's so hard about that?
Then she was bullied. By this time, she was so confused and didn't understand what was happening. The troublemaker had a wife, but he kept his word, and Lin Xiu was allowed to go back to the city. But not long after, Lin Xiu was found to be pregnant. That's when she finally understood what was going on. She was overwhelmed and jumped into the river to die. Fawning exhaled deeply, took the mat from her hands, and said, I'm not here for good news. This is a woman's first period.
What?
Lin Xiu looked confused, innocent and unaware. She had never received education about this. Her biological father didn't talk about it, her stepmother didn't mention it, and her brothers didn't understand either. No, Lin Ming understood very well. But of course, he couldn't tell his sister about such things. Wait, how did Lin Ming know? She decided to ask him next time. Right now, she was still talking about Lin Xiu. School didn't teach this kind of thing, and most girls in her class didn't understand either. Even those who did wouldn't spread it. In short, Lin Xiu knew nothing. In her previous life, Fawning also knew nothing at this point. It was only after watching a movie many years later that she understood. Come, today I will give you a lesson on physiological hygiene. Girls need to know how to protect themselves. Fawning took out a notebook and pen, drawing and explaining as she spoke. It was mainly talking, which was a bit awkward. She aimed for a more serious tone to make it seem proper. She started from explaining the structure of male and female bodies and how new life is created. At first, Lin Xiu didn't understand, but later she did and blushed so much her face looked like a monkey's. She wanted to run away, but Fawning held her tightly on the chair, forcing her to listen. Lin Xiu almost cried.
Lin Chi passed by the door, saw everything at a glance, and thought Fong Ing was bullying his sister. He was about to rush in. Lin Xiang shouted, "Get out. This isn't your business. I am talking to my sister-in-law." Lin Chi. Is that how he talks? Sister-in-law, you're too heavy. Don't sit on my sister's lap or you'll break her leg, he said. Fong Ing rolled her eyes at him and said, "Who said I was heavy? Have you finished sweeping the yard? Clear the empty space behind the shed." "I want to plant some things," she said. "Winter's coming. What can we plant that will grow?" Lin Chi thought she was just looking for trouble. Grow in a greenhouse. Have you heard of it? Cover it with plastic to make a greenhouse, and you can grow vegetables in winter, Fong Ing explained. Lin Chi's eyes lit up instantly, and he ran away quickly, his voice fading into the distance. "Sister-in-law, I'll get ready. I want to eat cucumbers." "Looks like a cucumber," Fong Ing smiled. She then asked Lin Xiao, "Did you understand?" Lin Xiao blushed and nodded hurriedly. "So, if any man tries to take off your clothes or sleep with you, and he's not someone you like, you must scratch him hard. Then tell me when you get home, and I'll scratch him to death."
Got it?
Fong Ing thought it was better to be clear. Lin Xiao blinked, tears suddenly welling up. How annoying. "Ahem, about this quilt, help me take it apart and wash it." "No need to wash by hand, just use the washing machine." "I need to visit my parents. They still don't know I got married," Fong Ing said. Lin Xiao looked up in surprise, tears almost spilling again. Her family still didn't know she was married? How did she even get married? But recalling what Fong Ing just said and looking at the quilt in her hands, how she got married no longer mattered.
Now, she was her sister-in-law.
She ran off holding the quilt. Fong Ing didn't leave immediately. She closed the main door, then checked her future room again, feeling very satisfied, except for the person reflected in the mirror, who looked a bit off, round and plump like a pillar. Luckily, her foundation was solid. Her features hadn't distorted much. Her face was still very pretty, especially her clear, bright eyes. When she was lost in thought, she looked adorable. When she smiled, it was sweet. When she frowned, her expression became sharp and intimidating. She checked the windows, then hid inside the wardrobe, silently saying, "I want to go in." She entered the space again. Visiting her parents' home was nothing compared to checking the space's well water. Every time she entered the space, her location was random. Fortunately, the space wasn't big, so it didn't matter where she was. Fong Ing walked past empty shelves until she reached the space's water well. The well was octagonal, about 1 meter off the ground, full of water, almost overflowing. She breathed a sigh of relief. Nothing had changed. All other things in the space were gone. She had been worried that the well water might change as well. If that were the case, the poison on her body wouldn't be removable now, nor could future technology fix it. However, the water-fetching tool by the well was missing. Fong Ing reached out and scooped some well water to taste. It was clear, sweet, and refreshing. One sip made her feel completely relaxed. It still tasted like the old days. She felt reassured and leaned over the well to drink her fill. Then, with experience, she quickly left the space and went to the bathroom to squat. The advantage of the big courtyard house was having a private bathroom, so she didn't have to squeeze into the public toilet in the alley. Next to the Lin family's bathroom was a shower room, but it had no solar heater or water heater. There was a metal pot on the stove outside the shower room. Fong Ing boiled a pot of hot water herself to take a shower. She stopped only after an hour, when her skin stopped releasing dirt. Since she took off her clothes early, she could still wear them. After some fuss, by the time she returned to her mother's house, it was almost noon. The Fong family lived in a building with a circular corridor inside, a U-shape. There were 28 households on each floor, and the building had 4 floors. The Fong family lived on the top floor in a 40-square-meter 2-room apartment. Although this old building would be considered poor in decades, at this time, everyone envied living there because of its good location. Fong Ing pushed open the door and saw her stepmother, Tang Zhen, cooking in the kitchen. Her father, Fong Da, was sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper. Her half-sister, Fong Tian, who was not related by blood, sat close to him, arm in arm, happily watching together. They had just said something, laughing together. It looked like a happy family. When she heard the door open, both looked over at her. Fong Tian's smile froze. Fongda's face quickly darkened, and he scolded, "You're not allowed to stay at a classmate's house anymore. Not even with girl classmates. You're too old for that, and you're a girl. Don't go to others' homes." Tang Zhen came out of the kitchen after hearing the noise, desperately signaling Fonging with her eyes. While handing her slippers, she quietly leaned over and whispered, "I told them you stayed at a girl classmate's house last night. To avoid your dad scolding you. Don't let it slip out." She looked like she was doing it for Fong Ying's good, trying to protect her. 18-year-old Fong Ying didn't realize her stepmother's malicious intent. She thought Tang Zhen was an excellent stepmother and felt lucky to have her. Fong Ying, at 18 plus some years, looked at Tang Zhen with suspicion and asked in surprise, "What did you say? That I stayed at a girl classmate's house? I didn't do that." Fongda looked at the two people in surprise. Tang Zhen was also very shocked. Although her stepdaughter was chubby and silly, she was actually quite smart and always ranked first in school. In the past, whenever similar situations happened, she cooperated well. Why is she so foolish today? Fongda's face darkened as he gloomily asked Fong Ying, "Where did you go last night? How could you stay out all night?" Fong Ying looked innocent and asked Tang Zhen, "Who told you I stayed at a classmate's house?" "Oh, no one. Maybe I heard it wrong," Tang Zhen replied. "Hearing? Who did you hear it from?" Fong Ying asked again, seeming a bit silly. "No one. I can't remember," Tang Zhen said impatiently. Suddenly, tears started falling from Fong Ying's eyes, dropping onto the ground with a splat. She ran quickly to Fongda, threw herself into his arms, almost making him gasp. Sniff, sniff. "I didn't tell anyone I was staying at a classmate's house last night. I've never stayed at a classmate's house since I was little." "Why did she tell you I was staying at a classmate's house? I'm a girl, and I stayed out all night. Why didn't she come find me? She even lied to stop you from looking for me." Sniff, sniff.
Dad.
"Do you know what happened last night?" Fongda's face turned pale, and he struggled to breathe. He held Fong Ying tightly, looking at Tang Zhen with a quickly darkening expression. Tang Zhen was also very shocked. She exchanged a look with Fong Tian, both of their expressions full of genuine surprise. "I don't know. I thought you just stayed at a classmate's house. You're an adult now, with your own ideas." "Shut up," Fongda shouted loudly, his face terrifyingly dark, his eyes almost glaring at Tang Zhen. A girl staying out all night, such an important thing. She thought she knew. What was she thinking?
It's all over now.
Tang Zhen was truly stunned this time. After marrying Fongda for so many years, they had never even raised their voices at each other. Fongda had never scolded her so fiercely, nor spoken loudly to her before. Today, he was shouting at her. Tang Zhen lowered her head, covering her mouth, tears of grievance falling. When her eyes swept over Fong Ying, they were full of schadenfreude. How wonderful! Serves her right. Let's see how Fong Ying still tries to compete with her daughter. Back then, she couldn't beat her mother. Now, her daughter finally won. Enough arguing about who is right or wrong. Neither of us is at fault. The real culprit is that scoundrel. Fong Tian stood up loudly. "Let's call the police now." If she weren't holding back so hard, she might have burst out laughing. Truly, heaven is helping me. Now, Fong Ying still feels embarrassed to cling to Lin Hong, instead of giving him her university spot. Fongda's face darkened even more, but he didn't speak. Fong Ying felt the trembling hand on her shoulder. She forgot to pretend to cry, looked up at her father, and saw his twisted, struggling expression and the glistening in his eyes. She froze. In her previous life, her relationship with her father was not good. Her father, Fongda, was a typical leftover feudal patriarch. He showed off his authority at work and at home. He always gave commands and orders to his children, never showing warmth. If there was any, it was asking, "How did you do on the exam?" If they did well, he praised them briefly. If not, he stormed and scolded. Fong Ying admitted she was good at studying, and he took credit for that. Later, she gained weight and became less attractive, feeling very insecure. She avoided her father whenever she could. They no longer even asked, "How did you do on the exam?" Later, she married blindly, and Fangda only found out from others, almost making him furious. He chased her to the Lin family and publicly scolded her harshly. Then he told her to come home with him, pretending their marriage never happened. At that time, she didn't understand why she was so stubborn, refusing to go with him. Fangda threatened to cut off their father-daughter relationship on the spot. They didn't contact each other for 10 years after that. Until her elder brother repeatedly mediated, they could sit and eat together again. But they were still distant, awkward even when sitting together. Her father died, feeling very frustrated. Fanging felt her shoulder getting heavier, her hand trembling more, and her nose suddenly felt a bit sore. Fangda slowly squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. "Should we call the police about this?" He was struggling. Calling the police would ruin his daughter's reputation. Not calling would let the criminal go free, and his daughter would be bullied for nothing. Fanging got out of his arms and sat on the ground, saying, "I just got married. I'm not being bullied. Why call the police?"
Fangde. Tanzen.
Fang Tian. They all looked at her with expressions saying, "Are you crazy?" Fangda's face darkened and then turned red, and he shouted, "Who's bullying you?" Good grief, one time isn't enough, and he wants to bully her for a lifetime? And legally bully her? Is he trying to bully his daughter's innocence? Fang Tian said, "We should call the police quickly." "I am really married," Fanging said, to Lin Ming, Lin Hong's distant uncle. Lin Ming and Lin Hong's father are from the same generation. They share a great-grandfather. The room was quiet, and the three people across from each other were all frozen in place. Fangda was the first to react. He raised his hand and slapped Fanging, hitting her shoulder hard. "How can you be so shameless? What about Lin Hong? You're about to get engaged. Are you just going to marry his uncle? Where am I supposed to put my face? How do I explain to Lin Hong's family? What will others think of you?"
Of me?
Fangda desperately wanted to kick his daughter away, but he knew from her large build that he couldn't do it without falling himself, which would be embarrassing. Fanging was stunned and asked, "Are Lin Hong and I getting engaged?" "When did that happen?" "Last Sunday. Lin Hong's parents and I were discussing it. You're supposed to get engaged next month," Fangda said angrily. Fanging looked at Fang Tian and suddenly understood. "Oh, no wonder you're in such a hurry." Her college start was next September, giving Fang Tian more than half a year to handle things. With her relationship with Fangda, she could probably persuade him to give her a recommendation for a workers' college or help her find a good job. There was no need to rush and fight over her now. It turned out that the real prize wasn't just the college spot but mainly Lin Hong. At 18, Fanging didn't understand. Now, at 18 plus N, she understood clearly. Fang Tian loved to take what belonged to her. If it was hers, she wanted to take it. Fangda was a middle-level manager at his workplace, a small director, very good at reading people and understanding their intentions. He looked suspiciously at the two of them. "What do you mean?" Fang Tian immediately said, "It means nothing." She went to help Fanging up, turning her back to Fangda and desperately winking at her. Didn't she promise not to tell the family that day? Fanging sneered. Last life. She was naive, still thought Fang Tian was a good sister, and kept her some face. Not this time. "Dad, I saw Fang Tian the day before yesterday." Fang Tian suddenly rushed over and covered Fang Ying's mouth, preventing her from speaking. Fang Ying insisted on speaking, but Fang Tian desperately prevented her. The two started struggling on the ground. Tang Jin quickly came over to break up the fight. Of course, she took sides, holding Fang Ying so she couldn't fight back, while Fang Tian pinched her fiercely. What is a little pain? The weak deserve sympathy. Fang Ying decided not to fight back, crying softly and messing up her clothes and hair. Fangda was stunned. Then, after reacting, he was immediately furious, smoke rising from his head.
"Stop.
What are you doing?" He couldn't believe what he saw. Wasn't their family usually happy and harmonious? Tang Zhan is closer to Fong Ying than her own daughter. Fong Ying and Fong Tian are even closer than sisters. Tang Zhan and Fong Tian froze, remembering Fong De nearby, and awkwardly stopped. Fong Tian changed her expression, tears in her eyes, begging Fong Ying, kneeling on the ground as if she was pleading. Fong Ying just cried silently, unable to stop her tears. She took off her coat, rolled up her sleeves, and lifted her hem to show Fong Da. Sniff, sniff, Dad, look. They're hitting me so hard. Although she is chubby, her skin is very good. White, delicate, and see-through, turning red at the slightest touch. Now her body is a mess, bruises and redness on her stomach, arms, and neck. Wait, something's wrong. Some of these injuries must have been caused last night by Lin Ming. Embarrassed, Fong Ying lowered her clothes to let them see her injuries. Sniff, sniff, it hurts so much. Dad, can you guess why they're so rough that they don't want me to tell? Fong Tian was eager to act but dared not hit Fong Ying again. She grabbed Fong Ying's hand, shook it hard, acting both coquettish and pleading, like a pitiful dog. Fong Ying continued as if she hadn't seen anything. The day before yesterday, I saw Fong Tian on Lin Hong's bed. We've been secretly seeing each other for a long time. When I caught them, guess what they said? Lin Hong asked me to give up my college spot for Fong Tian, and Fong Tian asked me to go to the countryside for her. They're truly in love, and they want to get married. The three in the room froze again. Fong Tian wished the building would suddenly collapse and bury them all. Tang Zhan desperately thought of a plan. Fong De looked at Fong Tian in disbelief. Fong Tian's name was given by him. She wasn't called Fong Tian before. After she came to his house, he thought she was sweet and cute and liked her very much, so he decided to change her name to Fong Tian. Over the years, she truly lived up to her name, sweet and adorable. He never expected she could do such a thing. Thinking back over those years, it's not true. It's all a misunderstanding. Fong Tian looked up, tears on her face, explaining. That day, my sister borrowed a book from Lin Hong. I went to return it and found his room messy. I wanted to leave a good impression, so I helped fold his quilt. I didn't expect my sister to come in at that moment, and it was a misunderstanding. Her explanation was a bit weak, but Fong Do wanted to believe her. He looked at Fong Ying. Fong Ying snorted coldly. You just make things up because no one saw. Helping him fold the quilt? Putting both of them in the same bed? Dad, when I went in, they were in bed messing around. Fong De's face turned red. What kind of wild talk was that? Where did he learn such words? I didn't. You're just making things up. You're slandering me. Fong Tian shouted. You didn't get close to Lin Hong? You didn't want my university spot? You didn't let me go to the countryside? Fong Ying said, all right then, you go to the countryside and I will go to university. Fong Tian's understanding was shallow, and she suddenly didn't know what to say. She secretly looked at her mother. Tang Zhan said, let's not worry about these small, unimportant things. Xiaoying, where did you go last night? Were you bullied by Lin Ming? Old Fong, even if you have a good relationship with Lin Yuanshan, and even if Lin Ming holds a high position, we are not afraid of trouble. We can't let him bully our daughter and get away with it. Let's report him, to get justice for our daughter. See, the image of a caring stepmother was once again clear. Fong Do was overwhelmed, feeling furious, and unsure how to react. Fong Ying stood up and helped him sit comfortably on the sofa.
Dad, sit down.
Let me explain everything clearly. First, you and Lin Hong's family discussed the engagement. Does Fong Tian know about this? Fong De thought for a moment and nodded. That weekend, Fong Tian was at home. She always chattered happily when she saw him come back, asking questions and showing concern. It wasn't anything secret, so he told her. Fong Tian always used the excuse of borrowing or returning books to get close to Lin Hong. She borrowed and returned books almost every day, but I never read those leisure books. She was the one reading them. Fong Ying said, now it seems she's not interested in reading, but in getting close to Lin Hong. I didn't. Fong Tian shouted. Tang Zhan also said, let's not talk about these small matters. Let's go report to the police. Fongda frowned and said, "Everyone be quiet. Let her explain." Then, the day before yesterday, Fong Tian told me that Lin Hong wanted to see me, so I went to his house at 2 p.m. I saw them both in bed together. Fong said, "It looks like she deliberately let me see, to make their relationship public. Otherwise, with Lin Hong's timid and cautious personality, do you think he would dare to ask for a divorce and replace someone? And that someone is my sister. Although she's a stepsister, she has the surname Fong. Your daughter is being chosen by the Lin family? Pick whoever you want. Where do you put your face? You definitely wouldn't agree."
Fongda nodded.
Indeed, he wouldn't agree. So Fong Tian was anxious and had to break the silence herself. "That's how it is." "No, I didn't. Lin Hong asked you to go. I was just passing on the message." Fong Tian shouted. "Let's go find Lin Hong and confront him, okay?" Fong Ing suggested. Fong Tian immediately fell silent. Lin Hong was timid and cowardly, with no sense of responsibility, so he definitely wouldn't help her lie. He didn't have that intelligence either. Fongda is not a fool. He is very clever. He has figured out what is going on and looks very angry, as if it might rain. Tang Jun asks, "So, you just turned around and got close to Lin Ming? Did you stay at his house last night?" She doesn't mention Fong Ing being bullied, but instead says she has no shame. Fong Ing takes out a marriage certificate from her pocket and hands it to Fongda. "Dad, let me explain again. That day, Lin Hong forced me to give up my recommended spot to Fong Tian. Fong Tian then asked me to go to the countryside for her. I was angry and ran away. I met Lin Ming at the alley entrance and begged him to marry me so I wouldn't have to go to the countryside. He turned out to be such a good person and agreed. I then took the marriage certificate with him." Fong Ing looks a bit proud. "Now I don't have to go to the countryside. You. Fongda points at her, speechless. This big, silly girl. Sold herself and still counts the money for others. Marriage is not a joke. Do you understand him? Will he treat you well in the future? How will his family treat you? You married without knowing anything." Fongda hesitates and then asks through gritted teeth, "Did he bully you?" Fong Ing feels a little shaken inside. In the past life, he didn't curse her like this. He only called her shameless and unfaithful. But then again, no one had ever explained things to him before. "Dad, Lin Ming also knows you and even praised him. As for my father-in-law, you two are like brothers. So, considering your face, he asked me to be the head of the family now." Fong Ing says, "He said your daughter, whom you raised, is trustworthy. I can handle this family. He left his younger brother and sister, along with my mother-in-law and her children, and they moved out this morning." "What?" Tang Jun and Fong Tian exclaim. Houses in Beijing are always in short supply. The Fong family has 7 members living in this 40-square-meter apartment, where they have to turn sideways to walk. Across the street, in that alley, Lin Yuanshan's courtyard is the biggest. Everyone envies it, envy to death. And now, it belongs to Fong Ing? The meddlesome in-laws have moved out, leaving only a few young people in such a big yard? Fongda is also surprised but very pleased. He didn't expect Lin Yuanshan to think so highly of him. His anger has eased a lot. Also, Lin Ming said all his future salary will be managed by me. I can spend it however I want. Fong Ing extends her left hand, showing off a shiny bracelet on her wrist. "See, he even gave me the family heirloom." Fongda nods, more satisfied. Handing over the salary shows trust. For someone in the military, you can't really expect them to do anything else. They can only earn money to support their family. This bracelet is really beautiful and expensive. Giving it to Fong Ing shows he truly likes her. It's that look. Fongda glances up and down at Fong Ing, showing disdain. "Stop eating so much and exercise more. Lose some weight. Otherwise, you won't look good standing next to Lin Ming." He grew up watching Lin Ming. When Lin Ming and Lin Hong are together, Lin Hong gets left out. Now, Lin Hong has long since lost interest and is with someone else. So he should be pushed away as far as possible. He frowns and asks Fong Tian, "What's really going on with you two?" Fong Tian, almost crying, says,
Dad, Lin Hong and I are really innocent. It's all a misunderstanding. We are pure. If you don't believe me, I can go to the hospital for a checkup. Fangda's brow relaxes. As long as she hasn't really done anything, it's fine. Fang Ying sneers. Lin Hong is just a fool, too clueless to realize he's been used as a stepping stone. Fang Tian is proud and wants to take Lin Hong away, but she doesn't want to marry him, so she won't let him take advantage. It was the same in her past life. She used Lin Hong to get a recommendation letter while keeping him interested and looking for a better target. When she found someone better, she deliberately ignored Lin Hong and sent her rural cousin to flirt with him. In the end, she staged the scene of catching him cheating, successfully breaking up, and even got a large compensation from Lin Hong. Fang Ying looks up, curious, and asks Tang Zhen, "Go to the hospital for a checkup? Can they check if she's been touched? I saw her clothes thrown on the ground the day before yesterday, and Lin Hong was biting her." Enough. Shut up. Fangda can't stand her anymore. He stands up, face dark and red. Where did she learn these vicious words? Did Lin Ming teach her last night? This kid. Young lady, watch your words. You're not allowed to say such things outside. Fangda says grimly. He doesn't ask Fang Tian further. Such matters aren't suitable for her stepfather to inquire about. She wouldn't tell him the truth anyway. He trusts Fang Ying's words. His daughter never lies. If she hadn't truly caught Lin Hong and Fang Tian together, she wouldn't suddenly marry Lin Ming. A father knows his child best. The truth is, if she hadn't seen it herself, Fang Ying's life and her past life would have been very different. Fangda paces back and forth, unsure what to do now. Fang Ying has a plan. She married a better man after all the trouble. Her husband is excellent, pays his wages, respects his parents, and they have a big house. There's nothing to complain about. But what about Fang Tian? Is the Lin family really free to choose his daughter? Pick whichever one he wants? Where should he put his face? Fang Ying doesn't care what he does. The little bit of emotion just now isn't enough to warm her cold heart. Dad, I'm already married. Can't you give me some dowry? Fang Ying asked. Just revealing the truth to her father is enough. From now on, she won't keep bringing up Fang Tian and Lin Hong's matters publicly, nor will she mention them again. She is now Lin Ming's wife. Why does she keep thinking about Fang Tian taking Lin Hong away? Does she miss Lin Hong? As for the debts from the past life, she can settle them quietly later. Right now, she needs to give Tang Zhen some trouble. Fangda hesitated and sat back down.
Why?
Dad, didn't you prepare any dowry for me? Fang Ying asked.
Fang klærte her.
Of course not. I just didn't expect you to marry so quickly. Your brother and sister haven't married yet, and you're ahead. What do you want? Fang Ying touched the jade bracelet in her hand and asked, Dad, I remember we also have a bracelet like this at home. My sister said it was left by our mother and was meant to be our dowry. Tang Zhen's eyelids twitched. Fang Ying saw this and suddenly understood. It wasn't her illusion, it was real. When she saw that jade bracelet as a child, she was only 4 or 5 years old. She found it when her older sister Fang Qin mischievously rummaged through boxes. Her sister is 4 years older than her and told her about it. But she never saw it again after that, nor in her past life. When Fang Tian got married, Tang Zhen accompanied her and gave her a large dowry, saying it was money from selling a family heirloom bracelet. Fangda looked at the jade bracelet in Fang Ying's hand and sighed. Lin Ming gave it to you. It was probably left by his mother. In fact, our family's bracelet might be a matching pair. Fang Ying's eyes widened. She quickly asked, What do you mean? My mom's bracelet matches his family's? When mentioning Fang Ying's deceased biological mother, Fangda paused and said, Your mom said that when she was in middle school, once her class went to the park to row boats, and Lin Ming's mother fell into the water. Your mom saved her. The Su family wanted to thank her and gave her a jade bracelet. Otherwise, Fang Ying's maternal family would be ordinary people who couldn't afford such a beautiful bracelet. Fang Ying immediately said, Where is that bracelet? I want it as my dowry. Fangda looked at Tang Zhen and said, Where did you put it? Give it to her.
Tang Zhen's hands clenched inside her sleeves, and she stood there without moving. I really forgot where I put it. I need to find it carefully, Tang Zhen said. Fong Ying stood up and said, then go find it quickly. I'll help you look too. If we can't find it, it means you sold it. That was my real mom's thing. How could you sell it? Old White Lotus's skill is to accuse others with just words. She can do it too. Fong De frowned as he looked at Tang Zhen, with a look of suspicion he had never shown before. Tang Zhen clenched her teeth, feeling wronged, and said, why are you talking like that? I just said I would look carefully, and you say I sold it. How can you lie so much? If you have time to stand here blaming me, why not go look for it? Are you trying to keep my mom's things for yourself? Or did you really sell them? Fong Ying asked. These two accusations are too heavy. Tang Zhen can't afford to be blamed for either. She felt a bit wronged and said, why are you talking so harshly? I just said I would think about where I put it. But you keep going on like a machine gun, never stopping. Weren't you like this before? Do you think that now you're married, you don't need me, your stepmother? Are you finally showing your true colors? Boo-hoo, after all these years, I loved you so much, treated you better than others, and was sweeter to you than Fong Yan. I always let you choose the best food first. When you're done, I share with them. Every new year, I only buy new clothes for you. They can only wear what's left over. I even took the leftovers to make new clothes for them. Fong Tian is sensible and never causes trouble, but Fong Yan cries sadly every year. Fong Yan is her and Fong De's daughter, born after Fong Ying, 3 years younger. These words were too harsh. Fong De, who was originally angry with her, looked better now, and his eyes softened again. But looking at Fong Ying, his gaze became a bit unfriendly. Over the years, Tang Zhen's kindness to Fong Ying was obvious. But today, Fong Ying was a bit aggressive. Haha, Fong Ying suddenly sneered. Dad, let me explain a bit. First, about me always choosing the best food first. I admit that, Fong Ying said. But think carefully, did I really choose first every time? Oranges, apples, canned food, milk, bread, roast duck, roast chicken, I've never touched these. Especially in recent years, I haven't eaten them at all. The stepmother's plan is really clever. She knows I'm dieting and never eat these things. She lets me choose first, but I don't choose anything. The tasty things are always for Fong Tian and Fong Yan, and the good reputation is yours. Fong De was stunned. Thinking back over the years, he occasionally saw scenes of sisterly love, and it was indeed like that. 3 people are eating together. Fong Ying understands how to be polite, and the older sister and younger sister are all happy. Tang Zhen lowers her head and quickly glances at Fong Ying with a dark and scary look. Fong Ying, not noticing, continues, Dad, let's talk about the New Year clothes again. You know my size. I can't wear any of their clothes. Before I gained weight, I was taller than them. They only wear my clothes now. Our wages aren't enough for all 5 of us to buy new clothes for the new year. Someone has to give in. Should they wear new clothes while I go out looking half and embarrass you?
Cough. Fong De coughs uncomfortably.
That was a harsh comment. Maybe it's better not to say it. Besides, it's just New Year clothes. I only have this one new outfit for the whole year. Look at Fong Tian and Fong Yan's clothes. Fong Ying suddenly rushes into Fong Tian and Fong Yan's bedroom, opens the wardrobe, and pulls out a big pile of clothes. She unfolds each piece to show Fong De. Dad, are these clothes handmade or bought? These are ready-made from the department store. Each one is more expensive than the last. These are just their autumn and winter clothes. Think about their summer dresses. Aren't they all pretty? Each one better than the last? And me? I wear school uniforms all year round. I only get one new outfit for the new year. They only miss out on that once a year. During the rest of the year, their stepmother gives them 10 new clothes as a reward. That's what she calls being kind to me. Fong De's face looks really bad. He feels a strange mix of frustration and pain inside. It's like the window in front of him has shattered, revealing a different world outside. When he looks down, he realizes that the scenery he saw before was just a pattern on the glass. That's because you're too fat. They can't find clothes in your size outside. Fong Tian, sitting on the ground, suddenly says. Yes, that's right. I've always wanted to buy you a dress. Fong Ying interrupts Tang Zhen with a cold smile. If ready-made clothes aren't available, you can have them made at a tailor's shop. What size can't they make? But all these years, have you ever made even one for me? Tang Zhen immediately replies, that's because we didn't have enough money at home. You know how hard it is for your dad and me to support 5 kids on such small wages. Fong Ying just shakes the clothes in her hand at Fong Da. Ready-made clothes are very expensive now. Usually, they start at 20 yuan and a winter coat can cost 100 or 2. Having clothes made at a tailor shop with cheaper fabric only costs a few yuan. Fong Tian quickly says, these clothes were all given to us by our uncle. We didn't spend our parents' money.
Yes.
Tang Zhen looked at his daughter approvingly. Fong Ying had a bored expression, as if saying, I won't argue with you anymore, and threw down her clothes. She then said to Fong Da, Father, in those past years, I never told you any grievances I had just to make you happy. You like to see a peaceful family, with brothers respecting each other, so I let you see that. But today, I am truly sad and have seen their true selves. Suddenly, she burst into tears and said, last night, I disappeared for a whole night, but they acted as if nothing happened and even kept it from you. Thanks to Lin Ming, a good person I met. Or else, if I had been bullied yesterday, you might be mourning me now. Fong Ying suddenly knelt down, clutching Fong Da's leg and crying loudly, Dad, I feel so wronged. She only wanted to pretend at first, but somehow, she ended up crying out all the grievances from her 2 lives. There is a clear difference between genuine crying and fake crying. Fong Da, a patriarch still influenced by old-fashioned ideas, who doesn't shed tears easily, was moved to tears upon hearing her cry. If what his daughter said was true, then she had been very wronged all these years. Did his daughter lie? Thinking about the past he had ignored and looking at Tang Zhen, who dared not lift her head, he realized there was nothing he didn't understand now. He had been deceived too. What's going on? What happened? I heard someone crying from far away. Fong Yin pushed the door open and froze at the scene before her. She had thought it was Fong Yin crying inside, probably wanting something, and the stepmother, pretending not to give it to her. But she found it was Fong Ying, who couldn't be comforted even when beaten, crying while clutching her father's leg. Had her mind been fooled by the stepmother? Someone interrupted, and Fong Ying suddenly snapped out of her grief, awkwardly stopping her crying. There must be many onlookers outside now. Even the richest widow in the world cared about her reputation. Fong Ying looked up at her extraordinary sister, whom she hadn't seen in decades, greeted her briefly, then quickly focused on the matter at hand. She sat on the ground, pushed Fong Da's leg, and asked, Dad, look at stepmother. She's not even going to find that jade bracelet now. Could she really sell it? Fong Da also felt awkward. He wiped his tears and said sternly, Hurry and go find it. At this moment, it was crucial not to anger Fong Da again. Tang Zhen reluctantly returned to her room, hesitated, and took out a red wooden box. The red wooden box was simple, without elaborate carvings, but exuded a plain and majestic aura. Fong Ying got up from the ground and went to grab the box, but she couldn't pull it out. Tang Zhen held tightly, not letting go. Fong Ying looked up and saw the sadness and pain in her eyes. It seemed she really liked what was inside. Fong Ying immediately smiled brightly and pulled it hard. Trying to hold on won't help. If it's not yours, it's not yours. She sat on the sofa, placed the box on her lap, and carefully opened it. Inside was a red handkerchief. When she unfolded it, she saw a sparkling bracelet, almost identical to the one she was wearing. Without hesitation, Fong Ying slipped it onto her wrist. She had a feeling this bracelet was special. Sure enough, when both bracelets were on her wrists, she felt a strange energy flowing from them, circulating through her body, creating a cycle of energy exchange. Her body felt incredibly comfortable, better than anything she'd experienced before. That feeling was only second to her first experience last night. Fong Tian watched her smiling face, her eyes almost turning red, and suddenly said, Is this something Aunt Jean left for us?
I've never seen it before. It's so beautiful. Just now, my sister said this was her dowry? Since you already have one, this one should go to the eldest sister, right? Fong Ying turned her head and saw her own sister, Fong Yun, looking at the bracelet with a very eager expression. Fong Yun nodded without hesitation. Fong Tian is right. Since you already have one, this should be mine. Fong Ying looked at her sister with complicated feelings. In her previous life, her relationship with this sister was always distant. Her biological mother died when she was 1, and her stepmother came into their lives not long after. Their relationship was bad from the start. Although Tang Zhen had contributed, it also had to do with Fong Yun's personality. This sister was selfish and cold, only caring about herself. But she also had a tough past, choosing a terrible partner, suffering for years, and ultimately ending up in tragedy. Fong Ying held up her left bracelet and said, "This was given to me by my husband. It's not your concern, right?" Then she held up her right hand to Fong Tian. "And this was given to me by my biological mother. It's not your business either, right?" Fong Tian felt overwhelmed and looked at Fong Yun. Fong Yun frowned and said, "Respect your elders. Mom only left one bracelet, so it should be mine."
Dad.
"Don't you think so? Why does she get one, and I don't?" Fong De felt headache. He had just forgotten about Fong Yun. Honestly, if Fong Ying hadn't mentioned the bracelet, he wouldn't have remembered it was even in the house. He hasn't seen it in over 10 years.
Before, he only saw it briefly twice.
He isn't interested in jewelry or such things and doesn't pay much attention to them. "That's something you two sisters should decide yourselves," Fong De said. "He is also a terrible father, never fair. He just throws problems at others when he can't solve them himself." Fong Yun frowned and coldly looked at Fong Ying, considering the possibility of taking it by force. She thought her chances of success were high. Despite her silly, chubby sister, she was clever. She always won fights. Fong Ying suddenly smiled at Fong Yun. "Sister, how about this? We estimate the value of this bracelet, and I give you half the money. That way it's fair." Fong Yun's brow eased a bit. At least she wouldn't lose too much. But she was interested in jewelry and had wanted this bracelet since she was young. She didn't expect her silly sister to do such a big favor by getting it from their stepmother. "Why don't you give me the bracelet, and I'll give you half the money?" Fong Yun suggested. Fong Ying waved her hands. "Look, they were originally a pair. Both belong to my mother-in-law. Now they are both with me. I think it's fate."
What?
"Your mother-in-law?
L'un est mum?
Is your marriage settled?" Fong Yun asked. "No, wait. This bracelet was given to our mother by Lin Ming's biological mother. Could it have originally belonged to Lin Hong's real mom?" She looked confused, but her heart was pounding, feeling that something terrible was happening. Fong Ying saw her expression and also felt a jolt. She put down her hands. "It wasn't Lin Hong's mom who gave it to me. Lin Hong and I are over. He's been with Fong Tian for months now. I married Lin Ming yesterday. He gave this to me."
What?
Fong Yun suddenly jumped up from the sofa, staring at Fong Ying in shock, her expression almost eager to eat her. Fong Tian and Tang Zhen sensed something and immediately showed surprise and schadenfreude in their eyes. They never expected Fong Yun to like Lin Ming. Truly surprising. Lin Ming was only 7 years old and hadn't turned an adult yet when he joined the army. She was still young then and didn't pay attention to such things. But Fong Yun, at 15 years old 7 years ago, was at the age of first love. Fong Ying also recalled some old memories. After her marriage in her previous life, she only saw her sister once. It was just a quick encounter. She greeted her, but her sister looked at her coldly, expressionless, and walked away without saying a word.
She didn't care then.
She didn't take it to heart. Their relationship was always SOSO. She thought maybe she was in a bad mood that day, or Fong Tian had spoken badly about her again. While Lin Ming sacrificed himself, she became a widow. When she saw her sister again, although they didn't talk much, her sister's gaze towards her was a mix of sadness and relief. It turned out her sister also liked Lin Ming. Fong Ying smiled slightly, feeling it was not surprising. In their area,
Every young girl who knew Lin Ming liked his face. When she was in middle school and he was in high school, they occasionally met at school, and she could always feel the countless eyes glued to him. If she got angry just because of that, she would be very upset. Fong Ying tightened her newly bought jade bracelet. If that was the case, she definitely wouldn't let her sister have it. She didn't dislike Fong Ying at all because she was just like her, selfish and cold-hearted. Looking down on her was like looking down on herself. What exactly is going on? You're so much older than Lin Ming. You're not close. And you have Lin Hong. How can you marry Lin Ming? He's Lin Hong's uncle. Fong Yun was flustered, ignoring her own thoughts, and kept asking. Fong Ying sighed and said, "It's all because of Fong Tian. If it weren't for her, I might have called Lin Ming uncle my whole life. But because of her, I got this chance. Lin Hong will call me Anne in the future. As for the details, ask Fong Tian later." "Oh, if she doesn't tell the truth," asked Dad. She didn't explain the details, just kept emphasizing that it was all because of Fong Tian. Sure enough, Fong Yun's sharp gaze also turned towards Fong Tian. Fong Tian. But Fong Yun was not stupid. She was quickly controlled by a few words, but she soon regained her composure and said to Fong Ying, "Either give me this bracelet, or give me an estimate and all the money." Fong Ying naturally refused, because if she agreed too quickly, Fong Yun would immediately change her mind and ask for double or triple the price. Such a reversal was no burden for her. Fong Ying argued with her logically, bargaining for an hour. In the end, they agreed. No need for an appraisal. Fong Ying would give Fong Yun 10,000 yuan, paid within 3 years. If the bracelet's value exceeded 10,000, Fong Yun would consider herself defeated by her sister. If it was worth less than 10,000, that would be Fong Ying's compensation to Fong Yun. In reality, the bracelet's color and water quality didn't reach the imperial green jade of glass type. Tang Jin secretly had it appraised, and it was worth about 5,000 or 6,000. Earlier, she also hinted to Fong Yun that it should be worth 10,000. Fong Yun knew her stepmother had no good intentions towards Fong Ying, so she went along with it. Today, Fong Ying's marriage was not for Lin Ming. She could have just taken half of the bracelet money, but because of Lin Ming, she decided to spend 10,000 yuan. Fong Ying forced herself to write an IOU to Fong Yun. Fong Yun picked it up, looked it over, found no problem, and then turned to leave without even glancing at Fong Ying. Fong Ying smiled. Her familiar sister was back. This was how they interacted in their past life. In that life, she never truly hated this sister. Besides giving her cold looks and occasionally pushing her around, she never really tried to ruin her. Unlike Tang Jun and Fong Tian. "Take care, sister. Come visit my house when you have time. I'll cook something nice for you," Fong Ying called out. She was used to doing business peacefully. She believed that kindness brings wealth. She could even smile at those who tried to upset her. Of course, what happened afterward was another matter. Fong Yun thought she was deliberately showing off her new status, husband and house. She shot her a sharp look and walked even faster. Fong Ying shrugged. She didn't mind. It was all meaningless to her. She turned to look at Fong Da, who was watching the scene. "Dad, this dowry was given to me by my mom. I even wrote an IOU myself. This whole thing is like me giving myself a dowry. Then could you help me pay it back? That would be like you giving me my dowry." Cough, cough, cough. Fong Da suddenly started coughing fiercely. "What's with you two sisters? Why are you bothering me about this?"
Dad, let me explain.
"Stop. That's enough for today. No more explaining," Fong Da said. Fong Ying didn't care. She wanted to say what she thought, and no one could stop her. Lin Yuanshan couldn't do it, neither could he. "Look, this bracelet belongs to my mom, and the money was from you. It's like both of you gave me my dowry. If my mom saw this from heaven, she'd be happy." Fong Da immediately fell silent, with a faint redness in his eyes. Fong Ying sat down suddenly, shaking his big leg. "Dad, you can't just give nothing for your daughter's wedding and make her write an IOU. Instead, where would your face go? All right.
I'll pay."
Fong Da rubbed his arms. That word dad was really annoying. Hurry up and get up. Why does it feel like we're going backwards?
I never acted this spoiled when I was little, he said with disdain. But if you looked closely, his lips were curled up. Fawning paused. She didn't expect Fangda to agree, and such a quick agreement at that. This was 10,000 yuan. Back in 1974, 10,000 yuan was a lot, not like in 2024. Her dad was now a small leader, but his monthly salary was only a little over 200 yuan. 10,000 yuan was 5 years' worth of his salary. Fawning looked up and saw Tang Zhen's face darkening, clearly hiding her displeasure. What's going on? What happened? How did this 10,000 yuan bill end up on her? I should have known not to hint to Fang Yun. Dad, look, the stepmother is upset, she said. Fangda also looked up, his face looking worse than Tang Zhen's. One more trait of feudal remnants of family heads is their hatred of being deceived. That makes him seem like a fool, being played around, and at the core, it's all about saving face. People live with face. Trees have bark. Fangda cares a lot about his reputation. Fang Ying doesn't care how the two argue later. Today, they won't reach an agreement anyway. She shook Fangda's thigh again, saying, Dad, I'll go to your workplace tomorrow to deliver sweets to Uncle, and Auntie. And I'll tell them about the 10,000 yuan you gave me as a dowry. It will make you look good. Fangda's attention was pulled back, and he quickly said, Don't talk nonsense. It's just an IOU, paid in installments. But if it gets out, people might think I'm rich. If the leaders think the money came from illegal sources, it will be bad. What does someone like him need to show off for? It's just asking for trouble. Mostly, it's about pretending to be rich, which is really unfortunate. Dad, you're wrong. There's no such thing as an impenetrable wall. This will get out sooner or later. Hiding it makes it look suspicious. You should tell your leaders and colleagues now.
I can handle it best,
Fang Ying said, and the best way is for you to have your salary paid to my sister each month. That way, everything is clear and honest. Fangda immediately fell into thought, watching Fang Ying's eyes brighten. When did she become so clever? It's true, she was excellent in school as a child, always first in her class. She only slipped in the past 2 years. He had already agreed with Fang Ying's suggestion in his mind but said aloud, Since I've already broken up with Lin Hong and remarried, I'll just focus on studying well for the next few months. When the graduation exams come, I want to do well and not be at the bottom anymore. Fang Ying was surprised. When did I ever come in last? Last month's monthly exam, I was first in the grade, 50 points ahead of the second place. If you don't believe it, ask at the school. The big red list is still posted at the door. The fatter she got, the better her grades became. Only then could she regain some confidence. Fangda's gaze froze for a moment. Then he glared fiercely at Fang Tian and Tang Zhen. Both of them lowered their heads, afraid to look at him. Over the past 2 years, Fang Ying had been avoiding him. Whenever he asked about her and Fang Tian's grades, they would stammer and feel embarrassed to speak. Or they would say, the teacher said it's normal for girls' grades to decline in high school. Tang Zhen said to him, Girls grow up and have boyfriends. Their minds are on their partners. If they don't do well in school, that's okay. Anyway, they'll get married after graduation.
How did he think about that?
Fang Ying suddenly understood. She was behind the scenes causing trouble again. No wonder her father looked at her with disgust over the past 2 years. It wasn't just her figure he disliked, but her grades too, which made him feel ashamed. She added fuel to the fire, saying, Dad, who told you I do poorly in school? Since high school started, I've been first in my grade every month. My grades get better each time. The teachers even say if the college entrance exam hadn't been canceled, I could be the top student nationwide. Fangda looked expressionless, a sign he was truly angry. Fang Ying had rarely seen this look on him before, so she knew it was time to back off and let him handle things his way. But she felt uncomfortable without provoking him further. She stood up and went to Tang Zhen, holding out her palm, saying, Stepmom, give me some money. I want to buy dowry items. I don't need big things, clothes, candies, daily necessities. My family should send some along, right? Tomorrow, I plan to visit my dad's workplace too. Since childhood, you've only given Fang Tian and Fang Yan 5 yuan pocket money each month, and only 1 yuan for me.
sometimes none at all. I don't even have money to buy candies now. Tang Zhen trembled with anger. Tang Zhen tremblingly took out her wallet, which had about 50 yuan inside. That was enough, like a month's salary for one person. Fong Ying quickly took out the money, counting it one by one, and asked Fong De, "Dad, what do your colleagues' children give as wedding favors? What kind of wine do they buy? What do they wear when they give gifts? Is 50 yuan enough?" Fong De looked grim and said, "Give her 500 yuan. Tang Zhen knew she had to go all out today. She gave up resisting and went to her room to get more money. Fong De told Fong Ying, "Later, buy a nice outfit. Cover up your figure. And for wedding favors, just buy white rabbit candies. Don't worry about the wine. Lin Ming isn't home. You don't need to host a banquet now. Wait until he returns. When is his holiday?" Fong Ying was surprised. Did Fong De mean to host a wedding banquet for her? That was something she hadn't experienced in her past life. "Dad, no need for a banquet. Your workplace has many colleagues' children getting married, and they don't hold banquets either. Besides, you've just taken on huge debts. It's better to pretend you're poor these past 2 years." Fong Ying said my stepmother and Fong Tian and Fong Yin also need to be careful. Don't keep buying new clothes all the time. Are they showing off wealth? Fong Tian sat on the ground, grinding her teeth. If she had no new clothes, she wouldn't let them wear theirs? That's too mean.
Fond de S face d'Arkend.
I don't need to pretend. I'm really poor now. He had listened to Fong Ying's words. The 10,000 yuan bill, he planned to help her pay it off. As the eldest daughter, she was very calculating. When she got married, she would also need a big dowry. He not only lost his salary for the next few years, but also his savings. It hurt him deeply. Fong Ying's biological mother was of ordinary background. Fong De had no advantage. All their savings now came from his wages, saved little by little. He didn't care about Tang Zhen's money. She could spend it freely. Probably it was used to buy clothes for the 2 children. So, although he was angry at Tang Zhen for favoritism and not buying new clothes for Fong Ying, this was the least of his worries. Tang Zhen came out of the house and handed Fong Ying 500 yuan. Fong Ying happily put it in her pocket and said to Fong De, "Dad, I'm going shopping now. Don't worry, I promise I won't embarrass you tomorrow." She went to change her shoes at the door, then opened the door. Suddenly, as if she remembered something, she came back. "Oh no, I forgot something important." Fong Ying went to Fong Tian and Fong Yan's room. She touched the top of the wardrobe, took out an envelope. Tang Zhen's eyes widened instantly. She guessed what it was, but never expected that Fong Ying had hidden it in Fong Tian and Fong Yan's room. The Lin family had a 2-bedroom apartment. Fong De and Tang Zhen lived in one room, and the 5 siblings from Fong's family lived in the living room and another room. Later, Fong Shui and Fong Yin moved out to work, and Fong Ying, being considerate, stayed in the living room. She never entered her sister's rooms. So Tang Zhen and Fong Tian desperately searched the living room for Fong Ying's college recommendation letter, even checked the kitchen and bathroom, but never looked in Fong Tian's room. Fong Ying smiled bitterly. She was never stupid, just naive. Many things from her past life were right in front of her, but she was too eager for family love. She didn't want to believe it, and preferred to close her eyes and live blindly. Fong Ying opened the envelope and unfolded the recommendation letter. She handed it to Fong De. "Dad, although this recommendation letter for the Workers' and Peasants' University was obtained through Lin Hong's help, it also shows that I have good grades, and they are willing to give me a chance. If someone from our class, like Fong Tian, was always at the bottom, they definitely wouldn't give her one." Fong De's gaze immediately shifted back to Fong Tian. She hadn't always said that. She claimed her grades were improving every day and that the teachers praised her constantly. Fong Ying continued, "So, the university's spot should be mine. Even without Lin Hong, the school would recommend me, or you could just say a word, and someone would send me an acceptance letter." "Don't talk nonsense," Fong De said, but he looked a little proud. If he spoke up, someone would definitely give him a spot, but he just wouldn't say anything. "What exactly do you want to say?" "Stop beating around the bush," Fong De asked. Inside, he was a bit curious about his second daughter's change. It seemed that in the past 2 years, she hadn't spoken to him as much as she did today. And today, even though she's a bit chubbier, she looks healthy, white, and cute. She has a round face full of happiness, and she's smart. She doesn't embarrass him at all. TSK, his eyesight really wasn't good in the past. Fonging said, I just want to say that this recommended spot belongs to me. I won't give it back to Lin Hong's family. They wasted 2 years of my youth, making me a person who has dated before. It hurt my reputation. The worst part is, they even bullied you. They're trying to hook you with one daughter and secretly messing around with another. They really don't respect you at all. I won't give that spot back to them. I'll sell it to someone. Fong Tian immediately looked up at her, with anger and hope in her eyes. If she's selling it, she might have a chance. Fongda's face darkened even more. Fong Ying kept hitting his sore spots. The Lin family was just too much. But it was too shameful, making him look weak. He needed to make up for it. Maybe this was Lin Hong's secret move.
His family doesn't know, he said.
I don't think so. Fong Ying glanced at Fong Tian and said, yesterday, they confessed. It's been several months. They've been at Lin Hong's house almost every weekend, borrowing books, reciting poetry. 2 young people alone in a house for a day and a half. Are the Lin family stupid or blind? Don't they notice anything? Neither did they stop Lin Hong from doing it, nor did they come to us to cancel the engagement. They just let it drag on. All right, I get it. Fongda said in a deep voice. Lin family. Just wait and see. Fong Tian was anxious, pulling at her hair. You know nothing. They clearly didn't say anything about this that day. But Fong Ying wasn't wrong. The facts were pretty much the same, which left her speechless for a moment. Fong Ying smiled at her and said, Then I'll leave now. She turned and walked away decisively. In her previous life, she was too angry and proud, wanting to cut ties with Lin Hong. She didn't want his stuff anymore. So she returned a university recommendation spot to Lin Hong. These kinds of spots, obtained through connections, are always sealed and official. There was no name filled in, just let anyone fill it in themselves. So, there was a lot of room for manipulation. Lin Hong naturally handed it over to his little lover. Fong Tian successfully got into the science and engineering college she had chosen, but her grades were terrible. She only managed to pass high-level math because of luck, guessing on a few multiple-choice questions. Fong Ying took the opportunity to write a report and reported her. Now, it was no longer the time when the University for Workers, Peasants, and Soldiers first opened. Back then, student abilities varied greatly, and scoring 0 was normal. No one cared. Now, grades mattered. And someone like Fong Tian, who was not good at studying and had never won awards or made contributions, was not within the recommended group. If no one reports violations, no one will investigate. If someone reports, it makes a difference. Fong Tian was expelled. But she got lucky. 1977, the college entrance exam was restored, and she surprisingly passed. She later came back to thank Fong Ying for her help. Isn't that infuriating? In 1977, the college entrance exam was restored, and almost everyone could take it. Workers, farmers, educated youth, soldiers, even high school and middle school students could participate. The only ones who couldn't take the exam were those who had previously attended the University for Workers, Peasants, and Soldiers. Fong Tian, by a twist of fate, was expelled from that university, so she was considered as if she had never attended, and she could take the exam. Her science grades were poor, but her art scores were okay, so she just barely made the passing line. Although it wasn't a famous university, she managed to become one of the first batch of college students. Compared to students from the Workers, Peasants, and Soldiers University, it sounded 100 times better, and the value was higher. At that time, Fong Tian was so proud, she kept showing off to everyone. If Fong Ying ever regretted anything in her past, it was reporting Fong Tian, even more than marrying Lin Ming and then becoming a widow. She dreamed of starting over, and this time, she definitely wouldn't report Fong Tian. She wanted Fong Tian to get into the University for Workers, Peasants, and Soldiers. Let her go all out. Unexpectedly, she really could start over. But giving Fong Tian that spot for free was impossible. She had to squeeze some benefit out of her. The bait was already set. Now, it was just waiting for the fish to bite. Fong Ying returned to the Sihiyuan. Lin Chi had already cleaned the big yard, Lin Xiao had taken apart and washed the bedding, and Lin Yu was reading a book. This was a good material for studying. She had also gotten into university in her past life. "I'm back. Have you all eaten?" Fong Ying asked as she entered the yard. The three of them didn't speak. They just looked at her empty hands. Wasn't she supposed to go back to her parents' house to get her luggage? Was it not smooth? Originally, Fong Ying planned to take her luggage, but now she only had over 500 yuan left. Who still cares about that broken luggage? It was just a few ugly clothes. "Come on, let's go to a restaurant for a meal, then visit the department store, and buy new clothes for all of you," Fong Ying suggested. These three people also rarely had new clothes. They usually wore leftovers from others. They all stood there, not moving. "Let's go. Hurry up, follow me." Fong Ying turned around and started walking. Lin Yu was the first to get up, pulling Lin Xiao along. Lin Chi quickly followed. It's 1974 and the economy is still not good. Ordinary people are generally poor. But compared to the 1960s, life is much better in many ways. For example, going out to eat, if you don't have meat coupons or grain tickets, it's still okay. You just spend a little more on each item. In the past, that wasn't possible. Without grain tickets, you couldn't eat. Of course, it varies by place. Outside, they still collect tickets, but in Beijing, the economic environment has become relatively relaxed. The Lin family's courtyard is basically in the city center, right under the imperial city walls. Once you leave the alley, it's a busy commercial area with many old, reputable state-run restaurants. Fong Ying headed straight for Quan Jude. Lin Xiao hurried over to pull her back. She thought, maybe just a bowl of noodles. No need to be too extravagant. Quan Jude's roast duck costs 8 yuan each. Our life really so hard? Yesterday, I got married in a rush, didn't hold a banquet or have a ceremony. It's such a pity, Fong Ying said. You guys' older brother is busy contributing to the country. You can help him make up for this sense of ceremony today. Let's have a good meal. Mostly, she couldn't resist the tempting smell of the roast duck and didn't want to leave. Lin Xiao and Lin Yu were fine, but Lin Chi looked awkward and embarrassed. Maybe her brother-in-law shouldn't be involved in this? My dad just gave me 500 yuan. Fong Ying dragged Lin Xiao inside. This time Lin Xiao could be pulled along. Fong Ying ordered 2 roast ducks. Now, the taste of the roast duck is much better than in later years because the ducks are fed non-polluted grains and aren't given many medicines. Natural flavor. The chefs also need proper certification, and competition is fierce. Only skilled chefs can become head chefs. Since fewer people eat out, these chefs are all masters, personally roasting the ducks. But Fong Ying tasted it and still felt it was far from what she could make herself. The ducks she raised in her space, drinking water from the space well, and grown in her space, are truly delicious. She hurriedly finished eating, bought some things, and went home to check her space. She felt that her 2 bracelets, which seemed to be a pair, had undergone some incredible change. At the dinner table, she kept talking about what just happened at her mother's house. I just realized that my stepmother's heart is so dark. All the good things from the past were fake. Not only did they refuse to buy me clothes, but they also talked badly about me in front of my dad. When I lost them, they didn't even look for me. They didn't care whether I was alive or dead. There was so much to complain about. Food, I didn't get to eat any. I only eat plain bread and pickles at home every day. They kept going on and on. The best way to get closer is to share secrets, go through hardships together, or make each other feel worse. Since we all go to the same school, have stepmothers, and live nearby, it's natural to compare ourselves. Then, the 3 children of the Lin family really disliked Fong Ying because her stepmother was very kind to her. It's said that she got all the good food at home, which is why she is such a good figure. Sometimes, when they met Tang Zhen, she would smile and greet them kindly, looking very gentle and friendly. She was 1,000 times nicer than their own stepmother. But it turned out that Tang Zhen was darker than Li Manhwa, and Fong Ying's situation was even worse. The 3 of them looked at Fong Ying with softened eyes. We're all people who have fallen on hard times. She's had it worse than us. Big sister-in-law, stop talking and eat some meat, Lin Xiu said, helping her with food. Big sister-in-law, have some water. Lin Yu poured her a glass. Big sister-in-law, when are you planting cucumbers? Lin Qi asked. Fawning rolled her eyes at him and pushed the cucumber from the roast duck towards him. Eat it. Lin Qi was so touched he almost cried. After they finished eating, Fawning took them to the department store nearby on Wangfu Street. It didn't matter if she didn't have fabric coupons. Ready-made clothes didn't need coupons and looked good enough for today's fashion standards. It didn't matter since she wasn't going to wear them herself. The only downside was that they were expensive. But as a former richest widow in the world, she was used to spending money freely, buying whatever she liked without blinking. This really moved the three behind her. Lin Qi almost cried on the spot. In the end, the three of them dragged Fawning out of the department store. Fawning told them to take their things home and went to a tailor shop with some high-quality fabrics. She didn't need to buy ready-made clothes because of her figure, almost 1.7 meters tall, and weighing less than 170 pounds, she was a bit stocky. Well, nowadays, most women are slim, and plus-size ready-made clothes aren't common or attractive. It's better to make her own. Fawning was very generous with herself and bought fabric that wasn't silk but wool, costing just 10 or 20 yuan per meter. Currently, craftsmanship is limited, and many high-quality items are expensive. The popular fabric, known as rantang, used to be very common. Now, making a shirt still costs about 20 yuan. A wool coat costs around 100 to 200 yuan. Actually, Lin Qi would have come out even if she didn't insist, as she has almost spent all her money. As for the tailor, Fawning doesn't mind. Like restaurants, tailor shops are state-owned, and the master tailors are highly skilled professionals. Besides having slightly poor taste, their craftsmanship is good. Fawning only needs their sewing skills. She designs the styles herself. Fawning's talent is mainly in cooking. She has little talent for art or fashion, but she is knowledgeable and resourceful. She can't create original designs, but she can copy well. Holding a pen, she sketches and explains, Master, I want this style, an A-line cut, narrow at the top, wider at the bottom, puffed out, not tight-fitting. She spends on a doll blouse with a bow. Actually, doll blouses already exist now, just as the name suggests, for children. The master understands immediately. Looking at Fawning's figure, he nods, you have good ideas, knowing how to highlight strengths and hide weaknesses. He hasn't made doll blouses for adults before, nor seen adults wear them, but today she wants to try. Anyway, the other party pays for the fabric. The design Fawning drew is simple and easy to make. The master, with excellent skills, cuts the fabric smoothly and then sews it together on the sewing machine. Finally, a steaming process completes it. A long, wine-red wool doll blouse with a navy blue butterfly knot on the chest is finished. The large butterfly knot is made of silk, flowing down long, looking elegant, slim-fitting, lively, and cute. The master looks at the rough sketches and the stunning finished product and says to Fawning, Comrade, from now on, you can work here making clothes. He suddenly has a burst of inspiration. Fawning is very satisfied with the master's skills and agrees happily. In the mirror, her sturdy figure is perfectly concealed, revealing only her delicate, beautiful face, which is a bit chubby. But now, this kind of face is very popular. It's called a face full of good fortune and good luck for the family. She makes a pair of black pencil pants next. Then she goes to the shoe shop next door and buys a pair of black knee-high boots. Finally, she visits the barber across the street and cuts off her long, waist-length braid. Her health isn't good, and her dull, yellowed braid doesn't look nice. She just kept it long because it was fashionable. Now she has cut 2/3 of it off. She loosens the remaining hair, braids it briefly, and it just reaches her chest. She put on a dark blue silk headband made by the tailor, tied with a small bow, matching her outfit. It draped over her chest, making her look even more beautiful. Fawning walked out of the barber shop, and she looked completely different from when she arrived. Before, when she went out to eat or shop, no one paid attention to her. If anyone looked, It was just a glance at her strong build. Now, almost everyone turned to look at her. Women admired her clothes, and men looked at her face. Fong Ying isn't ugly. She has been a lovely girl since she was young. By 15, she was tall and graceful, heading toward becoming very popular among boys. But then her stepmother gave her medicine to make her gain weight. When Fong Ying got home, Lin Xiao, who opened the door, didn't recognize her at first. Only after Fong Ying spoke did she realize who she was. "We need to change the lock at home, or Li and the stepmother can come back anytime and steal our rice and flour," Fong Ying said. Lin Xiao hesitated and said, "That might be a bit much, don't you think?" But she quickly added, "Okay, I'll ask Daki to buy some locks." "Good." Fong Ying immediately took out 5 yuan from her pocket and handed it to her. "Buy 5 locks, change all the door locks, and add a lock to the kitchen." Lin Xiao hesitated and said, "I have a passbook now." Normally, the 200 yuan in the passbook belonged to everyone, and it would be better to spend that. Getting money is too much trouble. Just take it. In the future, you handle the money, I'll earn it, and we'll all spend it together, Fong Ying said. Her words were so straightforward that Lin Xiao felt warm inside. Looking up again at Fong Ying, who looked like a different person so beautiful it was hard to recognize, she finally understood. Her big brother wasn't blind. He had sharp eyes. Fong Ying went back to her room. She surprised Lin Qi, and Lin Yu so much they were stunned. She closed the door, laughed for a long time, then preened in front of the big mirror to make herself feel better. After that, she hid in the wardrobe and entered her space. Suddenly, she was amazed. The space had changed completely. The dull, foggy boundary was now a blue sky with white clouds, blue sea, and green mountains. On one side, she could see the ocean, and she could even hear the waves. The other 3 sides were towering mountains, with peaks reaching the sky, layered and endless. She suddenly felt scared there might be wild animals in the mountains. Looking around, her original 10-acre space was gone. Only the water well remained. Behind the well was a thatched hut, and in front was a flat valley of the same size, 10 acres. But it was filled with soil, ready for farming. She wouldn't need to use planting boxes outside anymore. Fong Ying carefully and excitedly tasted the well water. It was even sweeter and more refreshing. After drinking, she felt much more comfortable all over her body. She took a sip but didn't dare to drink more, worried she might get stuck in the bathroom or that her body might change too much in one day, making others suspicious. She then went to the door of the thatched hut. Carefully, she pushed open the wooden door and immediately saw a huge storage space that seemed to stretch endlessly. The floor was the familiar original space floor. The tall shelves she had bought before were stacked near the door, taking up only a small part of the space. Was the new bracelet turned into a mountain and sea? Was the old bracelet now a storage space? Fong Ying was happily running around inside, checking the changes. There should be no animals in the mountains and forests around the valley. The plants stood quietly, and she didn't see any insects or signs of wild animals. She didn't dare to go inside, and instead went back to the seaside. The endless blue sea and a white sandy beach. The seawater was salty, and there were no shells or small fish on the beach. This world was a bit strange, but it made her feel more at ease. It was better without other life forms. She was afraid a big monster might suddenly come down from the sea or the mountain. After checking for a while with no new discoveries, Fong Ying returned to the valley in front of the well. She found a corner and used her mind to summon the dry, large trees from the storage space. She realized she could control everything inside the space with her mind. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to climb the tall shelves, even with a ladder. If she didn't have to do anything, she could just be a storage manager every day. She also tried to use her mind to the plants, but that didn't work. The valley was now covered with various wild grasses up to her knees. They looked no different from those outside, mostly foxtail grass and white sedge, with some wild vegetables mixed in. Dandelions, bitter herbs, shepherd's purse, and black star-shaped flowers. Fong Ying took a deep breath, controlled her expression, and left the space. She went to the storage room to find a shovel and the backyard shed had become a vegetable patch. The Lin family didn't lack farming tools. Lin Chi was still tidying up the vegetable patch when he saw Fong Ying and brightened up. Big sister-in-law, are you here to plant cucumbers? Fong Ying, do you have some secret about cucumbers? Why do you like them so much? Naive Chi didn't realize she was teasing and looked confused. Aren't cucumbers tasty? I think among all vegetables, they have the best flavor, so fresh and fragrant. Just eating them raw is great. Others are either bitter or tasteless. Fong Ying understood him. Li Meihua's cooking was really that bad. Ordinary things can make her work so hard or taste bland as if chewing wax. Even with her eyes closed, she wouldn't know what she's eating. Fong Ying took the last 2 yuan from her pocket. Go buy 2 jin of meat. Tonight, we'll make dumplings. Just buy and leave them there. Don't touch, I'll wrap them myself. Chi suddenly rushed over, snatched the money, and disappeared. Cucumbers? No, dumplings are tastier. Lin Chi left. Fong Ying took a shovel and a water bucket back to her room, locked the door, and stored them in the space warehouse. Then she hid inside a cabinet and entered the space. As for Lin Yu and Lin Xiuqi wondering why she took those things inside, it was a small matter. Once inside the space, Fong Ying got busy. She dug 3 holes beside the valley and buried the 3 withered trees from the original space, a durian tree, a cinnamon tree, and a Sichuan pepper tree. In her past life, as a chef, a food lover, and a restaurant owner, she knew how important seasonings were. The limited planting area was only 1 acre. Half was filled with spice trees, and the other half with her favorite fruit trees. These 3 trees, which had received the most water from the space well, survived. Now only a withered tree remained. The others had vanished. After planting the trees, the next step was watering. She could water them in batches, without needing to carry water. She could use her mind to take things out of or put them into the space warehouse, but in the valley, she couldn't manipulate anything with her mind. No making the water bucket fly from the well, for example. But there was a loophole. She stood by the well, filled a bucket with water, and used her mind to store it in the warehouse. Then she ran to the trees and took the bucket out again.
Perfect.
If she had more buckets, she could water all at once. She poured 10 buckets of water, and the durian tree slowly came back to life. The dry bark shed, revealing fresh, new bark underneath. The bark became more vibrant, and finally, the big tree sprouted green leaves. From then on, the growth sped up. The previously withered tree, only a trunk left, quickly grew branches and leaves, its canopy spreading over about 10 meters. Fong Ying, being experienced, planted the Sichuan pepper and cinnamon trees far apart so they wouldn't interfere with each other. After pouring a few more buckets of water, the durian tree blossomed and bore fruit, filling the space with a strong, pungent aroma. This was Fong Ying's favorite scent. She resisted the urge to pick and taste a fruit, mainly because her current body couldn't climb up. She turned and poured a few more buckets of water on the other 2 trees. Seeing them come back to life, she hurriedly left the space. Lin Chi started knocking again, calling her out to make dumplings. Fong Ying carried a bucket and a shovel outside. Lin Chi looked surprised, then immediately widened his eyes and stepped back, shouting in shock, "Sister-in-law, did you bring it inside? That can't be. Our courtyard has a toilet." Fong Ying, get lost. Lin Xiao ran out from the side room, blushing, and pulled Lin Chi away. Lin Chi was still not convinced and shouted at Lin Xiao, "Didn't you smell that strong smell? Also, the floor tiles inside are harder than stones. What's that about? Why do you need a shovel?" The main house's floor tiles are special, said to be the same as those in the Forbidden City, called golden bricks. The Su family spent a lot of money to retile them years ago. Lin Yu quickly explained to Fong Ying, "My second brother is a bit slow. Sister-in-law, don't mind him. Sister-in-law, I bought meat. Let's make dumplings." But his eyes kept darting toward Fong Ying and the bucket. It really smelled terrible. Fong Ying sighed, trying to remind herself not to argue with a fool. "Let's go make dumplings." Using the materials available in the Lin family and adding a milliliter of space well water and filling, she made dumplings that smelled so good they could make your tongue happy. Although Lin Shi was curious about what Fonging was doing with the shovel inside, he didn't dare ask. He lowered his head and hurriedly ate, blocking his mouth. He knew sometimes he couldn't control what he said. The smell on his sister-in-law was a bit foul, but there was a hint of fragrance mixed in. If you sniffed carefully, it was quite nice, not like manure. After dinner, Fonging asked Lin Xiao to pack up the leftover dumplings in a large bowl. "I'm taking this to my father-in-law," she said. Lin Shi couldn't help himself again and asked, "Who? Your father-in-law? My dad? Isn't that your dad?" He had seen this bowl earlier and thought Fonging was preparing it for her own father, but it was for her father-in-law. "Sister-in-law, you don't need to pretend to be filial."
My dad doesn't need it, he said.
Thinking about how Fonging used Fongda's money to buy her a new outfit today, which was the first in 10 years, he added, "Take it to your dad." Fonging shot him a look. Thanks for the reminder. She had truly forgotten about her own father. After all, this person had been out of her mind for decades. But today, he promised to help her pay back a 10,000 yuan debt and even gave her 500 yuan. Divided into 2 bowls, Fonging said. Lin Xiao obediently did her task without saying a word. She was naturally shy and quiet. Fonging handed Lin Yu a bowl. "Later, you help me deliver it to my family. Watch my dad eat and think of a reason. Also, see if he gives any food to my stepmother and Fong Tian." Today had already been quite intense, and she didn't want to cause more trouble for Fongda and Tang Zhen. Fongda's attitude towards the 2 people is very important because it will determine how she treats Fongda in the future. Knowing roughly what happened today, Lin Yu nodded repeatedly. "Leave it to me. You can trust me." Fonging nodded in trust. Although he's only 10 years old, he's very mature and much smarter than Lin Shi. She truly trusts him. Fonging picked up another bowl and said to Lin Shi, "Let's go. You're not planning to settle accounts with your stepmother, right? We're going now." "Really?" Lin Shi jumped up from his chair, excited and surprised. Usually, he listens to Li Meihua quite well. Whenever she used him as a tool, it always worked. But with Lin Yu nearby, constantly reviewing and brainwashing him, he also knew Li Meihua wasn't a good person and disliked her. In the past, when he said he wanted to settle accounts with Li Meihua, his sister and brother disagreed. Now, his sister-in-law is finally on his side. He feels like he's no longer alone. Fonging went into the yard and found that all the bicycles had been taken by Lin Yuanshan and Li Meihua. That makes sense. Bicycles were bought by others, and adults going to work is more important than kids going to school. But Li Meihua has no job. Fonging smiled and asked Lin Shi, "Do you like riding bikes?" Lin Shi didn't understand at first but nodded firmly. "Yes, I like it. Riding bikes is very cool now, but in the past he rarely touched the 2 bikes at home. Only when they were cleaning them did he get a chance." "We'll ride one back later," Fonging said. "Really?" Lin Shi exclaimed, eager to run to his dad's welfare house with Fonging. But he didn't dare to touch Fonging, especially after she changed into her fair, cute clothes. He was so anxious he scratched his head and cheeks. Lin Yu actually wanted to replace Lin Shi and go see the stepmother's lively scene, but he knew his second brother couldn't do it for him. But how did his sister-in-law hear that he's so capable? Lin Yu raised his head proudly, feeling a bit proud. Had his sister-in-law observed him before? Or was it while she was watching his older brother? So, she and his brother. He kept imagining as he walked to Fong Ying's house and knocked on the door. It was Fong Yan who opened the door. She was in a bad mood and rolled her eyes when she saw him, trying to close the door. "You came to the wrong house."
"I don't know you."
Lin Yu smiled and said, "I'm here to bring dumplings." Fong Yan immediately opened the half-closed door wider. "Bring dumplings?"
"Who are you?"
Lin Yu saw Fongda sitting calmly on the sofa with a serious face. He smiled and said, "Uncle Fong, it's me, little Yu. My sister-in-law was worried you might not want to eat tonight, so she specially made your favorite dumplings." He looked confused and asked, "Uncle Fong, why don't you want to eat?" Fongda's face twitched as he said, "I have a toothache." Lin Yu came in and placed the dumplings in front of Fongda. He casually went to the kitchen to get chopsticks for him, then clumsily but quickly mashed some garlic and mixed a dipping sauce with the ratio that Fawning had just taught him. "Uncle Fong, try this. My sister-in-law specifically asked me to make it because she's worried you might not have a good appetite." He looked innocent and said, "A toothache really is terrible." Fongda felt comforted. Fong Ing was so caring and sensible, and she didn't tell outsiders about the family problems. As for Lin Yu, he had only met him a few times and exchanged greetings. Now he found him surprisingly cute. He already had chopsticks in his hand and was about to dip them into the sauce and hold it under his nose. Even with his temper, Fongda, seeing that he was just a kid and not an outsider, held back his anger. He took the chopsticks and tasted the dumplings. His eyes lit up immediately. They were really good. Too good. "Why didn't I notice before that my daughter has such cooking skills?" he said casually. Lin Yu chuckled foolishly. "How would I know about your family matters?" The Fong family had been quite peaceful before, with no scandals. Fongda imagined the answer himself. In the past, Tang Zhen cooked at home. She was protective of her 2 biological daughters and didn't let them get involved. She was good at pretending and wouldn't let her stepdaughter cook, to avoid a reputation for being mean. Wait, no. If Fong Ing had never cooked before, how could she have such good skills now? She must have secretly cooked many times behind the scenes. Only Tang Zhen and Fong Tian kept it from him and didn't tell him. As for the different taste, it was probably because Tang Zhen also helped cook, changing the flavor. Fongda was angry but ate quickly anyway. Fong Yan looked at the decreasing number of dumplings and couldn't help but say, "Dad, let me try some. I haven't had any of third sister's dumplings yet. Mom used to teach her cooking, but she always made excuses about homework and didn't learn." Fongda suddenly looked up and glared at her. "Shut up. Go do your homework." He didn't expect his youngest daughter to also change. She was bullying Fong Ing along with her own mother. If it had been before, he might have believed her. But after today, he didn't believe anything, especially after imagining it in his mind. Cooking lessons? Not learning? First time, and you do so well? A reincarnated master chef? He asked Lin Yu, "Did your sister-in-law make the dumpling filling alone? Or did your older sister make it?" Lin Yu replied clearly, "My sister-in-law set a rule today. From now on, my siblings and I will take turns cooking. Today, my sister-in-law and I are making the dumplings. She made the filling and the wrappers herself. I'm just responsible for lighting the fire and washing the dishes." Fongda nodded and looked, guessing he was right. He felt even more satisfied inside. They even set a rule for the Lin family. The other person seemed very obedient. Not bad, not bad. He had his style. Fong Yan is also a person who cares about face. After being yelled at in front of outsiders, she immediately turned around and went back to her room. Inside the room, Fong Tian was sitting on the bed, lost in thought. After Fong Ing left, Fongda didn't scold her. He just looked at her coldly and then stopped paying attention. He pulled Tang Zhen to the bedroom to confront her. She knew this man. Deep down, he was actually cold and emotionless, selfish and self-centered. He wouldn't waste any feelings on someone who was useless to him. She had been pretending to be a little cat or dog for over 10 years, carefully pleasing him. But if she made one mistake, he would immediately turn cold and forget all the good times they had. Her mother was right. This man has no heart. Don't really treat him like a father. But starting from childhood, pretending to have a good relationship with her real father and suddenly being disliked by him made her feel sad. "Big sister, that chubby girl brought Dad some dumplings. They smell so good. Can you go ask Dad for some? You talk better than I do," Fong Yan said, shaking Fong Tian. She is a foodie. She came back late and didn't know what happened at home, only feeling that the atmosphere was strange. Mother had closed the door and didn't come out. Father was sitting on the sofa, sulking, and her sister was in the room, silent. But she never expected that it was Tang Zhen and Fong Tian who made their father unhappy.
How could that be?
It had never happened before. Father treated Fong Tian better than his own biological daughter. Fong Tian impatiently said, "Eat.
Eat. Eat. All you know is eating. Aren't you afraid she might put poison in the dumplings? Fong Yan was startled and then laughed. How is that possible? With her guts, she dares to poison her own dad? Even if you dare, she wouldn't dare. Fong Tian immediately shot her a fierce look. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she said, "Do you know why Dad is angry?"
Why?
Fong Yan asked. Because Fong Ying dumped Lin Hong and secretly married his uncle Lin Ming yesterday. What's more annoying is that she even blamed me, saying I had something to do with Lin Hong. How could I have anything to do with him? She's just making excuses for her own betrayal, Fong Tian whispered. Oh, Lin Ming?
Là on est 5?
The one who is only a few years older than him? Isn't he pretty smart? So he's been blind all along? Fong Yan's reaction was somewhat indifferent. When Lin Ming went to join the army and left this place, she was only 8 years old and didn't remember him. She hadn't seen him since. She only heard his name mentioned by teachers sometimes. Lin Ming was a good student back then, often used by teachers as a comparison to criticize others. Fong Tian did remember Lin Ming, but only vaguely. She wasn't interested in boys at that time and was busy fighting with her sisters and vying for her stepfather's love at home. Now that she's older, she realizes these things aren't so important. What's really important is giving herself a second chance, marrying a useful man. But Lin Ming's family background is complicated. His biological mother is a troublemaker, his biological father doesn't care much, his stepmother is scheming, and the family has many burdens. She never considered him seriously. Of course, it didn't matter if she considered him. She never saw him anyway. Who cares if he's blind or not? The real issue is Fong Ying is married now and can't go to the Workers' and Peasants' University. Her spot is useless. Why not let her give it to you? Fong Tian suggested. Initially, the Workers' and Peasants' University didn't restrict students from getting married, but now the requirements are stricter. They must be unmarried. Fong Yan's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. She's 15, in her 3rd year of middle school, and doesn't like going to school. According to the normal path, she would have 3 more years of high school before facing choices about marriage, going to the countryside, working, or college. College is the best option, of course, but skipping 3 years of high school to go straight to college would be even better. I'll go talk to Dad, she said, standing up to rush out, but Fong Tian held her back. Dad's angry right now. Why don't you go talk to Fong Ying first? If she agrees and gives you the recommendation letter, Dad won't say anything, Fong Tian advised. In her memory, Fong Ying was still the honest, timid, easily bullied girl from the past 10 years. She always let them have their way. If Fong Yan asks her, she will probably give it. Once it's in Fong Yan's hands, it's practically in her own. Hurry up, the registration deadline is in a few days. If you miss it, it's useless, Fong Tian urged. Fong Yan immediately put on her coat and went downstairs. Oh, another impression she had of Lin Ming was that his family lived in the opposite alley, in the largest courtyard house. Dad, I'm going out to play. Fong Yan dashed downstairs like the wind. Fong Da shouted from behind, come back early. Don't stay out all night, or I'll break your legs. Got it. Fong Yanren was already downstairs. Fong Da felt helpless. His daughter was very stubborn and not afraid of him. She was spoiled by her mother. Lin Yu thought about her task and asked with a smile, where is Aunt Tang? And Sister Tian? Have they eaten? Let's call them to come out and eat together.
Fond de S face d'Arkend.
They've finished eating. No need to eat again. After saying that, he quickly ate the remaining dumplings. Feeling full and satisfied, he was a bit happy, but when he remembered that this bowl of dumplings was worth 10,000, no, probably 20,000, his teeth really hurt. What he didn't know was that over at Lin Yuanshan's place, one bowl of dumplings was worth 80,000. Otherwise, he would definitely be laughing so hard his stomach would hurt. Fong Ying and Lin Chi knocked on the door and entered the house. The inside was still messy. Lin Yuanshan's welfare apartment was only recently assigned a couple of years ago. As one of the chief engineers at a certain military factory, his rank was high enough to deserve a house. But Lin Yuanshan used to live in a big house,
So he asked his unit for a small apartment for ordinary staff, which kept complaints down. Now, a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment of about 50 square meters was even smaller than his previous main house with 3 rooms. Lin Yuanshan sat in the freshly tidied bedroom, lost in thought. His ears were filled with the kids' complaints and Li Meihua's nagging. He also felt a bit regretful. Was he too impulsive? Fang Ying knocked and entered. From his expression, she could tell the old man had snapped out of it. But it was too late, Dad. Stepmom, I brought you dumplings. Fang Ying said loudly. As a good daughter-in-law, she had to let the neighbors know a good aroma shouldn't hide in a dark alley. Have you eaten? Fang Ying looked around the cramped little room, very satisfied. 6 people living in a 2-room, 1-living-room apartment. Perfect. Li Meihua came out of the kitchen. She was about to cook when she saw the dumplings in Fang Ying's hand, and her eyes lit up. Your dad loves dumplings. I can't make them, so you'll have to come often to show respect to your dad. Is it just pretending to be filial? I'll make you pretend enough. All these are leftovers from my mom. Fang Ying looked at her in surprise. My dad loves dumplings, and you can't make them? Do you even care about him? Li Meihua. Lin Qi suddenly burst out laughing. From now on, he would only come here with his sister-in-law. Fang Ying placed the dumplings in front of Lin Yuanshan, pointed at Lin Qi to pick up chopsticks, and handed them to Lin Yuanshan. As for the dipping sauce, it wasn't her real father, so she wouldn't bother. She smiled sweetly. Dad, try my cooking. She looks very beautiful and tempting. Dip and eat. Lin Yuanshan. With such a forceful attitude, I even suspect she might have drugged him. And since they came from far away, the dumplings are cold now. Aren't they supposed to be hot? In this cold weather. But now Fang Ying and Lin Qi are both watching him, waiting for him to eat. Li Meihua also can't remember to heat them up. Does she really not care about him? He got distracted, took a bite of a dumpling, and then didn't mind the cold anymore. It's so delicious. He truly loves eating dumplings the most. Li Meihua's cooking skills. Better not mention it. She almost made him lose his habit of loving dumplings since childhood. He really wants Fang Ying to bring him dumplings often, but he's too shy to ask. Fang Ying and Lin Qi sit on either side of him. He's still thinking about whether to speak or not, feeling more conflicted as he eats. In the end, he finishes all the dumplings in the bowl. Li Meihua and the children nearby stare at him with envy. Even if the dumplings are cold, their aroma is 100 times better than what Li Meihua makes. After eating, Fang Ying personally pours him a cup of hot water. Lin Yuanshan relaxes, his expression softening from how he looked when she first entered. People can be so ungrateful. Dad, I remembered the passbook you gave me this afternoon. I opened it to check, and I wonder, did you take the wrong one? Fang Ying asked. She switches between you and Sir casually. When she's in a bad mood, she just says you. She slams the passbook onto the table. Lin Yuanshan's eyes are sharp. He quickly sees the final balance, more than 200 yuan. That can't be. He hurriedly checks the withdrawal date. His first suspicion is outsiders, not honest Li Meihua. But the last withdrawal date isn't today. It's from a year ago. He looks at Li Meihua in shock. Did you take the wrong one? Fang Ying answers for her. No, the account name is Su Qing, and every deposit and withdrawal is recorded. Currently, the passbook has no password. Anyone who gets it can withdraw or deposit money at the bank, and the bank doesn't require ID. Because there was no ID at the time. Later, they changed it to allow setting a password. To withdraw money, you need the password, not an ID. Or you can leave the password unset and need an ID to withdraw. Lin Yuanshan carefully examines the passbook. It is indeed the one from when Su Qing was still alive. The money was withdrawn over several years, some only a few hundred, others a few thousand. Li Meihua's face turns pale. She glares fiercely at Fang Ying, then pushes aside Lin Qi, pointing at the first expense on the passbook. This was when we got married, and you said you gave my family 3,000 yuan as a bride price. This was for buying a TV for the family, which cost 2,000. This is my mother saying she needs to see a doctor. She asked me to send 500 yuan back. Then a few days later, she asked for another 500. Later, your younger brother secretly wrote to me,
saying that our mother wanted to eat canned food but didn't have money to buy it, so I gave him 200 yuan. This is about Dania's wedding. You said to give 1,000 yuan, and also said to buy her some gifts. So I took another 1,000 yuan and bought her 6 quilts, a watch, and a bicycle ticket. This is about Erniu's wedding. You said to give 1,000 yuan. This is about my mother being ill. This is about your younger brother being sick. This is about your nephew's wedding. Li Meihua surprisingly remembers every expense clearly and matches everything perfectly. Lin Yuanshan's face improved a lot, and he nodded repeatedly. His memory was a bit blurry before, but over the past few years, everything matched up. Lin Qi tried to jump up several times, but was stopped by Fang Ying's foot. He wanted to speak, but Fang Ying stepped on his foot. She was strong and willing, so he winced in pain. After settling the last account, only 200 yuan was left, and everything was correct. Dad, no mistakes, right? Every expense matches, doesn't it? Fang Ying asked. Lin Yuanshan nodded. Yes, everything matches. Li Meihua also said the big items bought at home like the TV and radio, all the miscellaneous things, I left them for you. So the accounts are balanced. Balanced what? Fang Ying still didn't take her seriously and just looked at Lin Yuanshan. Her father-in-law was truly a science guy. He didn't have those complicated thoughts. When he said this, he sounded confident. I want you to be confident. Fang Ying also pointed to the first expense on the passbook and smiled. Dad, you spent your ex-wife's money to marry your new wife. Isn't that inappropriate? You spent your ex-wife's money to support your mother, father, brother, sister, nephew, and the children you had with your ex-wife. Your new wife's parents, brothers, and sisters. Isn't that inappropriate? Is it so easy to spend your ex-wife's money? All these expenses were paid with your ex-wife's money. What about the money you earned over these years? Did you never bring any home? Or did you hide it all? I didn't. Lin Yuanshan said with a pale face. Lin Yuanshan's face turned pale and then red again. He felt embarrassed. He had sensed something was wrong before, but he couldn't remember. Now he knew. Just hearing this, spending his ex-wife's money to marry a new wife. There's no such thing in the new society.
There's no little wife.
Li Meihua was also his legally married wife. But although the words are rough, the reasoning is sound. His family uses money. Li Meihua's family uses money, and it is indeed inappropriate for him to spend Su Qing's money. Even if no one minds, it wouldn't sound good if it got out. Moreover, Su Qing has a special status, and spending her money makes it hard to explain. And what about the money he earned? Dad, I heard you don't like to get IOUs when lending money, but usually the other person will proactively give one. If they don't, my mother-in-law will go to them and ask for one. So she probably has IOUs from all the times you lent money over the years. Your salary is fixed. When you compare it, you can see how much money you should have left over these years, and where it is now, Fang Ying said. Lin Yuanshan looked at Li Meihua in disbelief and loudly said, You went to ask for IOUs from them?
I didn't know that.
Li Meihua said, I didn't. Don't listen to her nonsense. Dad, look at her. She still won't admit it. She really loves to lie, Fang Ying said with a smile. How would a little kid like me know about this? Of course, I only heard about it. This isn't a secret at your workplace. Everyone says you act high and mighty, pretend to be generous when lending money face-to-face, but when you don't write IOUs, you turn hostile and make your wife block the door. And the debt must never exceed the due date, or else you'll be crying at the dinner table. Oh, and many of the loans you think haven't been repaid actually have been. If you don't believe me, go ask. Lin Yuanshan's face immediately looked worse than before. Are there men who are ashamed of their reputation? Almost none. Anyway, Lin Yuanshan is very proud, so he never actively asks those who owe him money. But when they don't repay for years, he just forgets about it. When he remembers, he gets a little angry. Especially if the other person is deliberately avoiding him and looks unhappy when they see him. He lent money to others, they didn't repay, but instead they give him the cold shoulder. That makes him even angrier. Fang Ying saw that he still couldn't accept it and explained clearly, Dad, it's not that they're avoiding you to avoid repaying,
but my mother-in-law's way of asking for money is too embarrassing, so they don't want to talk to you. Lin Yuanshan finally lost his temper. He suddenly grabbed his bowl and threw it at the ground, shouting at Li Meihua, "Is that true? Is it really true?" Li Meihua trembled like a leaf but shook her head firmly. "No, it's really not true." Fawning stood up, opened the door, and outside, a group of neighbors had already gathered to watch. Not only was the sound of the bowl smashing loud, but even when Fawning entered earlier, she hadn't closed the door properly. In this era, factory housing benefits are not known for their quality. The soundproofing is terrible. Fawning loudly asked everyone, "Has anyone borrowed money from my father-in-law? Did he already pay it back? Or did my mother-in-law come to collect it herself?" "Yes," someone immediately shouted from the hallway downstairs, and people pushed their way in. Lin Yuanshan saw that it was a former favorite apprentice of his who had become estranged because of a money-borrowing issue. They now only nod at each other and don't speak. The man looked at Lin Yuanshan with some excitement. "Master, 5 years ago my wife was sick. I borrowed 100 yuan from you, and we agreed to pay it back in 6 months. But my wife's illness didn't get better. She kept taking medicine, and my salary just covered her treatment. After 6 months, my wife's mother cried in front of her bed, and my wife was upset and went back to the hospital. The next day, I borrowed money from someone else to pay you back." Lin Yuanshan looked angry and shook his head stiffly.
I don't know about that.
"I never saw that money. I definitely didn't ask you for it." Fawning called out again, "Are there others who borrowed money from my father-in-law? Did everyone sign IOUs and pay them back on time?" "Yes. But not me, it was my brother. I also know someone from our workshop. I know another one. There are tens of thousands of workers in the factory. Not many people who borrowed money from Lin Yuanshan, and it's unlikely they all live in this building." But on the surface, Lin Yuanshan appeared generous, though secretly stingy, and this had spread throughout the factory. In his previous life, Fawning would hear about it soon enough. The only person who didn't know was Lin Yuanshan himself. He was a senior worker, one of the chief engineers, very skilled, with a high status. Besides this flaw, and the fact that he held both positions at once, everything else was fine, so people still gave him face. Now, what have they discovered? Fawning sighed deeply. "My father-in-law really is a good man. He's truly kind-hearted. The money he lent out, he never expected to get it back. He's never once asked the borrower for repayment, right?" Lin Yuanshan's apprentice immediately shook his head. "That's true, he never did. At first, they thought he was just pretending, maintaining appearances. But seeing his confused and overwhelmed expression now, they believed it. Their master really didn't know. You can go ask around. He really never asked anyone to pay back borrowed money. It's all my mother-in-law's secret schemes." Fawning asked Lin Yuanshan's apprentice, when she asked for money, did she say it was her own decision? Did my father-in-law not know? Or did he tell you not to tell him? Otherwise, he would definitely hit her. This incident was a big to the young apprentice because his wife was sick for another year afterward, costing a lot of money to recover. He remembers every word Li Meihua said. "Yes, she did say that. I can't let my master hit his wife, or let them argue. I didn't tell my master anything." In the factory dormitory, what is never lacking? Phones. Not every family has one, but in a building, at least one household does, so they can call for help anytime. Someone had already gone to call for help earlier. Soon, a few people who had previously borrowed money from Lin Yuanshan were called over. Everyone started talking at once. To protect his reputation, Lin Yuanshan desperately swore he truly didn't know anything and never asked for money from them. Fawning loudly said, "The truth is finally out. It's all my mother-in-law's fault. She has damaged my father-in-law's reputation." He really had a hard time. Tears finally fell from Lin Yuanshan's eyes. He was having a very tough time. The family building at the factory was more lively than ever since it was built. Everyone was crowded on the stairs. Inside, Lin Yuanshan was crying with his apprentice, holding each other's heads. The misunderstanding between them was cleared up, and they were both very excited. The apprentice was still a good apprentice. The master was still a good master. The only bad one was his wife, Li Meihua. Li Meihua had already run into another bedroom and locked herself inside, refusing to come out. Fang Ying was at the door, collecting receipts. Li Meihua couldn't repay the IOUs she owed to others. As a science and engineering man, Lin Yuanshan kept his documents and receipts very organized and often checked them. Missing 1 or 2 receipts, he wouldn't notice unless he was blind. So, Li Meihua cleverly said the IOUs were lost, and she gave receipts to the others, showing she had repaid them. Now Fang Ying was collecting these receipts and would reconcile accounts later. She made calls one by one, and soon, everyone who had borrowed money from Lin Yuanshan brought their receipts. Fang Ying counted the receipts in her hand and said to those around her, 68 receipts. My father-in-law is really a good man,
Right?
Are there others in the factory willing to lend so much money to so many people? Everyone was stunned, and it seemed there really was no one else like him. Although Lin Yuanshan has some flaws in his reputation and likes to act generous, he truly lends money when asked. So, people in urgent need of money come to him, which is much easier than going through layers of approval to get an advance from the factory. Actually, my father-in-law was very kind-hearted, with a warm heart that could earn him a good reputation. But my mother-in-law ruined that. Fang Ying lowered her head, wiping non-existent tears, and choked out, from now on, everyone shouldn't misunderstand him. He's really very wronged. Everyone nodded repeatedly. If Lin Yuanshan was really tricked by his wife, he must feel very unfair. For the first time in many years, everyone looked at Lin Yuanshan with great enthusiasm, praising him generously, which overwhelmed him. Lin Yuanshan looked at Fang Ying with red eyes. She is truly a good daughter-in-law. Giving her a house to live in is right. After the 3rd shift at the military factory, those working night shifts quickly left, and others also departed. Fang Ying sat beside Lin Yuanshan, looking sincere and open-hearted, and said, Dad, if I hadn't been straightforward today, I wouldn't have dared to tell you all these honest truths. You'd have been kept in the dark your whole life. So from now on, you must listen carefully when I speak harshly. Lin Yuanshan nodded. Yes, honest advice is often hard to hear but good to follow. Dad, where is your bookkeeping book? Bring it out so I can check. Over the years, who borrowed money from you and paid it back, and who still owes, you should know. Fang Ying continued. Lin Yuanshan immediately went to look through his luggage, which was packed in a separate box. Soon, he returned with a thick book with 1 or 2 IOUs tucked between the pages. Fang Ying took out a piece of paper, recorded the accounts, checked off the paid ones, and quickly calculated everything. Dad, over the years, you've lent out a total of 8,800 yuan, repaid 7,600 yuan, leaving 1,200 yuan unpaid, Fang Ying said.
Call your stepmother out for a check.
Where did all this money go? Oh, and add the remaining wages you took home. Since all expenses were paid by Su Qing, your wages shouldn't have been touched. Oh, and Lin Ming's allowances over the years. Should you send half of it back each month? Where is it now? Lin Ming might have inherited Lin Yuanshan's good qualities and sent his wages home. The half that wasn't sent back wasn't spent by him, but lent to others. Fang Ying suddenly felt sorry. Such a big man, how could he have no money in his pocket? She decided to send him some money later. Lin Yuanshan's expression turned unpleasant again, and he went to knock on the door. Li Meihua obviously wouldn't open. No matter how he threatened this time, she refused to open the door. Fang Ying signaled Lin Qi with a look. Lin Qi, this time, was clever. He immediately went over and kicked the door open. Li Meihua hid inside the quilt like a quail. Lin Qi grabbed her out, as if catching a quail. Lin Yuanshan immediately frowned. You can't behave like this. It's bad manners. After all, she's your stepmother and an elder. Lin Qi. He looked at Fang Ying with a grievance. Fang Ying said, Dad, compared to your biological father, of course he's closer to you. Lin Qi is just showing you he cares. He's already holding back. He knows she's the stepmother. If it were someone else, daring to make you misunderstood or gossip about you at work, he would have gone to fight already. Lin Yuanshan's expression softened at Lin Qi's look. Lin Qi's face turned red. No, he hadn't done that. Hadn't he heard others talk badly about his biological father? He had pretended not to hear. He wanted to explain, but Fonging kicked him gently. Mother-in-law, where did you hide your husband's and my husband's wages all these years? Fonging asked. Li Meihua had already thought of a way to respond. She was like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. What else could she do? She said, your father-in-law is my husband. If I take his wages, do you have a problem with that? It's none of your business. We can spend our money however we want. Before yesterday, your husband was still my son. From now on, he's still my son. He gives half his earnings to his parents and supports his younger siblings. Is there a problem with that? Whose son or daughter doesn't contribute their earnings before marriage? I've never heard of anyone taking it back. If you dare to take it, I'll go to Lin Ming's boss and complain. She was getting a bit restless. If Fonging caused trouble at her man's workplace, she would go there too, embarrassing herself. Fonging said, you're making a good point. Your husband's wages really have nothing to do with me. Everyone looked at her in surprise. So, she was giving in after causing this fuss? Fonging took out her passbook and held it up to Lin Yuanshan. Dad, you've earned every penny over the years, and I haven't taken a single cent. But your mother-in-law's money has been spent completely. You need to pay it back. Yes, I should. Lin Yuanshan immediately agreed. Li Meihua's eyes twitched. Fonging had already torn a piece of white paper and written an IOU. Dad, although repayment is right, I understand your difficulties. It's hard for you to find so much money right now. Think about those who chased us for debt before I became your stepmother. It's not easy. Lin Yuanshan's sharp gaze immediately shot at Li Meihua. Fonging continued, if you can't pay it all now, just pay it back slowly. Your current monthly salary is 260 yuan. I will go to collect 200 yuan for you each month, leaving you 60 yuan for your family's living expenses, okay? Not enough, so let my mother-in-law take out her hidden money to help cover the expenses. 200 a month, that's only 2,400 a year, and it takes 33 years to reach 80,000. You're already 50 this year. Lin Yuanshan's face darkened. Do you think I'll live to 83? Alright, he also thought that was a bit difficult. Dad, do you have something valuable to trade? Lin Yuanshan felt awkward again. As I said, I'm now penniless and empty-handed. Fonging said, no, you still have a house, right? Li Meihua's eyes widened instantly. What's the point? Not only the big one, but now even the small one isn't safe? Even Lin Qi looked at Fonging with fear. So harsh. So ruthless. Lin Yuanshan's expression looked a bit unhappy. Fonging quickly comforted him. Dad, you've misunderstood. This house belongs to the company. You only have the right to live there, not the right to sell. If I can't sell it, how can I buy it? Besides, even if there are 1,000 houses, I only sleep in one bed. I have a big house now that I don't live in, so I wouldn't fight over this with you. Lin Yuanshan's expression softened a bit. Compared to the old house, this one was nothing. Dad, haven't you realized? I'm doing this for your good, Fonging said, trembling with her passbook. Lin Qi got goosebumps all over. Here we go again. Dad, this is a passbook. Every expense is recorded by the bank. If no one checks, it's fine. But once someone does, it'll be hard to explain. How will you explain then? Honestly? That you spent Su Qing's money to support your parents, children, and a little wife? Fonging said emotionally. Lin Yuanshan's heart was completely panicked. Yes, how do I explain that? I've thought about it all afternoon. How about this? Fonging suggested. We need to prepare for an investigation in advance. Then you can say the passbook was originally left by Su Qing for the children. You had to spend some, but you still have it. Earlier, because the children were young and couldn't manage so much money, you and Lin Ming agreed that once he was settled, the money would be paid back. But unexpectedly, you overspent and can't pay it back.
Dad, don't look at me like that.
This can't be fixed. Every record on the passbook is clear. Nothing can be said. Lin Yuanshan sighed. Indeed, this was all his own fault. And Li Meihua's. Was he a fool? Of course, he knew not every record would match perfectly. Although you cannot pay now, you need to show a stance. It's not for me, but to show those above. Let them see your firm decision to clearly distance yourself from Su Qing. If you can't pay with your savings, use your salary. If your salary isn't enough, use your house. Just write a note saying that if someday this house can be bought or sold, you will give it to Lin Ming to settle the debt, say 50,000 yuan. Currently, real estate can't be traded easily, especially government-subsidized housing, which can only be lived in, not sold. But private houses, like a 60-square-meter one sold for 50,000 yuan, are not too low. To outsiders, she definitely has no intention of tricking anyone. Dad, I really don't want this house of yours. I can even write a note for you, so you can stay here forever. And I will settle the 50,000 yuan debt for you. I can just take your 30,000 yuan annual salary and that's enough. No need more. Lin Yuanshan's expression relaxed completely. This kid is always thinking of him. Just writing a note that's hard to fulfill, pretending to go along with the plan, but she's really going to settle the account. How can she be so good? Another good thing about being a science and engineering guy is that he's straightforward. He immediately said, "Let's write the note. Don't worry, Dad won't take advantage of you. Dad not only has a salary, but also gets a good bonus every year. At least 1,000, sometimes 2,000. I'll give you all these year-end bonuses in the future." Fa Ming smiled. "Dad, let's include that in the note. Time is forever, and the condition includes but is not limited to all bonuses, okay?" Lin Yuanshan's face twitched. But thinking about everything Fa Ming had done for him, saving his reputation twice, he agreed impulsively. Fa Ming was even happier. She knew that Lin Yuanshan would solve a world problem years later and be rewarded with 5 million. Fa Ming didn't care about the 5 million, but making Li Meihua lose 500,000 made her happy. Li Meihua was about to cry now. Fa Ming glanced at her and said, "Dad, I'm not trying to sow discord. I really feel sorry for you. You've been so good to her, even giving her a big gift for her nephew's wedding. Yet she makes it hard for you to face colleagues. I won't say more. I'm just a junior, and it's not appropriate for me to say these. You know what's right. Don't keep trusting the wrong person." Li Meihua almost wanted to eat her. Isn't this called sowing discord? The IOU is written, and Fa Ming quickly got up and left. "Dad, I know you probably have a lot to say to my stepmother. I won't delay you. I'll go quickly." "Oh, can I take one of your bikes? I can't just stay at home doing nothing, or else Lin Ming will have a hard time supporting the family alone." Li Meihua glared at her fiercely again. Who's being unreasonable? Can't she tell? And that bike belongs to her. Lin Yuanshan said, "Young people should be ambitious.
Take the bike.
Next month, I'll ask my unit for a bike ticket. When you get your salary, you can buy a new one."
Li Meihua.
Fa Ming smiled even more sweetly. How did I not realize before that this father-in-law was so easy to fool? Lin Q riding his bike, carrying Fa Ming back home. If Fa Ming hadn't desperately stopped him, he would have turned the bike into a whirlwind. Today was really exciting. He had never seen Li Meihua so embarrassed. And her reputation would never be restored. Just wait and see how she pretends afterward. The only thing she was unhappy about was that the 80,000 yuan had turned into 30,000 yuan and a broken house she couldn't get. Back home, Fa Ming reported her success to her two siblings, who were also confused. They thought that house was useless, and losing 50,000 yuan was a big loss. "I have inside information. The welfare house will eventually be sold on the market and can be bought and sold freely. It won't be just 50,000 anymore. Even 500,000 won't buy it," Fa Ming said. The house's location wasn't great, far from the city center, near a military factory, in a somewhat remote area. Naturally, the family compound was also in a less central place. But Fa Ming remembered that in her previous life, once that house was sold to a private person, it was soon demolished. The owner received a very good compensation agreement, choosing either money or a house of the same size inside the second ring road. They could also pay extra based on the number of people and buy another house in the same neighborhood inside the second ring. This was an internal property, not for sale to outsiders. Wealthy outsiders couldn't buy it. The location was unbeatable, with future prices over 150,000 yuan per square meter. The three siblings looked at her foolishly. Their sister-in-law was bragging again. Was that broken house really worth 500,000? Who was she fooling? But the agreement was signed, and they would get back 30,000 yuan. They could also go monthly to collect their father's salary. Just thinking about it made them happy. They had no hope of getting their money back before, thinking they'd only get 200 or 300 yuan after making a fuss. Now it was 200 yuan every month. They were so happy. As for that broken house, their sister-in-law was happy, so that was enough. Oh, by the way, after you left today, Fong Yan came looking for you. Lin Xiaodao, but I asked her about it, and she wouldn't tell me. She even wanted to go into your room. Luckily, I just bought a lock and locked it. She got angry and left. Fong Yan, Fonging, your smile is faded. Some people are foolish, but their foolishness is both annoying and funny, like Lin Chi. He's just a fool, used by others as but he has a bottom line. At least he wouldn't hurt anyone. When others give him a gun to go kill, he wouldn't do it. He might just kick down a door. But Fong Yan is different. When she's foolish, she has no brains at all, and dares to do anything. Only hateful. In her past life, her father and older brother's deaths were definitely connected to her.
Sister-in-law.
Lin Xiaodao called softly. Fawning snapped back to herself, realizing she might have been too angry and scared them. A person's presence and aura are not related to their looks. It's an invisible thing that everyone can see. As a former world. Well, never mind. A hero doesn't need to boast about past bravery. Fong smiled. Right now, her pockets are empty. All she has are IOUs. What's there to brag about the past? She should work hard to earn money, reach the top again, and surpass herself. Go to sleep. Tomorrow is a new day. Tomorrow, I need to go to my dad's place to persuade his colleagues, and in the afternoon, I'll look for a job. Daki, if you don't want to go to school tomorrow, don't go. Clean up the backyard properly, pull out the weeds, loosen the soil, to prepare for planting cucumbers. Xiaoer, you should go to school. These last few months of student life will be memories someday. Don't stress yourself. Soon you'll have a job, so get along well with others and enjoy your youth. Xiaoyu, study hard. Your sister-in-law will definitely help you get into university in the future. Fong Ying started planning for tomorrow. Lin Qi glared again. Why can sister go to school to enjoy youth and memories, but he has to stay home and farm? Isn't his youth also youth? Doesn't he need memories? Has he gone forgetful? Fong Ying looked at him and said, if you want to go to school, then. No, I don't want to. Lin Qi interrupted quickly. Tomorrow, the backyard will be completely weeded. Xiaoyu stood up and smiled. Sister-in-law, I remember you said you'd write me a recommendation letter. He thought it would always be based on recommendations. Yeah, who can predict the future without foresight? Fawning looked at him and smiled. The only condition is that you must always be the top of your grade, at least the top of your class. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I will carry on your legacy. Lin Yu said. Fong Ying. She looked at Lin Xiao, who shyly smiled. Calling her Xiaoa was so cheesy, but just hearing it felt so close. Everyone had left, so Fong Ying quietly went to the backyard to get a shovel and a water bucket, then entered her space. The first thing she did was smell the durian. Can't eat it, but just smelling it is fine, right? It smells so good. Lin Qi actually said it smelled like garbage, which was just unfair. After smelling for a while, she became even more tempted. Wanting is what drives people forward. Fawning thought of something, then went out of her space to knock on Lin Qi's door. When Lin Qi opened the door, he covered his nose. What's that smell? Sister-in-law, you're like this every day. Alright, since fat people eat a lot and go to the bathroom often, I can understand. Lend me your slingshot. No. Give it to me. Fong Ying said. Lin Qi's sleepiness disappeared instantly. Sister-in-law, are you going to break someone's window?
I'll go.
I'm good at hitting. You wouldn't use a slingshot. I'll hit your forehead. Don't go breaking other people's windows anymore, understand? And if I find out once, I'll hit you once. Fong Ying huffed angrily. This silly guy had broken her windows many times in his past life. It added up to dozens of yuan. Of course, the next day, she broke his windows too. He broke one of hers, she broke two of his. Later, neither of them had any windows left, so they just put up plastic sheets. They couldn't afford it anymore. Clearly, I was asking for something. Why are you so fierce? Lin Chi, feeling wronged, took out his favorite slingshot. This was made by my big brother himself, all with good steel. I heard it's from him. Before he finished, Fong Ying snatched the slingshot away. Yes, the one that broke her windows in her past life. Now that it was in her hands, she would cherish it, because her little uncle made it. Actually, she should change her words now, but she couldn't quite do it yet. The Fong sisters didn't know Lin Ming very well, except her. She often saw Lin Ming at school and on the way home after school. He even helped chase away classmates who bullied her. She had a good impression of him and always smiled sweetly whenever she saw him. Once, the school assigned an essay titled My Dream. She was too scared to write it. At that time, she was only in elementary school. Her stepmother's heart was dark, but she couldn't see it. She even thought she had a wonderful stepmother. She was just a silly, innocent girl, dreaming of endless money and tickets, endless delicious food, and endless beautiful clothes. She wasn't stupid. She knew she couldn't write that. On the way home from school, she asked Lin Ming about his dream. He said he wanted to be a police officer. She smiled and called him Uncle Police. From now on, every time she saw him, she would give a sweet smile and then say Police Uncle. Later, when classmates heard this, they kept asking why. She explained that she was tired of explaining, so she just called him Little Uncle from then on. He always responded with a smile. Eventually, she and Lin Hong, with their family's approval, started dating, and Lin Ming became half a real uncle. When she saw him again, she would call him Little Uncle even louder and more confidently. But he got angry instead, looking at her with a serious gaze. In her past life, Fong Ying didn't think much about it. She didn't have the chance to think. She doesn't remember how they registered their marriage. She woke up in the morning and he was gone. 6 months later, he was simply gone. What was she thinking? In this life, recalling yesterday's passionate kisses and hearing little girl, little cutie, little baby one after another. She felt all hot inside. She rushed out and pounded on Lin Chi's door. Is it over now? What does he want this time? Lin Chi, sleepy-eyed, opened the door. I'm not looking for you. I'm looking for Lin Yu, Fong Ying said. Lin Chi shook the sleeping Lin Yu awake and took him to the door. Fong Ying was a bit envious of their good sleep. They almost fall asleep as soon as they rest their heads, without worries. Lin Yu opened his eyes, still very confused. Fong Ying asked, Do you know your older brother's address? I want to write him a letter. Oh, Lin Yu gave an address.
How do you know that?
Lin Chi asked curiously. He didn't know either. Fong Ying had already left. Lin Yu was fully awake now. Yes, only he knew his older brother's address. Neither second brother nor older sister knew. How did his wife find out? It couldn't be told by someone else. If so, she might as well just tell her the address directly.
So,
his wife really knows him very well. Fong Ying returned to her space, using the light inside to start writing a letter to Lin Ming. It was already dark outside, but inside the space, it was still bright as daytime. There was also a sun in the sky, looking just like the sun outside Earth. But it was definitely not the same one. When she entered earlier, the sun was directly south, so maybe south. Anyway, she used the thatched hut as a reference, and now the sun had only moved a little. Fong Ying unfolded the letter paper, full of words she wanted to write, but didn't know how to start. After tossing and turning for a long time, she finally wrote, I am coming to take back the house in your name. Dad and stepmom have moved away with their children. From now on, Dad will give me 200 yuan a month, which will be our four's maintenance fee. I will go directly to his workplace to collect it. She couldn't write the truth because their letters would be checked. My father said he's not old enough to retire yet.
Now that you've started a family with a wife and children to support, just send me your salary in the future. She gave him what she could, but he also had to send money home. After finishing her letter and tidying up, Fanging planned to mail it tomorrow. Then she took her slingshot to shoot durians. Thanks to her past experience with Bingqi, she was very good at using a slingshot. She couldn't hit flies 10 meters away, but she could hit a large durian from that distance perfectly. With 3 quick shots, she finally knocked one down. She cheered happily, ran over, and joyfully carried it back to enjoy. Such a delicious treat. People who can't smell its fragrance are really unfortunate. They miss out on life's joys. Fanging ate the entire 10-pound durian before starting to tidy up the space. There was still a cinnamon tree and a Sichuan pepper tree that looked half dead and needed watering. Then she weeded and cleared the 10-acre valley to plant crops. Plants watered with well water from her space tasted the best. She was no longer used to eating outside food. It was hard to go from luxury to simplicity. She worked hard in her space all night for this. Only when she heard Lin Xiao getting up to wash did she realize it was already dawn outside. She looked up at the sky in her space. The sun had just passed the halfway point. She was a bit worried. Since the day-night cycle was different from Earth, she wondered if the plants could adapt. If they didn't bloom or bear fruit, her efforts would be in vain, and she'd only be able to eat small greens like bok choy or mustard greens. But worrying now was pointless. She'd see once she bought seeds and planted them. She tidied up and left her space. She quietly peeked outside the door. Lin Xiao was already back in her room, and the yard was empty. Quickly, she grabbed her bucket and shovel and headed to the backyard. On the way, she bumped into Lin Qi. He looked at Fanging with an expression that was hard to describe, staring at her shovel and bucket.
Oh.
He shook his head. When I saw the bucket was gone, I guessed it was you. Will this bucket still be usable? Fanging felt extremely embarrassed. But she had a firm rule. She would never take items from her space outside. If you're looking at the scenery from the bridge, the person upstairs might be watching you. You glance around and think no one is nearby, but hundreds of meters away, someone could be using binoculars to spy or secretly record you. She has experienced many such things before. As a former omitted, she has several paparazzi constantly watching her. Then, she sells the news to various organizations, including trash tabloids and criminal groups. Be careful and cautious. Today, she plans to buy a bucket. But first, she needs to get the money. Yesterday, she spent over 500 yuan she scraped together from her biological father and stepmother. Her stepfather won't get paid for another half-month, so she can't wait. It seems she needs to change her habit of spending money recklessly. Fanging didn't explain and just put down the water bucket and shovel before leaving. Today's breakfast should be prepared by Lin Xiao and Lin Qi. Lin Qi isn't aware of this yet, and since he has gone to work in the backyard, Lin Xiao doesn't need him. She quickly made millet porridge and boiled eggs. Fortunately, they bought rice and vegetables yesterday, or they would be hungry today. Fanging only ate 2 eggs and drank a bowl of clear soup. Lin Xiao looked a bit nervous. Worried she didn't cook well? Weight loss, Fanging said. Lin Xiao felt relieved. After breakfast, since it was still early, Fanging asked Lin Xiao to help wrap candies. Yesterday, they bought wedding candies, plain ones without any packaging, lacking a sense of ceremony. Fanging was unhappy. But individual small gift boxes for celebration couldn't be bought easily. So, she bought 30 pure silk red handkerchiefs. Bright red, embroidered with various auspicious symbols, like happiness on the brow, phoenixes among peonies, and abundance year after year. The most expensive handkerchiefs in the department store, costing 2 yuan each. When Lin Xiao bought the handkerchiefs yesterday, she tried to stop her, saying she should buy just 1 or 2, not all of them. Too extravagant. Now, she saw Fanging using them to wrap candies for giving away, and she felt even more distressed.
You don't understand, right?
Matters of face must not be sloppy, Fanging said. My dad is very proud. I married suddenly without telling him. Not even a wedding. He's probably furious. Yesterday, it was because of my scheming stepmother that I didn't get scolded. If I don't restore his face today,
He'll have to fix mine. Lin Xiao didn't speak. She mimicked Fang Ying's actions, wrapping a few candies in a small handkerchief, then tying them into a small bundle that could be carried easily. Surprisingly, it looked quite cute. But wrapping candies in just a handkerchief wasn't enough. There was no wedding meaning. So, Fang Ying bought some stiffer red paper yesterday and was now cutting out small red double happiness characters to wrap with the candies. After wrapping the candies, there was also cigarettes. That was easy. Just cut out small double happiness characters and stick them on the cigarette boxes. The cigarettes are all bought at 1 yuan per pack, not the most expensive, but enough. Two things together give a slight sense of ceremony. Finally, Fang Ying pinned a red bride flower on her chest. She carried her things and left happily. She was watching the time carefully, so after leaving the alley and waiting a few minutes, she saw Fang De coming out of the community. Fang De thought she was going to the Lin family to find her and hesitated whether it was appropriate to go now. But then he saw Fang Ying. His eyes lit up instantly. Honestly, if he hadn't carefully looked at Fang Ying yesterday, he might not recognize her now. Her wine-red doll-style coat perfectly covered her imperfections, her tall boots looked cool and stylish, and her hairstyle was cute and playful. Most importantly, her smile made people feel happy, and it made her small face look pretty and adorable. Fang De walked over and nodded with satisfaction. If only she were a little thinner. Fang Ying. Dad, don't talk to outsiders like that. Of course, Fang De said with a sidelong glance. If she were someone else's daughter, I'd be praising her to the sky. Fang Ying. Show some mercy. No grudges or enemies, and you're sending her to the afterlife. The father and daughter paused for 2 seconds, and then both burst out laughing.
Spit, spit.
Fang De said again. What's the big deal about going to the afterlife on a happy day? That's unlucky. Fang Ying quickly spat twice and said, I lost. Fang De secretly praised her, but she didn't respond with a lucky phrase, so she lost a trick. Actually, Fang De was very pleased inside. When had he realized his daughter was so cute? Giving her 10,000 yuan in flowers didn't seem so painful anymore. He hadn't slept all night yesterday. Fang Ying didn't mention how he argued with Tang Jin yesterday. Bringing it up now would be another loss, just adding trouble for herself. What could he argue about?
Divorce? Impossible.
At least not now. Did you buy candy? Fang De looked at the bag in her hand. This bag was also bought yesterday at the department store, costing 20 yuan. It wasn't very pretty, but it was presentable now. Fang Ying showed him the candies and cigarettes inside, and Fang De was completely reassured. He carried her to the workplace. As for how his daughter wanted to explain things to his colleagues, he had originally planned to rehearse some lines with her, but now he didn't want it anymore. Fang De works in the Commerce Department, a high-end office on Chang'an Avenue. But he's currently in a small, routine department, import and export. His 10 years in import and export trade have been very few. Everyone is getting along well inside, and everyone is trying hard to go outside, not to stand out. In a few years, things will be different. After years of effort, Fang De finally got a small advantage, and now the remaining ones are in charge. He was very proud at the time, laughing secretly in bed for days. Her older brother was so scared, he secretly came to complain, worried their father would become like Fan Jin. Later, Fang De's pride didn't last long. He was manipulated by Fang Yan's partner and almost went to jail. He didn't end up in jail but was fired instead. For Fang De, being fired was almost as bad as jail. Now he's like Fan Jin, he's not crazy, but he's depressed. Fang Ying sighed unconsciously, holding Fang De's clothes and leaning on his back. Frightened, Fang De almost rode his bike onto the curb. Are you nervous? No need. They're all nice uncles and older men. Some of them even held you when you were little. Fang De looked down at her chubby, fair little hands and suddenly remembered how adorable Fang Ying was as a child. He often brought her to his workplace then. Back then, his position was low, so he couldn't do much in socializing with the ladies, but he was good at making friends with his daughter. He always used Fang Ying's face to win favor. Later, for some reason, Fang Ying stopped coming to his workplace. No matter how much he called, she wouldn't come. He was inexplicably angry again. Now, he knew it must be related to Tang Zhen. Fang Ying didn't realize that her sigh had made Tang Zhen suspicious. Otherwise, she would have sighed more. She snapped back to reality, looked at a passing car, and casually said, "I'm not nervous, just worried about Dad. You've worked so hard all these years, and you're almost 50. When can you get a small car to sit in? She also benefits from it. She's so vain, didn't wear thermal pants inside? Her legs are numb from the cold." Fang De was touched and felt energized enough to pedal harder. "It depends on you, girl. If you speak nicely today, Dad's transfer might happen soon," he said spontaneously. He didn't know why he dared to speak openly about his feelings to this daughter, who he didn't talk to much before. Unlike with Fang Tian, where they only exchanged superficial talk. "Also, I'm 45 this year, remember, 45. Just over 40. Still far from 50. Fang De said. He cared about his age even more than women did. When he was young, he often exaggerated his age, saying he was almost 30 at 24, worried he wouldn't get promoted. But now he just rounded up. Still worried he wouldn't get promoted. Fang Ying laughed loudly, then said, "Dad, there's something I don't know, if I should say." Fang De pedaled his bicycle a bit slower and said, "Go ahead. As the saying goes, it's better to be a big fish in a small pond than a small fish in a big pond. You've been in this department for over 10 years. If you try to move on and start fresh elsewhere, can you lower yourself and be humble or compete with the young ones? Or do you have the backing of your family to compete with your peers?" Fang De slowed down even more and didn't speak. He was quite shocked inside. Fang Ying had guessed his thoughts perfectly. Over the past few years, he had a few chances to leave this cold department, but at critical moments, he hesitated. The reason was clear. Compared to the young, he could try to be tougher. But he didn't have a father to rely on. His father was an old farmer from a poor family with a long history of poverty and very proper roots. He had come this far entirely on his own, without help from his father or any godfather. There were only a few popular departments, with fierce competition inside. If he went in, he'd just be a junior, with no hope of rising. But now he wasn't sure if staying was the right choice. He hesitated and said, "But if I stay here, Dad, I'll never get a small car to sit in during my lifetime. You don't know, our department boss is in his prime, 2 years younger than me. I can't outlast him. He retired early, and he can't take over his position. Dad, you're blinded by the situation. You want to leave, but he doesn't want to leave, does he? He wants to stay even more than you do. When he leaves, you'll be the most senior person in your department." Fang Ying said. This was the true story from his past life. Just 2 more years, and he would leave. That can't be true. You don't know, I heard he studied international trade abroad, a relevant major, and he volunteered to join our department. He said he loved this line of work and wanted to stay here forever. Fang De said. Of course, the last part was his own understanding. Fang Ying just chuckled. Men's words, you believe them? Do people like you ever tell the truth? Fang De parked his bike by the roadside, his expression changing for a few minutes, then suddenly said, "It's not people like you, but people like us." He had stayed up half the night reviewing everything. Reviewing these years, reviewing yesterday's events, and then realizing his daughter could really act. Look at her now, chattering away, even better at talking than he was. Thinking back to the past, she was like a chatterbox with a sawtooth mouth. Now, it doesn't look like she's acting. She was really acting back then. She even fooled him. "Dad, you're going to be late." "Hurry up," Fang Ying said with a smile. Fang De pedaled his bike faster, finally sure of the direction of his efforts. Now, on Chang'an Street, various high-end departments had not strict security, and since they were his own people's daughters, they came to deliver sweets and left after. The guards easily let them in. Before entering Fang De's department area, in the large courtyard, Fang Ying started calling out. "Hello, Uncle Wang."
Hello, Uncle Ali.
"Hello, Uncle Sun." She wouldn't forget anyone's surname. Then she introduced herself briefly and handed each person a packet of sweets. Everyone accepted with some confusion. smiled, exchanged a few words, then left. Only very emotionally unaware people would refuse face-to-face. These people clearly weren't. Some people Fongda only recognized by face, not knowing their surnames. And they weren't very familiar, since they weren't from the same department. But Fonging wouldn't forget. Of course, these are all people who will often appear on TV. Even if her memory isn't great, she wouldn't get their names wrong. Another hello, Uncle Lee, and another packet of sweets was gone. When they left, Fongda quickly pulled Fonging away. Who do you know? None of them are Dad's colleagues. We might run out of sweets later. We saw them in the school newspaper, Fonging said. More friends, more connections. I've already introduced you to them, so you need to maintain good relations. Got it, Fongda nodded, very serious and not at all dismissive. He had brought Fonging to the workplace to make a good impression. That was the point. He hoped he could use his daughter's charm to open doors in every office, get familiar with everyone, and build a big network of contacts. But unfortunately, his daughter had given up for over 10 years. Who knew she'd be so cooperative today? Had she been practicing her skills all these years?
How?
By reading newspapers? Finally reaching Fongda's territory, both father and daughter relaxed more. Fongda took her directly to meet the boss, showing proper manners. When Fonging saw Wang Jun, she smiled even sweeter. This was someone who would soon be a TV star. Hello, Uncle Wang, I'm Littling, she said sweetly, handing over a packet of sweets. My second daughter just got married and insisted on coming to my workplace to personally deliver sweets to all the uncles and aunts, Fongda explained nearby. In the office, a woman around 50, working in the finance department, was counting expenses. After hearing Fonging's introduction, she looked at her several times. When she learned she was Fongda's second daughter, she exclaimed in surprise, Littling, the girl from when we were kids? How come? As a child, Fonging was truly beautiful, more beautiful than the girl in the paintings. Although she looks quite nice now, she is somewhat disappointing compared to expectations. The woman feels a bit awkward and doesn't continue speaking. Fonging already smiles sweetly at her, pulls her skirt, and bows politely, then adds, You look so lucky now. Aunt's son, I didn't expect you still remember me. I'm so happy. The originally awkward woman suddenly smiles warmly and happily, saying, You still remember me? Did you tell her before you came in? She asks Fongda. Fongda looks confused and surprised, saying, No, really, I haven't had the chance. His expression shows he is at a loss. Sun Ping has known him for 20 years, so she knows his expression is genuine. Uncle's son, I remember once when I was little, you gave me a piece of candy. I almost spit it out and made you cry, Fonging says. Sun Ping laughs and says, So you hold a grudge?
Who said that?
If you hadn't taken a picture of me back then, I might not be alive now, Fonging replies. She smiles sweetly and says, I was young and didn't know how to thank you. Now that I am grown up, I will visit you often. Don't mind me being a little annoying sometimes. Her expressions are so natural and sincere that Sun Ping immediately feels genuine warmth and says, Auntie will remember. If you don't come to see me, I'll be upset. Fonging happily hands her a box of candies. Sun Ping then remembers what Fongda just said and notices the flowers on Fonging's chest, exclaiming, Are you married? When did that happen? Goodness, Fong. You've kept this a secret, afraid everyone will come to your wedding? Fonging glares at Fongda with a look of displeasure. Fongda remains expressionless, not expecting this, and looks back at her. Dad, at this point, are you still hiding things from them? If you don't tell, I will. I won't take the blame for them, Fonging says. Wang Jun, who has been quietly watching, brightens his eyes at this gossip. Fongda stays silent, not sure how to respond. Good kid, what's going on? Sun Ping asks, holding Fonging's hand. Since she first saw Fonging, she liked her very much, imagining she could have a daughter as cute and beautiful as her. Later, she almost choked Fonging once, and after that, Fonging rarely came here. Her fondness was put aside. Now seeing Fonging again, she notices she hasn't held a grudge. Although she's gained weight, she's still adorable. She has fallen for her again. Fanging puffs her cheeks and says, Annie, did you hear about my relationship with Lin Hong? Sun Ping nods. Lin Hong's grandfather and father are not ordinary people. Years ago, Lin Hong's parents personally went to propose marriage. Such things are naturally worth showing off among common folks. Fanging then said, actually, we broke up a long time ago. Lin Hong fell in love with my stepsister Fang Tian. They know it's not good to do this, so they didn't let my dad tell anyone. Fang De immediately said, stop talking about this.
This really shouldn't be said.
How can he save face? Lin Hong's actions show he is casually picking Fang De's daughter, not taking him seriously. Anyone would think so. Sun Ping, who is older than Fang De and about to retire, always sees herself as the eldest sister. She immediately got angry and asked Fang De, when did you become so patient? Let them do whatever they want on your head. If they don't let you speak, you won't say anything? Are you willing to ruin Xiaoying's reputation? Fang De's face turned red. Fang Ying's eyes also looked a little red. She shook Sun Ping's hand and said, Auntie, don't blame my dad. He had no choice. Stepfathers are hard to deal with. He's risking his reputation to keep this quiet? Then my stepsister's reputation is gone. He says a girl's reputation is more precious than anything. For that, he's willing to suffer quietly, so what if he's silent? Wang Jun and Sun Ping looked up at Fang De, realizing they had misunderstood before. Could this person really be as noble as his name suggests? Fang De thought to himself, wow, he's impressive. He had worked so hard for 20 years and never managed to build such an image. Then why do you want to say it now? Wang Jun, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Fang De's heart tightened.
Fang Ying shyly smiled at Wang Yun, nervously twisting her fingers.
My dad can endure, but I can't. Why should Lin Hong be allowed to have 2 relationships at once? Officially dating me, but secretly with my stepsister? Am I worth less than my stepsister? Yes, that's exactly it. Remembering Lin Hong's grandfather, Sun Ping stopped herself. But my dad is pressuring me and won't let me say anything. Later, I suddenly decided to act first and report later. I got married, and my partner isn't Lin Hong. So, the relationship naturally ended, Fang Ying said. She couldn't say that Lin Hong was involved with her stepsister, while she was with Lin Hong's uncle. They were just normal lovers who married.
No.
What kind of people are this family? Such chaos. So, she had to tell the truth. Fang Ying's hands trembled more, and her face was flushed with heat. Her voice was nervous and trembling. I want to find someone to marry, but I have to keep Lin Hong below me in everything. The young girl's honest words made her feelings clearer. I looked for months, but couldn't find the right one. Then, the day before yesterday, I saw Lin Ming. I heard he was on a business trip in Jin City, had a day off, and went home to visit his younger siblings. After visiting, he left quickly. I didn't think much, bought a bottle of ergotu, took a few sips, and then blocked him in an alley. I begged him to marry me, and he agreed. He said it very quickly. And it was true. Fang Ying looked expectantly, waiting for the verdict. Sun Ping was stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly burst out laughing. You're really impressive. So brave. Lin Ming, the one who always outshines Lin Hong. Is he his uncle? Just as Wang Jun was about to take a sip of tea to calm his nerves, he spat it out. He wasn't from Jing City and had been there for a year. He didn't know much about the Lin family, which was neither high nor low. But Sun Ping knew because her son was classmates and good friends with Lin Ming. She knew Lin Ming well. He used to come to her house to play when they were kids. Fang Ying forced a smile. Sun Ping was so happy she couldn't stop smiling. This marriage is perfect. I was worried Lin Ming wouldn't find a good partner, but now I can relax. Fang Ying looked nervously at Fang De, clutching his sleeve and trembling a little. Dad, Aunt's son says it's good for me to marry Lin Ming. Please don't be mad at me, don't always think about the stepsister, and ignore me. Her eyes were red, and her voice trembled. There was endless grievance in her words. Sun Ping's eyes also reddened. Wang Jun looked at her with disapproval. Fang De's eyes also turned red. All right, Silly girl, if I really didn't care about you, would I only think about good things for you? Do you know how angry your sister would be for this? He glanced at the bracelet on her wrist. Let's move on to the next topic. Fong raised her hand, revealing only the bracelet on her wrist. Her other wrist was wrapped in a red handkerchief, hidden from view. At the same time, she showed two very flashy items. Anyone inexperienced would immediately know they are valuable. Even if now they are only worth 5,000 or 6,000, for ordinary people, that's 15 or 20 years' salary. A pair of them is a lifetime's earnings. Do you think they are valuable? Fong carefully touched the bracelet, showing it to the two of them. This bracelet was left by my mother before she passed away. It said she saved Lin Ming's mother back then, and Lin Ming's mother gave it to her. My mom said she wanted to leave it for us sisters as a dowry. Traditionally, there should be order between elders and juniors, and it should have been my eldest sisters. However, yesterday, when Dad found out I married Lin Ming, he decided to give him to me, saying that they are destined to be together and that it's only right to return him to his original owner. My sister was very angry and made me write an IOU. She then showed the IOU to both of them. Seeing this, they were surprised. Those sisters are serious. It makes sense. Brothers and sisters should settle accounts honestly. If it's something cheap, it's fine, but with such an expensive bracelet, it can't be split in half. One side must compensate the other. But I have a good dad. Fong hugged Fongda's arm and leaned her head on his shoulder. Dad said he would pay for me, but he doesn't have money himself. He said he would learn from my father-in-law and pay back with his salary, sending my eldest sister 200 yuan each month. It would take a few years to pay it all off. Sun Ping and Wang Jun looked at Fongda with admiration. That's real love for his daughter. It's not about favoritism. Both of them knew that although the bracelet was nice, it wasn't worth 10,000 yuan. Yet, he was willing to compensate the older sister that much. He's truly a good father. He's also good to his stepdaughter. Fongda felt pleased, patting Fong Ying's hand. After raising her for 18 years, finally he saw the reward. What's going on with your father-in-law? Sun Ping loved gossip and was very good at noticing details. She asked, does he also need to pay back with his salary? I heard his family is quite wealthy. Look at Lin Yuanshan, a technician at a military factory completely unrelated to trade. Everyone heard he has money. That's why Fong Ying mentioned him on purpose, to help him find a way to make up for it. My father-in-law isn't easy either. He's endured so much over the years. Just moved house. And then got tricked by my mother-in-law, almost doing something thankless. Did he ask me to help him collect 200 yuan salary each month, plus all bonuses. If Wang Jun weren't sitting across from her today, she wouldn't have spoken so openly. She might have said that Lin Yuanshan was paying alimony instead. But in front of Wang Jun, she couldn't. She had to leave a good, honest impression. She can be clever and have small tricks, but she can't lie and deceive him. Besides, with his status, he might just check the bank records at home and find out everything. Hiding things is just foolish. After saying all this, Wang Jun already had a bit of an impression of Fong Ying. Her gaze was less unfamiliar and distant. Wow, this young girl's family, her in-laws, herself, and her partner's marriage details. He knew everything. All right, let's not waste the leader's time. Let's go out, Fongda said. If they kept talking, today would turn into Lin Yuanshan's public apology event. It was clearly his. Fong Ying smiled shyly. Look at me, I talk too much. She then gave a sweet smile to Wang Jun and Sun Ping and followed Fongda out. They went to another office to to distribute wedding candies. Soon, Fongda's image as a caring father was established. As long as someone is a good dad or a very filial son, they immediately seem like a good person. When Fongda returned to his own office, he was smiling so much his face looked crooked. His eyes on Fong Ying showed how satisfied he was. But Chinese parents are very good at criticizing their children, worried she might become arrogant or proud. Today you spoke a bit too much. You could have waited until next time to introduce your father-in-law, Fongda said. I was afraid the rumors would get twisted if I waited, Fong Ying replied. Plus, it might also help Uncle Wang pay more attention to you. My father-in-law is quite capable. He's really good at technology, especially in weapon research and imitation. His connections? With Lin Yuanshan's social skills, he hasn't built many over the years. But Lin Yuanshan has a good cousin, Lin Hong's grandfather, who holds a pretty important position. Fong De now has some family ties. And about Fong Tian and Lin Hong, your explanation was good but a bit self-defeating, Fong De said. He was really embarrassing himself. I haven't decided whether to let the two of them get together, Fong De added. He didn't know that Fong Ying had already spread the news about Lin Hong and Fong Tian yesterday. Dad, they're really riding on your back and making trouble. Are you really, Rin? Do you really want to keep it a secret from them? Fong Ying asked in surprise. No. Fong De shot her a look, then paused before saying, it's because Lin Hong's character is so corrupt. He won't go far in the future. He's just a waste. Fong Tian should find someone more beneficial for our family. Fong Ying immediately rolled her eyes at him. Fong De looked a bit embarrassed. There's nothing to be ashamed of. How did those families and clans originally get established? By marrying into powerful families, layer after layer, adding weight to their status. Stop, I'm not ashamed. I understand, Fong Ying said. Really, I understand. She was no longer a girl only interested in love. She never was. Fong De was relieved to see she had no resentment. He suddenly became a bit afraid of offending his daughter because she seemed to be more cunning than him. Just look at the bracelet on her wrist and the IOU she already stuffed into his pocket. Oh, and the house belonging to the Lin Yuanshan family, along with Lin Yuanshan's monthly salary of 200 and a lifetime of bonuses. Thinking about it, his daughter really takes it easy on her own father. Dad, the matter between Fong Tian and Lin Hong must be settled. Fong Ying said. Give me a reason, Fong De replied. First, the news is already spread, and Fong Tian can't find a better partner now. Second, this will make Lin Hong's family uncomfortable. You didn't choose Lin Hong, and actually Lin Hong's parents didn't choose Fong Tian either. If they truly liked Fong Tian and wanted her to be with Lin Hong, they would have come to discuss it with you long ago. But they kept delaying, and when you discussed my marriage with Lin Hong last week, they didn't say a word. Since they are so unhappy with Fong Tian, then let them marry her. Lin Hong's parents only have him as their son and are aiming high for him. Honestly, they didn't really like your biological daughter either. It was Lin Hong who liked my face and begged his parents to agree, working hard at home. But his parents never showed me a good face. Why didn't I go to Lin Hong's house? Because they didn't even look at me properly, treating me like their servant or a maid in their house. Fong De was already gasping heavily. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I thought. Never mind, I was just being stupid. There's no use saying this now, Fong Ying said. Actually, I suspect Lin Hong's parents are just using Fong Tian, deliberately creating opportunities for her to break up our marriage. Then you definitely wouldn't agree to Fong Tian marrying Lin Hong, and they would save face by covering everything up. This way, both sides are at fault, and they wouldn't have to bow to you. Now, if Fong Tian marries Lin Hong, it will crush their dreams and ruin their plans. Fong De immediately nodded fiercely. Marry. She must marry. If not, she won't be called Fong anymore. Actually, Fong Ying had one more thing she didn't say. In her past life, Fong Tian climbed high by stepping on Lin Hong, marrying a very powerful second-generation heir. She gave birth to a son for him, but he was reckless and died in a car accident. She appeared heartbroken, but secretly she was very happy. Not only could her son inherit all the family wealth, but it also cleared the way for her to climb higher in the future. Women who are charming, beautiful, and wealthy are never short of suitors, and even unfaithful women can find someone obsessed with them. Fong Tian also has a curse of bad luck in marriage, marrying one husband after another. In the end, she inherited her 3 husbands' wealth and became very rich. Then Fong Ying found a young, naive man to scam all her money. Fong Ying smiles, feeling that although she took revenge in her past life, she still feels unhappy. Fong Tian has enjoyed many good years, stepping on men's bones. In this life, she can only marry Lin Hong. Dad, are you rich? Give me some money, Fawning suddenly asks, holding out her hand. Fongda is surprised. I just gave you 500 yesterday. What did you do? Handkerchiefs, clothes, shoes, bags, and household items. You don't know how calculating my future mother-in-law is. When she left, she only left us 2 potatoes. Fongda takes out his wallet, feeling a bit sad, and pulls out 10 yuan. He is very stingy, especially when saving face like with the 500 yesterday. Now that Fawning has completed her tasks, he's thinking about stopping giving her money. Dad, I want to visit Aunt Sun the day after tomorrow. I can't go empty-handed, Fawning says. I heard her husband works for the railway ministry. Fongda immediately takes out another 10 yuan. He likes smoking and drinking tea. Buy 2 packs of cheap cigarettes and a little jasmine tea, nothing fancy, Fongda advises. Isn't that too cheap? Fawning asks. Cheap cigarettes and not even good tea? You don't know, her husband is very
honest.
He's afraid others will see him using good stuff. Don't give expensive gifts, he won't accept them, and he won't even let you in, Fongdo explains.
Got it.
Dad, you're amazing. You even know her husband's preferences. You've worked hard all these years, Fawning praises, showering him with compliments. Fongda feels comfortable and relaxed from her praise. When he realizes his wallet is empty, he's only left 30 yuan for himself. Fawning has already left the house, turned left, and gone to the department store to buy a bucket. She plans to buy a bucket, a shovel, various seeds, and some pots and pans to store in her space.
And
never mind, 30 yuan isn't enough. She needs to save some for emergencies. She can't spend all her money. Finally, she carries the bucket in one hand and the shovel in the other, heading home with 2 bowls and some seed packets inside the bucket. Lin Chi is impatient, sweeping leaves in the yard, ignoring Fong Yen who is lingering and refusing to leave. Suddenly, he hears noise and turns his head, seeing Fong Ying holding a bucket and shovel. His expression instantly becomes even more interesting. Fong Ying immediately felt very regretful. Well, these 2 items were bought for nothing and should be left outside. In the future, she would buy again when Lin Chi was not at home.
Take it to the backyard.
You can't do all the work alone. Everyone should help you, Fong Ying said. Lin Chi looked guilty instantly. Turns out, he misunderstood. His sister-in-law was actually caring for him. Third sister. Fong Yen bounced over happily. Where did you go? Why just now? She finally saw Fong Ying's current appearance and almost tripped. Who is this beautiful girl? Is she her third sister? That chubby girl? Impossible. Fong Ying looked at her and couldn't even fake a smile, nor did she want to. She looked at her expressionless. But Fong Yen didn't care at all. She was too lazy to bother with Fong Ying's feelings. Although she was a bit surprised, she still thought she was just a chubby girl. Third sister, your clothes are so pretty. Where did you buy them? I want to buy one too, she said. Made by a tailor, Fong Ying replied. She didn't want to cause trouble with Fong Yen now. She had no reason and couldn't explain to Fong Da. She couldn't be unreasonable. She needed to act like an adult, reasoned and calm, so she could gradually gain some influence. Which tailor? Can you get one for me too? Fong Yen asked. Ask your mom, Fong Ying said.
Fong Yen.
Why are you looking at me? Aren't all your clothes bought by your mom? She buys you so many, but she doesn't buy me one, Fong Ying said. Fong Yen immediately looked into the bucket, but there was nothing tasty, and she felt disappointed. She looked around again. The large yard of the Lin family. She had already looked for a long time and still wasn't satisfied. Third sister Fong Yen tugged Fong Ying's arm and pouted. Your new house is so big. I heard you live alone in the main room. Are you afraid at night? I want to live with you. She hated her room, which only had a bed, a wardrobe, and a narrow corridor. Thanks, I'm not afraid at all tonight. I'm used to sleeping alone, Fong Ying said. Then I'll sleep with sister Lin Xiao. She also wants to live in a big house. Fong Yen pouted. She had been taught well by Tang Jin. She knew how to act cute, when to tell the truth appropriately, and how to make herself look adorable. Fong Ying used to really like her innocent, naive, and clingy younger sister. Want to live in a big house? Fong Ying asked. Yes, yes. Fong Yen blinked cutely. Then, in the future, find a man who has a big house to marry, so you can live in your own big house instead of freeloading at others, Fong Ying said. Fong Yen finally realized she was acting strangely. Before the main topic even started, everyone was already pushing her away. Third sister, I am your real younger sister. What's wrong with staying in your house? It's not like I'll break anything, Fong Yen said. Fong Ying felt a bit cold, so she opened the main door and went inside. Seeing the large space and beautiful furniture in the main house of the Lin family, Fong Yen suddenly didn't want to leave. Third sister, I can use your pen without breaking it, but you never lend it to me. I just want to try it on. Fong Ying paused. She really shouldn't wear her clothes, or she might tear them. I want to wear your little white shoes, but I won't break them, and you never lend them to me, Fong Ying said. In this era, school activities always require wearing little white shoes. But Tangjin never thought of giving her a new pair. Only when her shoes squeezed her toes painfully would she suddenly realize. Then she would buy her a smaller size or half size smaller. And Fong Yan's feet are the same size as hers. They are in different grades, so their activities often don't happen at the same time, and she can't borrow her shoes. Fong Yan suddenly didn't dare to bring up the issue of moving in again, at least for now. She must have been upset after being dumped by Lin Hong, right? Definitely. Third sister. She was about to bring up the recommendation letter, but wasn't sure whether to do it now. Fong Ying asked, is there anything else? Remembering what her real sister said, if she didn't act now, she might miss the chance or be sold out by Fong Ying. Fong Yen still asked, sister, what about your recommendation letter for the Worker Peasant Army University? Did you sell it? Not yet, Fong Ying replied.
Why?
Do you want to buy it? Big sister, we are all real sisters. Why are you talking about money with me? Fong Ying waved her bracelet and said, it seems your real sister didn't tell you about this. Because of this bracelet, I had a serious argument with my real sister and owe her 10,000 yuan.
What?
How did it end up in your hand? Fong Yen exclaimed. Mom said it was mine. Fong Ying's eyes darkened and she smiled. Next time, she could report it to Dad if something happened. This is something my real mother left for me and my real sister. What does it have to do with you and your real sister? Fong Ying said. Fong Yen pouted and fiddled with her fingers. It's not even our family stuff. Besides, your mom is gone. This is Dad's thing. I have a right to it too. Her logic was unbeatable. Fong Ying smiled and said, then go talk to Dad. This bracelet is divided into 3 parts. Have him write you a IOU too. Hurry up. Watch Dad scold you to death. Fong Yen is very young, and she truly believes that this bracelet belongs to her. Her mother promised it to her since she was little. She plans to tell her father when she goes home. Why is it only given to that greedy pig? Fong Ying watched her sulk and forget what she was talking about. She had to remind her personally. You just mentioned the recommendation letter? Oh, right, the recommendation letter. Fong Yen said. Can you give me the letter? You don't need it anymore anyway. 2,000 yuan, Fong Ying replied. Fong Yen. Third sister. We are real sisters. Are you really asking me for money? Of course, not a single cent less. Since we're sisters, I gave you a discount. If it were outsiders, I would ask for 3,000, Fong Ying said. It's 1974 now, not 1964. People's lives are getting a little better. And her main clients are not ordinary people. 2,000 isn't much. 2,000 yuan can buy a university ID. After graduation, your salary will be 10 yuan more than others, and a promotion is worth it. But Fong Yen didn't want to spend a single penny. Persuasion didn't work, so she got angry and left. Fong Ying got up and went to the backyard. The yard was almost tidied up. Lin Chi, except for going to school, was good at everything else. He was clever and skillful. Big sister-in-law, when will you plant cucumbers? He asked again. Fong Ying, that I already bought the seeds, just need the plastic sheeting. I'll go get it now. Hurry up, Lin Chi said happily. Fang Ying left and rode her bicycle to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative in the capital city. The Supply and Marketing Cooperative is her usual term. This is not a store selling goods. It is the headquarters managing all the supply and marketing cooperatives. The headquarters assigns tasks to the local cooperatives: what to sell, how much to sell for, what to collect, and how much to charge. Over the past 10 years, it has gone through 3 reorganizations with the commercial sector. It was so chaotic she couldn't keep track, so she simply called it the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Her older brother Fang Shui works there. He is just a small office clerk now. But he is a 7th-rank official, which makes it easier for him to buy all kinds of things. Fang Ying arrived at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative and told the guard she was Fang Shui's sister. She was easily let in. Her brother is quite impressive, otherwise, they wouldn't be working together to become the richest people someday. Fang Ying couldn't remember exactly which department or office Fang Shui was in. It had been too long, and she only visited his workplace once in her previous life. But as soon as she entered the corridor, she heard Fang Shui talking and laughing with someone. He spoke in a calm tone, but the woman opposite him was laughing happily. Her older brother was emotionally intelligent and very handsome. Both siblings inherited good genes from their parents, improving upon them. Only Fang Yun was somewhat lacking, which might be one reason Fang Yun didn't like Fang Ying. "Big brother," Fang Ying softly called from the corridor.
Huh.
"I think I hear my second sister's voice." "No way, it sounds just like her." As she finished speaking, Fang Shui came out of an office. He paused when he saw Fang Ying. Her outfit was so stylish that anyone would be impressed, even to the point of writing a report. But the next second, Fang Shui exclaimed, "It really is my sister. Why are you here?"
And why do you look like that?
He laughed loudly and approached Fang Ying. Fang Ying rushed to him, hugging him and wanting to cry loudly. But thinking about the current environment, she held back her tears. Fang Shui noticed her trembling and immediately looked angry. "Did someone bully you?" Fang Ying shook her head vigorously, wiped her tears, and then smiled. "Nobody bullied me." Fang Shui saw her red eyes and didn't believe her. Without saying a word, he took her downstairs, turned a corner, and went to the company dormitory. He was just a small department clerk but had a single room, which was rare for a 15-square-meter space. He closed the door tightly and asked seriously, "Tell me what happened. Was Aunt Tang or Fang Tian and Xiaoyan involved? Don't hide anything, tell your big brother." Fang Yun could see that Tang Jinxin was mean, and Fang Shui could see it too. But he had hesitated before, unsure whether to tell Fang Ying. He saw her silly happiness and thought that knowing the truth might not make her happy. Ignorance might be the greatest happiness. But now, his silly sister had finally been bullied and cried. It must have been something very wrong that they did. Fang Ying smiled widely at him and said, "Big brother, I got married." Fang Shui, "When did that happen?" "I didn't know."
Oh.
"You really married Lin Hong? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Fang Shui was so anxious he almost stomped his feet. He never approved of his second sister and Lin Hong. He thought Lin Hong was too soft and lacked a manly look. His second sister was already pretty, and marrying someone so soft would make family life chaotic. But seeing how much Fang Ying liked that guy, he hesitated and didn't want to say anything. "I thought they still had 4 years left. Maybe one day everything would collapse without him saying a word. Now it's too late?" "Big brother, don't worry. I didn't marry Lin Hong, I married Lin Ming," Fang Ying said with a smile. Fang Shui was stunned. He and Lin Ming are classmates. Of course he knows Lin Ming, and they're very close, always together during school. But because Lin Ming joined the army, they've had less contact these past few years. If it were Lin Ming, he would be 100 times better than Lin Hong. "What's going on? You two got married? When did that happen? What about Lin Hong? Won't he be furious?"
Ha ha ha.
Fang Shui couldn't help but laugh, hands on his hips. Fang Ying also laughed and then told him everything in detail. Of course, she didn't need to tell him about teasing Lin Ming that night, but Fang Shui couldn't smile anymore. "What did you say? Fang Tian and Lin Hong are together?" "Yes, and I've already convinced our dad to let them get married."
They must get married, Fong Ying replied. Fong De's expression changed after a while. Without her explanation, he could guess what was happening. Lin Hong's parents probably don't like Fong Tian. Otherwise, they wouldn't let her stay close to Lin Hong without clarity. They also don't like Fong Ying, or they wouldn't let Lin Hong be with Fong Tian. Since they dislike Fong Tian, they are forcing them to marry her. You did very well, Fong Shui said, looking at his calm and smiling sister. Suddenly, he asked, did you do anything else? I also took this bracelet from Tangzhen, Fong Ying showed him. Fong Shui's eyes lit up, and he praised her. Good job, Fong Ying. But I also wrote a IOU for 10,000 yuan to my eldest sister. Fong Shui. But I asked Dad to pay me back, and he agreed. Fong Shui. Well done. I also kicked out my in-laws, Fong Ying said. Fong Shui. But my father-in-law still has to thank me, Fong Ying added. Fong Shui. I also exposed my mother-in-law's true nature, and my father-in-law still has to thank me, Fong Ying said. Fong Shui. My father-in-law will give me 80,000 yuan, Fong Ying said. Fong Shui. Slow down, I don't understand what you're saying. After Fong Ying finished explaining everything that happened these days, Fong Shui sat on the bed for a long time without responding. He was really overwhelmed. Suddenly, he turned to Fong Ying and asked, Are you still my silly little sister? Fong Ying forced a smile. Big brother, you used to call me your clever little sister, your good second sister, silly little treasure.
Stop.
Fong Shui gently rubbed his arms and firmly refused, saying, Change your tone. I didn't say it so disgustingly. Ha ha ha. Fong Ying burst into laughter. Fong Shui also laughed along, genuinely very happy. It turned out that his younger sister wasn't at all silly. He could finally relax. Fong Ying finished laughing and sighed, trying to comfort herself. Big brother, you and my older sister aren't stupid. We follow Dad, and we're very clever. I heard Mom is even smarter than Dad. How could I be truly foolish? It's just pretending to be naive. I acted so convincingly that I even fooled myself. When she mentioned their late mother, Fong Shui fell silent. Among the siblings, only he had some memory of their mother and knew what maternal love was. Their eldest sister also experienced 3 years of maternal love and had faint memories. Only the second sister had lost their mother before turning 1 year old, so she had no memories at all. Whenever he thought of her, he felt especially pained. He also remembered his mother's words, to protect his 2 sisters well. He patted Fong Ying's shoulder and said, Now that you've realized this, I feel at ease.
Don't dwell on the past.
Let's look forward and live well. Yes. Fong Ying nodded firmly. This lifetime, she was determined to make her big brother live a long and happy life, starting with planting a large greenhouse, growing good things for big brother to eat, to strengthen his body. She never directly gave others what she grew in her space. She was reluctant and also worried about unexpected accidents, like giving someone a cure-all in one go. When she ran a restaurant, she only used seasonings from her space and diluted well water to water the plants. Big brother, I want to build a large greenhouse. The backyard of the Lin family is big enough, and I need plastic sheeting. Can you help me get it? Fong Ying asked. I'll pay you. Fong Shui immediately got angry. Do you think I'm your sister just to ask for money? People's hearts are biased. He liked both sisters, but he preferred the second sister more. There was no way around it. This younger sister was naive, completely lacking in cleverness, always getting bullied, but she was also gentle, caring, and considerate towards him. When he was sick with a fever as a child, she would stay by his bedside, serving tea and water, refusing to leave. No matter what time he opened his eyes at night, she would be there, nervously watching him with wide eyes. When he asked why she didn't go to sleep, she said she was afraid that if she closed her eyes, he would die like their mother. And what about Fong Yun? When she knew he had a cold or fever, she would just say, oh, when she was young. As she grew older, she learned to pretend to care, bringing water and medicine, but then she would forget everything and move on. Who is sincere and who is fake? It's obvious at a glance.
No wonder he favors some over others. Fanging said, Big brother, stop pretending to be tough. You probably only have less than 50 cents in your pocket. If I don't give you money, you'll have to borrow some. That's not good. I'm not broke. No, I really am broke. My pocket used to be cleaner than yours. This is the money I just got from Dad. She took out 20 yuan and handed it to Fang Shui. Fang Shui looked a bit embarrassed. His second sister wasn't stupid. She knew he had no money. Is this really from Dad? He asked. If it was from Fang De, then spending it wouldn't be a problem. You know whether I have pocket money or not. This month, my father-in-law hasn't received his salary yet, so he can't give me any, Fanging replied. Fang Shui took the money and said, You can receive your father-in-law's salary, but you shouldn't spend it. If you do, keep track of your expenses. Only spend with the approval of the Lin siblings, or else they might hold it against you later. It's better not to cause trouble between you and Lin Ming. Fanging smiled. Every word was thinking of her. I know. That's why I plan to find another job. I can't just stay at home doing nothing, Fanging said. Fang Shui frowned slightly. Let me think about it. He wanted to help his sister find a job, but jobs were hard to find right now. In 1974, young people could start returning to the city. Not officially, but their ties to the village were still there. People could stay at home for a long time. They could take extended sick leave or leave for long personal reasons. If they couldn't get leave, they should stay in the village and make the best of it. So, there were actually many idle people in the city, and jobs were very hard to find. But Fang Shui thought he could give it a try. No, I'll do it myself. You saw it too. I'm not stupid anymore. I've grown up. This time, I'll show you how capable I am, Fanging said. Fang Shui immediately smiled. All right, then find one yourself. Of course, he also had to keep an eye on her at the same time. Remember about the plastic sheeting. It's urgent. I want to grow something before the new year. Either for ourselves or to sell secretly, she whispered. She dared to tell her big brother everything, not afraid he'd scold her for speculating or trading. When it came to speculation and trading, her brother was an expert. He had been selling ice pops, comic books, and homework since he was a child. Fang Shui's eyes lit up. I didn't realize earlier. You can farm? If you grow vegetables in a greenhouse, you'll definitely sell well during the new year. Leave it all to me. Whatever you grow, I'll sell it for you. Qingying smiled and said, I don't know, but the Lin siblings do. They plant in the summer. As long as I secure the greenhouse properly, they can grow inside just like in summer, right? That's something I don't understand either. I'll ask someone to find out for you, Fang Shui replied. Actually, Qingying knew a lot. In her previous life, she personally operated the farm and was an expert after decades of experience. But now, she couldn't say anything. All right, go ahead. I'll wait for your good news. I'm leaving now, Qingying said. Fang Shui personally saw her off to the gate. When he saw the familiar bicycle belonging to the Lin family, he finally believed everything she said. How can she be so capable? He really couldn't do what she described, chasing someone out and still thanking her. Qingying rode her bike, and the few coins in her pocket clinked as she moved. Oh no, she had spent them all again. The day after tomorrow, she planned to visit Sun Ping's house, so she needed to earn some money to buy a small gift. She pedaled onto the national road, heading toward the outskirts of the city. To make money, she still had to do her usual work. Qingying followed the national road to the future South Third Ring Road. The second ring road isn't built yet, so she waited for the third. But once the national road was finished, trucks would frequently pass by. There were few cars, but many trucks transporting goods between the north and south. These trucks belonged to factories or dedicated transport companies. She pedaled for another 10 minutes and found the place she was looking for. A row of roadside restaurants, similar to highway service areas. Modern-style truck stops, mostly state-owned or collective. She got off her bike and observed from a distance. There were 3 restaurants within, the middle one being the biggest. It looked like an official state-run restaurant, with a smell of fried food drifting out. That's when she remembered she hadn't eaten lunch yet. She'd been chatting with her brother all afternoon. The signs of the two smaller restaurants on either side were less prominent, and they didn't look like official state-run places. Official state restaurants are managed by the commercial sector. There are also restaurants run by communes or large organizations, which are not state-owned but collective. The southern one sold buns, dumplings, and sesame cakes. Business was the best there, with the most customers coming and going. Out here, buns are the most affordable. The northern restaurant she looked at for a long time, but she didn't know what they sold. She didn't smell any aroma or see anyone inside. If the door hadn't been open and the sign reading Dongxing Restaurant hanging outside, she would have thought it was just a display. Perfect, that's the one. Fong Ing went straight to Dongxing Restaurant. When she entered, she found it was indeed quiet and empty. The two large rooms, each about the size of a classroom, had over 30 tables, but not a single customer was there. For waiters or cooks sat together playing poker. An old man in his 50s sat at the counter, frowning and cursing. "I told you, no playing during work hours. Do you even look like you're working?" A chubby woman said, "Working? No customers. Why would we work? I serve ghosts? I won."
Haha.
After saying that, she pointed her finger and hit each of the other three with a small object. Fong Ing pushed the door open, bringing in a cold breeze. Everyone looked at her. Their eyes, which had been somewhat bright, instantly dimmed when they saw her. "Did I come to the wrong place?" the woman casually asked. Their usual customers are drivers, male drivers. They've never served anyone other than drivers, since this place is in a remote area with no nearby shops or villages. There are female drivers too, but very few, and they wouldn't dress as beautifully as Fong Ing. "I want to eat," Fong Ing said. Everyone looked at her silently. "Isn't this a restaurant? Or do you not serve female customers?" Fong Ing asked. "Actually, they don't." Everyone put down their poker cards. A bald man in his 30s asked Fong Ing, "What do you want to eat? Is there a menu?" Fong Ing asked. The man pointed outside. "Those two places have menus." Fong Ing thought, just based on that, it's a miracle this place isn't closed. "No menu, so do you have food?" "Just pick something special," Fong Ing said. "No," the man replied. Fong Ing looked at him. The old man in his 50s suddenly came out and slapped the bald man's head. "If you can't speak properly, just shut up." He smiled at Fong Ing. What he means is, "We don't have signature dishes. And no rice, only noodles." Fong Ing thought, "You're not very good at talking either." "Then I'll have a bowl of fried sauce noodles," she said. The old man shook his head. "We don't have meat." Fong Ing thought, if there's no meat, why open a restaurant? "Is this a halal restaurant?" she asked. The old man awkwardly didn't answer and asked the others, "What does the kitchen still have?" Fong Ing. What's even more surprising is that the four of them seriously thought for a moment. The chubby woman said, "We haven't bought groceries in a long time. We only have a few potatoes, some cabbage, and eggs." Among the four playing poker, there was also a pair of 20-something twin brothers. One said, "We still have 20 jin of flour." The other added, 800 jin of coal. The old man took charge and asked Fong Ing, "Do you want plain noodles with cabbage or with eggs?" Fong Ing sat down silently, curious, and asked, "How long has this restaurant been open?" The old man counted on his fingers and said, 8 months. Fong Ing asked, "How did you manage to keep going for 8 months?" The others looked uncomfortable. Her question touched a sore spot. "Eat or leave without eating," said the chubby woman. Although she had a good impression of Fong Ing earlier, it was rare to meet someone with a similar build.
Who was she teasing?
Fong Ing held back her frustration. This was how waiters were now. "I'll have 1 bowl of each, cabbage noodles and egg noodles." "I want to taste the chef skill," she said. A bald man in his 30s stood up, walking toward the kitchen, and said, "I'm not the chef." Fong Ing thought he was being modest. If he wasn't the chef, could he still hold the cooking spoon? This was a proper job, and many skilled people competed for it. But when the 2 bowls of noodles arrived, she could tell right away. This person was genuine. The so-called cabbage noodles were just plain boiled noodles with cabbage. The egg noodles were boiled noodles topped with a fried egg. The egg was cooked well, neither burnt nor runny, but she forgot to add salt. The man finished the noodles and came out from the kitchen. The 5 of them, 20 eyes, stared intently at Fanging. Seeing she hadn't touched her food, a woman asked, "Why aren't you eating?" Fanging replied, "I figured it out. You're running a shady place?" It became famous, and now everyone knows, so no one comes? The 5 of them froze, then all rolled their eyes at her. The 20-something twin sisters rolled their eyes, then suddenly burst out laughing, growing more exaggerated, almost falling off their chairs. Fanging chuckled softly and took a few bites from each bowl. She was still not giving up. Maybe this was a master chef. Despite the odd appearance, the taste might be extraordinary. She had met people like this before in her previous life, and then she had convinced them to come home as the shop's treasure. But it turned out she was overthinking. Fanging put down her chopsticks and asked the old man, who looked like the manager, "Uncle, have you ever thought about changing the head chef?" The chef himself said, "I'm the 8th one." Fanging frowned. Something was definitely off. The old man gave up resisting and, seeing her curiosity, sat down and said, "It's because of some bad people causing trouble." He looked outside and said, "That restaurant to the south is also run by the commune. Our 2 communes have had some conflicts before. They deliberately pick on us, ruin our reputation, and don't even allow us to sell anything other than noodles. They even scared away the first 7 chefs so they wouldn't come back." The bald man said, "I'm the strongest fighter. When about 10 of them tried to fight me, they gave up." Fanging. She felt like the other side thought they didn't need to fight anymore. "Stop talking," the woman said to Fanging. 2 bowls of noodles, 3 cents. Pay up." Fanging patted her pocket, which just had 3 cents left. But she didn't want to pay at all. She smiled at a few people and said, "Sorry, I don't have any money."
What?
The old man shouted louder than the woman, "You dare to eat and run without paying?" Fanging wasn't afraid of the old man. If he was really powerful, he wouldn't let the restaurant be bullied and closed down. If you only sell noodles, then just sell noodles. He's your father. When they fight your people, you should find more people to fight back. But they only found one person who could fight. What a joke. Fanging asked, "Don't worry. I owe you 3 cents now, but soon I'll earn $30 to pay you back."
How about that?
10 pairs of eyes stared at her again. Fanging asked, "That restaurant only lets us sell noodles? What if we sell other things? Who are you calling we?" Her thick skin explained why she dared to eat and run. But honestly, it sounded pretty close to the truth. The old man said, "They will come over immediately, flip the tables, and take the customers away. They'll let people eat for free at their place and even ruin our food supplies." Fanging. Rough but effective. "Since they beat up our chefs, can't we fight back?" she asked again. The old man hesitated and said, "Their chef's son is a policeman, and there are 3 of them." Fanging. Fierce. Awesome. She smiled sweetly at the old man and said, "Sir, I'm a military wife. My husband is in the army." Everyone was stunned. Then they all rolled their eyes at her. "Don't worry, I don't hit women," the bald man said. Outside, there was the sound of trucks parking. This place was like a service area, with a large open space at the entrance for parking. Now there were no sausages or instant noodles, and since the drivers had high-paying jobs and their meals were reimbursed, they ate at the scheduled times. "Don't delay the meal, or we'll lose money." Fanging stood up and directed everyone. "Hey, you, carry the stove outside. Bring out the pot. I want to cook outside. Hey, you, move the table outside and put the cutting board on top. Hey, you, go fetch some water and put it outside. Hey, you, take all the ingredients and seasonings and put them on the table." Everyone looked at her as if she were a crazy person. Forget about freeloading. Now she wants to take over their restaurant too? Fanging rolled up her sleeves and said, "What are you looking at? I'm going to make noodles outside. If I sell 1 bowl for 3 cents, I'll pay back your debt. Don't you want your money? Just making noodles? Well, if you're smart, you do what's best." The old man hesitated and said, "You want to use our ingredients to make noodles and sell them to pay your debt? You're quite good at counting." Fanging chuckled, "Old man, don't react so quickly, okay?" She didn't give him a chance to speak and asked the bald man, "Brother, what's your name?" "Chi Chong," the bald man replied. Fong Ying then looked at the two handsome young men. The one on the left said Fengzhua. The one on the right said Feng Yu. Fong Ying. Her parents really know how to keep things simple. Then she looked at the plump older sister. The woman hesitated and said, "My name is Li Chui." "No, wait. Why are you asking our names when you're freeloading? What's your name?" "Hello everyone, my name is Fong Ying. My dad works in the commerce department, my brother works at the supply and marketing cooperative, my sister works at the newspaper, my husband is in the army, he's a captain now, and my grandfather works at a military factory. I'll be your chef." Now, they probably won't dare to fight us, right? Their eyes changed when they looked at her. Especially the old man, whose eyes were like searchlights. "You want to be our chef? Do you know how to cook?" With that status, she sounds like a rich girl. Can she cook noodles? Can she pick them up when they're cooked? "Chi Chong is definitely better," Fong Ying said, glancing at Chi Chong. Seeing his indifferent expression, it seemed he didn't mind her saying her cooking was better than his. No, he probably has no real cooking skills. "Everyone, let's get moving," Fong Ying said. Fengzhua and Feng Yu immediately moved. One went to carry the stove, the other to move the table and get the cutting board. Might as well do something. Playing poker every day is so boring. It's rare to find something fun. Li Chui slowly went to fetch potatoes and cabbage. Can I really trust her? But grabbing a few things isn't a big deal. If it really works out, she can keep playing poker here instead of going home and being scolded by her parents. A few things were quickly prepared according to Fong Ying's instructions. She directed everyone to place them on the open space at the door. People who don't usually eat here don't park their cars at this spot. Now, security isn't very good, so drivers have to leave someone to watch their cars after getting out, worried about theft. They can't stay far away or feel safe. They need to be close by. The area at their door is very bright. Fong Ying checked a pile of ingredients and found quite a bit of bean paste, which made her feel reassured. She washed her hands quickly and started making noodles, specifically hand-pulled noodles. Mixing the dough, kneading it, and pulling the noodles. Her movements were smooth and graceful, almost artistic. The final step was swinging the noodles like a performer doing tricks. This immediately caught the attention of a few drivers waiting for their cars and those just getting out of theirs. Wow, Dongxing Restaurant has a new chef again. This person is really professional, like a real chef. Yeah, but she's pretty young, and she's a chubby girl. Probably inherited the skill from her family, otherwise, she wouldn't be so plump. Must try her noodles. Forget it, don't start a fuss right after just one bite, or people will get upset. One driver said, plus, their buns aren't that great either. The chef from the southern restaurant is a former police officer's son, and his cooking is better than the bald chef's, but still not as good as a real master chef. After all, it's just a collective restaurant. The best are still the state-run restaurants, but they're too expensive and the food is slow to serve, wasting their time. The waiters look even more miserable than donkeys. Eating here feels like begging. That's because you don't know. Fucheng Restaurant has an agreement with Dongxing Restaurant. As long as they make noodles, they won't be disturbed, another driver said.
Come on, let's try it.
They all knew the local restaurants well. They often traveled this route. 3 or 5 people approached. Fong Ying's noodles were already boiling. When it comes to experience, the drivers are the best. One spoke up. Comrade, are you making Lanzhao pulled noodles? But I see clear broth and water. Where's the beef or lamb? Fong Ying smiled and said, you're very observant. You can tell right away. I'm using authentic Lanzhao hand-pulled noodle techniques, but we don't sell Lanzhao noodles. We sell zhajiang noodles. Today with egg sauce, tomorrow with meat sauce. Zhajiang noodles? That's good. With your skill in pulling noodles, I'll have a bowl to try, the driver said happily. Now, a bowl of plain noodles in the city costs about 8 cents or 1 dime. Fong Ying remembered the 2 bowls she just ate. Li Chui asked for 3 cents, probably more in big restaurants. She said, honestly, I'm an apprentice to a royal chef and my skills are top-notch. So I sell my noodles at a high price, 3 cents per bowl.
Hey.
Several drivers laughed. It was the first time I heard someone praise themselves like that. Do they have no shame? But Fong Ying's expression was serious and proud. She seemed confident. 3 cents is just 3 cents. Who can't afford that? Let me try your cooking skills, apprentice chef. If it's not good, don't blame me for damaging your master's reputation. What's your master's name? The man asked. You wouldn't know even if I told you, Fong Ying replied. That was a bit rude, and the man looked about to get angry, but Fong Ying added, just remember my name, Chef Little Fong.
Hey.
The man suddenly looked amused and helpless. The others chuckled happily. They'd never seen such a shameless young girl before. Big brothers, please wait inside. The food will be ready soon. She didn't stop her work while speaking. She had already prepared the sauce, beaten the eggs, and chopped the green onions and garlic. As soon as they sat inside, they smelled a rich aroma drifting in from outside. The egg sauce was ready, and it smelled very delicious. Fong Ying had previously used a lot of special spices from her space, just a little Sichuan pepper and cinnamon, and the flavor was very different. Her cooking skills were excellent, and as she added eggs and chopped green onions into the pan, the air filled with a wonderful smell. Soon, some people from neighboring restaurants came out to see where the smell was coming from. Seeing it was from Dongxing restaurant, they stopped and waited to watch the show, expecting to see when the FQ restaurant's people would come out and cause trouble. The staff of FQ restaurant reacted quickly. 2 burly men immediately stepped forward. Feng Zhua and Feng Yu stood on Fong Ying's left and right sides, shouting in unison, What are you doing? Feng Zhua said, Come try it if you dare. Feng Yu added, You can't beat us. The 2 men stopped instantly, their eyes showing fear.
Oh.
Fong Ying looked at the 2 young men with new respect. It seemed they could fight too.
Nice.
She told the 2 from FQ restaurant, No need to come over. I only make noodles. Let me introduce myself. I'm Little Fong, a military wife. The 2 men froze but didn't leave. They just watched Fong Ying. She quickly finished making the egg sauce, then scooped out a few bowls of noodles. 1 bowl was topped with a spoonful of sauce, which used up all her sauce. To keep the flavor perfect, she couldn't cook too much sauce at once. Inside, the drivers couldn't wait any longer. As soon as she finished, they rushed over to serve themselves bowls. Many state-run restaurants now follow similar rules. Customers go to the window to pick up their food, and after eating, they must return their bowls and chopsticks, almost like they need to wash their own dishes.
Wow.
This is so delicious, a man exclaimed, then started chatting excitedly. Soon, some people around began to salivate. They didn't need anyone to tell them. They could smell the aroma clearly. And judging by how they ate, it was obvious the food was tasty. There's not much noodles left. I can make 5 more bowls. Who wants one? It's 3 cents per bowl, Fong Ying said. While cleaning the pot and cracking eggs, she added, My cooking skills as Chef Xiao Fong are usually only for the big bosses inside the restaurant. 3 yuan a bowl. Now, it's just 3 cents, such a good deal for you all. People who thought it was expensive at first quickly changed their minds and asked questions. Where did you work before? What do you mean by big bosses? Can't you guess? It's obviously something like that. Someone curiously asked Fong Ying, Did you get into trouble? Did you upset the boss? Fong Ying, are you all going to eat or not? If not, we'll just handle it internally. Our staff haven't eaten yet either, Fong Ying called out. The wok was already sizzling with Sichuan peppercorns again. The peppercorns from the space had a strange, alluring aroma. Immediately, someone said, 3 cents a bowl?
Give me 1.
No, I want 2 bowls. Another one for me. The first person who finished eating the noodles was still hungry. Now, everyone was generally quite generous when it came to good food. One person turned to the nearby drivers and said, Everyone come try it. It's really delicious. No meat, but it tastes like there's meat. How do you make it? He looked at Fong Ying and her pot with surprise. Fong Ying smiled proudly. Why do you think I dare to call myself Chef Xiaofong? Do you think I'm just bragging? Isn't that true? But thinking about how incredibly delicious the egg noodles were just now, he started to believe it a little. In the end, 2 more bowls of noodles were ordered. It's only late autumn now, and it's not cold outside even if you wear a bit more. Fong Ying told Feng Zhua and Feng Yu, Bring out 2 tables and set them outside. Don't bring too many. Just 2 are enough. She was worried that if they brought out all the tables, the place would look empty and business would seem slow. Now, with some people standing around the stall waiting and eating, it looked lively and busy. Another pot of eggs and sauce was ready, making 5 more bowls of noodles. She started kneading and stretching the dough again. Many people gathered around to ask and watch. The driver's mealtime is different from that of regular workers. They usually go to familiar, favorite restaurants to eat, and their timing may vary. This small service area is not usually considered by many people. First, it's too close to the city of Beijing. Many people just leave the city and don't want to stop for a meal. Mostly, only passing travelers from outside stop here. Second, these 3 restaurants are not very good. One's food is bad, another's face looks unfriendly, and the third is both unappetizing and unfriendly. But what's happening now? Why are so many people gathered there? What's that delicious smell? Suddenly, a white thing flies overhead. People in the area love watching lively scenes. Curious folks drive their cars onto the highway, heading to the widest entrance of Dongxing Restaurant. As they get closer, the smell becomes stronger, and the people coming down can't help but stop and stare. All morning and into the early afternoon, Fong Ying was busy, kneading dough, stretching it, pulling noodles, and frying sauce. 20 pounds of flour was used up quickly, and they ran out of eggs. Everyone could eat now, and the bowls were large, so they made only 40 bowls of noodles. They earned 12 yuan. Fong Ying rubbed her stiff waist and went back inside to sit down. Am I not considered freeloading now? She asked everyone. The old man counting money smiled so much his eyes disappeared. Not at all. Sir, may I ask your name? Fong Ying asked. I'm called Qian Lai. Just call me Grandpa Qian, he replied. Then I'll be leaving now. See you later. Fong Ying stood up to leave. The old man was suddenly stunned. Seeing her walk quickly toward the door, he hurriedly called out, Wait, little comrade. Dinner isn't ready yet. Fong Ying turned her head to look at him. What dinner? Making air? The old man felt awkward but quickly said, I've already sent Brother Chong to the commune to get flour and eggs. He'll be back soon. Stay a little longer. It's almost dinner time. Fong Ying smiled at him. Who's this Brother Chong? She's quick to learn. Grandpa, you're right. Your name really suits you. I guess the money was just extorted, huh? 12 yuan isn't enough to settle my debt? Do I have to cook dinner for free tonight? She said. He chuckled awkwardly. Haha, little comrade, didn't you say you wanted to be our chef? Well, you're already on the job now. Before Fong Ying could speak, the old man continued. Even though we're a communal restaurant, we have formal staff. You. I don't want a formal position, Fong Ying replied. It's troublesome to ask for that thing. If you take someone else's bowl, you have to follow their rules. You can go wherever you're told, and if you don't, it means you're breaking the organization's plan. There are many ways to deal with you. Just give me a higher salary, Fong Ying said. The old man immediately smiled. That's easy to fix. Having a stable position is rare. Yet she doesn't want it. Or maybe she still has her previous position attached to her? Is it inconvenient to tell him now? The old man suddenly thought of many things. As for the salary, your strong brother earns 30 yuan a month. That's too little, Fong Ying said. The old man also thought that if Fong Ying could cook other dishes with egg sauce, 30 yuan was indeed a bit low. In big restaurants in the capital, chefs earn 100 or 200 a month. Of course, those are head chefs. Assistants earn around 20 or 30. So, how much do you want? The old man asked. Fong Ying asked him, Sir, is your restaurant part of the commune? How is the profit shared? Is it all given to the commune, or is there a percentage? Many state-owned companies now allow employees to keep a percentage of the profit as benefits, and the rest is paid to the company. Qian Lai said, We can keep 50% of the net profit. Wow. That much? Fong Ying was surprised. She thought it would be at most 10 to 20%. Many big companies can't even keep 50%. Li Chui, munching sunflower seeds, said, What more? That's not enough to pay wages. Our wages are paid from that 50%, and we haven't been paid for several months.
Qian Lai immediately glared at Li Chui and awkwardly smiled at Fanging. You're so straightforward. Do you still want wages? If we keep this chubby girl, next month's wages will be secure. Are your wages also based on industry standards? About 50 or so per person. Fanging asked. And how do you distribute the extra income for benefits? Feng's was said, there's no extra. Feng Yu added, there's never been any. Feng's was asked again, what are benefits? Feng Yu replied, I've never seen any. Fanging. You two are quite playful. Qian Lai felt more awkward. Seeing Fanging laughing and trembling, he also smiled and said, just tell me, how can I stay? Fanging stopped smiling and seriously said, from now on, I get to decide how to spend that 50%. Of course, only after everyone's wages are paid normally. And all benefits will be shared equally. I won't take more. Whatever everyone gets, I'll get the same. That doesn't sound too bad. Anyway, they have never seen any benefits or perks. If Fanging can earn money for everyone, she can spend it however she wants, and they can just enjoy the benefits. Also, I want to bring someone with me. She needs this position, Fanging said. Qian Lai was about to frown, but Fanging added, just pay us apprentice wages. Qian Lai immediately said, that feels a bit awkward. All right, let's do it that way. Fanging held out her hand. Qian Lai was confused. We won't write any IOUs. Just shake hands and swear. If you ever change your mind one day, I'll go to the Fuqiang restaurant, Fanging said. This way, there's no official position, and she can come and go freely. No one can control her. Otherwise, 100 people would try to talk her out of it. And writing IOUs is pointless anyway. Yan Lai. He extended his hand and clapped 3 times with Fanging. You really are quite the young comrade. Always knowing how to hit people where it hurts. If she said she was quitting and going to another restaurant, he might not care. But if she said she was going to Fuqiang restaurant, he would be furious. He absolutely must not let her go there. Chi Chong returned, carrying a bag of flour, a basket of eggs, and a jar of soy sauce. One commune managed to open such a restaurant, supplying all the materials needed for the entire commune. They had everything. Flour and eggs were plentiful. They didn't have it before because they were hopeless and unable to improve. They were too embarrassed to ask for help. Seeing him, Qian Lai immediately grinned and asked, how did my son say? Does he know we're making money? Yes. I told him, and Brother Qian was so happy, he couldn't stop smiling. He even said he wants to come try Chef Xiao Fang's cooking tonight, Chi Chong said. Fanging immediately focused on the key point. Your son? Who is he? Qian Lai proudly said, be modest, be modest. Feng's was said, he's the branch manager. Feng Yu added, from Dongxing Commune. Fanging. She bowed to Qian Lai politely. My apologies, my apologies. No wonder this lousy restaurant has been running for 8 months. Qian Lai tilted his chin and arrogantly said, get to work now. All right, you can count on it. Fanging said with a smile, then turned to instruct others. Feng Zhua, go wash the dishes.
Feng Yu, wash the cabbage.
Cui Jie, watch the stove outside. Don't let it go out. Changge, learn how to make hand-pulled noodles with me. Some people were unhappy with these arrangements. Feng Zhua said, I used to be in charge of sweeping, not washing dishes. That's Cui Jie's job. Feng Yu said, I used to handle serving food, not washing vegetables. That's Cui Jie's work. Fanging said, young man, you're strong and energetic. From now on, you will be the ones washing dishes and preparing vegetables. Sister Cui is a girl, so it's not convenient for her. When she took a moment to go to the bathroom, she noticed that Li Cui was probably having her period. With this weather, washing dishes feels like a punishment. Why do women have to make things difficult for other women? Li Cui, who had some minor complaints about her, guessed what was happening because they went to the bathroom one after the other. Her eyes changed instantly when she looked at Fanging. There was a hint of redness in her eyes. No one has ever cared about her feelings like this, not even her own mother. She is 23 years old and still unmarried. Her parents already look at her with disapproval. Do they really care about her now?
Chi Chong also wasn't happy with this arrangement. I think you're better at making noodles. It's too hard for me. I can't learn it. Before Fong Ying could speak, Qian Lai, who had just come out of the counter, kicked him. You clueless fool. She's trying to teach you skills. Many apprentices work hard for 10 years without a master's guidance, but she's willing to teach you now. Are you going to learn or not? You're ungrateful. He scolded him harshly, eyes full of urgency. It was all for Chi Chong's benefit. Chi Chong wasn't ungrateful. He didn't fight back or get angry. Uncle Qian, I don't mean not to learn, but you know I'm clumsy. My fingers are almost as thick as a rolling pin. Look at how thin the noodles are, smaller than chopsticks. I don't even dare to touch them. Qian Lai continued to scold, and Fong Ying quickly said, I was careless. I forgot that cooking also requires talent. I thought Brother Chong could become a chef, because he has some natural ability. Does he have none at all? None, Chi Chong admitted. I've only been on the job for a month. You're the first person to eat my cooking. My wife hasn't even tried it yet. He doesn't cook at home and rarely enters the kitchen. Fong Ying. Then, does anyone want to learn? She asked the others. She's here to make money, not to be a laborer. She spent the whole afternoon making noodles, and her arms were so sore. She definitely wouldn't stand to earn money when she could lie down. Oh, don't get the wrong idea. She's not that kind of person. Fong Ying looked at Li Chui, who immediately shook her head. I don't have the talent for cooking either. My mom started training me when I was 10, but she gave up already, Li Chui said. So Fong Ying gave up too. She looked at Feng Zhua and Feng Yu, who surprisingly seemed eager to try. Feng Zhua said, We've never cooked before. Feng Yu added, but we want to try. Okay, give it a shot. The person washing dishes and preparing vegetables became Chi Chong. No, Chi Chong himself. Fong Ying started teaching Feng Zhua and Feng Yu how to knead dough, roll it, and make noodles. They had so much fun. Wasn't this just playing with mud? They are even more flexible than mud, able to knead and stretch the dough, and pull it into strands. Both of them are very talented, especially Liang Mian, who is very skilled at making hand-pulled noodles. The first time she made them, the noodles were a bit uneven in thickness, but they still looked good enough to sell. That's enough, since she's not eating them herself anyway. Fong Ying starts frying chili oil. She plans to make some cold dishes. Her cold dishes are truly excellent. Dried chili peppers, green onions, combined with Sichuan peppercorns and cinnamon from the spice shop, plus a few other seasonings, are fried to make flavored oil. The aroma immediately fills the air. Oh wow, it smells so good even without many ingredients. You're really talented. Li Chui stands next to Fong Ying, praising her. She now thinks Fong Ying looks very impressive. While chatting and asking about everyone, Fong Ying quickly cuts cabbage and dried tofu and soaks some glass noodles. She makes a simple salad with shredded vegetables. The last two ingredients were brought back by Chi Chong. Finally, she pours the hot flavored oil over the salad, releasing a strong, delicious smell. This time, Fong Ying also moved the pot closer to the roadside, keeping it away from dust but close enough for passers-by to smell the aroma. Drivers passing by can't help but turn their heads. It's mealtime, and most drivers stop their cars. Cold dishes cost only 1 mao per bowl, but everyone who tastes them finds them worth the price. The egg noodles continue the same routine as noon, 3 mao per bowl, and they sell out quickly. There's never a shortage. Gradually, all 30 tables inside are full. Many people are already looking forward to breakfast tomorrow and are staying here overnight. Brother Chong hurriedly went to the back to build a bed. There are a couple of large shared rooms behind the restaurant, with a bed that can sleep 10 people, costing 5 mao per night. The reason this restaurant has lasted 8 months is mainly because of it. Some passing customers also helped a lot. Qian Lu stopped his bike nearby, watched for a while, then came over. Give me a bowl. Fong Ying looked up and smiled. Are you the director of Dongxing Commune? You look just like Grandpa Qian. They are both dark and thin, not tall, with similar features. But he's only in his 30s. Being a commune director at that age is quite impressive. This Qian family is not ordinary. Qianlu also smiled. Young comrade, your skills are really good. Is it a family tradition? No, Fanging said with a smile. My dad works in the commerce department. He was so startled by her big hat that he shivered. Earlier, Chi Chong hadn't told him anything, just that she was a military wife. He thought she was a rural military wife who couldn't find a job. This place is small. Qian Liu's mental strength isn't very high, so he didn't know what to say right away. Anyone calling it a commune is from the countryside, and even in the capital city, the countryside exists. His only impressive relative was his uncle, who was no longer around, so he couldn't get close to important people. My dad asked me to come down and practice, Fanging said. She didn't want to reveal her identity at first, especially after hearing that the Fuqiang restaurant liked to fight. She had to be careful. Okay. Practice well, Qian Liu said with a big smile. He thought she was a divine person passing through. Just being able to meet her was enough. Fanging had already finished her bowl of noodles, and Qian Liu took it to find his dad. He believed her even more when he heard she didn't want a formal position at first. And when he heard she wanted to give that position to someone else, he believed even more. Using such an important thing as a gift was generous. Having that position means that even if the restaurant closes, the whole system can assign someone to take over. So, the people in the restaurant are quite lazy, and they're not worried even if business is slow. Except for Qian Liu, who was worried about causing trouble for his son. He heard Fanging wanted 50% of the income, split evenly, and she wanted the same as everyone else. Qian Liu hesitated but accepted it. No problem. Money is earned by others, and they should have control over it. Chi Chiang had only brought back a big bag of flour, 50 jin. 1 jin can make 2 bowls of noodles. So, they only made about 100 bowls of noodles, and that was not even her doing. Today, the work ended easily. Fanging returned to the restaurant, and Qianlai was counting money at the counter. Old man, did I enjoy my free meal? Fanging asked with a smile. Yes. Very good. Qianlai replied immediately. He had counted the money several times. 12 yuan at noon, 30 yuan in the evening, plus a cold dish sold for 30 bowls at 3 yuan each. That day's income was 45 yuan, almost a month's worth for them. Not counting the crowded dormitory later, which earned another 10 yuan. Qian Liu was very excited. It looked like he was about to earn back the money to build a house. This also meant he could explain things to his staff. So they wouldn't accuse him of abusing his power, saying he just wanted to open a restaurant to let his father enjoy a peaceful life. Enjoy a peaceful life? His father almost got overwhelmed by the restaurant. I'll tell you about tomorrow's plan, Fanging said. Prepare all the cabbage, dried tofu, and vermicelli. Whatever you prepare, I'll cook. If not prepared, then no sales. Qian Liu immediately said, cabbage is easy. I'll bring a whole cart over for you. 5,000 jin, how about that? Fanging.
No need for that.
If it spoils because of poor storage, it's on us. You can just keep it there. We only need 20 pieces a day. Does she want to tire herself out by doing too much? Currently, we need 2 slabs of dried tofu daily. The vermicelli can be stored more, and we also need soy paste, broad bean paste, and sweet flour paste. If I can get some beans, I can make my own sauce, Fanging said. She makes her sauce with diluted well water, and it tastes unbeatable. I have that. Should I bring you 500 jin? Qian Liu asked. Yes, that's fine, Fanging replied. And some meat, and big bones. We need 20 jin of pork belly, and the big bones are up to you. Also some cilantro, cucumbers, and bean sprouts. We'll make a proper Beijing-style fried sauce noodles, Fanging said. Qian Lai and Qian Liu immediately frowned. Everything else is easy, but cilantro and cucumbers, it's snowing now. How can I get those? Qian Lai said, feeling stuck. These greenhouse vegetables are for high-end restaurants. Our small temple can't compete or afford to buy them, Qian Liu explained. Fanging smiled, that's easy. I'll arrange it, but it might take a few days. I'll try to get it cheaper than market price. Good. As long as you have connections. We don't use much anyway.
Just buy it, Qian Lai said.
Fang Ying's smile grew brighter.
What time do you start work in the morning? I'll bring someone else along tomorrow. That's a bit early. We start at about 5:30 a.m. because the drivers leave early, at dawn, Qian Lai explained. The roads are bad now, and without navigation, maps aren't useful late at night. When going out, people usually ask for directions. So, big trucks don't travel at night. If they get lost, they can't find anyone to ask. They leave at dawn and rest at night. 5:30 a.m. is a bit tough for Fonging, but she's used to running a restaurant, so she understands it's not meant to make things difficult for her. Most breakfast shops start preparing around 2 or 3 in the morning. Then I'll come at 5. I'll get everything ready, and whoever arrives early can start preparing the noodles, Fonging said. She thought Fengzhua and Fengyu might object, and the young ones probably wouldn't get up early. But surprisingly, they nodded obediently, not upset at all. Chichong said they get up at 4 a.m. to practice. Fong Ying's eyes lit up. Wow, they really know martial arts. Where do you live? Can you give me a ride home?
She asked.
She's still a bit afraid of the Fujiang restaurant. She's worried she might get into trouble. Fong Ying's body was weak in her previous life, and no one could beat her. Later, she gained a space and took good care of her health. She also had more money, which attracted more jealous eyes around her. Relying only on bodyguards wasn't enough. She needed to learn some martial skills herself. She might have a natural talent for this, or perhaps her space's well water enhanced her body's abilities. Anyway, she was very capable of fighting. But that was her youthful bravado. Her body wasn't fully healed yet. After standing for several hours, she felt her waist ache, her back hurt, and her legs cramp. However, if she truly faced danger, her space had a stun gun. Once such high-tech gadgets were exposed, she'd have to consider the risk of being silenced. So, better not to use it unless necessary. Fengzhua and Fengyu stood up. Fengzhua said, "We'll just stay at a hotel." Fengyu added, "We'll take you home first and then come back." It was already getting dark outside. Fonging found their way of talking quite interesting. She had seen many twins, but they always seemed to speak as one, very in sync. She had never seen anything like these two. When they pushed the cart to leave the restaurant, she realized they didn't have bicycles. Fengzhua said, "We're poor." Fengyu said, "Our parents passed away when we were 5. Fengzhua continued, "Then our master adopted us." Fengyu added, "Our master also passed away." Both said together, "After that, we came to the restaurant." Fonging was stunned, holding the cart and watching them. They looked about 20, identical in appearance, tall and slender, with neat features, a bit handsome. Their clothes looked okay at first glance, but closer inspection showed their arms and legs were short. Their eyes were clear, even a little naive, without much gloom. Of course, it was impossible for them to be completely free of sadness given their background. Only fools wouldn't get hurt emotionally. Fonging suddenly asked, "What are your dreams?" "Having a family," they answered in unison. Fonging. She thought they might want to become rich or something, and was about to promise. But having a family was a bit difficult. Actually, it was simple enough. She looked at the money she had brought out and said, "I just remembered. Tomorrow morning, the 2 of us girls will have to leave early before dawn, which could be dangerous. So from now on, let them stay at my house. We can go to work together safely. Can your family fit us?" Yan Lai hesitated. No one's house was particularly luxurious anyway. "My house is 666 square meters, a complete large courtyard house. Right now, only I, my little brother-in-law, and my little sister-in-law live there." There was no need to hide this. Soon, the left and right protectors would see it anyway. "Everyone, go ahead, hurry up." Qian Lai waved his hand. "Don't make me angry here. Let's go." Fonging pushed her bicycle. 3 people, 1 bike. She's a woman, so she can't ride it easily. Fengzhua said, "You ride." Fengyu said, "We'll run." Both said together, "We can run faster than you can ride." Fong Ying's heart wasn't very soft. She felt some sympathy, but she wanted them to come home with her so they could be her bodyguards. Now is the time to see what they can do. "Then I'll ride. You two follow." Fong Ying said. Her speed was normal, not too fast or slow. Feng Zhua and Feng Yu kept pace beside her on the bike. After riding a few hundred meters and turning a small corner, they saw a few men standing still by the roadside. Both of them suddenly reached out and grabbed Fong Ying's bike. She almost fell off. Feng Zhua said, "Rich and strong." Feng Yu asked, "Should we fight?" Fong Ying quickly said, "No fighting, no fighting. Peace brings wealth." She called out to the men from afar, "Let me introduce myself. My dad works in the commerce department. I'm a military wife. Everyone be friendly." After saying that, she didn't give them time to respond and got back on her bike to pedal away. She whispered to Feng Zhua and Feng Yu, "If they dare to make a move, we'll fight back hard. If they don't, we shouldn't make the first move. Whoever starts first is at fault, understand?"
Got it.
Feng Zhua said. "Our master taught us that."
Feng Yu said.
Fong Ying felt relieved. The bike went straight past the silent men, and no one made a move. They didn't expect Feng Zhua and Feng Yu to follow closely. In the past, they didn't know that they would attack Dongxing's chef right in front of them. Wow, it almost made the two of them lose control. Later, they learned to be sneaky, only attacking when Dongxing's chef was alone. Until they met Chi Chong, who could fight, then they stopped. Of course, their manager also said that since Chi Chong was Dongxing's chef, they didn't need to fight anymore. Now what? One person looked at the three figures walking away in the distance. "I don't believe they can protect her forever. When she comes back tomorrow morning, it might be better if she doesn't come," another said. "Are we still fighting? Didn't you hear what she said?" Then they remembered Fong Ying's self-introduction. "Let's go home and ask the manager." Feng Zhua and Feng Yu followed Fong Ying all the way home on their bikes. It was about 40 miles. It's like running a marathon. In the end, both of them were slightly flushed and out of breath, but they seemed able to run another 40 miles. Their basic skills are definitely good enough, and Fong Ying was very satisfied. Before entering the alley, Fong Ying saw her older brother pacing at the intersection. "Brother, you're here. Did you buy the plastic sheet?" Fong Ying called out. Feng Shui finally saw her and immediately relaxed with a big sigh of relief. "You're still thinking about the plastic sheet. Where did you go?" "Not home all day. And now it's so late, only just getting back. Do you know how worried I was?" Feng Shui rushed over and grabbed her handlebars. He looked so angry, he almost wanted to hit her twice. Fong Ying smiled. "Big brother, give me some face. I have colleagues here." "Colleagues?" Feng Shui looked a bit confused. "Yes, these two Feng Zhua and Feng Yu," Fong Ying introduced. "We'll talk about it at home." Feng Zhua and Feng Yu looked neat and fresh. Feng Shui, who was good at talking to people, immediately liked them and started chatting warmly. In contrast, Feng Zhua and Feng Yu, though not good at socializing, had lived at the bottom and were very good at reading people's expressions. They also thought Feng Shui was nice. From the alley to home, the three of them felt like long-lost brothers. The door was opened by Lin Xiao, who cheered when she saw Fong Ying return. "Sister-in-law, where have you been? You had me worried to death." Fong Ying comforted her again, and then noticed Lin Qi and Lin Yu weren't home. "They've been looking for you." Feng Shui glanced at Fong Ying with satisfaction. It had only been a few days, and he had already won over his sister-in-law and brother-in-law. Not bad. When Fong Ying entered the yard, she saw a bundle of plastic sheets and immediately smiled. Her older brother's efficiency was really good. Plus, now there were two more protectors at home and more people working together. "Show her, I found you a job," Fong Ying said. "But the pay is a bit low, about 18 or 19 yuan, but it's a formal position with benefits." Lin Xiao was stunned. As long as there's a formal position, she could settle down without going to the countryside. Even 10 yuan would be fine. Feng Shui was also surprised. While handing sunflower seeds to Feng Zhua and Feng Yu, he asked, "Tell me what's going on." His sister's efficiency was better than his. "I went to eat for free today," Fong Ying said. Cough, cough, cough. Feng Shui immediately choked on the sunflower seeds, coughing and reaching into his pocket for money. "Brother, I only have 50 cents left. I'll ask Dad for money tomorrow."
Fong Ying put money into his pocket and smiled, saying, "Let me finish first." Today, she went to eat without paying, and to settle the bill, she worked as a chef at the restaurant for a day, and surprisingly, she got hired. Really? When did you become such a good cook? Fong Shui didn't believe it. He wondered if his sister could cook on a rainy, gloomy day. He didn't know she had been secretly practicing her cooking skills for months because she was about to get married. She said, "You haven't eaten yet, right? I'll make you some egg noodles now." She and Feng Zhua and Feng Yu had already eaten just egg noodles. But Feng Shui came in the afternoon, waiting anxiously for Fong Ying, who didn't show up. He was so worried he couldn't eat. Now, seeing she was safe, he was really hungry. Lin Xiu was about the same. Fong Ying went to the kitchen, and Feng Zhua and Feng Yu followed closely, helping with kneading and stretching the dough. The benefit of working with 50 pounds of flour was that both of them could become skilled cooks. They had natural talent too. After eating a bowl of egg noodles, Feng Shui and Lin Xiu no longer doubted her skills. With her level, not hiring Fong Ying as a chef would be a big mistake. Lin Xiu suddenly became very happy and started talking more. Lin Qi and Lin Yu also came back. Seeing Fong Ying return, they felt relieved and didn't blame her much. Now, many kids stay out late playing, so unless they come home very late, no one worries. Actually, Feng Shui had been worried since evening that Fong Ying might have gone missing, and they decided to go look for her. Two silly kids are back.
Come eat.
I saved some for you. It's hot, Fong Ying said with a smile. Both kids blushed brightly. Who called them silly? Little treasures? So embarrassing. Feng Shui secretly glanced at Fong Ying and showed a satisfied smile. Is this little sister secretly taking his teacher's place? Well done. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Feng Zhua and Feng Yu, my sister's colleagues. They will stay with us and work with us every day. Otherwise, traveling 40 miles back and forth every day is dangerous for two girls. You should thank them. With noodles, silly kids, colleagues, and protection all in one, who could object to them staying over? They should really thank them. Lin Qi was happily surprised. You all got jobs?
What about me?
You'll stay home and farm, Fong Ying replied. Lin Qi's face immediately fell. Things grown and sold, and you'll get a 10% share, Fong Ying said. Normally, farmers can sell their surplus farm and craft products. But in the north, regulations are stricter. Everything is banned outright. In the south, markets and trade fairs still exist, allowing the exchange of farm and craft goods. In Beijing, as long as you're not a middleman, selling things is fine. Even if you're a broker, as long as you're not openly reselling or doing too much, it's okay. Lin Qi was so excited he jumped around, finished his noodles quickly, and went to figure out how to secure the greenhouse with plastic sheets. We can do that, Feng Zhua said. We've helped the village with that before, Feng Yu added. Their previous village was a vegetable cooperative. Although they were farmers, their household registration listed them as grain farmers or vegetable farmers. Vegetable farmers are still farmers, but they don't grow grains, only vegetables. Many vegetable shops in the city are supplied by these suburban cooperatives. There are especially many cooperatives around Beijing. Lin Qi was suddenly very happy. He became friendly with them and took them to the backyard vegetable garden. Fong Ying smiled, surprised by this, which saved her a lot of trouble. Feng Shui suddenly said, I went to see Dad today. He said tomorrow he'll talk to Lin Hong about Fong Tian and Lin Hong's marriage. Fong Ying immediately stood up. I almost forgot. Let's go, let's watch the show. Watch what? Feng Shui asked curiously. With Dad's personality, he'll definitely ask Fong Tian for her opinion first. She probably won't agree. The stepmother will cause trouble too. I need to go stop them. Feng Shui was so clever, she really seemed to have become wise. She didn't expect this at all. The siblings hurried back to Feng's house. Before they even entered, they heard crying inside, mother and daughters crying. Why was Fong Yan eavesdropping? Fong Ying directly took out her key and opened the door. She kept her family key, always kept it so she could come back any time to watch the show. Inside, Fong De sat on the sofa with a worried brow. Across from him, The mother and two daughters were crying and hugging each other. Fong Ying stood at the door and said, "What are you doing? If anyone saw, they'd think Dad sold you three." Such a big grievance, crying so heartbreakingly. "Tell me, I'll listen and judge." She smiled openly, showing her pleasure at their misfortune, and mocked them. The three immediately stopped crying. The door was still open, and they were afraid of losing face. "Everyone cares about their dignity, right? Close the door," Fong De said with a frown. He cared a lot about his reputation. Fong Shui obediently closed the door. "Dad, what's wrong?" Fong Ying sat next to Fong De and asked. Fong De, feeling annoyed, said, "What do you think? Can't you guess?" He wanted to test his daughter. Fong Tian disagreed. Although annoyed, Fong De nodded in approval. Fong Ying turned to Fong Tian and asked, "You don't want to marry Lin Hong, so why are you sleeping with him? Do you need a man? Are you desperate?" Cough, cough, cough. Fong De and Fong Shui both coughed loudly. Fong De said, "Stop talking." Fong Shui, "Good job, Lin Ming. You've turned my innocent little sister into this. When you come back, you'll regret it." Fong Tian stubbornly said, "I didn't. I have no relationship with Lin Hong. You're spreading lies." As long as nothing happened, she wouldn't admit it. "Dad, she thinks you're stupid. Look at how you've been so caring over the years, and now you've raised a traitor." Fong Ying told Fong De, "I already know. No need for you to say." Fong Tian thought, "Do you really don't understand?" "Fong Tian, your tricks don't work on me," Fong De said. Fong Tian lowered her head, tears in her eyes, but she felt stubborn inside. Not effective? After all these years of being so good to her? "I don't care if you have something with Lin Hong or not. Lin Hong, you have to marry him, whether you want to or not. Otherwise, leave the Fong family and find your real dad." Fong Tian and Tang Zhen's expressions froze. They didn't expect him to be so firm. And Fong Tian's real father was still alive. He was divorced from Tang Zhen, not dead. Fong Tian's real father was also a troublemaker. He climbed high, cheated during marriage, and used force to divorce Tang Zhen. But now he was in Shanghai, not Beijing.
"Dad."
Fong Tian rushed to hug Fong De's leg, but Fong Ying stretched out her leg first. Fong Ying grabbed a thick leg. "This is my dad, not your dad," Fong Ying said. "If you really think he's your dad, are you still pretending he's stupid? Not telling him the truth? Do you know that your little tricks now are as obvious to adults as a teacher watching students' small actions from the podium? Completely clear?" Fong Ying said, "My dad already went to see Lin Hong today, and he admitted everything. Including when you got together, when he first kissed you, when he first touched you, and when he first snuggled in bed biting you." Cough, cough. Fong De's face turned red. Skip that part. This time, he didn't tell Fong Ying to be quiet, but instead continued to encourage her to pretend to Fong Tian. "Why look for Lin Hong? He doesn't have time for that. He's been busy visiting neighbors all day. He can't let his daughter's face turn pale." "All right." Fong Ying looked down at Fong Tian from above. "Anyway, Lin Hong knelt and cried today, begging my dad to help you, saying he and you are truly in love. He even wrote poems to prove it. You are like a flower on the other side of the world in my heart. Our love will last until death." "Ugh," Fong Ying chuckled. "Don't you think that's unlucky?" She only learned about this poem later. Lin Hong said it was their love poem. "Oh, and there are 2 blood claw marks on it. The one belonging to you is deliberately smudged. You must have been planning not to admit it," Fong Ying said with a smile. "Poor fool, he still doesn't know you're playing with him." Fong Tian weakly sank to the ground, believing it all. If Lin Hong hadn't really taken that paper to find Fong De, how would Fong Ying know so many details? Fong De also found it strange how Fong Ying knew, but he kept a blank face, just staring intently at Fong Tian. "Now, what's your choice?" he asked. Tang Zhen suddenly rushed forward and sat on the ground, trying to hug Fong De's leg. "Old Fong, what's up? Do you want to marry her for him?" Fong Ying said. Tang Zhen was so stunned, she almost forgot what she wanted to say. "I know what you're going to say. You're probably going to say Lin Hong is timid, cowardly, lustful, and useless. Not a good match. can't help the family, and can't save Fong Tian from trouble, Fanning said. Tang Zhen didn't speak. She really wanted to say those things. So, a timid, cowardly, lustful Lin Hong can marry me, but not your own daughter. Fong Ying snapped. Don't say you treat me better than your own daughter anymore. That's disgusting. No, I mean, Tang Zhen started. Enough. Shut up. Fong De scolded Fong Tian angrily. So, what's your choice? Say it quickly. Let her hear it herself. I will marry, Fong Tian said. Fong Ying immediately smiled. Fong Tian looked up, her eyes deep and sad.
What are you looking at?
You've been touched all over and still won't marry him? Shameless, Fong Ying said. Fong Tian. All right, everyone disperse. Fong De ordered. Stop talking nonsense here. If you keep blabbering, you'll be even more shameless. Girls should know what to say and what not to say. Be more careful. Fong De suddenly glared at Tang Zhen with anger. These words clearly should have been spoken by the mother to her daughter, but instead, the father ended up saying them. Fong Ying can now speak such words without feeling shy. It's impossible that Lin Ming taught her this in just one night. It must be related to Tang Zhen's usual teachings. She might have misled Fong Ying, making her think these words are normal. Good job, Tang Zhen. Fong Ying happily left, but just as she was about to go out, she suddenly turned back and said to Fong De, Oh, Dad, today Fong Yan came to see me and asked me to give her the recommendation letter for free. She also said that the bracelet my mom left me was actually promised by her mom to be her dowry. Fong De's eyes immediately looked at Fong Yan. Did your mom really say that to you? Fong Yan was about to speak when Tang Zhen pinched her thigh. She let out a loud ow. That ow was more effective than words. Fong De frowned and pointed at everyone. All right, you all are so clever. I used to live in a wolf's den. Fong Ying suddenly paused, then turned back. She grabbed Fong De's arm and pulled him up. Dad, I don't want you to keep living in the wolf's den. What if they come for you tonight? Think about how Wu Dalong died. It's terrifying. Fong De looked stiff and said, Stop talking nonsense, it's not like that. How did Wu Dalong die? Dad, women can be the most poisonous. Fong Ying said as she pulled him. Besides, my stepmother is a head nurse and might handle dangerous medicines. I heard about a drug that causes chronic poisoning if taken. Usually there are no symptoms at first, but the body gets weaker over time. Today, she felt chest tightness. Tomorrow, a headache. The day after, she felt weak. Just these small symptoms, but she could die soon after. And all the tests can't detect anything. Fong De said, That's impossible, right? Such a magical drug doesn't exist. But his steps didn't resist anymore. He followed Fong Ying out. Today, he felt a tightness in his chest. His head ached a bit, and he felt a little weak. Of course, he didn't sleep most of last night, was angry and resentful, and today he was excited. No wonder he had some symptoms. Big brother, bring Dad's briefcase, suit, and clean clothes, Fong Ying said. Oh, okay. Fong Shui, who was watching eagerly, rushed into the bedroom and grabbed a few clothes. Then she helped carry Fong De back to Fong's house. It wasn't until they reached the gate of Fong's house that Fong De struggled to stand up. This isn't right. Why should I stay at Fong's house? I'll just stay with your older brother tonight.
Fang De Dao.
No need to mention going home. I'm scared. Dad, today, 2 men moved into my house. Without any elders around, it's not convenient. You have to stay here and protect the house for me. Otherwise, my reputation will be ruined, Fong Ying said. What's going on? Fong De immediately asked. Fong Shui finally found a chance to speak. After explaining, Fong De decided not to leave. In such a situation, having an elder at home is really necessary. Fong De and Fong Shui stayed over tonight, sleeping in a bedroom in the East Wing. Feng Zhua, Feng Yu, Lin Qi, and Lin Yi stayed in another bedroom in the East Wing. Ever since they learned Feng Zhua and Feng Yu knew martial arts and fought Lin Qi once, and Lin Qi was defeated in just 2 moves, the 4 of them couldn't stop talking. Even Lin Yu became more talkative and admired the 2 men very much. Feng Zhua and Feng Yu became Brother Zhua and Brother Yu. They are all boys and dream of being martial heroes. Fong Ying lay in her room, unable to sleep, thinking about how her dad died in his past life. She originally thought he was killed by Fong Yan's anger. Fong Yan found a boyfriend, caused trouble outside using his influence, took money from many people, but didn't deliver results. Eventually, someone reported Fong Da. Fong Da was investigated. Although he didn't do anything himself, his family took money. He was fired. Just when his career was thriving, he was a very proud man. He couldn't accept this. When he went home, he locked himself in his room. He was said to be depressed, his health declined day by day, and after a few months, he died. In her past life, Fong Ying also visited him after he got sick. But at that time, Fong Da wouldn't talk to her and was lost in his own world. Their relationship was always bad. Fong Ying didn't pay much attention then. Back then, she hadn't discovered her space. She was struggling to live, let alone help. Now, thinking carefully, she believes that although Fong Da might have been hurt by this, he wouldn't have died from it. That would have been too humiliating for him. He's proud, just thinking about how miserable his death was and how others would mock him. He would want to stay alive. And then she thought of Tang Zhen. Not long after Fong Da died, she went to Hushi. She heard that her ex-husband's wife also died, and her son-in-law inherited the Yu family's billions. They reconciled again. Fong Ying cursed loudly. She had no proof whether Tang Zhen drugged Fong Da in her past life, but she didn't care. In her mind, Tang Zhen definitely drugged him. Their enmity from 2 lives would be settled in this one. Fong Ying huffed and stomped out of the room, secretly heading to the backyard to fetch a water bucket and a shovel. As long as the sky doesn't fall, nothing can stop her from planting in her space. Inside her space, the scent of durians filled the air. Fong Ying took out a slingshot and shot down over 100 fruits from the tree. Only when there was space could new fruits grow. Over 100 durians were piled tightly together. She placed her hand on the pile, and all the durians disappeared, stored in her space warehouse. Then she started watering the durian trees, watching them bloom and bear green fruits before stopping. The space's well water could ripen the fruits all at once, but she thought that might be too harsh and could affect the quality. This time, she decided to wait for them to ripen naturally. Actually, those 100+ durians were enough for her to eat for a while. And today, she was too busy to do more. Fong Ying took out a large spice seed from her pocket, which she had picked up from a spice jar at the restaurant earlier. She found a patch of land and planted the seed, then watered it. Watching it sprout, grow from a seedling into a small tree, bloom, and bear fruit. She stopped after a good harvest. Time for the next project. Today, she also bought several vegetable seeds. Yesterday night, she had cleared 2 acres of her 10-acre grassland in her space. Now she could start planting. She planted coriander, scallions, garlic, cabbage, potatoes, celery, and other common vegetables. Each type was just a few square meters. It was more about variety than quantity. The space's well water could ripen the crops, and she couldn't eat too much alone anyway. When she was tired from working, she took a sip of well water to relax. If she drank too much, she would quietly slip outside to use the bathroom. Before dawn, she quickly returned the water bucket and shovel. Just after putting everything away and stepping out of the backyard, she saw Feng Zue and Feng Yu coming out. "Did you get a stomach ache?" Feng Zue asked. "I've been running to the bathroom all night," Feng Yu said. Followed by Lin Chiduan, who looked sleepy and confused. He immediately looked at Fong Ying. He had said his sister-in-law's stomach was upset. "Fong Ying, did you guys get up to practice martial arts?" "Yes," they answered in unison. "How many hours a day?" Fong Ying asked. "Practicing a set of punches for half an hour," Feng Zue replied. "The rest is free," Feng Yu said. Sometimes they would spar or go for a run if they felt like it. "All right, I'll go cook. When you finish practicing, come eat, then rest a bit before we start work," Fong Ying said. "Okay," they replied together. Early in the morning, they were eating noodles, but this time Fong Ying made hot soup noodles with stir-fried cabbage. Simple ingredients, but they created a delicious taste that people enjoy. Fong Da slept lightly and was worried about something, so he didn't sleep well all night. He didn't get up when he heard the noise yesterday, but now, smelling the aroma, he got up decisively. Only after eating the noodles made by Fonging himself did he finally believe her words. It turns out his second daughter never lies. She really can cook. She makes good dumplings and good noodles. Dad, when are you going to Lin Hong's house? Fonging asked. Fongda said, I have to go to work today. I'll go after I finish work tonight. Nothing is more important than his job. Then you come back after work and wait for me. I'll go with you, Fonging said. She hadn't seen Lin Hong in a long time and missed him very much. Thinking about Fong-Ying's fighting spirit these days, Fongda suddenly said, Okay, I'll wait for you to go together. He suddenly felt like a father leading his son into battle. He didn't expect his daughter to have grown up enough to help him. Nice. Lin Xiao and Fong-Ying took turns riding their bikes, carrying each other, heading to Dongxing restaurant. Feng Zhua and Feng Yu ran alongside, slow and steady. As they approached the restaurant, they saw the same group of people who tried to block them yesterday. Are they still not giving up? The people from Fuqiang restaurant are indeed very bossy. Fong Ying parked her bike next to theirs. The group just looked at her, mainly at Feng Zhua and Feng Yu. They didn't expect Feng Zhua and Feng Yu to come with Fong Ying. Feng Zhua and Feng Yu's aura had changed. They looked grim and stared at the group like fierce tigers ready to attack. Yesterday, they had a small taste of family warmth. The Lin family has many young people and is very friendly. They are not reserved at all. Although Fong De came later, when he heard they were Fong Ying's colleagues and that he would his daughter to and from work, his tone changed immediately, making everyone feel warm and comfortable. In the eyes of outsiders, he is a perfect father. Only in front of his own children does he look down his nose and glare, tired of each other. Now, anyone who dares to bother Fong Ying, Feng Zhua, and Feng Yu will dare to bite whoever it is. Big brothers, are you waiting for me so early in the morning? Fong Ying smiled. The group didn't say a word, and their expressions didn't look friendly. Yesterday, they went back to ask their boss, who said, as long as he's here, the people of Dongxing can't turn things around. What military wives, young yellow-haired girls, though a bit chubby, still look underage. They don't believe it. As for their biological father's business department, they trust it even less. The children from the business department coming to their big garage to cook? That's just a joke. Yes, they still need to fight, but only after she's alone. Fawning looked at their obvious hostility and suddenly squinted, thinking of a way to save Lin Ming. She suddenly opened her mouth at the closest man. He-ture. She didn't actually spit, it was just a fake move. There was no aggression, just a strong insult. The man was stunned, and in the next second, he rushed toward her. Honestly, Feng Zhua and Feng Yu were also confused. Yesterday, after hearing Fong Ying, they thought she was very rational, not letting them fight first. But then she started talking?
Well,
it's not exactly fighting, and she even gave them a reason to fight. Nice. Feng Zhua punched the man's stomach, and Feng Yu kicked him in the lower body. The man fell to the ground with a loud bang and didn't make another sound. Extreme pain makes it impossible to scream. The others, experienced, quickly jumped back. We didn't fight, they shouted chaotically. Before, whenever they saw a teammate being beaten, they rushed to help. But they all ended up being knocked down by these two kids. After a few times, they knew the pattern. As long as they didn't start first, Feng Zhua and Feng Yu would fight. Old Li just couldn't hold back this time. Everyone would be annoyed too. If someone spat on their face, they couldn't hold back either. It wasn't very bright outside, and they thought Fong Ying really spat on her teammate's face. Suddenly, Fong Ying made the he-tue sound toward them. This time they saw clearly she didn't spit, it was just a fake move. But this was even more annoying, because these big men were spat on, and they didn't dare to fight back. If this got out, they'd be ashamed forever. Feng Zhua and Feng Yu both turned to look at Fong Ying. Never seen anyone so
naughty.
If it had been them, they wouldn't be able to hold back either. But now they're on Fong Ying's side, and it felt really good. He-tue. Feng Zhua said. He-tue. Feng Yu echoed. The two of them spat and then burst into laughter. Finally, the frustration of being beaten by wealthy people and having 7 chefs driven away, then sitting on their necks and being mocked, eased a little. Young guys in their 20s, even with good patience, couldn't stand this anger. If they weren't angry, why would they need patience? The people across the way were trembling with anger. If it weren't for a teammate lying on the ground in the middle, they would have rushed over. Fong Ming didn't provoke them further. She rode away on her bike, carrying Lin Xiao, who was so scared she was trembling. Feng Zhua and Feng Yu ran a few steps, then turned around to spit. They found a trap that they could use. And they weren't like Fong Ying, who fake spit, they really spat. If the other side hadn't been hiding far away, they might have splashed spit on their faces. From far away, Fong Ying seemed to hear crying sounds behind her. She smiled slightly, now just waiting for the other side to make a move. Then she would write a letter to her little uncle to complain, asking him to come and save her. She wasn't sure if she was that important, though. At the restaurant, everyone started working quickly. Fong Ming still planned to make hot noodle soup. Eating plain egg noodles early in the morning was hard to swallow. The hot noodle soup only had cabbage, and there were only 3 eggs in the whole pot. Fong Ming charged 20 cents per bowl. After half an hour of work, she happily sent all the drivers who had stayed overnight away. Qian Lai and Qi Chong also arrived late. It's mainly because we were waiting for the pig meat seller. They opened too late. Qian Lai saw Fong Ying and finally relaxed. Fong Ying pulled Lin Xiao over to introduce her. Qian Lai looked her over and was very pleased. She seemed obedient and hardworking. But she was a little timid. Why was she so nervous? Feng Zhua and Feng Yu saw them arrive and immediately showed off the trap they had just found. Qi Chong was eager to try.
I didn't think of that.
I'll try it later. Qian Lai was nervous. Don't cause trouble. Be friendly, things will go better. If you provoke their 3 sons, be careful. They might arrest you. Yan Lai Varnet. Fong Ming smiled and said, Uncle, this is the imperial city's edge. There are laws here. If they dare to arrest someone without reason, I can make sure they regret it. Her father was so proud. There's no way he'd let her get taken. But relying only on her father was not enough. She needed to build more connections. You. Better be careful. Less trouble is better, Qian Lai advised. Fong Ming looked at him and said, No wonder Dongxing Commune is always under pressure. That's because of you, right? You're too cowardly. Qian Lai suddenly became very brave. Which man could tolerate being called a coward? Especially by a young girl? You little girl, I'm not afraid you'll get hit. You don't understand good people's hearts. Qian Lai said to Qi Chong and Feng Zhua. Take good care of her from now on. Absolutely no one from Fujiang should hurt her. Or else, we'll fight back hard. But don't go overboard. No one should get killed. 3 people nodded. Fong Ming also smiled, thinking this old man has a kind heart. She began checking the items they brought today. More than 20 cabbages, 2 boards of dried tofu, a large bag of vermicelli, about 30 jin of pork belly, a whole pig's bones. There was even a big pig's head, very good. She started organizing today's work. Chong Go washed the cabbages, Xiao Er cut the cabbages, Cui Jia soaked the vermicelli, and the others prepared the noodles. She personally cut the meat, made sauces, and boiled the big bones for broth. Old master, can you build a stove? We're building a stove in the yard. I want to make marinated pig's head. You can make marinated pig's head? Qian Lai asked in surprise. Actually, the pig's head was bought for himself, but he brought it along, planning to take it home at night. He doesn't know how to make marinated pig's head. He just boils it in plain water and finds it tasty. I can make a full Chinese feast, Fong Ying said. Qian Lai didn't believe her, thought she was joking. But it didn't stop him from working. Older people know how to build stoves, no cement, just yellow mud works fine. As for bricks, there was a small pile left in the backyard from when they built the house, so he used those. After Fong Ying cleaned the pig's head and removed the hair, his stove was ready. Put on a pot, and it's usable. This time, even the spices were from the space, several fragrant spices stir-fried together, filling the yard with aroma. Once the pig's head was boiling and flavorful, it was unbeatable. Passing cars couldn't help but stop. The smell of the marinated meat was just too tempting. Even those who had breakfast had to stop and eat another bowl. When they heard it wasn't ready yet, they felt disappointed. But Fong Ying's fried sauce noodles were already prepared. The smell was also tempting. No matter if they had eaten breakfast or not, everyone had to eat a bowl before leaving. Otherwise, they might never find such good food again. Next time, they'd have to wait until they returned. Traveling short distances took 2 or 3 days. Long trips could be a month or 2. Fried sauce noodles cost only 4 mao per bowl. By noon, the marinated pig's head was ready, 2 yuan per plate, half a jin, gone instantly. Many people had been waiting for an hour, smelling the aroma. The pork bone soup noodles cost only 2 mao per bowl, more affordable. A big pot of broth was repeatedly simmered, enough for dozens of bowls. Qian Lai kept counting money until his mouth cramped, laughing happily. He didn't have much money, but he had never experienced such continuous income before. Hurry, go buy all the pigs' heads from the meat shop. Tell them to save some for me in the future. Qian Lai ordered Chi Chong. Chi Chong rode away on his bike, and after an hour, he brought back another pig's head. In this small community, similar to a township in later times, killing 2 pigs a day was common. Although there are many people, few can afford to eat well, and even fewer have meat coupons. In the afternoon, Fong Ying carefully taught Chi Chong how to handle a pig's head. Thinking about her previous world, omitted, she can't do everything herself. Chi Chong is good at cooking, but scraping pig hair probably isn't part of cooking skills. He managed to do it properly. Fong Ying also taught Li Chui how to watch the fire. That's not really cooking either, but Li Chui can handle it. Then she cooked a pot of meat sauce and put it into a large basin. If it cooled down and the flavor was lost, Lin Xiu would heat it up. Lin Xiu is good at cooking, so she could do that. All done. Fong Ying had nothing more to do. She said to Qian Lai, "Manager, I have something to do today, so I'll leave work early. Also, can I get an advance of 10 yuan from my salary?" Not only leaving early, but also asking for an advance on the first day of work? Qian Lai's face frowned. But it was Fong Ying speaking. He couldn't offend her. Without her, the restaurant wouldn't survive and would revert to how it was before yesterday. He reluctantly took out 10 yuan and handed it to Fong Ying, politely asking, "Is 10 yuan enough?"
"No," Fang Jing replied.
Qian Lai immediately locked the drawer. Fong Ying, "Sir, you're hurting my feelings. Next time, lock it more slowly," she said. Qian Lai forced a smile. "But I also need to remind you, even though you usually handle the money, when it comes to closing the accounts at the end of the month, 50% of the net profit is yours to spend as you like." Fong Ying said, "If you don't agree then, I'll go work as a chef at the Fuqiang restaurant immediately." Qian Lai quickly said, "You're making it worse, hurting feelings even more." Fong Ying smiled and turned to leave. Feng Zhua and Feng Yu held her bicycle. "Where are you going?" Feng Zhua asked. "We're taking you," Feng Yu said. Qian Lai immediately said, "Who's riding the noodles if you leave? What's going on?" They turned against her overnight? He had worked hard to raise these 2 boys for years, and now they were easily persuaded? "It's because you asked us to protect her," Feng Zhua said. "Fuqiang might be waiting just around the corner," Feng Yu added. Qian Lai angrily waved his hand. "Hurry up. Go quickly. Come back early." Fong Ying smiled, rode her bike to the nearest bus stop, got on the bus, and let the 2 boys ride their bikes back. "Come home with Xiao tonight." Fong Ying waved to them from the bus. The 2 big boys immediately showed the same shy smile. As for going home, Fong Ying took a detour before finally reaching her house. Fong De was already waiting for her, looking very serious. Seeing her return, he pulled a face and frowned, saying, "Let's go." Fong Ying didn't dare to disturb him and quietly sat on the back of the bicycle, following him to Lin Hong's house. Lin Hong's house was a few alleys away, not very far, both in the same school district. It was also a standalone courtyard house. But it wasn't as big as Lin Ming's house. His was just a one-entry, about 200 square meters, with a yard taking up a few dozen square meters. Fong Ying stood at the gate, lost in thought. She was determined to get this yard. In her previous life, Lin Hong was once tricked and lost everything, then sold this yard for 200 million and turned his life around. This time, she wanted to make him so poor he could only sell his underwear.
Bang, bang, bang.
Fangda knocked loudly on the door. The sound made it clear that someone was not friendly. Who's there? Why are you banging? Such rudeness. A woman said irritably as she came over and opened the door. It wasn't dark yet. When she saw who was outside, her expression instantly froze. Oh, Brother Fong and Xiaoing, why are you here? Lin Hong's mother, Chen Wan, said. Fangda didn't speak to her and simply stepped inside. Just as he was about to bump into Chen Wan, she moved aside, then almost made Fonging fall over. Hey, kid, how are you walking? Have you been reading too much lately and your eyesight is bad? Should I take you to the hospital for glasses? Chen Wan said sarcastically. She was used to talking like that. Fangda paused, finally believing his daughter's words. Lin Hong's parents didn't respect her at all, which meant they didn't respect him either. He was about to turn around when Fonging smiled and said, Aunt Chen, I think it's you who has bad eyesight. I'm such an adult, and you didn't see me come in? Still standing there. Look, you even got my clothes dirty. Chen Wan was so angry she gasped. What did she mean? Saying she was dirty? It was you who bumped into me. Chen Wan said. Who told you to block the door? Not letting me in?
Why?
Did you do something guilty or ashamed of? Fonging asked. Chen Wan hesitated and immediately changed to a questioning look. You still have the nerve to talk. What's your relationship with Lin Ming? You secretly married Lin Ming behind Lin Hong's back. When did you get together? See, she was the first to blame her. And when did Lin Hong get together with Fong Tian? Fonging asked. Chen Wan immediately said, who got together with Fong Tian. That's not true. Fonging smiled and said, you don't need to deny it. Fong Tian has your son's underwear. If you don't admit it, she will immediately report your son for misconduct and have him sent to jail. Chen Wan. Fangda. He had prepared all night, with a whole list of words, expressions, and tones to force Lin Hong to marry Fong Tian. But in the end, he was defeated by a pair of underwear? Or rather, by a pair of non-existent underwear. Chen Wan snapped out of her daze and stammered, No, that's impossible. You're talking nonsense. Dad, let's go. They don't want Lin Hong to end well. Let Fong Tian take the underwear to the police station, she said and turned to leave decisively. Who said those underwear don't exist? It's still possible to find them on Lin Hong. Fangda also turned around, taking one step, then two, then three. Inside the house, voices could be heard. Oh look, Fanggo is here. Why aren't you coming in? Juanzi, hurry up and pour tea for Fangge. Why are you just standing there? Lin Qing, Lin Hong's father, stood at the door smiling at him. Fangda knew he had lost. He understood. He changed his expression, ignored the smiling Lin Qing, and turned to go inside. Fonging automatically followed. Chen Wan hurriedly closed the courtyard gate and chased after them. Everyone, no need to pretend. Just tell us what will happen with Lin Hong and Fong Tian, Fangda said. He sat confidently on the sofa, acting commanding. According to reason, Fong Tian should be beaten to death for doing such a thing, but now it's a new society. We care about the law, and the law even has a crime called misconduct. You decide what to do. Lin Qing's smile faded, and he sat there expressionless, like wearing a mask. Chen Wan said, the law also requires evidence. What does a pair of underwear prove? Who doesn't wear underwear? Fawning said, that's because you're uneducated. Now there's advanced technology abroad called DNA, just like fingerprints. Every person's DNA is unique. All items on a person, including hair, blood, and other fluids, contain this DNA information. That pair of underwear has shared DNA from both of them. That's solid proof. If you don't show it, forget it. But if you do, it might be enough to replace your son's box. Fong Ying gestured to Chen Wan with the size of a small urn. Chen Wan immediately started crying out of anger. Husband, what should we do? She said, feeling overwhelmed and panicked. Lin Hong was their only son. Lin Qing sat there expressionless and said, then Fong Tian can't run away either. We can say she deliberately seduced Lin Hong. She also must die. Fong De said indifferently, "Perfect. Let's arrange a ghost marriage for them." What is the biggest fear in negotiations? The worst is when the other side is very stubborn, holding tightly to their weak spot, either succeeding or giving up. If it doesn't work, the other side doesn't care. Lin Qing now feels Fong De is exactly like that. After all, he tends to judge others by himself. Fong Tian is just his stepdaughter, not his biological daughter. Whether her reputation is good or bad, he doesn't care. And I've already spread the news that Lin Hong and Fong Tian are together, Fong Ying said. Everyone at my dad's work knows now. If you don't marry Fong Tian, I'll tell them Lin Hong refused to admit it. Cough, cough. All three of them coughed. That phrase was quite bold. People today can't accept it.
Fang Fang Ying.
You, Tang Zhen, really taught my daughter the wrong way. I'll settle the score with you later. Fong Ying's attitude was even more fierce than Fong De's. Lin Qing and Chenwan also looked at her. They used to think they had misjudged her. They didn't realize she could be so difficult. You have no shame, but I still have mine, Fong De said. Before things get out of hand, let's quickly get the wedding done next Sunday. Lin Qing and Chenwan turned to look at him again. You care about face? You want face so much that you let your daughter leak the news? This was something they hadn't expected. They had heard from their son that Fong Ying had seen Fong Tian and Lin Hong together. They knew Fong De had to find out. But they thought Fong De would hide it at all costs because he cared about his reputation. Then they would shift the blame onto Fong Tian. When Fong De got angry, he would definitely stop talking to them. The issues with Fong Ying and Lin Hong would be over. But unexpectedly, Fong De didn't play by the usual rules. They had misjudged again. What should they do now? The couple looked at each other. Dad, let's go back and prepare the things needed for their ghost marriage, Fong Ying said. Anyway, Fong Tian has already said she loves Lin Hong only in this life. She won't marry anyone else. She's born for him, and even in death, she belongs to him. She then said to Chenwan, we won't take advantage of you. When the time comes, the cost of the cemetery will be split equally among us.
Clang.
Lin Hong pushed the door open loudly. He shouted, Marry. I will marry her. I won't marry anyone but her in this life. Fong De immediately sneered. This fool was truly blind. Fong Tian pushed him away like he was a piece of rotten mud, yet he still played the deep lover here. He looked at Fong Ying again, who clearly understood this fool's mind perfectly. Let's set it for next Sunday. You handle all the arrangements yourselves. I will go home now to send out the invitations and prepare for my daughter's wedding. After saying this, Fong De stood up and left. Lin Qing looked at his back with clenched teeth. He is also a person who cares about face. If Fong De's side just sends out the invitations without considering anything, he will be forced into a corner. This marriage must go ahead, whether he likes it or not. Fong Ying also stood up and smiled at Lin Qing and Chenwan, saying, Second brother, second sister-in-law, your uncle has left. Why don't you see him off? Fong De was limping and almost fell down. The three of them looked surprised, finally realizing that Fong Ying's status had changed. She is now Lin Ming's wife, in the same generation as Lin Qing. Fong De naturally belongs to the older generation. Fong Ying then said to Chenwan, Second sister-in-law, I have to tell you, sometimes you can't be too indulgent with the kids. Look at how spoiled my eldest nephew is, so silly. When his father-in-law and grandfather left, he didn't even bother to see them off. Chenwan trembled with anger. Shut up. Fong Ying, feeling temporarily deaf, continued, Next time, be careful, or I might have to tell others about this. Age doesn't determine the rank. You should call him what you should. Without caring about their unhappy faces, she turned and walked away. Lin Hong reacted quickly and shouted, Stop right there. How can you be so rude to my parents? Based on what? That I am your aunt? Fong Ying looked at him. Lin Hong was speechless. Seeing how much Fong Ying had changed, his eyes suddenly reddened. How come you suddenly married Uncle Lin Ming? When did you get together? This fool had been told a bunch of nonsense by his mother and thought Fanging and Lin Ming had been together for a long time. He felt uncomfortable inside. Looking at Fanging now, her face was very much like the one that once made him crazy with love, just a bit plumper. She was actually very cute. She was a woman who once kept him awake at night. But then she turned around and married someone else. Fanging desperately wanted to roll her eyes but held back. She said, "Seriously, big nephew, I know the person you really like is Fang Tian, or you wouldn't have written so many love poems for her. She only has you in her heart, always reciting your poems at home, forgetting everything else. Your relationship is truly touching. You must treat her well in the future, or I won't agree. I'll tell your uncle to give you a good lesson." She definitely didn't want to get married and then be tangled up with Lin Hong forever. He has a history. After Fanging became more beautiful and wealthier last time, Lin Hong wanted to rekindle their old love.
Get lost.
Lin Hong remembered Fang Tiantian's beautiful face and tall figure and immediately pushed down the strange feeling just now. He nodded foolishly. "I will treat her well."
Good boy.
Fanging said firmly and walked away. Before leaving the yard, he heard Chun Wan pinching his ear and scolding, "You big fool." At the gate of the courtyard, Fang Do was sitting on his bicycle, almost laughing himself silly. If the bike hadn't been supporting him, he really couldn't stand. From now on, whenever he saw Lin Qing, he would call him Big Nephew. "He will say different things," Fanging said. "I don't care. Just call him son-in-law on the first day and Big Nephew on the second day."
Ha ha ha.
Fang Do was about to burst out laughing. He felt more proud than ever in his life. Is it really necessary? Fanging also laughed. The two of them pushed the bike happily and walked away. They couldn't ride, or they'd fall. They laughed all the way to the gate of the cadre building. Fang Do suddenly couldn't smile anymore.
Dad, there's something I don't know if I should say.
Fanging said. Fang Do rolled his eyes at her. "Don't play tricks on me. If I don't let you say it, can't you keep quiet? Ha ha ha, you know me so well." Fanging quickly stopped smiling and said, "Seriously, Dad, I don't know if you've noticed before, but although I'm quite fat, I eat the least at every meal. I hardly eat meat or vegetables, and I eat very little vegetables. At most, I have a bowl of rice or a bun each time. For example, even Tian Fangyan eats less than me, but why am I so fat?" Fangda's eyebrows jumped and said, "Some people just have a body that gains weight from drinking cold water. But there's a kind of medicine that makes people gain weight after eating, and no matter how much you try to lose weight, it's useless. If you don't believe me, you can go ask," Fanging said. Fangda's face turned cold and frightening. "What kind of medicine?" "Not necessarily a specific one, but it's a hormone-based drug," Fanging replied. "You definitely know what I mean, but I have no proof. Plus, the amount of this medicine taken is small, or it might have been stopped a long time ago. Nowadays, it's really hard to detect," she added. Fangda didn't speak, but Fanging saw that the hand gripping the bicycle handlebar was already bulging with veins. She continued, "I look like this now, but I actually don't care anymore. But, Dad, I'm worried she might target you. In the future, don't eat what she gives you, and don't drink the water she pours for you. I only have you as my dad. I don't want to lose you," she said softly. Fangda quickly turned his head, blinking desperately to stop tears from falling. The remnants of feudal family authority couldn't handle this. Fangda took a long time to recover and, as if nothing had happened, pushed his bicycle into the community. Fanging knew that he had listened to her words. He is a very suspicious and cautious person. In his past life, maybe he never thought about such things, which led him astray. Now that he has thought about it in this life, he overthinks everything. Tang Jin touched him, and he immediately suspected that her nails might be toxic. Fanging smiled and followed him. At home, Tang Jin and her daughter were all there. When they heard the door open, Tang Jin immediately came over, as usual, to take off Fangda and Fang Ying's slippers. "Why are you so late? Dinner is ready. Today I made your favorite braised fish." She reached out to take Fangda's briefcase, with a peaceful smile on her face. It was as if nothing had happened in the past 2 days. Fangda looked at her perfect smile and his pupils shrank. It's truly frightening, too frightening. Should a normal woman, when faced with such a situation, be anxious, humble, and begging for forgiveness? But she seemed fine, trying to pretend everything was normal? Did she forget her memory, or think he did? Or does she believe that what happened these past 2 days isn't a big deal? It's terrifying. Fangda didn't even change his shoes and pulled his briefcase back. I just want to tell you that I've made arrangements with Lin Ming. Next Sunday, Fang Tian and Lin Hong will get married. Married? What kind of marriage? Tang Jun asked eagerly. She thought Fangda's previous words were just angry words. She believed she knew Fangda well. He's a smart and powerful man. He plans every step carefully, as if calculating everything with a calculator. Doesn't he realize that letting Fang Tian marry Lin Hong is a huge loss? I didn't ask about the wedding, Fangda said. Anyway, next Sunday, Fang Tian stays at home waiting for Lin Hong to come pick her up. If he doesn't come, I'll send her over myself. He is indeed very influential. Fang Tian is now seen as useless by him, and he doesn't care about useless people at all. Fang Tian suddenly cried out and hugged Fangda's leg. Fang Ying stretched out her leg again. Don't cry yet. I have something important to tell you, Fang Ying said. Fang Tian stopped crying and looked up at her. I told Lin Ming that you have Lin Hong's underwear, which proves he's been inappropriate with you. If Lin Hong doesn't marry you, you should report him. Remember to secretly take a pair of his underwear just in case, she added. Fang Tian, you're better than me. Why didn't I think of that before? Fang Ying said, I also told Lin Hong that you love him so much you're crazy, and you spend every day at home reciting those bitter poems he wrote for you. Later, he'll definitely want to exchange poems with you. You should practice now so you don't get caught. Fang Tian, why are you so mean? That fool can write 8 bitter poems a day, and now he's already collected a big box of them. Also, let me tell you what DNA technology is. It's real. Be confident, we're not afraid of them. If necessary, we'll deal with him. Fang Ying explained about DNA. Fang Tian sat on the ground, watching her, forgetting what she was supposed to do earlier. She had been forced to learn ways to manipulate Lin Hong and the Lin family, and she thought it was pretty useful. After Fang Ying and Fangda left the door, she finally remembered she didn't want to marry Lin Hong. Why manipulate that fool? Mom, what should I do now? She cried. Tang Jun said, Don't worry, there are still several days. I'll think of a way. Then you'd better hurry. Who would want to marry that fool? He can't last more than 2 minutes. Didn't you say such men are a big no-no? Fang Tian cried. Fangda, who was pressed at the door and hadn't gone downstairs, suddenly widened his eyes. What? Sure enough. Good job, Fang Tian. Good job, Tang Jun. Not only did they have something going on with Lin Hong long ago, but they also knew he wasn't capable. And they didn't tell anyone, still wanting Fang Ying to marry him. Even if he wasn't human anymore, he couldn't let his daughter marry someone like that. He wanted to go back and confront them, but it was too awkward to argue in front of his daughter. His daughter was already a bit wild, not caring about anything, and he couldn't set a bad example again. He hurriedly pulled Fang Ying downstairs. Fang Ying almost burst out laughing. So Lin Hong had this flaw too. No wonder he was from a good family and easy to manipulate. Fang Tian had been a widow 3 times in her past life, but never married him. This life, they definitely had to be together. Fangda rushed back to Lin Ming's house in one breath. Fang Shui was there too. He was concerned about how things were progressing. He heard Fang Tian defeated Lin Hong's family with just a pair of shorts, and his mouth was wide open. Fang Ying chuckled and said, The funniest part is, guess what we just heard? Shut your mouth and go cook. Fangda quickly said, You're not allowed to say this kind of thing anymore, understand? His daughter actually understood. Even the subtle hints, she understood. Good job, Tang Jun. Fang Ying smiled and said, Then tell my brother. No need to hold back for Lin Hong. Fangda suddenly said, Better not. Men shouldn't make things difficult for other men. Ha ha ha. Fang Ying couldn't hold back and went to cook. Fang Shui was dying of curiosity. What exactly happened? Fangda, after several assurances that he wouldn't tell anyone, finally shared the secret. A family should share secrets among themselves. It's not their secret, but someone else's, so it's okay to talk about it. After hearing this, Fang Shue's expression was very interesting. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to go confront Tang Zhen. He knew she was cunning, but he didn't realize how dark her heart was. Fangda hesitated many times, but decided not to tell him about Fang Ying's suspicion that Tang Zhen had poisoned her. He knew his son and second daughter had a good relationship. If he told him, he might beat Tang Zhen half to death right now. Without proof, it would all be his fault later. Beating a stepmother isn't a good look. Dinner is ready. Fang Ying brought out the meal. She had been cleansed by the space well water, so she was sharp and attentive. She overheard her father talking to her brother. She advised Fang Shui, she's already been punished. Making her own daughter jump into the fire is more painful than a beating from you. Forget about what happened before. It's enough that she cares. In her past life, her older brother was murdered by someone hired to kill him. In the end, she never knew who hired the killer, nor who the killer was. They worked alone. She didn't care. She just wanted to eliminate all her enemies.
Come eat.
Try my cooking, Fang Ying called from inside. Xiao Yu, come out and eat. Lin Yu was doing homework in the room. Since he said he wanted to inherit Fang Ying's skills, he worked even harder than before. Fang Ying, always first in his grade, was several points ahead of second place, but he couldn't catch up. Although he was also top of his class, the gap was only 1 or 2 points, which made him feel very competitive. Fang Ying, after hearing this, immediately rubbed his short hair and laughed loudly. Even the smartest kids are just kids with limited intelligence. Your perfect score is 200, and you're already at 198. Let the second place go. Lin Yu's face stiffened, finally realizing what was wrong. All his pressure suddenly eased. Fang Ying then went to the backyard to find Lin Qi, and was surprised to see that the plastic greenhouse was already built. Wow, did Qi, you finished building the greenhouse in just a day. Looks pretty good. Fang Ying checked it carefully and found no problems, then praised Lin Qi highly. Lin Qi, exhausted like a lively donkey after a whole day, suddenly felt his enthusiasm reignite. He thought, I'll keep working tomorrow. Brother-in-law, the greenhouse is ready. When do we start planting cucumbers? Lin Qi asked. Fang Ying, if you're not tired, you can eat after dinner. I'm not tired. Lin Qi happily went to eat. After he finished, Feng Zhua, Feng Yu, and Lin Xiu also returned. Fang Ying warmly greeted them. The 3 treasures are back. Were you tired on the way? Do you need a rest? I saved some food for you. Feng Zhua, Feng Yu, and Lin Xiu all blushed, just like Lin Qi and Lin Yu yesterday. They're grown-ups now, so what's the treasure or not? It's a bit embarrassing, but everyone's eyes are bright, and their smiles are happy. Did you meet someone rich and powerful? Feng Zhua asked. Fang Ying immediately looked at Feng Yu. She waited a long time, but he didn't speak. Instead, he looked at her strangely. Fang Ying smiled, realizing they didn't have to reply to each other to start talking. Now she felt relieved. Otherwise, she was worried they might stop talking if they parted. Sadly, no, Fang Ying said. She didn't want to hide anymore. She wanted to have a showdown with someone rich and powerful. Only then could she write a letter to Lin Ming. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a lie? Feng Zhua and Feng Yu looked at her silently, feeling regretful. They thought she really owed them. Eat your meal, Fang Ying said. In just a few words, they caught their breath and washed their hands to eat. After eating, she went to the backyard with Lin Qi to plant crops. Sister-in-law, what are we planting? Just cucumbers? Lin Qi asked. Fang Ying, are you feeling unwell? Don't worry. In the future, sister-in-law will improve your cooking skills. You'll cook delicious food, and you won't need to eat only cucumbers anymore. She wondered how she could possibly cook 3 meals a day for them, every day. She wasn't a nanny. Once their cooking skills improve, they can cook 3 meals a day for her. Lin Qi looked a bit confused. He just thought cucumbers were tasty. What was sister-in-law talking about? Fong ignored him and looked at the greenhouse, which was about 200 square meters. We'll plant 10 square meters of cilantro, green onions, 20 square meters of cucumbers, tomatoes, peppers, and celery. The remaining 100 square meters will be for chives. Chives can be harvested repeatedly, yielding several times more. Eating chive scrambled eggs or chive dumplings in winter is a real delicacy for those who love chives. For those who don't like chives, it's just yuck, but Fong guarantees that her chives can even cure people who dislike them. Lin Chi was a little unhappy with only 20 square meters of cucumbers, but Fong shot him a stern look, and he immediately fell silent. The three of them sowed seeds overnight, with Fong handing out water. She dipped a few drops of space well water into the bucket. She can freely control the water from the well, making it appear in her palm whenever she wants. She knows exactly how much she releases each time, never more than 3 drops, because too much would make the plants grow too fast, which surprises people. She has experience with this. With just 3 drops, people usually say these seeds are really good. They have strong vitality. After working with them for a while, Fong goes back to her room to sleep, hiding inside her space to tend her garden. In her space, she can harvest the vegetables she planted yesterday. The 2 acres of land are quite full: cucumbers, peppers, tomatoes, so many that she can't pick them all. She has a habit of collecting things and a bit of OCD. She used to like sorting vegetables into boxes and neatly placing them on shelves inside her space. Seeing the space full makes her feel comfortable. Now, her storage feels endless, which makes her very annoyed. She also dislikes not having boxes and hates clutter. She spent half the night harvesting, her lips always curved in a smile. She had planned to stay up all night, but for some reason, she suddenly felt very sleepy in the middle of the night, weak all over, just wanting to sleep. Drinking a few sips of well water didn't help. She didn't feel any physical problems, though. Suddenly, she remembered that her period might be coming soon. Perhaps her body was reacting naturally. Reluctantly, she left her space and went to sleep. The next morning, before dawn, she set out for work again. When she arrived at the restaurant, she immediately started working. The drivers who stayed overnight got up and eagerly waited for breakfast, moving quickly and efficiently. That morning, they ate hot noodle soup again. These drivers weren't the same ones from yesterday. They hadn't eaten yet, so everything felt fresh, and they didn't think 2 cents a bowl was expensive. After seeing off this group of customers, Qian Lai and Chi Chong arrived. They carried 2 pig heads, 2 sets of pig offal, 30 pounds of meat, 20 pounds of bones, and fresh dried tofu and soybean tofu. One person couldn't carry it all. "Uncle, can you buy chickens?" 2 of them, Fong suddenly asked. "You still know how to cook chicken?" "Well, chickens are pretty common. You must know how. Do you want to make chicken soup noodles?" 2 won't be enough. "I'll go catch 20 for you," Qian Lai said. Fong replied, "No, I'm eating them myself." Qian Lai thought, "How can I not spoil you? Miss, I'll tell you honestly, eat less, lose some weight. Do you sleep on a kong or a bed at home?" he asked carefully. Fong chuckled. "Uncle, you guessed right. My bed has collapsed several times because of me." Several times in just one night. But she doesn't carry the blame alone. Lin Ming is the main culprit. Qian looks at her thick skin and doesn't know what to say. "Actually, I want to make smoked chicken to create a new income stream for our restaurant, but I haven't done it before. I only know the recipe." "I'll try making 2 first, Fong said. Qian immediately smiled, realizing she was joking. He thought to himself, Xiaoying isn't that kind of person. He glanced at the wealthy restaurant to the south, where they are now cooking at a large outdoor stove. The wealthy people are even building a stove outside their restaurant. It seems they learned Fong Ying's fragrant cooking method. The 2 places are separated by dozens of meters, one in the south, one in the north. A few people are building the stove while watching Fong Ying and Qian with unfriendly expressions. Qian quietly said, "They made a rule that we can only make noodles if we do smoked chicken. It's not that uncle is timid. Isn't it better to avoid trouble? They are all rough men, and there are many of them. If they clash and someone gets hurt, I would feel bad," he added. Fong chuckled. She liked this old man.
After making smoked chicken, we won't sell it here. We'll go out and sell. They won't be able to control us then, Fonging said. Go out to sell? Qian was stunned. He had never thought about that. Without chain restaurants, a restaurant is just a restaurant, open for business. Where would they sell outside? For example, on the train, selling 10 or 8 smoked chickens a day on each train, Fonging suggested. Yes. I'll go kill chickens right now. Qian jumped on his bicycle and disappeared in a flash. He's full of energy. Chi Chong came to bring Fonging some things. Seeing Qian rushing away in such a hurry, he was stunned. What did he go for? Lost money? Fonging asked him, Brother Chong, can you kill chickens? She doesn't do this kind of work. Chi Chong said yes. But this isn't really cooking skill. Then you've gained another skill, Fonging said. Chi Chong replied honestly, it's better to work than to sit idle. Sitting all day is more tiring than working, and I don't get paid. He saw that this month's wages could be paid in full, plus 50% of the net profit as a bonus. Although Fonging said she would decide how to spend it, he would get his share no matter what. Even if she bought a pretty dress, he could go home and see his wife wearing it. He wouldn't be losing out. Chi Chong now liked Fonging very much. Fonging was chatting with everyone while preparing ingredients for the day. Money came back quickly. 2 big baskets hung on each side of the bicycle, filled with rows of chicken heads. But he was stopped from afar, scared him so much that he shouted, What are you doing? Still dare to hit me? Listen, anyone who touches me will be sent to their retirement home. He shouted until his voice was hoarse. Fonging immediately looked at Fengzhua and Fengyu, who had already rushed out. The prosperous man quickly said, We didn't do anything. Our boss just asked us to check if your original agreement still counts. We were supposed to make noodles, but why did you buy so many chickens? Old-timer, haven't you heard of chicken soup noodles? Qian Lai said. He thought it was better not to get involved in the chicken delivery incident. The prosperous man lost his temper instantly. After all, chicken soup noodles are just noodles. Suddenly, they saw Fengzhua open his mouth. The prosperous man looked like he saw something terrifying and turned to run. He wanted to spit it out, but they still dared not hit back. That would be a big mistake. Actually, the restaurant wasn't far away, and many drivers were watching. Spit. Fengzhua finished. Unfortunately, the prosperous man ran too far away to be insulted. Next time, spit earlier, Fengyu said. Fengzhua nodded. Spit as soon as we meet. Fengyu said, We won't give them a chance to run. After saying that, the 2 of them laughed loudly. Yan Lai is really quick to learn bad habits. Are these still his 2 obedient children? Just a day had passed. What a disaster. But it was rare to see them so happy. Qian Lai also smiled. The 3 of them returned to the restaurant together. Fonging checked the chickens and felt relieved that there were no sick ones. Sick chickens can't be eaten. Not only do they taste bad, but they can also cause health problems that would ruin their reputation. 100 years to build a good name, and it could be destroyed in a day. I bought 20 chickens, is that enough? Qian Lai asked. Fonging could tell at a glance and gave him a thumbs up. Sir, you truly live up to your name. Just thinking about making money. She initially planned to buy 2 to try, but he wanted to start making money today. 20 chickens couldn't all be tested for himself. They had to sell some. Fonging suddenly also wanted to drink chicken soup. Then let's add a new product. Chicken soup noodles, she said. Anyway, she just needed to make the broth. It wasn't tiring at all. The real exhaustion was for Fengzhua and Fengyu, who were pulling noodles. But Fonging watched as the 2 played with noodles so enthusiastically that they looked more professional than her. Then we still need 2 more pots. Fonging said, Let's build another stove next to this one, and another in the backyard. We'll keep the method of smoking chicken a secret. The method of smoking chicken is actually simple, using white sugar or brown sugar to smoke, sometimes adding a few other spices. But now, information spread slowly. Even professional chefs might not know. So, don't expect ordinary people to know. He nodded repeatedly, saying, That's right, that's right. We can't let others learn it. When the time comes, I'll guard the door for you.
He glanced toward Fuqiang and then rode away on his bicycle. A little more than 10 minutes later, he returned carrying 2 large pots, followed by 2 people. The Dongxing commune is not far behind the restaurant. The 3 of them quickly built the stove. Fang Ying put the big bones and chicken broth on to simmer, then went to the backyard to prepare the smoked chicken. Early in the morning, there were no guests in the dormitory in the backyard. There was already a stove connected to a large heated bed, with a big pot on top for boiling water. Now, she was using it to braise chicken. To make smoked chicken tasty, it needs to be marinated first, then smoked for flavor, otherwise it won't taste good. And she has her own secret recipe. That day, while shopping, she passed by a traditional Chinese medicine shop. Her professional habit made her go in and buy all the herbs that could be used as spices, like dried tangerine peel, cloves, white angelica, astragalus, and goji berries. At home, she processed them in her space, grinding them into powder and putting them in cloth bags to prevent her secret from leaking. Soon, the big bones broth and chicken broth in the front yard were flavorful, but it was not yet mealtime, and few drivers stopped. However, once the smell of the smoked chicken wafted out with its unique smoky aroma and mealtime approached, many passing drivers stopped to look around. What's that smell? So special. Smells so good. It seems to be smoked chicken. As expected, the drivers, being experienced, recognized it. But the smoked chicken I've had before wasn't this fragrant. Whatever it is, which shop is selling it? Drivers along this route looked left and right, all focusing on the state-run restaurant in the middle. The one to the south mainly sells buns and baked flatbreads, very ordinary. The one to the north, well, no need to mention it. Only the middle restaurant, which cooks stir-fry dishes, has decent flavor. Most drivers got off and headed to the middle state-run restaurant, only to be scolded out by the service staff with a sour face.
All you do is eat, eat, eat. What's so great about that?
Just being a driver, earning a little money. Is that so impressive? While you're outside enjoying good food and drinks, have you thought about your wife and kids at home eating plain food? Not a single good one among you. A woman in her 30s, standing with her hands on her hips, scolded loudly. Fang Ying came out carrying a tray and nearly tripped in surprise. I heard her attitude was bad, but this is too much. And you, eating so much, wasting so much food. Don't you know so many people across the country are starving right now? While you're indulging, have you ever thought about those who can't get enough to eat? Can't you save some food for those in need? The woman looked at Fang Ying with anger. Does Fang Ying have a serious problem? She wanted to argue back, but a man pushed her gently and whispered, "Don't bother with her. Her husband is just a driver, and he's seeing someone else now. She's angry at everyone." But there was something even more urgent. He whispered, "Why did you bring it out?" "I forgot to tell you. We're selling it secretly. Less trouble that way." That was in the past. Now Fang Ying wanted to challenge Fu Chang. How could she not? "Don't worry, I'll make them regret it," Fang Ying said as she placed the tray on a table at the door. Immediately, some drivers gathered around. "How much for this chicken? How much per jean?" Everyone from Fu Chang's side was already there, 5 big, strong men and 5 strong women, standing in a line, silent, glaring at them from the open space in the south. Fang Ying had a feeling that if she dared to sell, they would rush out and cause trouble, just like before. They were so aggressive. Fang Ying smiled at them. Fang Ying said, "This chicken isn't just for sale. It's also an ingredient for our chicken noodle soup, 5 mao per bowl." She looked at Lin Xiao, who was boiling noodles, and called out, "Xiaoer, make a few bowls of chicken soup noodles."
Got it.
Lin Xiao replied. The chicken broth had been simmering all morning, producing 2 large pots, which were combined and now used specifically for cooking noodles. The noodles, pulled very thin, could be cooked in just a few minutes. Fang Ying washed her hands carefully in front of everyone, then started tearing the chicken by hand. Without plastic gloves, but that was okay. Nowadays, people didn't care much about that. Seeing her wash her hands, she did it for a minute, changing the water 3 times, but they thought she was too particular. She tore open the smoked chicken, and the aroma of marinated chicken mixed with a smoky scent immediately filled the air. The combination created an even more tempting smell. Anyone who smelled it couldn't resist. Fanging tore a piece and placed it on a bowl of chicken noodle soup. Smoked chicken noodles, 5 mao per bowl.
Who wants some? She asked.
Someone suddenly expressed dissatisfaction. That's all? 5 cents is too expensive. I thought it was half a chicken. A whole chicken only costs $1. Fanging remained calm. Only the customer was being picky. Big brother, I have live chickens in the backyard. Do you want one? I'll sell it to you for just $1, Fanging said with a smile. Although she was teasing, she looked good. Because she was a bit plump, her smile wasn't seductive but cute. She kept calling him yours so he didn't get angry. Fanging added, our restaurant skill is top-notch. Back when I was a chef at a private restaurant, half a smoked chicken was 10 yuan a plate, and even the leaders fought to order it. Don't underestimate this chicken. It's cooked with 18 kinds of precious Chinese herbs, which can boost energy, nourish blood, and strengthen kidneys. Now, a bowl of smoked chicken noodles used to cost 2 yuan, but now. Stop talking and give me a bowl, a man said, paying with one hand and grabbing a bowl with the other. He started eating eagerly as soon as he heard strengthen kidneys. Holding the bowl, he couldn't wait to take a sip.
Wow.
It smells so good. I've never had such delicious chicken soup noodles. If it really works, I'll eat it every day.
Hey?
Lao Wang, you're not doing well? Someone teased.
Get lost.
You're the one not doing well. I just mean, these noodles are really tasty. Lao Wang wanted to smash a bowl on his head, but didn't have the heart.
Ha ha ha.
Give me a bowl too. Did you work in a big restaurant before? Why are you now working at this small shop? Did you do something wrong? Everyone was gossiping and grabbing noodles at the same time. Strengthening kidneys. Which man doesn't want healthy kidneys? The bowls of noodles Fanging prepared were quickly snatched up. It seemed like the shop had opened for business. From then on, customers kept coming. She kept tearing chicken by hand and selling one bowl after another until all 10 smoked chickens were gone. The chicken soup and bone broth were also sold out. She finished her shift. Qian suddenly got anxious. It's not even mealtime yet. More people will come later. Should I make some fried noodles? Uncle, the donkeys from the production team don't work like that. I'm tired and need to rest, Fanging said. She didn't know why, but she felt a bit exhausted today. She had been busy from early morning to noon a few days ago and wasn't tired then, but today she couldn't straighten her back after just half a morning. Is her period coming? Women are really tough, especially those without sanitary pads. It's even harder.
This.
Qian looked at the people going to the Fuqiang restaurant after their food ran out at her place, feeling heartbroken. It was as if her money had been snatched away. Uncle, think about a few days ago when a customer didn't come, and now be content. Go count the money at the counter. Fanging said. Qian Lai also agreed. He hadn't counted the money in the box yet and needed to check. He turned a glance at Fuqiang, who had been watching them closely. Today, there were almost no customers over there, which was expected. The steamed buns in the morning might not sell out by night. He happily went back to count the money. Fanging stretched a few bowls of noodles and took them to the backyard to eat braised chicken soup and smoked chicken noodles, much tastier than plain chicken soup noodles. She ate 2 large bowls before feeling full. She patted her stomach, feeling strange. Her stomach had grown from holding 1 small bowl to 2 large bowls in just 2 days. She hadn't realized the space in her stomach had this ability. Otherwise, she would have become a big eater long ago. After they finished eating, Qian Lai came over, looking happy. Chi Chong immediately asked, "How much money did we make all morning?" Qian Lai held up 1 finger. Everyone except Fanging held their breath in surprise. 100 yuan? That much? Chi Chong exclaimed. Simt 59,5 yuan, Xian Lai replied. This included the hot noodle soup in the morning, chicken soup noodles at noon, big bone noodles, and a plate of cold dishes. Mainly because Fanging was too clever, she could tear out 20 portions from 1 chicken. 10 chickens made 200 portions, earning 100 yuan. Qian Lai looked a bit worried and said, if we sell some fried sauce noodles and braised meat noodles, we could earn even more, maybe over 200 yuan. In the past, their best half-month earnings never reached 200 yuan. Now, they made that in just half a day. Qianlai said to Fong Ying. Tomorrow, no slacking. You're young, girl. No, I mean you're young. No need to tire yourself out. Uncle, think long term. Our real money is outside, Fong Ying said. Thinking about Fong Ying's big plan, Qianlai eagerly rubbed his hands. Others asked curiously. Fong Ying shared her plan to sell smoked chicken on trains. Of course, it might not work out. I haven't even met this uncle, she said. She planned to follow Sun Ping's husband's approach. He works at the Railway Bureau. Qianlai hesitated, thinking she had some strong connections, but it turned out he hadn't even met her. Little donkey, pfft.
Little Ling.
One more thing, next time, don't rush your plans. Don't make me too excited. I have a heart condition. Fong Ying smiled. What kind of plan is that? It's more like a cookie crumb. I'll bring 2 chickens tonight and go see this uncle, she said. Go ahead, go ahead. Are 2 enough?
Qianlai said. No.
Just as Fong Ying started to speak, Qianlai shouted. Ah. You've all finished eating. Where's my noodles? I haven't eaten yet. Fong Ying immediately burst into laughter, feeling her stomach hurt. That old man. Is he a loyal fan of thriftiness? After a short break, she got up to work again. She boiled bone broth and chicken soup anew. There are secrets to this. It's not just about throwing ingredients into plain water. Otherwise, it would be too fishy or greasy. Not only would it not taste good, but it could also make people sick. She never wants to eat chicken again in her life. She called Lin Xiu over and taught her step by step. Li Chui was wandering nearby, occasionally pretending to look casually. Fong Ying immediately said, Sister Chui, wanna learn? Come and learn with us. I thought you weren't interested in cooking, so I didn't invite you before. Li Chui happily came over, a bit shy, and said, I think I can help improve things. Good cooking skills are a big advantage when looking for a partner. She's already 23. Shouldn't she be worried? She's almost desperate. But she can't find a match. Fong Ying smiled. As long as you want to learn, I can definitely teach you. Li Chui's eyes immediately turned red. She knew that master chefs rarely took apprentices, and they would rather keep their secret recipes to themselves forever. Why are you so silly? Don't you know how valuable good skills are? Li Chui softly said, wanting to remind Fong Ying, but also worried she might regret it. Fong Ying smiled. It was just a simple way to make homemade chicken soup, one of the 38 methods she knew, and the least valuable. Fong Ying carefully taught the 2 how to make chicken soup and bone broth. To help them learn faster, she first taught each one separately. She plans to be a farm owner, not a donkey. Let others do this kind of work. Lin Xiu and Li Chui both learned very diligently. Lin Xiu didn't need much encouragement. She already had talent and knew this skill was rare. She didn't want to waste Fong Ying's kindness. As for Li Chui, she learned quite well. She was surprised and said, Maybe I do have some talent. It's all because of my mom. She doesn't know how to teach. Her mom used to tell her, add a little salt, pour some soy sauce, put in some sugar, wait until the green beans are soft, then add potatoes. How much is a little? What does soft mean? How soft should it be? This kind of experience-based teaching was hard for her to understand. Fong Ying was different. She used a 5-milliliter spoon as her standard tool and told them how much to put based on the weight of bones or chicken, measured in flat spoonfuls. Although there are some small errors, with further practice and exploration, it will be mostly fine. The chicken soup and bone broth are ready, and she teaches the 2 how to make fried sauce. Learning too much at once? That's okay. You still have to learn. Anyway, her goal is to be a hands-off manager, leaving these tasks to others. After frying a batch of sauce, she pulls the 2 into the backyard to learn how to smoke chicken. Even Qianlai couldn't watch anymore. That's enough. You should keep some secret skills for yourself. Uncle, I can make a full Chinese banquet, Fong Ying said again. Qianlai was surprised. This time, he started to believe her. 1 pot of chicken broth is prepared and smoked, and dinner time has arrived. Fong Ying goes out to promote the health benefits of this chicken for nourishing yin and kidneys. And suddenly, orders start coming in. After taking orders, the work of tearing the chicken is handed over to Li Chui. Time to leave work. Qianlai sees her packing the fried sauce and lets her go. He no longer hopes to sell smoked chicken on the train. Still, Feng Zhua and Feng Yu help Fong Ying get on the bus. The smoked chicken is placed in an enamel basin to avoid being touched, but the smell can't be hidden. People on the bus keep asking where she bought it and want to buy some too. Fong Ying suddenly finds another business opportunity. If she can't sell on the train, maybe she can on the bus. Forget it, the time cost is too high, and it requires people to sell, but they currently have no extra staff. After 2 rides, Fong Ying arrives home, leaves 1 chicken behind, and departs with another. Not far from the alley, there's a traditional tea shop. She buys 2 packs of mid-range tea, and everything is ready. She can't listen to her father and buy the worst quality. People don't accept gifts, they just prefer good tea. As a young relative, giving mid-range tea is the best choice. It's drinkable without causing embarrassment. She strolls over to Sun Ping's house. It's not far. Usually, the residential area isn't far from the workplace. Fong Ying's house is in a prime location. Sun Ping and her husband are both home after work. Seeing Fong Ying arrive, Sun Ping is immediately delighted. You said you'd come in a couple of days, but it's already been 3. If you don't come soon, my aunt will be angry. She immediately smells the smoked chicken and is surprised. Where did you buy the roast chicken? I went to the grocery store after work, and they were sold out. No, that's not the smell of roast chicken. It's not that she's being overly suspicious. This is just a polite greeting, not treating her as an outsider. Auntie, I made it myself. Smells good, right? Later, you and my uncle can try it. It tastes even better when homemade. Hearing that she made it herself, the man sitting on the sofa slightly relaxes his brow. Fong Ying kept glancing at him from the corner of her eye, just as her father had said. Uncle, hello, I am Fong Ying, the second daughter of Fong Da. She greeted him politely. The man in his 50s, who didn't look very old, smiled and said, You should call me uncle. I am older than your dad. Fong Ying quickly changed her words, Uncle Zhou. Zhou Dong nodded with a smile. This girl was indeed, as his wife had said, quite cute. Sun Ping saw the two exchanging greetings and immediately asked Fong Ying, Is this really your work? Is it true? You know how to do this? Fong Ying smiled. I'm now working as a head chef at a restaurant run by a commune. Sun Ping.
A commune restaurant?
That sounds off. It's inconvenient to commute, and the benefits are not good. I'll ask tomorrow if our unit's canteen needs more staff. Zhou Dong frowned slightly. Fong Ying hurriedly said, Don't worry, Auntie. I'm not here to bother you about a job. If I wanted to join your canteen, I'd just ask my dad. My dad cares for me so much. Even if your canteen doesn't have a spot, he'd dig one out for me himself. Ha ha ha, Sun Ping burst out laughing. Zhou Dong also smiled. I came today just to see you and Uncle Zhou. When I was a little girl, I didn't dare come because I had so many brothers and sisters. Now that I'm married and you took good care of Lin Ming before, I come often for him, and I want to see you. Her words sounded nice, and the reason she suddenly became so warm after not contacting them for years was clear. Sun Ping and Zhou Dong's smiles grew warmer. Auntie, mealtime is here. Let's eat and chat, Fong Ying said casually. Although she was a bit too familiar, as long as a pretty girl didn't act too spoiled, she wouldn't be disliked. Sun Ping immediately stood up. Sit down. I didn't expect you to come today. I'll cook another dish. I came to show you and Uncle Zhou my cooking skills. Fong Ying went to the kitchen. Sun Ping, who didn't usually want guests to cook, stopped trying to persuade her. She really wanted to see her skills. In the kitchen, there weren't many vegetables, just 2 cabbages, a few potatoes, and some onions. The dinner Sun Ping had prepared was only a plate of shredded potatoes. Seeing this, Fong Ying realized this family was truly frugal. Well, they had 3 sons. Families with little money might just give up on fancy wedding gifts or not give any at all if they couldn't afford the bride price. People like them, when they're short on money, can't even make a good impression with a proper wedding. Those things are really expensive, and people earning a fixed salary have to save desperately. Fong Ying decided to make stir-fried cabbage slices. Just simple ingredients went into the pot, and the cabbage suddenly smelled like meat. It was very tempting. Sun Ping was stunned. She was sure there was no meat in the pot. Before the dish was finished, she praised, "You're really a great cook." When others praised her, she would be modest. Zhou Dong looked like a traditional family head, more stubborn than her father. She liked modest children. Cabbage cooks quickly, only a few minutes to be ready. Fawning tore the smoked chicken apart, then looked around at the 3 dishes, which didn't look very good. She mixed a simple salad with an onion. Again, ordinary ingredients, but it created a fresh aroma. Sun Ping praised Fong Ing with many kind words. Zhou Dong was already sitting at the table, waiting for the meal to start. When Fong Ing saw Zhou Dong's expression, she knew he was someone who didn't like to talk during meals. She suddenly became quiet. Zhou Dong was quietly watching her, which made him even more pleased. After dinner, Fong Ing sat on the sofa and began her performance. "Annie, I really came today because I had nothing else to do," Fong Ing said with a shy smile. Sun Ping was happy. "That's more like it." She patted Fong Ying's hand and smiled. "Say what you need. As long as it's within reason, I'll help you." Fong Ing smiled sweetly. "Actually, it's nothing big. I'm a bit confused and want to find someone wise to give me advice. I just graduated from school. I only knew about studying before, and I was first in my grade every year, but that didn't help much. After leaving school, I realized that the knowledge from school doesn't fully prepare you for society." Zhou Dong looked at her suddenly, surprised that this chubby girl was so smart and clever. Yes, her words showed some real insight. "Auntie, you've worked with my dad for over 20 years, so you must know his personality. He's very proud. Recently, I got married without telling him, and I also found a job at the commune restaurant without telling him. He's probably upset because I got married and changed jobs without his approval. I can tell he's very dissatisfied with my work, thinking I've embarrassed him." Sun Ping nodded. "You're right. That's exactly what he's thinking." So, she still wants her to find a job? Now, finding a good job would require a lot of favors. But it's not impossible. "Auntie, I really didn't come to trouble you to find me a job." Fong Ing immediately said, "I have this idea. I love cooking and want to be a chef, but with my age, I can't get into a big restaurant easily. I probably won't make it big. Even if I have skills, it doesn't matter. The head chefs at those big restaurants are all talented. I think they are more capable than me." Sun Ping and Zhou Dong both burst into laughter. This girl is honest and knows her limits. She isn't arrogant or proud. Her cooking skills are good, but she doesn't think other chefs are worse than her. "I have to start from chopping vegetables if I want to work in a big restaurant," Fong Ing said. "But I don't want that. I want to succeed early. I'd rather be a leader than follow. I think the community restaurant is perfect for me. You don't know, it's really interesting. When I first went there, there was no one. When I asked around, guess what? It turned out they were scared off by the neighboring restaurant staff. They wouldn't make noodles, only rice. They were so timid. It was because the other side was too bossy," she rambled, telling how she ate for free, made egg noodles for them, and how they bullied her. "Now, even though I'm not the manager, I have the say in that restaurant," Fong Ing said proudly. Sun Ping and Zhou Dong listened like they were hearing a story and got very interested. But Sun Ping sensed the main point. "Old Zhou, go say hello and ask where those 3 sons of the other chef work as police? Allowing family members to cause trouble. That's how they behave as police?" "Don't worry, this isn't urgent," Fong Ing said. Manager Qian also said he only knows the 3 sons are police, but they've never been involved in the restaurant disputes. Maybe the other side is just bluffing. "Look at me, I've gone off topic again. What I really want to say is about making a name," she continued. "Even though it's just a community restaurant, I want to make it famous. I want people from all over to know about Dongxing Restaurant and know that there's a chef called Little Fong. Then my dad won't think I'm just staying in a small place and feel ashamed of me," she said. "You little girl." Sun Ping's nose suddenly felt a bit sore. She had thought so much, done so much, just to avoid her dad feeling ashamed, just to make him proud. How filial she is. How did Fong De get such a good daughter? But how do I make a name for myself? How do I let people all over know about me? Fong Ing looked worried. She didn't know what to do. And I also have a small personal wish. I hope many top leaders have tasted my cooking, can praise it and get to know me, and by the way, know my dad too. Then they might praise him as well, since he loves this kind of thing. Even Zhou Dong is now jealous. Would his sons think this way? Would they go out of their way to make a name for themselves just to make him proud, just to give him a little extra support? No, they can't think that way. Just imagining it hurts. Auntie, Uncle Zhou, how can I get many top leaders to taste what I make? Besides big restaurants, where do leaders gather? She's already hinted enough. Can't they guess? Fawning looks at them with hope. This hint isn't obvious to outsiders, but Zhou Dong manages railway logistics procurement. He immediately understands. He narrows his eyes and looks carefully at Fawning. This clever girl, going around in circles, she's coming straight for him, right? Fawning innocently winks at him. Zhou Dong considers the pros and cons. The same words can be understood differently by different people. Fawning just said a lot, but only a few words really hit him. Let many leaders know and praise me. If she pulls this off well, the first person to praise her will be him. The first thing the leaders will say at dinner is, "This meal is well arranged. The logistics are on point." 1 in 10 or 20 might ask specifically, "Who cooked this?" Only 1 in 100 would ask who the chef's father is. He thinks such people are very rare. "Are you trying to target me, little girl?" He directly asks.
Hee.
You saw right through me. Fawning feels a bit embarrassed. Actually, this is just my simple idea. I've never left the capital, never traveled by train, but I heard that leaders often travel by train, especially on sleeper cars. I just wanted to try. She honestly admits it. These big figures, once they believe something, they believe it. If you deny it, it's like calling them fools. That's not nice. But if she admits it, she's being honest and clever. Smart kids are likable. Zhou Dong watches Fawning silently. Gradually, Fawng's face turns red and she nervously fidgets. Maybe this idea isn't very mature, but I really can't think of anything else. I just don't want my dad to be disappointed in me anymore. Sun Ping also reacts and quickly hugs Fawning, scolding Zhou Dong. What are you scolding for? You scared the kid. The child thought of it, and that was her clever idea. I didn't think of it myself. Wow, this method is so good. The train really is a place where leaders gather to eat. It's nothing special, just tell me quickly if it works or not. Zhou Dong. Why was he so fierce? He was just carefully looking at that chubby girl. Actually, he was the one being scolded. On the train, any purchase has to be decided by group discussion. Zhou Dong said, "Perfect. The first quarter procurement meeting is coming up next year. I'll give you a spot. Whether it succeeds depends on your own skills. I never make decisions alone, and it's not proper to do so." "Thank you, Uncle Zhou." Fawning immediately said, "I will definitely do a good job. When the time comes, others will praise Uncle Zhou for seeing the talent." Zhou Dong suddenly smiled. "You're so clever. It's clear you're not from the same family." He always thought Lin Ming was very sneaky. His 3 sons together weren't a match for him. Now he sees that his wife is quite capable too. He wonders what kind of life these 2 people will make together. And Fangda, he's really enviable. Fawning happily went home. Although Zhou Dong didn't give a clear answer, her smoked chicken wouldn't be worse than other foods, right? Besides, there's no fresh cooked food on the train now. The dining car is like a restaurant, cooking various stir-fry dishes fresh. Her cooked food was the first dish. Of course, just 1 smoked chicken is too plain. She needs to make a few more dishes. She also noticed that Zhou Dong wanted to get some credit, so he wouldn't refuse to help. Back home, Fangda also returned. He was reading in his room but kept glancing at the smoked chicken on the table. The smell was so strong that the whole house was filled with it. He couldn't concentrate on his reading. Seeing Fawning return, he immediately asked, "Where did you buy it?" "I made it myself." "Pretty impressive, huh?" Fawning said with a smile. Impressive. Fangda looked at her carefully. He hadn't realized it before. "I just went to Zhou Dong's house and talked about the smoked chicken on the train." Fawning told him everything in detail, so he would know what was going on. "Tomorrow, I'll bring back 2 more chickens. You can share them with your colleagues at work."
The main thing is Wang Jun. Make sure you feed him too. Fong Ying said.
Fangde, really?
Isn't that a bit much? But he looked eager to try. No, have you really been in seclusion for these 10 years? He asked again. Otherwise, how did he suddenly learn his lifelong secret skill, as if by magic? Ha ha ha, Fong Ying laughed. I've had an epiphany. Your bloodline isn't inferior. This flattery made Fong Da immediately look proud and happily eat chicken. Fong Ying went to cook. When Lin Xiao and Feng Zhua and Feng Yu returned, the family happily sat down to eat. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Lin Yu immediately put down her chopsticks and ran over. I'll go see who it is. This family is mostly just sitting around eating, so she thought they should work more in the future. When she opened the door, it was Fong Yen holding a big bowl. Where's my dad? I brought dumplings for him, Fong Yen said. Fong Da hadn't come home for 2 days. Tang Jin couldn't ignore him completely, but she knew Fong Da was angry now, so it wasn't a good time for her to appear, so she sent Fong Yen instead. Lin Yu hesitated, and Fong Yen pushed her way in with the big bowl. Seeing the delicious food on the table and the tempting roast chicken, she immediately placed the bowl on the table and sat in the seat Lin Yu had just left. You're eating, so that's perfect. Dad, these dumplings are specially made for you by my mom, she said, placing the dumplings in front of Fong Da. Fong Da's face immediately darkened. He was worried these dumplings might be poisoned. Fong Ying said, the dumplings are here. You can leave now. Fong Yen looked at her with innocent, wide eyes, unable to believe it. Third sister, I brought you dumplings. Are you not going to let me eat with you? How did Dad teach you before? Don't forget. Unless someone invites you, you're not allowed to eat at someone else's house. You're here without an invitation, right? What about your manners? Fong Ying said. Fong Da's face darkened even more. Seeing Fong Yan's lack of manners was more uncomfortable than eating poisoned dumplings. Hold your dumplings and go back quickly, Fong Da said with a dark face. Being scolded, and in front of so many people, both acquaintances and strangers, she stared at the scene. Fong Yen couldn't take it anymore. She suddenly ran away, then turned back to take her dumplings with her. She wouldn't give them to anyone. Fong Da felt an inexplicable relief. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to deal with those dumplings. Throw them away? That would be hard to explain. Waste food? Giving them to others wouldn't be kind. What if they got poisoned? That wouldn't be good. Fong Ying's words truly registered with him. He was always alert that Tang Jin might try to poison him. Fong Ying noticed this and immediately smiled even more happily. After dinner, Lin Xiao and Lin Yu eagerly started washing the dishes. Feng Zhua and Feng Yu took Lin Qi to check the greenhouse. Fong Ying asked Lin Xiao, how is business this afternoon? Any troublemakers? Business is pretty good. Everything is normal for now. Lin Xiao paused and said, Fuqiang's business was not good this afternoon. They didn't work and just stood there watching us closely, like they might come over at any moment. I'm really afraid they might lose their temper and start a fight someday. Then don't fight back if they do. Just run and protect yourself. Don't wait for others to save you. It's better to help yourself, Fong Ying advised. Lin Xiao had never thought about running away as something noble, but it seemed to make sense. Come, I'll teach you how to make fried noodles with bean paste, Fong Ying said. She wanted to finish her work early, so she could relax sooner. Isn't smoking bad for your skin? Lin Xiao happily endured the hard work, feeling that her sister-in-law was genuinely trying to teach her. She was so touched. She wondered why she hadn't realized before how good her sister-in-law was. Fong Yen went home. Tang Jin saw her carrying a bowl and immediately asked, why did you bring half of it back? Don't mention it. My dad didn't appreciate it. He didn't want it, so I brought it back, Fong Yen replied. Tang Jin looked at the door and said, how can you talk like that? You're so disrespectful. If your dad hears, he might not like you anymore. I think he already doesn't like me. So what? Fong Yen put down her bowl and went back inside. Tang Jin looked at the half-eaten dumplings and suddenly realized what had happened. She hurried after Fong Yen in shock. Didn't your dad eat? Why did you bring back only half? Who ate the rest? Was it Fong Ying? Fong Ying is even more ungrateful. She didn't leave me any food and said I have no manners. My manners are the same as hers, Fang Yan said. Tang Jin hit her and asked, quick, tell me, who ate the other half of the dumplings? Fang Yan rubbed her arm and said angrily, I ate them. Why can't I? Are you favoring her? Tang Jin was so angry, she stomped her foot but couldn't tell her the truth. She scolded, you're so greedy. Didn't I tell you to eat at home? These dumplings are specially made for your dad. From now on, don't touch what I prepare for him. She added, just like you're not allowed to touch Fang Ying's food. Fang Yan immediately asked, what's wrong? Is my dad also sick? Before, she and Fang Tian had been secretly told not to touch Fang Ying's food because she supposedly had an infectious disease. They weren't supposed to tell anyone, or people around might think they also had the disease and stop playing with them. I don't understand what you're saying, Tang Jin said. That was my way of showing my care for your dad. Kids shouldn't touch certain things. Fang Yan immediately rubbed her arms nervously and walked away, muttering, someone my age, isn't that disgusting? Tang Jin looked at her back, feeling both angry and worried. She really wanted to give her a kick. She had added something to the dumplings. Of course, it wasn't poison that could cause instant death, but a slow-acting toxin. Long-term consumption could impair intelligence, vision, and nervous system functions. She had used only a small amount, so eating once or twice wouldn't cause harm. This was her first time using such a drug. She originally just wanted to teach Fang Da and Fang Ying a lesson. Unexpectedly, her own daughter ate it. She calmed herself down, thinking it was a lesson for herself. Next time, she would be more careful with the dosage, aiming for perfection. Mom, have you decided how to cancel the engagement? Fang Tian asked when she returned from outside. She had just met Lin Hong, and that fool actually tested her with a poem. Fang Tian went to ask Lin Hong how Fang Da and Fang Ying had discussed the marriage with his parents. What was really going on with that pair of underwear? But that fool immediately tested her with a sour poem. Luckily, she had memorized 2 poems last night and managed to bluff her way through. That was really close. Does she really have to memorize all those sour poems in the future? She suddenly felt a bit nauseous. Tang Jin looked at her daughter, who resembled her more and was smarter and more lively, finally smiling. She pulled her into the room quietly and said, of course I've thought about it. Fang Tian was excited. What's the plan? As long as you get into university, we can delay the marriage. Delay until you graduate. 2 years is enough for a lot to happen, Tang Jin explained. I want to go to university too. But how can I get a recommendation letter? Dad won't help me and Fang Ying's. She probably won't help me now, Fang Tian said. But she needs to send the recommendation letter abroad, Tang Jin said.
We just need someone to help us buy it.
Find someone to help buy it? That's a good idea. I didn't think of that, especially not you, Mom. But who can help us buy it? Fang Tian asked affectionately. Maybe she hadn't really thought of it, but saying it like that made Tang Jin like her even more. Sure enough, Tang Jin's expression became even more indulgent. That depends on you. It's best if it's your classmate. Who do you think is reliable? Someone who can handle this without wanting the recommendation letter for themselves? Fang Tian thought for a few minutes and finally said, I think Zhang Lili is suitable. She used to look down on Fang Ying, and now she looks even less favorably. An enemy of my enemy is a friend. And her family seems to have already arranged a job for her. She's not a good student and probably doesn't want to go to university. Today, she went out and asked about recent events, and she heard about a conversation between Fang Ying and Zhang Lili. Fang Ying said that Zhang Lili also liked Lin Ming and was jealous because she tried to steal him. Zhang Lili didn't admit it at the time, and others didn't believe her, since Lin Ming had been gone for a long time and she probably hadn't interacted much with him. But Fang Tian believed her. That face, what girl wouldn't like it? Mom trusts your judgment. Tomorrow go talk to her. Make sure to get the recommendation letter before Sunday. Tang Jin said. Why wait until tomorrow? I'll go now. Fang Tian immediately left. Zhang Lili's house was in the same area, but Fang Tian had never been there before. She had to ask a familiar classmate for directions. Zhang Lily's home was in a big, messy courtyard. But even big courtyards can be divided into different levels. Some courtyards only have 2 or 3 households, while others have 20 or 30. Zhang Lily's courtyard had 3 households. Her family occupied 3 rooms in the West Wing, which was considered a good family. That's probably why she could find a job. Her family had few members, only 2 brothers, so she had her own room. Fang Tian entered the house, looking envious, which briefly satisfied Zhang Lily's vanity and made her look more pleasing. But inside, Fang Tian was actually very jealous of Fang Ying. A single wing room was nothing. Fang Ying now had a big yard with 3 main rooms. So jealous. When did you start dating Lin Hong? Zhang Lily suddenly asked. Fang Tian immediately snapped out of her thoughts, tears in her eyes, and said, "That's not true at all. It's all Fang Ying's fault. She saw Lin Ming and wanted to dump Lin Hong to marry him, blaming me for everything." Zhang Lily was simple-minded and believed whatever others said, so she thought Fang Tian's words made sense. After all, Lin Ming and Lin Hong was nothing. If she were in her place, she'd do the same. But in the end, Fang Ying succeeded, which made Fang Tian even more jealous. "I don't want her to succeed. I don't want her to control my life," Fang Tian said emotionally. "Why should I marry whoever she wants? Why should I take her blame?" Fang Tian held Zhang Lily's hand with a pleading look. "Lily, only you can save me now."
Me?
"How can I save you?" Zhang Lily asked. Fang Tian's submissive, weak, and pitiful expression, waiting to be rescued, made her feel good, so she didn't pull her hand away. Actually, their relationship wasn't very close before. Fang Tian mainly had good relationships with boys. Lin Hong previously asked Fang Ying for a university recommendation spot. "Did you hear about that?" Fang Tian said, "She married Lin Ming as she wished, but she's still grabbing Lin Hong's things. It's just too shameless." Zhang Lily nodded. "Yes, it's really shameless. She's even afraid I'll go to college. After convincing my stepdad not to give me the recommendation letter, he's still pressuring me to marry Lin Hong this weekend." Fang Tian started crying.
Zhang Lily was surprised. How could he do that?
"Didn't you say he was nice to you before? That he was even closer to you than Ying?" This was something Fang Tian often told her classmates. Every time Fang Ying heard it, her expression looked bad, and she must have felt very sad inside. Fang Tian cried, "I just found out now my stepdad is just my stepdad." "That's true," Zhang Lily said. Ying also said that a stepmother is just a stepmother. Fang Tian, is your emotional intelligence really that low? Is this the right time to say that? She glanced at Zhang Lily, wondering if she was pretending to be naive to tease her. Zhang Lily looked genuinely clueless and looked at her with sympathy. Fang Tian looked strong and said, "I can't let her succeed. I must ruin her plans. I want that recommendation letter. Lily, help me." "How can I help? Do you want me to steal it?" Zhang Lily immediately shook her head like a rattle drum. "We're not that close." Fang Tian, "Not stealing it. How could I let you do that? What do you think I am?" Fang Tian said. "Ying said she's going to sell that recommendation letter. I'll pay you handle it and buy it. If it works out, I'll give you 100 yuan as a reward." "Okay then." Zhang Lily agreed happily. She didn't even have 100 yuan of pocket money. As for the recommendation spot at the Workers', Peasants' and Soldiers' University, she wasn't really interested. Fang Tian knew her classmates well. She didn't like studying. She had been the worst in her class for 12 years. Enough already. If her family hadn't forced her, insisting she get a high school diploma, she would have dropped out long ago. Fang Tian gave her some more details. She absolutely couldn't let Fang Ying find out she was buying it for her, especially not buying it directly for her. And she needed to bargain the price. Fang Ying was asking for 2,000 yuan. If she could lower it by 100 yuan, she would give her an extra 10 yuan as a bonus. Zhang Lily promised eagerly, and the next morning, she went straight to Fang Ying's house. She was very eager when it came to making money. "Zhang Lily, what's the matter?" Fang Ying asked, brushing her teeth, feeling curious. "I heard you're selling that recommendation letter. How much?" I'll buy it, Zhang Lili said. Fong Ying immediately smiled. She only told her family that she was going to sell the recommendation letter, but she didn't tell outsiders. She found out on her own. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, she asked Zhang Lili, "How much did she say I wanted for it?" 2,000, Zhang Lili replied. She was wrong. "I want 10,000, Fong Ying said. "Are you crazy?" Zhang Lili blurted out. "She doesn't have that much money." Seeing Fong Ying smile, she realized she had let slip. Zhang Lili immediately froze in place. This must never be known to Tang Tian. Otherwise, she would be laughed at for being so stupid. "Lily, don't be fooled by her. Actually, she has a lot of money. Her real father is still alive, and he's a factory director," Fong Ying said. She wanted to test whether Tang Zhen was still in contact with her ex-husband. "What? Her real father is still alive? How is that possible?
Didn't he die?"
Zhang Lili asked in surprise. Tang Zhen remarried after having children. People who don't know her well might think she is a widow who remarried, since divorces are rare nowadays. When did she ever say her dad was dead? That's just your imagination, or rather, your guess. She doesn't deny it. She's just letting you misunderstand, Fong Ying said. If everyone knew her parents were divorced, they would mock and gossip about her. Although she didn't find this funny herself, that was the reality. That makes sense, Zhang Lili agreed. She completely followed Fong Ying's lead. Her real father is a factory director? She asked curiously. Her father divorced her mother after finding a wealthy young lady, then married into that family. Later, that family donated their assets and made great contributions. Now, they are doing very well. Her father is capable. He's the director of a large textile factory, earning several hundred a month, plus various illegal income, Fong Ying explained. Zhang Lili wasn't really naive and asked, "How do you know all this?" "During a chat with Fong Tian's uncles at my house, I overheard them," Fong Ying replied. Zhang Lili wasn't very clever and believed her. That Fong Tian. Turns out she's been tricking everyone into feeling sorry for her. "I want to expose her true face in front of my classmates," Zhang Lili said, turning to leave. Since Fong Ying already knew she was here for Fong Tian, the deal was probably off. She decided to back out quickly. Fong Ying called after her, "Wait a moment. Do whatever you want to expose. But first, let's talk about selling the recommendation letter." "You're still selling it?" Zhang Lili turned around in surprise. "Yes, selling it for 10,000. "I'm not joking," Fong Ying said. "Once it's done, I'll give you 2,000. "I'm feeling a bit embarrassed." "I didn't do anything," Zhang Lili said shyly as she turned back. After walking a few steps, she couldn't help but laugh. "Hee. 2,000 yuan is a huge amount. I'm so happy." Nowadays, 2,000 yuan is what many ordinary workers earn in several years. How can I not be happy? Suddenly, Zhang Lili found Fong Ying more likable and wasn't as angry about her interference anymore. After all, she knew that even without Fong Ying, her relationship with Lin Ming wouldn't be much. "Come on, let's discuss how to make Fong Tian fall for it," Fong Ying said. Yes. For her 2,000 yuan, Zhang Lili suddenly became very motivated. Fong Ying said so much, and she remembered it all after just hearing once. It's so strange. She couldn't memorize a single ancient poem after reciting it 100 times before. Fong Ying knew she had this talent, so she used her. In her past life, Zhang Lili first opened a small clothing store to sell clothes, then even in her old age, she went live to sell clothes. Her quick tongue was nothing like someone who was at the bottom of her class. If she genuinely wanted to sell, customers would agree at her asking price. Fong Ying had personally experienced this. Although Zhang Lili probably hasn't fully developed this skill yet, she definitely has this talent in her blood. Trust her once. If it doesn't work out, that's okay. She can lower the price and make sure Fong Tian gets the recommendation letter. Zhang Lili remembered a few key points and left feeling a little nervous. At home, Fong Tian was already waiting at her door. Seeing her, Fong Tian excitedly asked, "Did it work? How much did she sell it for?" "She changed the price to 10,000, Zhang Lili replied.
"What?"
She's crazy. How am I supposed to get that much money? Fong Tian exclaimed. How would I know? Zhang Lili said disappointedly. Forget it. Don't bother about the recommendation letter anymore. It's already sold.
What?
It's sold for such a high price? Fong Tian found it hard to believe. Zhang Lili went inside to drink some water, her disappointment almost dripping into her cup. When I arrived, I saw 3 other people also wanting to buy it. They got there before me and were already bidding in the yard. In the end, a man in a suit bid 10,000. But he didn't have cash with him, so Fawning agreed to give him 2 days. He must bring the money within that time. Did Fawning agree? Fong Tian asked. Zhang Lili looked at her with a silly expression. Of course she agreed. Why wouldn't she? That's 10,000 yuan. Who is that man? Fong Tian suddenly asked. Zhang Lili said, I don't know her. She's not from our school, but she dresses very well, wearing a leather coat and a suit underneath. It's clear she has money. There aren't many wealthy people in the community, but they definitely exist. They're not completely gone. For example, Fong Ying. The money she has, including the IOUs, adds up to several 10,000 yuan. All of it comes from legitimate sources. Fong Tian hesitated and said, I understand. Don't go anywhere these days. Just stay at home and wait for my news. Then she hurriedly left. Zhang Lili immediately crossed her arms and spat at her back. Turns out, Fong Ying's words were true. She really could come up with 10,000 yuan. Fong Ying is more trustworthy. Fong Tian hurried home and told her mother everything. Mom, what should we do now? She asked, holding her mother Tangjun's arm, looking upset enough to cry. Tangjun's face showed a struggle. She didn't have 10,000 yuan. Her years of salary, not eating or drinking, wouldn't even amount to 10,000 yuan. But was she a ghost? Could she not eat or drink? Seeing her hesitate, Fong Tian immediately suggested, maybe I can borrow some from my uncle?
Or
my biological father? What Fong Ying told Zhang Lili earlier was all true. Fong Tian's biological father is a well-off factory director who married into the family. Fong Tian had also learned about him from her uncles and aunts. After knowing, she longed for this father. Tang Zhen relaxed her brows. Oh, right. How could she forget him? I'll try, but it might not work, she said, flipping her hair, looking confident. When Tang Zhen was young, she was also beautiful, with a charming aura. Because of her profession, she had to be dignified. The gentle mix of these qualities made her particularly attractive to middle-aged men. Plus, they had agreed that if she needed money, he had to give it to her. Tang Zhen went out to make a call. 2 hours later, she returned with 10,000 yuan in cash. Mom, how did it happen so fast? Fong Tian asked in surprise. I asked a friend to lend it to me.
just for now, she said gently.
When he heard it was about his daughter's college, he immediately took care of it. Honestly, her ex-husband was better and easier to handle than Fong Da. He listened to her and treated her well. But unfortunately, he aimed higher now. Luckily, he didn't waste the money. He easily handed over 10,000 yuan. Maybe she should call him more often in the future. My dad is really great, Fong Tian said happily. He's my real father after all.
Keep your voice down.
Tang Jin quickly looked at the door and felt relieved when she saw no one outside. Don't say things like that out loud in the future.
Just keep it in your heart, she said.
Yes, yes. Fong nodded. Let's go. I'll go with you. When Zhang Lili collects the money, she needs to give us an IOU. Once she gets the recommendation letter back, she can pay it off, Tang said. Mom really thinks ahead, Fong exclaimed. The two went to find Zhang Lili together. Zhang Lili was surprised to see them come back so soon. Wow, her dad is really rich. Why isn't it her dad? She carefully counted the money, worried there might be fake bills. If Fong Ying found out, wouldn't she blame her? She's really good at this. Maybe Tang Zhen and Fong Tian didn't think about this part. The money isn't a problem. Zhang Lili understood why they wanted her to sign an IOU, but she didn't agree to write 10,000. She took 200 yuan from a stack of bills and said, "This is my fee." Fong Ying suggested this to her.
She should ask for more, because she's a good friend.
What?
Didn't we agree on 100 yuan? Fong Tian was angry. And it was supposed to be 10 yuan for a small favor. Now you're asking for 8,000 more. Do you still have the nerve? The extra money isn't because I asked for it. Someone else set the price. It has nothing to do with me. Anyway, it's just 200. If you don't like it, find someone else, Zhang Lili said. Fong Tian grabbed the money. Then I'll find someone else. Then I'll tell Fonging that you want to buy it for her, or that Fonging should sell the recommendation letter to that boy, Zhang Lili said. Fong Tian.
So she's not stupid.
Zhang Lili clearly understood her expression and immediately got angry.
How dare you look at me like that?
Are you just a little better than me? I'm the worst and you're fifth from the bottom. Last time, I scored 8 in math and I scored 15. What are you proud of? Fong Tian suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. That was bad luck for me. You also guessed your score of 15. What are you so proud of? Enough, stop arguing. 200 is 200. Tangjin looked at Zhang Lili deeply. Zhang Lili immediately felt a chill run down her spine. With that look, she knew she wasn't a good stepmother. Fonging has suffered a lot over the years. Zhang Lili kept 200 yuan, wrote a IOU for 9,800, and Tangjin took out another 200 from her pocket to cover it. Then she watched Zhang Lili walk into the Lin family's gate, feeling relieved. The two stood in the alley, looking at the neat courtyard walls and the tall eaves peeking out inside, full of envy. Who wouldn't want a big house? Mom, I want it. How about letting my biological father buy it for me? Tangjin looked at her and said, it will happen someday, but right now what we can do is make them leave this big house. Fong Tian's eyes lit up immediately. Mom, what do you mean by that? Inside, Fonging was at home waiting since she didn't go to work. She also wanted to see how close Tangjin and her ex-husband really were. Now she saw it clearly. They're very close. Why is it that after her mother-in-law died, her husband also died not long after? Fonging was counting money angrily, her face full of fury. Zhang Lili was so scared she didn't dare speak. A cruel stepmother meeting such a stepdaughter. Maybe no one truly suffers. Just look at this 10,000 yuan. Fonging suppressed her feelings, counted out 2,000 yuan, and handed it to Zhang Lili along with a recommendation letter. Happy cooperation, she said with a smile. I look forward to working together again, but you must keep it a secret. Family members can't be told, or if they hear about it, there won't be a next time. I know. Zhang Lili held the money dreamily. I won't tell anyone. If I tell my parents, this money won't be mine anymore. Everyone has their little thoughts, especially the spoiled youngest child. Zhang Lili carefully hid the money close to her body and left. Before leaving, she turned back and asked Fonging, are we going to be good friends from now on? Of course, Fonging replied confidently. Zhang Lili immediately smiled, swinging her big braid as she walked away. When she saw Fong Tian outside, she directly shoved the recommendation letter into her hand and took back the IOU. Tangjin looked at it carefully again and confirmed it was real. The name section was blank, so she breathed a sigh of relief. Their organization recommends 2 people to go to college every year, so she recognized the recommendation letter. It's always like this. She looked deeply at Zhang Lili again, then pulled Fong Tian away. Zhang Lili swung her braid and snorted. What are you looking at, you big fool? Spending 10,000 yuan on a recommendation letter. She didn't know if it was worth it, but with a fool and lots of money, no one could stop her. Now she was going to find her classmates to chat and tell them Fong Tian has a fickle, meddlesome biological father. Tangjin and Fong Tian returned home and immediately packed Fong Tian's luggage. Fong Tian went to her room and carefully wrote her name in the name field. Tangjin had already packed everything. Let's go, check if there are train tickets. If there are, we leave today. As for the recommendation letter needed to buy the ticket, she had already arranged for the school to issue it. How could she hide Fong Ying's good academic performance for so long? Because she had a good relationship with Fong Ying's homeroom teacher, she was told to go to her for any issues instead of Fong Da. She just needed a simple introduction letter. The mother and daughter went straight to the train station. Luckily, there was a train in 2 hours. This university is not in the capital city, but in nearby Tianjin. Fang Tian didn't feel much homesickness, only excitement and happiness. Tang Zhan accompanied her, talked with her for 2 hours, personally saw her onto the train, and then reluctantly got off. She didn't go home, but went to visit an old friend. Fang Ying patted her full wallet, happy to go out shopping immediately. She also felt a bit tired and wanted to sleep again. But if she didn't go to work, money would be tight. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to go to work. Sure enough, when Qianlai saw her, he started teasing. "It's already noon. Why didn't you come in the evening? Roast chicken will be ready to take the train in a few days. Uncle, can you get some duck eggs, duck heads, duck tongues, duck feet, duck wings, and other duck parts? I want to make some to sell on the train," Fang Ying said. "Yes, yes." Qianlai's eyes widened. "Our commune has everything, whatever you want. A special dish in the capital city is roast duck, but when roasting, they don't include the duck head, wings, or feet because these parts tend to burn. The main focus is on the skin and meat. Currently, there are no shops selling duck necks or other duck parts at low prices because ordinary people don't know how to prepare them and they don't taste good if not cooked properly. Dingxing Commune has 2 duck farms that supply ducks to the city. If Fang Ying wants other parts, it's hard to say, but for these, she can get as many as she needs." An hour later, Qianlai excitedly brought back 2 small bags of duck heads and duck parts. Fang Ying started teaching Qi Chong how to process them, removing the duck tongues, cleaning the feathers from the duck heads, washing the intestines, and so on. It's a delicate task, especially plucking the feathers, which requires tweezers to pull out one by one. "Manager, we need a few more workers," she said. "Are you sure about expanding so quickly? Is that a good idea?" Qianlai hesitated. A few days ago, the restaurant couldn't even fit 5 people, and now they want to hire new staff? "Then you go pluck the duck feathers," Fang Ying said. "Maybe we should hire 2 more people," Qianlai suggested. With a salary of just over 20 per person, 2 people earn only about 50, which is just a few months' wages for them. Hiring. He is such a big manager, he shouldn't be picking at ducks. First, a few duck heads, wings, and intestines were simply prepared. Fang Ying used her skills to make a delicious pot of marinated duck. The smell was so fragrant and strong that any passing car couldn't go more than 100 meters without turning back. Several cars even stopped outside the city, but since the duck wasn't ready yet, they didn't have time to wait and left disappointed. Even the staff from the Fuqiang restaurant were inhaling deeply and salivating, eager to eat some. When the duck was ready, the waiting customers immediately gathered around. Suddenly, Fang Ying looked at the people from Fuqiang and said, "I want to sell to you too, but these can't be sold with noodles. I'm afraid they'll come to take it, and then both the food will be wasted and you'll have to wait longer." A few drivers turned and shouted at the people from Fuqiang, "Who dares to delay my meal? Let them sell noodles, if they want. Who do they think they are? Do they really think this Beijing city belongs to them? Just a small, broken restaurant. What skills do they have? Show them off. Let's see if they're tougher than my family." Most drivers are capable people. Though the job is tough, they earn a lot. Besides high wages, if they use their brains and carry things back and forth from the south and north, they can make a good profit. Everyone was watching the people from Fuqiang closely. Fang Ying stood behind them, suddenly poked her head out with a teasing smile and said, "Hey, Tue." The people from Fuqiang looked shocked. If a few people hadn't held them back, someone might have rushed over. Qianlai's face turned pale with fear as he stepped forward to block Fang Ying, saying, "Little girl, what are you doing? Dogs don't bite sticks. Do you really think this is a big deal?" Feng Zhua and Feng Yu suddenly put down their noodles and looked at the people from Fuqiang, saying, "Hey." Qianlai quickly rushed over, kicking and punching with lightning speed, like he knew shadowless kicks. "She's young and naive, but you guys are not much better," Qianlai shouted loudly. "Her father, husband, brothers, and sisters all have skills. Do you?" Instead of saying this to them, he was actually speaking to the people from Fuqiang. "Don't argue with children, and consider whether this chubby girl has any strength. Manager, we are not what we used to be," Fang Ying said with a smile. If Fuqiang dares to cause trouble now, it won't just be our food that's affected, but everyone's meal. Our drivers and brothers. They won't agree to that.
Yes.
We won't agree either. I dare anyone to come and ruin my business. The confident people didn't dare to come forward and even went back inside. Feng Zhua and Feng Yu are just reckless young guys. The money didn't even shut their mouths. They look like they're waiting for a chance to back out. If they keep pushing, today's fight is unavoidable. It's about a man's pride. But clearly, they would definitely lose if they fought. There are so many drivers. They're too scared and wouldn't stand a chance. Fang Ying successfully provoked them and immediately smiled. Patience is tough, like a sword on the head. Let's see how long they can endure. Come on, everyone. Thank you for your support today. All the duck products are free. Of course, I can't sell too much at once. I was planning to sell them at a high price. Everyone got excited when they heard it was free. Some asked curiously, how much were you planning to sell them for originally? Duck heads for 1 yuan each, duck necks for 0.1 yuan per piece, duck intestines for 5 yuan per gene, duck wings and feet for 0.5 yuan a pair. Everyone gasped in surprise. Qian Lai was the loudest. It turns out these duck heads were unwanted and bought for just a tiny amount, only a few cents in total. Now she's selling the price of 2 live ducks. 1 duck is quite cheap, cheaper than a chicken. And Beijing roast duck costs only 8 yuan. And your duck's innards cost 4 yuan? Someone exclaimed. You'll see if it's worth it after you try it. I dare say only I can make this flavor in the world. Fang Ying said. All her seasonings are from her space, and she even added 3 drops of space well water to the soup, definitely one of a kind. And I added 38 kinds of Chinese medicine, completely nourishing. Not only good for the kidneys, but also very nourishing. Fang Ying said, you'll know once you try it. Everyone hesitated and stopped speaking. If it really was that magical, it was like taking medicine. Fixing health for just a few yuan, it's not expensive. And these duck products, I might not sell them here in the future. I've already talked with the railway department. They're going to put these on trains, exclusively for the officials, Fang Ying said while sharing the duck products with everyone.
Come on.
It's just a few yuan. I can afford it. It's spicy and so delicious.
Someone said.
Yeah, so spicy and tasty. I used to never eat spicy food. Thought it was terrible, but this smells so good. Turns out spicy food can be so delicious. Me too. I just can't stop eating. Let's sell. I can buy a few yuan's worth. Too many people were persuading her. Fang Ying reluctantly said, well, it depends. If the train orders are busy, I'll make some to sell here. Qian Lai was nervously fidgeting nearby. It's not certain whether the train order is confirmed, but seeing everyone's reactions, he knows the deal is done. This chubby girl sold a 1-cent item for 4 or 5 yuan. The key is whether the duck's neck is long enough. 1 section costs 1 cent. Suddenly, he said, girl, how about a big goose? Our commune has a goose farm that supplies eggs, but every year they need to cull some geese. Sure.
Why not?
Fang Ying replied. Later, we can use the goose necks and leftover water to make braised goose. I can cook it in a cast iron pot for 15 yuan a pot. A fat goose weighing 7 or 8 jin, there's quite a bit of money in that. It shouldn't be sold cheaply. A driver immediately asked, when will you make it? I want to order one. Chef Xiaofang's cast iron braised goose. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Chef Xiaofang had already gained recognition in just a few days. Their dishes, braised noodles, smoked chicken noodles, chicken soup, bone broth, cold dishes, all delicious and unlike anything they've tasted before. And the spicy duck neck, which he'd never tried before, was exactly to his taste. He felt that his past life hadn't tasted such good food. He'd truly wasted it. Chef might be an exaggeration, but calling this chubby girl that is actually quite adorable. Big brother, what should I call you? I'll save a duck for you, Fang Ying said. She finally started to get closer to these drivers. In the past, she only sold things without talking much. Her words weren't taken seriously because she didn't have enough influence.
Now she finally has some weight, and she can start building relationships. These people come from all over, north to Mo, south to Hainan. Her empty space needs a lot of plants to fill it. Suddenly, Lin Chi ran over, panting heavily and reaching Fanging, gasping for breath. But he insisted, "Sister-in-law, go back quickly. Someone is coming to raid the house." The crowd fell silent, all their laughter and noise disappeared, and everyone stopped moving. The delicious braised dishes that just now looked tempting suddenly didn't seem so appealing. They were afraid something might happen. Some people even started to step back, ready to get in their cars and run. Those who had just gathered around Fanging to buy braised food quickly moved a few meters away. One big pot of duck necks and wings was left with just the broth. "Perfect. We can eat it ourselves," Fanging said calmly, picking up a duck foot and starting to eat. Everyone watched her. Does this girl have a bit of a problem? Even now, she still eats so easily? After finishing a duck foot, Lin Chi caught his breath again. Fanging said, "Kids don't understand things. They say all sorts of nonsense, talking about whether the house should be searched or not. Who dares to search my house? Come on, who are you? What are you here for?" Lin Chi replied, "It's the neighborhood committee."
Ha!
The crowd chuckled and continued munching on duck necks. Since when does the neighborhood committee have the authority to search houses? So it's just a silly kid. Call her Little Fong. Then Little Fong must know about his illness. Lin Chi suddenly turned and shouted at this person, "You're the one who's sick." The man was holding a duck wing and nodded at him. "For Little Fong's sake, I won't bother with you, you fool." Lin Chi was about to cry from anger. This matter was really urgent. "Sister-in-law, you should go back quickly. They want us to move." Lin Chi said, "Oh, I understand. Our house is a big courtyard of about 700 or 800 square meters, just a few of us kids living there. Some people think we're soft and easy to bully," Fanging asked. "Are they planning to rent out our house?" Of course, the house isn't that big. She was exaggerating a bit. But outsiders wouldn't know that. Their eyes flickered. 700 or 800 square meters in a courtyard. This Little Fong's family is truly impressive. Anyone who can still keep a house of that size must be extraordinary. Yes, yes, yes. Lin Chi looked at Fanging with admiration. He had only mentioned the neighborhood committee, and sister-in-law had guessed everything. How clever. Suddenly, he felt a strange sense of relief. "It's nothing much. I'll go back and check," Fanging said, holding a small basket of marinated snacks. She turned to Chi Lai and said, "Manager, I'll go home and see." Go quickly, go quickly." Chi Lai looked even more anxious than her. Fanging comforted Lin Xiu a bit more, then told Lin Chi to ride his bike and take her home. In the yard, about a dozen people were sitting or standing. Some looked impatient, others had flickering eyes, and some were looking around. Of course, every room was locked, except the bathroom, which was unlocked. Even the kitchen was locked. They didn't break the locks but peered through the windows, curious. Fanging saw an old acquaintance, Qiu Gaojia, who was in his 30s or early 40s. He was a manager of the neighborhood committee, responsible for rental housing. In her previous life, he was the one who forced people to rent out their houses. This person was difficult to deal with, narrow-minded, greedy, and lecherous. When he saw Fanging come in, he raised his eyebrows and his eyes lit up. She remembered seeing this chubby guy a few times on the street. Not many people in the neighborhood committee were this fat, so she had a faint impression. But was he this good-looking before? Or did he look better after getting married? "Director Gao, what a surprise. How can I assist you?" Fanging asked. "You actually know him?" The young girl has good judgment. Qiu Gaojia frowned and said, "No advice, but I do have a notice. The neighborhood committee meeting decided unanimously that your family meets the rental conditions. 9 out of 11 rooms must be rented out today, and the rooms should be vacated." "Oh? Is there a rule about which 9 rooms to rent out?" Fanging asked. She was surprisingly calm, which made Qiu Gaojia feel more confident. He said the main room and the east and west side rooms are to be rented out. You can keep the 2 back rooms for yourselves. Not quite extermination, but almost. Fanging looked at Qiu Gaojia and then scanned all the men in the yard, noticing none of the people from her past life.
In her previous life, the house was rented out because someone had caught Lin Yuanshan's small braid and used his relationship with Su Qing to punish him, which led to the house being taken away. This time, those special departments weren't involved. What's the reason? Fong Ying asked. What reason? You 4 occupying 11 rooms is enough reason. Qiu Gaojie replied. Fong Ying understood. This time the people involved had changed. This time it was purely about the house. That made it easier. Hurry up and vacate the house. I'll watch you do it. Qiu Gaojie sat on a stone bench. I will vacate the house, but not now, and not for you, Fong Ying said. Everyone looked at her with unfriendly expressions. They had already discussed before coming who would stay in the main room, who in the side rooms, who in the east, who in the west. My house has already been rented out to the railway department as a food supply point. They're moving in the day after tomorrow, Fong Ying explained.
Impossible, Qiu Gaojie said.
I haven't heard anything about this. Oh, it was just decided yesterday. They said they'll handle the paperwork at the neighborhood committee the day after tomorrow, Fong Ying replied. Qiu Gaojie sneered coldly. A food supply point for the railway department? I've never heard of such a thing. Are you making this up? Fong Ying looked innocent. What does a kid like me know? I just repeat what people tell me. My dad, Fongda, you know where he works, right? One of his colleagues' wives suddenly came to my dad, saying her husband, Zhou Dong, manages logistics for the railway department and wants to use our house as a supply point. What say do I have? I could only agree. I didn't want it either. Maybe when they come to see you the day after tomorrow, you could help me talk to them. Qiu Gaojie looked conflicted, but he was just pretending. If the railway department really wanted the house, everyone else would have to step aside. Are they really coming the day after tomorrow? Qiu Gaojie asked. Yes, yes. They won't come. Then you bring others. Fong Ying said. That makes sense. If the girl is lying, she can only delay for 2 more days. Let's go. Qiu Gaojie stood up and left with a dozen others. Everyone looked unhappy as they left. After finally having a chance to get a good house, it's just gone? Once everyone was gone, Lin Shi locked the courtyard door and asked Fong Ying, did you really rent it to the railway department? He didn't want to do it either. No matter who they rent to, it means giving up his own home. He just got the room a couple of days ago. Don't worry, your room is safe. Fong Ying carried a basket of marinated food and went straight to Zhou Dong's office. There were several people having a small meeting inside. When the secretary reported, Zhou Dong frowned. Why are they so clueless coming here? Suddenly, someone asked in confusion, Fongda's daughter, Fong Ying?
How?
Do you know Fongda? Zhou Dong asked curiously. Is Fongda really that famous? He's just a small director in a government office. The person smiled. I've heard of him. But from his expression, he didn't seem to be telling the truth. He felt it was hard to say openly because he had a good relationship with Lin Hong's father, Lin Qing. A few days ago, Lin Qing had awkwardly criticized Fongda and, even more surprisingly, mentioned his daughter. He found out that the 2 families almost became in-laws, but the original bride-to-be married her fiancé's uncle instead. Lin Qing didn't cut ties with that family and still wanted to marry another daughter of Fongda's, even if she was a stepdaughter. Does Fongda have some secret? That's why Lin Qing refuses to give up. Rumors had been spreading for days, with many versions. The one he heard or believed was that Lin Qing was determined to marry Fongda's family no matter what. Let her in. The girl came here to see you. Maybe she has some trouble, the person said. Originally, Zhou Dong wanted to refuse, but he changed his tone and told the secretary, let her in. Fong Ying entered carrying a basket of marinated food. Zhou Dong's expression tightened and loosened. The gift she brought seemed homemade and inexpensive, so it was fine. But bringing it directly to his office in broad daylight was a bit too much. When Fong Ying saw several people inside, she felt a little embarrassed and said, sorry to disturb your meeting, uncles and elders. Luckily, this is a work matter, not a private one.
Huh.
Lin Qing's friend, while observing Fong Ying, curiously asked, what kind of work? He examined the person carefully. The person was not perfect and had some flaws in their figure. However, Lin Ming, who always cared about face, decided to choose this person as a daughter-in-law. In the end, she was taken away by another man from the Lin family. Fanging suspected that Fangda had something up his sleeve and decided to investigate. Fanging placed a bowl on the table in front of them, opened the lid, and a tempting aroma immediately wafted out. This strange smell, a mix of Sichuan pepper, spicy pepper, chili, and meat, was unlike anything they had ever smelled before. Moreover, Fanging had added other ingredients inside. Everyone couldn't resist and unconsciously swallowed hard. Tomorrow is the day for the logistics procurement tender. I'm young and this is my first time dealing with such a matter, so I'm a bit nervous. I wanted to bring some samples for you to taste and get your feedback. If anything's wrong, I'll go back and fix it right away, Fanging said nervously, looking at Zhou Dong. That hopeful look in her eyes, her straightforward reason, and the tempting aroma. None of them could refuse. Zhou Dong's expression relaxed. Seeing the expressions of the people in the room, he felt even happier. He rushed directly to his office. It turned out he wasn't reckless but prepared. It was like going to his house. He didn't like reckless people but admired clever, daring ones. All right, I'll help you check it, Zhou Dong said to everyone. Everyone, try it too and help the young lady judge. He introduced Fanging. She's the daughter of an old colleague of mine. Though young, she's already a skilled cook and makes excellent dishes, especially smoked chicken. Recently, our train service is aiming to improve quality.
Food is a key part of that.
It can't just be drinks and snacks. I think cooked food should be included too. Yes, the boss is right, someone agreed. Drinks and snacks are too monotonous, another added. And everyone was thinking, just shut up and let us eat. They had no chopsticks, but there was a wash basin in the room. After quickly washing their hands, they started eating. Wow, this is so delicious. It looked like duck meat, but they'd never had such tasty duck before. In the past, they wouldn't have eaten this kind of food in front of them, but now they couldn't stop. Zhou Dong also tasted it and looked at Fanging with even warmer eyes. She really came prepared. It was called a bowl, but it was actually just a small bowl, slightly bigger than a stainless steel rice bowl used later. A few strong men quickly finished it all. Fanging had planned to let others try it too and boost her reputation, but it seemed she'd have to wait until tomorrow. But that's okay. The decision still lies with these big bosses. She took out a notebook and a pen and asked seriously, uncles and elders, please give me your opinions. If anything is not good, I will change it immediately. Opinions? Well, there aren't enough, haha. I think it's not spicy enough. It would be better if it were a little spicier, said someone with a Sichuan accent. Isn't it spicy enough? I think it's too spicy. Look at my mouth, isn't it swollen? But it tastes really good, said another person. Someone nodded and said, yes, it's delicious, but I also think it's a bit spicy. Fanging wrote down every comment and suddenly realized, I know. I can make 3 flavors. 1 spicy, 1 mildly spicy, and 1 not spicy at all.
Oh.
Thank you, uncles and elders. I really came to the right place this time. If it weren't for your reminders, I wouldn't have thought of this.
Ha ha ha.
Everyone was very happy to be praised. They didn't eat for nothing. There's one more thing I want to mention about the pricing of these marinated foods. Here's how I set the prices. Fanging explained her very high prices. Everyone suddenly couldn't smile anymore. Zhou Dong immediately said, this is nonsense. Too expensive. I think 1 dime is enough. Originally, things that cost a dime in total could be sold for 6 or 7 times that, making a good profit. Leader, that's not how you calculate it. Do you know how many ingredients I added? I put a wild ginseng that's 10 years old into 1 pot.
Wow.
Everyone was surprised. Fanging actually pulled out something that looked like a ginseng root from the basin. At first, everyone thought it was a bone and didn't pay attention. Now they were truly amazed, but they didn't know that it was actually just a radish root. Fanging didn't have ginseng seeds yet, so she used radishes as a substitute. Plus, there are 37 other rare Chinese medicinal herbs as ingredients. Not only does it taste good, but it's also a medicinal dish that can strengthen the body, improve kidney health, nourish blood, and even treat hair loss, among many other benefits. Any man would want to improve kidney health. Older men, hearing about hair loss treatment, couldn't stay still. Of course, that was a bit exaggerated, but the men in the room with receding hairlines definitely couldn't handle it. Their eyes lit up. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Really? Where did you get the recipe?" "I've been learning to cook since elementary school from a master whose ancestor was a royal chef. Otherwise, how do you think I got so fat?" Fawning smiled and said, "My master taught me many recipes for medicinal dishes. This is one of them. You can see if it works by trying it, uncles and elders. Anyway, I can't lower the price anymore. Otherwise, it wouldn't even cover the cost of this ginseng. One ginseng can only be cooked once. Beyond that, it loses its medicinal properties." Someone nodded in agreement. He had bought wild mountain ginseng for 10 years, costing over 200 yuan. How big a pot can cook 200 duck heads? It would have to be sold at a higher price, right? Zhou Dong spoke practically. That would be too expensive. Outsiders wouldn't know the truth and would just think it's costly. They might even write a complaint. Fawning was puzzled. Even if it's more expensive, the profit goes to the country. It's a contribution. Why wouldn't people want that? Everyone seemed to agree with that. How did I almost forget? Besides, people on business trips by train usually get meal allowances, especially leaders. Fawning said, "Junior staff get limited meal allowances, just a few cents a day, but senior leaders get more, depending on their rank." Everyone almost forgot this part, just thinking about how hard it would be to sell at such a high price and how difficult it would be for themselves to buy it. If they didn't spend their own money and the money spent was for the country, then selling at a higher price wouldn't be a problem. Also, I have limited ability and it's hard to buy medicinal ingredients. I can only make a few pots a day. Not every train gets some, and I might not get a few gene of ingredients either, Fawning added.
Hunger marketing.
If only a little is available and people rush to buy it, a higher price doesn't matter. Zhou Dong looked at Fawning with admiration. Turns out, she had thought of everything. Very good. Go back quickly and make a few more flavors. The bidding meeting is at 8 a.m. tomorrow, Zhou Dong said. Okay, thank you, uncles and elders. I'll wash the basin and leave. She carried the basin to the restroom in the corridor. After watching everyone come out of Zhou Dong's office, she quietly slipped back in. Once again, acting impulsively, but Zhou Dong didn't frown this time. Instead, he asked seriously, "Is there anything else?" "One more thing. I want to ask your opinion, uncle. I think my food should be packaged separately, vacuum sealed." Fawning explained, "This way, it can extend the shelf life. Stored at room temperature, it stays good for 3 to 7 days, and it's safer. Otherwise, if it's open in big bowls, it's touched by many hands, and since it's for leaders to eat, if someone with bad intentions gets involved, I wouldn't have a way to complain." Zhou Dong nodded seriously. "You're right. Vacuum packaging, what kind? Make it into a can? That would be too expensive," Fawning said. "Have you seen vacuum packaging with plastic suction?" Fawning described it briefly and asked, "Where can I find this kind of packaging machine?" Zhou Dong thought for a moment and said, "Vacuum packaging with plastic suction. Oh, I remember. I once shipped a batch of compressed biscuits for a special forces unit packed that way. It was made by military supply, so they should have the machine. I'll ask for you." Fawning immediately shook her head. "No need to trouble uncle. Since it's from the military supply, I'll ask my father-in-law. He works in military manufacturing, so he should know." Zhou Dong also remembered that Fawning now has a father-in-law who is not an unknown person. He smiled more kindly. "Uncle, I think this way. I prepare the food at the restaurant, then find a place to package it. After packaging, I deliver it to the designated location. Vacuum packaging has another good point. If the food spoils, the bag swells. If someone tampers with it, it also swells. We can warn everyone that swollen bags won't be sold and will be returned to us, making it safer," Fawning explained. Zhou Dong nodded.
"That's settled then."
"I was planning to set the packaging location at the restaurant so they would stop their lodging business. But now I want to set it up at my house. It's a big place, over 600 square meters, a large courtyard." She suddenly felt a bit shy and said, because the neighborhood committee people came to my house earlier. They want to rent out my house. I thought, who should I rent it to? Might as well rent it to the railway department as a warehouse. If the bidding is successful, could you write a note or a statement saying you're renting my house as a warehouse? I don't need much rent, just 1 yuan a month, she winked at Zhou Dong. Zhou Dong also blinked and smiled. So that's the plan. He knew she was honest and straightforward, and since it involved someone he trusted and was a small favor, he happily agreed. Go ahead, we'll rent your house. Thank you, uncle. Fong Ying happily left. When she went downstairs, she saw Lin Chi, who looked both anxious and bored. Let's go. Not only did we save the house, but I also found you a job, Fong Ying said. Since they were packaging at home and other workers couldn't come into the city to work, she could hire another worker, someone who could also deliver goods. Really? What kind of job? Lin Chi was suddenly excited. You'll find out later. Right now, I need to tackle the next problem. Let's go. Take me to the military factory, Fong Ying said. First, she needed to find a vacuum machine. I smoothly met Lin Yuanshan at the entrance of their workplace. Outsiders are not allowed inside this department, not even his daughter-in-law. Vacuum machine? Oh, I understand, Lin Yuanshan nodded. Since his daughter-in-law spoke up, he immediately used the guard's phone to make a call, trying to get the military supplies department to lend a vacuum machine.
What?
Not lending? They all use it? Fine, no problem, Lin Yuanshan said, ending the call decisively. Looking at Fong Ying's expression, Lin Yuanshan felt amused. Such a small matter. It's just a vacuum machine. If we don't borrow from others, I'll make one for you. Dad, you can make a vacuum machine? Fong Ying looked at him with surprise and admiration. Lin Yuanshan suddenly felt a bit lighter. He modestly said, it's just a vacuum machine. If I didn't know how to make it, I wouldn't dare to go out. Don't underestimate domestic technology now. After all, in 1970, our first artificial satellite was already in space. A small vacuum machine has limited civilian use, but that doesn't mean no one can make it. Dad, I need it urgently. Make 2 more for me. I'll pay for the materials. But if it's too expensive, I can pay in installments, Fong Ying said. Whatever the cost, I can pay for it myself, Lin Yuanshan replied. Fong Ying immediately tugged his sleeve and whispered, Dad, it's not my money. It's from our unit. Don't let it go to waste. I don't want you to suffer a loss. Lin Yuanshan's heart warmed instantly. He stood up and said, I'll go make it now. I'll work overtime tonight. Come pick it up tomorrow. Thanks, Dad. You're truly my brave and invincible dad. Fong Ying exaggerated. The security guard all laughed. Lin Yuanshan also blushed from smiling. This kid, always messing around with useless stuff. All right, let's go. I need to get to work, he said. Fong Ying watched his back as he entered the office building, glancing back 3 times before riding away on his bicycle. Lin Chi pedaled his bike so fast that the wheels almost smoked. He felt a strange anger inside. Just now, he was standing right behind his sister-in-law, only a meter away. But it was like he was invisible. His dad didn't even give him a glance. Fong Ying patted his back. Don't be mad at him. He's careless and passive. You need to take the initiative to talk to him. Next time, just call him a great dad, and he'll like you. Lin Chi. Tue. So rare. Next time, he'd at most call him dad. Sister-in-law, how much is my monthly salary? He asked more about this. 28 yuan, plus commissions and bonuses, Fong Ying replied. His bike suddenly sped up even more. The young man is very strong. Clearly just finished a marathon this morning, and now he's running around the city with Fong Ying without feeling tired at all. After about an hour, the 2 of them returned to the restaurant. It was dinner time. Fong Ying didn't have time to cook, but instead simmered some duck dishes she had prepared earlier in the afternoon. Unfortunately, there weren't enough pots. She needed to make 3 flavors, spicy, mildly spicy, and non-spicy, and also start smoking chicken for tomorrow. Fong Ying looked around, wiped her hands, and headed toward Fuqiang. Feng Zhua and Feng Yu immediately put down their noodles and followed her. Chi Chong also stopped plucking duck feathers, dropped what he was doing, and went after her. Qian Lai was late to notice. When he saw Fanging already in Fujiang's territory, he was so scared he dropped his money on the ground. My little lady, you're really reckless. He didn't bother to pick up his money and rushed over. Halfway there, he heard Fanging shouting and nearly tripped. Manager son, do you have any extra pots? Can I borrow a few? Fanging called out. It was clearly a challenge. Absolutely a challenge. Everyone in both restaurants stopped eating and looked at Fanging, all wondering, are fat people braver than normal people? Sun Fugua, the manager of Fujiang, in his 40s, came out with a stern look, glaring at Fanging. Fanging smiled and said, Manager son, can you lend us your pots? You probably don't need them anymore anyway. Qian Lai was so shocked he almost fainted. All right, just shut up already. Qian Lai said casually. I haven't even borrowed the pot yet, Fanging replied. Really daring of you. You know it's not clean, Qian Lai said. Fanging, I thought you promised to mediate. Why are you stabbing me now? Wealthy people are about to go crazy with anger. This is just too unfair. In the end, they couldn't beat Feng Zhua and Feng Yu. Within a few minutes, the two of them knocked over the whole place, and no one dared to stand up. All right, go back, wash your hands, and keep making noodles. The customers are waiting to eat, Qian Lai said. Everyone immediately protected Fanging and left. Fanging felt a bit disappointed. She finally started a fight, but Li Chui and Lin Xiu each pulled her by an arm. She didn't rush in, and she couldn't write a letter to Lin Ming saying she was bullied. Throughout, she was the one bullying others. You all are too mean, Sun Fugui shouted from the ground. Fanging immediately turned around. You guys smashed our shop so many times before. Why didn't you think you were bullying us? Now that you're bullied once, you cry and act so wronged. Shameless. Sun Fugui was speechless, but his expression showed he was even more annoyed. Fanging had already returned to her territory. Qian Lai immediately said, It's just a few pots. I'll go to the commune and get them. As many as you want. We don't need to use others' pots, they're not clean. People eating there immediately supported her. Yes, yes, yes. Their pots are not clean. I used to smell a strange odor from their steamed buns, like rotten pork. I felt like I was eating rat meat. And their porridge has a sour smell. Xiao Fang, are you still making marinated goods now? I heard my colleagues say you gave them free samples at noon. Are there any this afternoon? Fanging smiled. All free today. Maybe not tomorrow. Our restaurant has already negotiated with the railway department. From now on, these duck products will be sold on trains. Someone sighed in disappointment. Some said, make more. We're not short of money. Well, it depends on the situation. Fanging chatted while working. Soon, the aroma of food wafted from the pots. Chichong also returned with new pots. Several pots of marinated meat and smoked chicken started cooking at the same time. Passing cars didn't leave, they just kept stopping. Fanging set aside a few chickens and some bowls of marinated food for tomorrow's use. The rest she gave away. The praise was overwhelming. Uncle, I need to tell you something. These marinated products need to be repackaged if they're going on the train. Fanging explained to Qian Lai about vacuum packaging and renting their house as a processing site. Qian Lai naturally agreed. But first, I should say this vacuum machine is not cheap. It costs around 1,800 yuan or more. Fanging said. Qian Lai immediately gasped. Why is it so expensive? It's a world-class advanced machine. Luckily, my father-in-law is an expert and can make it himself. Otherwise, we'd have to buy imported machines, which cost tens of thousands of dollars, Fanging explained. Right now, because of me, he's only charging us for materials.
Just be happy about that.
Besides, it's only about 1,800 yuan for the duck heads. I told him to wait until we sell the ducks before paying him. Converting 1,800 yuan into duck heads, Qian Lai no longer felt it was a big deal. Okay, then we'll leave it to your father-in-law. Also, I, Lin Xiu, and Feng's with Feng Ruo can work extra hours at night after work to package. But we need overtime pay, 1 yuan per day, Fanging said. That's too much. Qian Lai felt distressed again. Then you can hire a few more people to package at my house, and they can commute a few hours each day, Fanging suggested. Qian Lai would prioritize his own community members when hiring. Traveling in and out of the city takes a few hours, sometimes 2 or 3 hours. Even if they hire temporary workers, it costs over 20 yuan a month, which is cheaper than hiring his own people. Fine, he agreed. Also, hire someone specifically to deliver goods to the Ministry of Railways. If there's a lot of cargo, he might need to make several trips. It's best to find a strong young man. What do you think of my brother-in-law? Fanging asked. Lin Chi immediately looked at Qian Lai eagerly.
Qian Lai.
You're really taking advantage, always pulling good things into your own family. Pulling things from others? Wouldn't I be stupid if I did that? Fanging replied. Yan Lai. You're making a lot of sense. Is it okay? If not. Before she finished, Qian Lai said, fine. He didn't want to hear any more. He knew it would be unpleasant. With most things settled, Fanging and her group took a bunch of stuff home. It was already dark when they arrived. Fangda also finished work and came home. Tonight's dinner was braised dishes and smoked chicken. Fangda couldn't stop eating. Tomorrow, bring me some. I'll take it to the unit and let them try. Later, I need to buy a few new lunchboxes. I'll use them to pack the food, and I also need to send a separate box to Wang Jun. How did he say about the smoked chicken last time? Fanging asked. Fangda proudly said, he said it's extremely delicious. He even asked me where your restaurant is. I think he's addicted and wants to buy his own. Previously, he was somewhat unhappy that Fanging didn't greet him and went straight to a community restaurant to work as a temporary worker, feeling it was a loss of face. But now he has a different view. His daughter can shine and do well anywhere. Suddenly, the door was knocked again, and Lin Yu hurried to open it. It was Fang Yan. This time, she came empty-handed. When she entered, she saw a table full of delicious food, and the aroma made her unconsciously drool. But seeing Fangda's expression, she didn't dare sit down like last time. She snorted and rolled her eyes, saying, Dad, my mom asked you to come home. There's something she wants to talk to you about. What is it? Fangda asked. Originally, Tang Zhen had told her not to say anything and to bring Fangda home to talk privately. But now she forgot in her anger and blurted out, My sister ran away. The marriage is off, and my mom wants to discuss what to do with you.
What?
Fangda was instantly furious. His authority was once again challenged. Tang Zhen and Fang Tian, this mother and daughter, really didn't respect him. He had said so much, yet they still dared to think about resisting. Life was becoming impossible. Let's go and see what she has to say, Fanging suggested. The two went back to the cadre building. Fang Yan snapped out of her daze, trailing behind them, not daring to go inside. She was worried her mother would scold her to death if she made a mistake. But Fanging wouldn't let her go easily. Suddenly, she turned and asked, Fang Yan, why aren't you coming in? Fang Yan immediately glared at her and tried to run away. Fanging was faster and pulled her into the room, whispering in her ear, Don't go, or you'll miss something very good for you.
What?
Fang Yan looked at her in confusion. Fanging smiled at her and sat down on the sofa. Fang Yan didn't leave, but found a place to sit as well. Tang Zhen had already started her performance, speaking to Fangda with an expressionless face. Old Fang, I have good news. Tian has gone to college. Fangda was surprised. How did you get the recommendation letter? It's from our unit. I asked for it for a long time, but it wasn't certain, so I didn't tell you. I didn't expect it to work today. The leader said I could have a spot this year. I didn't discuss it with you, and Tian went.
Sorry.
Tang Zhen said sincerely. Fangda's expression was still unhappy. What about the marriage? It's not that we won't get married. We seem to have forgotten one thing. Lin Hong is also going to college this year. They can't get married, or they won't be able to go to university. They should wait until they graduate before marrying. Tang Zhen said. Fangda frowned. Actually, Tang Zhen was right. At first, the University for Workers, Peasants, and Soldiers only accepted married students, but over time, the rules became stricter, and it was no longer allowed. Lin Qing's family was also confused by a pair of shorts and forgot about this rule. They agreed to the marriage, but once they realized the problem, they might need to talk to Fangda. Lin Hong also can't get married now. Seeing Fangda's expression soften, Tang Jin smiled a little. Look at her, Dad. She's so happy just because she tricked you, Fawning suddenly said. Tang Jin immediately stopped smiling and glared at her, tears in her eyes. Shouting, can't you see how much I love you and your dad? Do you really want to break us apart just to be happy? Stop interrupting. I'm asking if you really bought the recommendation letter for Fong Tian from your workplace, Fawning asked. Tang Jin paused and said, yes, it's true. If you don't believe me, you can check with them directly. Anyway, she had already bribed them. Fawning smiled and asked, which school did Fong Tian go to? Tang Jin suddenly felt uneasy, but then smiled again. We really listened to your dad. We wanted her to marry Lin Hong, so we applied to the same school as Lin Hong. It would be good for them to get to know each other, and they could get married after graduation. That's a lie. You're really good at making things up, Fawning said to Fangda. Dad, this morning they bought my recommendation letter. I filled in the school's name myself. If you don't believe me, you can check the records at the school. Look at the handwriting. Tang Jin was shocked and immediately looked at Fawning with a dark expression. How did she know they bought it? If she found out. Fangda was angry, lying about something like this. He paused, unsure of what to say. Yes, why lie about this? The real issue was Fong Tian running away from marriage, not where the letter came from, right? She bought it from Fawning. So what if she told the truth? That wasn't the main point. I offered 10,000 yuan, and she still easily came up with the money. Dad, I didn't expect she had so much money, Fawning said. Fangda looked at her slowly. You asked for 10,000 yuan? You really dare to ask for that? He then looked at Tang Jin again. I really didn't know you had so much money. Where did it come from? He jumped up from the sofa, his face dark with anger. He truly was furious. He thought Tang Jin had taken bribes behind his back. Although he worked in a small government office, it was still an official position, something most ordinary people could only dream of. Maybe Tang Jin was using his status to cheat naive people out of money. He has seen many such things before. In the past, he warned Tang Jin repeatedly, but it turns out she thought he was just talking nonsense. Tang Jin knows exactly what his worries are. She immediately said, No, I didn't accept any gifts. The money was borrowed from a few brothers of mine. If you don't believe it, you can ask them. They wouldn't have that much money. And they definitely wouldn't lend it to you.
Fangda replied.
Tang Jin's two brothers from her family have a little money earned through shady deals, but not enough to reach 10,000. Even if they did, they wouldn't give it to buy a recommendation letter for her niece. Their wives wouldn't let them get away with it. And he knows those two men, they don't care about money. It would be good if they didn't come to take advantage of Tang Jin, let alone give her 10,000 yuan. Only someone crazy would do that. Dad, today I saw a classmate's mom talking on the phone with a man. She asked him for 10,000 yuan, saying her daughter needed it, Fawning said. She was curious and kept asking after hanging up. I heard her phone call was to Shanghai. Dad, is Fong Tian's real father in Shanghai? If he's really her biological father, he would give 10,000 yuan easily. He's so generous and has money. Fangda's face was still dark, but better than before. He knew Tang Jin's ex-husband was in Shanghai. His wife still had contact with her ex-husband, which was better than accepting gifts from others. Fawning saw this and thought, this isn't good. She continued, actually, it's nothing surprising. Fong Tian isn't your biological daughter. She has a real father, and her stepmother contacting her ex-husband for the child's sake is normal. The only strange thing is that they're sneaking around and lying to you. Who knows how many times they've secretly contacted each other. They even know each other's phone numbers. Over the years, they've been connected in some way. Enough. Tang Jin was about to go crazy. It's not many times. This is the first time. Dad, do you believe it? Fawning asked. Fangda looked like he didn't believe it at all. He truly didn't believe it. He no longer trusted Tang Jin's words.
Tang Jin.
It's definitely true. I swear on Fong Yen. Fong Yen.
Why are you arguing with me?
Don't involve me.
Focus on Fong Tian. I want to live a good life, she shouted. She didn't believe her mother either. If her ex-husband could casually give 10,000 yuan, her mother wouldn't have kept silent all these years without contact, unless she no longer loved money. And whether her mother loved money or not, she knew best. Usually, when her mother asked her for pocket money, it was like asking for her life. However, her eyes sparkled, and Fong Ying's words turned out to be true. This was really something that benefited her. Her mother has a former husband who can casually give her 10,000 yuan. Her mother's, which means it's hers. Tang Zhen glared at Fong Yen. You little brat. Fong Ying said, it's easy to prove innocence. Just give me the phone number, and I'll ask his wife. Tang Zhen immediately fell silent. If his ex-wife found out he gave Fong Tian 10,000 yuan, he definitely wouldn't have a good time. She'd come here to cause trouble. Dad, look at her. She won't say a word. Fong Ying said. Fong stood up. Then there's nothing more to say. He went inside to pack a few clothes, taking out his only belongings. He didn't plan to come back to this house. Fong Ying held Fongda's arm and left proudly. Not long after, they heard Tang Zhen hitting the child when they got home. Fongda had already calmed down. He knew Tang Zhen hadn't been to Shanghai all these years. She mostly just called her ex-husband, so they probably had little actual contact. She wasn't truly betrayed. Fong Ying said, who knows? I heard that man is a factory director and often travels to Beijing for business. Fongda.
How do you know that?
He asked with a dark face. I knew it a long time ago, Fong Ying said. Fong Tian's two uncles often came to our house. When you weren't home, they would talk freely. I was young then, so I couldn't understand everything, but they thought I couldn't hear. I also know her ex-husband's name is Ma Gauda. He's now the director of an electronics factory that makes TVs and electronic watches. His current wife works at a watch factory as a deputy director. They have 2 children, a boy and a girl. All this she only learned many years later, but it didn't stop her from using it to throw accusations now. Fongda believed her. He had lost the last bit of love for Tang Zhen in his heart. Any man couldn't stand being betrayed. Dad, don't be angry, Fong Ying advised. In the future, find a chance to divorce her, and then find a better one. This time, we'll find a girl who's never been married. Fongda immediately blushed deeply. Shut up. Why do you say such things? Remember, a daughter shouldn't talk like that to her father. It's all Tang Zhen's fault, teaching her daughter the wrong way. What a mess. Why can't I say that? Marriage is about human reproduction. Stop. Fongda said, let's first talk about how to get Lin Qingjia to accept Fong Tian as her daughter-in-law. He always follows through with his plans. In other words, he sticks to his decisions firmly. Forcing Lin Hong to marry Fong Tian was revenge for previous issues. As long as he hasn't married her, the matter isn't finished. Fong Ying really admires this about him. He's in school now, so it's really complicated, she said. Getting Fong Tian into this university for workers, peasants, and soldiers is more important than her getting married now. She must not drop out again, or she might get lucky and get into a good university. But we can set a marriage date without actually marrying, Fong Ying suggested. If we announce their relationship, it will be almost like they are married. If either of them changes their mind later, they'll face consequences. Currently, in the community, being engaged is almost the same as being married. If a woman is engaged to a man and she marries someone else later, outsiders will see her as similar to a divorced woman. This way, Fong Tian won't be able to flirt with other guys at school. As for Lin Hong, maybe some woman will like him, since he's quite handsome and talented. Fong Ying remembers that in her previous life, many women had pursued Lin Hong. Now she knows, if anyone tries to chase Lin Hong, she will tell that woman, Lin Hong isn't suitable. Fongda thought for a while and agreed that this was the only solution now. Give me a few days. After that, my sister and I will go to their school to arrange their engagement ceremony, Fong Ying said. You and your sister are going? Fongda asked. Fong Ying smiled. We are the best choice. My sister is related to Fong Tian, and I am related to Lin Hong. After all,
I am now his aunt. Haha.
Fonda also smiled. I'm worried your sister won't agree. After all, they had some disagreements before.
How could she not? I'll give her 10,000 yuan.
Am I rich, or what? Fonging said with a laugh. We didn't expect to get this unexpected money. It just clears my sister's debts, so I won't need you to pay her wages every month. You should keep some pocket money. You can't be broke. Fongda felt touched. Only his own daughter could have such influence. No outsider could do that. But he refused. No need. I promise to give you a dowry. How can I use your money? Keep this money for emergencies, he said. Fonging. She still wanted to spread the story about Tang Zhen asking her ex-husband for money.
Fangde.
Little girl, I still don't know everything about you. Even if he didn't know a few days ago, he knew now. Everything else is fine, but not this. It concerns a man's reputation, he said. If colleagues found out, they would laugh at him. This joke is different from others. It's too embarrassing. All right, Fonging thought for a moment. This really is a man's bottom line, so she decided to let it go. Tomorrow, I will find Lin Qing. When the time comes, Lin Hong's mother will go with you. It's more official when an elder is involved, Fongda said. Still, Dad is thoughtful. Fonging praised him enthusiastically, making Fongda feel better. Oh, and something else happened today. Fonging mentioned the issue of renting the house from the neighborhood committee. Fongda was nervous at first, but then listened as Fonging explained her plan. He relaxed immediately and praised her a lot. After praising each other, they both felt happy and went to bed. Fonging hid inside the wardrobe and entered the space. Today was busy, and she was very tired. She rarely felt her whole body sore. Thinking for a moment, she drank a few more sips of water from the space well, and instantly, she felt comfortable all over. The result was that she needed a shower, or she would smell really bad. While showering, she also ate the durian, or she would have to wash again later. Lin Qi surprisingly has a good nose. He can smell the durian even if she eats it at night, and he wakes up in the morning, unless she showers and changes clothes. After showering, she felt energized and went to work in her 2-acre vegetable garden. She harvested what needed harvesting and watered what needed watering. After finishing, she cleared a piece of land next to the overgrown fields. She didn't need to plant more vegetables now. The 2 acres were enough to eat. But she planned to open up the land and bring in some fruit tree saplings in a few days. She also wanted to find a way to get some chickens, ducks, and pigs to expand her small farm. After working in the space, she finally felt satisfied and went to sleep. She couldn't sleep well without checking the space every day. The next morning, Fonging woke up early, got ready, and checked the marinated and smoked chicken she made yesterday. The flavor had improved after sitting overnight. Yesterday, she specifically borrowed some money from Qian Lai and asked Fengzhou to buy new enamel basins with lids from the supply and marketing cooperative, many of them, each with a few basins. She also bought toothpicks and plates. Then Lin Qi rode a tricycle borrowed from a neighbor, and he and Fonging went to the railway ministry. They carried things back and forth several times, finally bringing everything into the meeting room. The large meeting room was already full of people. Each person had several kinds of snacks in front of them. Now, the train sells sunflower seeds, peanuts, soda, and other snacks. What exactly can be sold will be decided in the meeting. Fonging left 4 basins in front and said to Lin Qi, "Follow the plan from yesterday, go ahead." Lin Qi nervously took another basin and went out. He went from office to office, calling out, "Uncle, sister, would you like to try our restaurant's new dish?" Fonging also lifted the lid of a porcelain basin inside the room, and immediately everyone turned to look at her. "What's inside?" Everyone looked at Fonging and asked. Seeing what was in the basin in front of her, they were even more surprised. Are those duck heads and duck paws? Can this really be part of the competition? Someone asked in shock. Fonging smiled and stood up quickly. "Come on, everyone, try some." She brought some small plates and forks and started distributing them to the crowd, 1 plate and fork per person. Some people hesitated or looked down on it and didn't eat. But others couldn't resist the tempting smell and started tasting, and soon they couldn't stop. "It's delicious." Little girl, which company are you from? A chubby middle-aged man asked Fong Ying. Looking at what was in front of him, it was just some sodas. No matter the time, these are very profitable. Plus, they are perfect side dishes for duck. Maybe there's a chance to work together. I'm from Dongxing Food Factory, Fong Ying replied with a smile. Dongxing Food Factory? I've never heard of it, another person, also eating duck head, asked. Fong Ying looked at this man. He was selling playing cards. It just opened, she said with a smile. It had only just opened a few seconds ago. The man nodded and stopped asking, focusing on eating his duck head. How do you sell this? I want to buy a few pounds, someone else asked. If the food suits their taste, it can quickly win them over. If it doesn't, it's unlikely they'll ever like it. Fong Ying smiled and said, This is a new product from our factory. We haven't set a price yet. We'll decide after talking with the leaders later. She couldn't say too much now, because if she revealed everything, the others might start complaining about the price, which could affect the leaders' judgment. Where are your factory leaders? Why is a young girl like you here? Someone else asked curiously. Everyone was quite polite to her, because her products didn't conflict with theirs. But those competing for the same items avoided looking at each other. Fong Ying chatted and joked with everyone. She told the truth when she could, and when she couldn't, she told lies, just enough to get by. Soon, the leaders in charge of the bidding arrived. The process was similar to modern bidding procedures, and the results came out very quickly, right on the spot. Because Fong Ying was the only prepared food supplier and had already gained the leader's favor, she passed smoothly. The remaining steps involved discussing the specific supply quantities and procedures, which would be negotiated separately. Starting the day after tomorrow, I will supply 100 jin of goods in vacuum-sealed plastic bags, with 2 ounces per bag. You can divide them as you see fit. We'll check how many days it takes to sell and adjust the flavors and quantities as needed later, said Fong Ying. The leader in charge of the food truck heard this and was impressed. Vacuum packaging with 2 ounces per bag? That's very thoughtful of you, young lady. I heard you made this yourself? That's amazing. Seeing that this person was easy to talk to, Fong Ying took the opportunity to flatter him with praise. Who could refuse a cute, friendly young girl like her? Especially since she's related to the leader. Zhou Dong mentioned that she was a relative's child. After the praise, Fong Ying asked, By the way, I don't know if Uncle Zhou mentioned yesterday whether someone was sent to our neighborhood committee about the rental house. Who should I talk to? The man immediately smiled and said, Yes, just come to me, Wang Bin.
Come in.
A man in his late 20s pushed the door open. Did the matter I mentioned yesterday get sorted out? Go with this girl, he said. Wang Bin immediately smiled at Fong Ying and said, Let's go to your neighborhood committee. Fong Ying raised an eyebrow slightly. Zhou Dong is pretty good. He really took care of her business. She made a mental note of this kindness. Fong Ying went downstairs and saw Lin Chi, who had finished all the duck products. The 3 of them went back to the alley together. Fong Ying told Lin Chi to go home first, while she led Wang Bin straight to the neighborhood committee. At the committee, the same group from that day was gathered, planning to go to Fong Ying's house. Actually, they had already been there once, but no one was home, so they couldn't force the door open. But if Fong Ying's house was empty again tonight, she would bring people inside. The moment they entered, Wang Bin's demeanor changed completely. He was friendly and approachable like a neighbor's big brother, but suddenly he became stern and proud, looking down his nose at people. Who is the director? I am the head of the transportation department of the railway ministry. I have official business with your director. This trick worked well. It was much more effective than smiling and bowing politely. Xiao Gaojia looked at him and Fong Ying and asked, The director is in a meeting now. What do you need? This is group leader Qiao, who handles rental housing. It's better to find him, Fong Ying said. Are you saying I should find him? Wang Bin, tall, and looking at Xiao Gaojia sideways, asked. Xiao Gaojia didn't dare get angry. Finding me works fine. Someone who can be a transportation department head at this age wouldn't even dare to think about who his father is. The railway ministry wants to rent Fong Ying's house. Wang Bin took out the document and placed it on the table. Xiao Gaojia picked it up and looked at it carefully. Indeed, It was a real document with an official seal. Yuan Fong certainly wouldn't dare forge something like this. He sighed deeply, realizing he had no chance for a good house. He also took out the official seal and the documents, quickly wrote 3 copies, stamped them, and handed them to Fong Ying and Wang Bin, with a mysterious look in his eyes. Lin Ming's house was now officially rented out. No matter who it was rented to, it was rented out. Since this policy was introduced, no one had reclaimed their property. Humph. Thinking this way, his own plans weren't ruined. He didn't have to return the hardship fee Tang Jin gave him. Fong Ying could guess what his look meant, and she responded with a strange smile. He was right. Most rented houses are rarely reclaimed. Decades later, when policies change, some people get their houses back or part of them, but others can't get theirs back no matter what. It's easy to invite a god, but hard to send one away. Lin Ming's house was like that. In her previous life, after Lin Ming passed away, the house's ownership became messy. Later, it was divided among several tenants, turning into a real messy courtyard. This time, it wouldn't be like that. She rented it to the government. It's better than renting to individuals. The government is very easy to work with. When policies change, they will respond quickly. They don't need this small warehouse anyway. Wang Bin also carefully looked at the documents from the neighborhood committee. Suddenly, he smiled like a friendly neighbor boy at Fong Ying, walking out and saying, "Everything's done. I can report to the leaders now. Next time you see the leaders, bring some of today's duck dishes for me. They're really delicious." He intentionally or unintentionally let Fong Ying walk ahead of him. A few people watching them behind immediately became more cautious. What's going on with Fong Da? Is he getting promoted? Or maybe a 3rd-level promotion? Otherwise, why is his daughter so proud? Or is Lin Yuanshan getting promoted? Lin Ming? Their minds were in a mess, but they no longer wanted to cause trouble for Fong Ying. No one dared to covet her house anymore. Fong Ying quickly turned to look at Wang Bin. What a good brother. Brother Wang, you like what I made? Why wait until next time? Soon, my brother-in-law will ride his bike to deliver a pot to your house. Haha, then I'll thank your sister-in-law for you. She loves this kind of thing, Wang Bin said. Fong Ying smiled even more. She really had a good brother. Wang Bin said he wanted to buy some food, and Fong Ying told him to ask her younger brother to deliver it. Wang Bin replied that it was for his wife, who liked to eat it. Both of them clearly avoided any awkwardness. They both looked at each other with respect. Fong Ying then took Wang Bin home and gave him a bowl of various flavored duck products. Wang Bin was not polite. Next time you need anything, just come to my workplace. I can handle whatever I can for you, brother. Thanks, Brother Wang. Fong Ying smiled. She could tell that Wang Bin had no special feelings for her. Her current body shape was still safe. Wang Bin was just interested in her relationship with Zhou Dong. It's normal human nature. That's better. She didn't want any other man's sincere feelings. Let's go find your dad, Fong Ying said, bringing another bowl of duck products. She asked Lin Qi to ride his bike with her to Lin Yuanshan's office. Not having to ride herself was good, though the only downside was the bike seat hurting her. When could she change her ride? At the military factory, she saw Lin Yuanshan again at the gate, looking red-eyed.
Dad.
You really didn't sleep all night? You've been so good to me. I feel a bit guilty, Fong Ying said with tears in her eyes. She might have been a little too emotional this time. Lin Yuanshan rubbed his arms awkwardly and said, No, it's nothing. It's what I should do. Old men can't handle such straightforward love, especially from their children. Fong Ying wiped her tears and handed him a porcelain basin. Dad, this is my homemade marinated food.
Try it.
If you like it, I'll bring it to you every day. Lin Yuanshan liked spicy food, and just smelling it made him a bit uncomfortable, but he didn't refuse. In the reception area, 2 more people came in, carrying a machine about the size of a safe. This is a vacuum machine. It's quite complicated. I only managed to make one overnight. How many do you need? Lin Yuanshan asked. 3 first, Fong Ying said without hesitation. Should he tell her that some of the materials are very expensive? Just this one machine's materials cost him a lot, as he had to use his face to get the materials out. Last night, He even used 2 different faces, and the second face was no longer usable. Seeing his expression, Fawning guessed what was going on and immediately said, "Dad, this machine is really nice. Are the materials imported? They must be expensive. I can't take things from the company for nothing. I have to pay."
Who are you talking to?
"Your boss?" Lin Yuanshan was very pleased. His daughter-in-law was very sensible. He didn't even ask before saying, "I'll call and ask." After making the call, Fawning and he went into the factory together. It's not impossible for outsiders to enter this factory, as long as they have a proper reason. Now Fong Ying's reason is very clear. She was given the money. She found the leader in charge of materials, who offered her a cost price of 1,000 yuan per machine. Fong Ying wasn't sure if this was the true cost or a fake one, but she could afford it and happily agreed. After all, it wasn't her money. She also kindly suggested, "Leader, I think this machine has great potential. It can be promoted widely. With it, the shelf life of cooked food can be greatly extended, which many food factories need." The leader looked expressionless and showed no concern about whether food factories needed it. Fong Ying continued, "Our soldiers also need it. You know, medical supplies must be kept sterile, which is hard to do. Medical boxes are big and inconvenient, and not everyone can carry them. If we vacuum seal medical items like gauze, tweezers, alcohol swabs, and so on into small bags, they can be easily put in pockets, hygienic and convenient. What do you think?" The leader's eyes lit up as he imagined the scene. This was just too good. But since he had never seen it before, he hesitated, unsure if it would work. Fong Ying immediately said, "I'll make a sample for you right now." "Okay." The leader acted decisively. The vacuum machine brought to the gate was brought back again. The medical room doctor also came over carrying a medical kit. Fong Ying made a disposable vacuum dressing change pack on the spot. When everyone saw her vacuum sealing alcohol or iodine swabs, their eyes brightened. "This is great. This is really convenient. You can carry it in your pocket anytime, no worries about spills or leaks, and it can be used for quick disinfection, even saving lives in emergencies. If the soldiers need it, adding various first aid medicines inside would be even better," Fong Ying said. "Yes, yes, yes." The leader looked at Fong Ying and said, "Xiaofang, right? You've made a great contribution. Thank you on behalf of the frontline soldiers. Leader, your words flatter me. The soldiers are injured while protecting the country and people. I'm also a military wife, so it's my honor to do a little for them," Fong Ying replied. When the leader heard she was a military wife, he remembered that Lin Yuanshan's eldest son, who never mentioned, was a soldier. He looked at Fong Ying with even more respect. "All right, I'll waive the cost of these 3 machines for you," the leader said. No, I can't take a penny from the state. Our factory doesn't have money right now. Give me a few days. Once we earn some, I'll settle the bill immediately," Fong Ying said hurriedly, feeling a bit embarrassed and rushing away. The leader watched her back with a smile, thinking she was a very conscientious and good comrade. He arranged for someone to carry the machine to catch up with her and kept delivering the machine to her home. Later, he reported the medical kit issue. The authorities took it seriously and immediately started production. Lin Yuanshan received a new task, to draw the blueprint for this vacuum machine, and it would be even better if he could improve it. Even the top leaders found out and specifically called Lin Yuanshan to praise him repeatedly, even planning to give him a bonus. Lin Yuanshan felt very emotional. He had done a lot of work before, but he hadn't been praised by leaders for a long time. Since he married this daughter-in-law, the neighbors' and colleagues' attitudes changed, and even the leaders praised him. An old saying is true: when you marry a wife, marry a plump one, blessed and good for the family. Fong Ying took the vacuum machine home but suddenly remembered she forgot something because she ran so quickly. She didn't take the plastic sheet. Having only the vacuum machine without plastic bags is useless. However, the military factory also can't easily provide plastic bags. They need a large quantity, and they can't give it for free. If she spends money to buy it, from whom should she buy? It's hard to find a good source. But that's not a problem. Fong Ying thought for a moment and went to the supply and marketing company to find Feng Shui.
Brother, can you buy me some plastic sheets again? Fong Ying asked. What's wrong? Did the greenhouse break? Fong Shui asked. No, this time I don't need the greenhouse plastic anymore. I need food-grade, non-toxic, odorless plastic sheets or plastic bags. Do you know anyone in a plastic factory? I want a batch, Fong Ying said. Fong Shui nodded. I do know some, but you want a batch? How much is a batch? That's a lot, and needs a permit. Fong Ying almost forgot. Currently, the market isn't open. She can't just buy things with money whenever she wants. It's a planned economy now. All production materials are allocated according to plans. What the plastic factory produces, how much, and who they sell to are all planned. Usually, there's no extra for outsiders. You just need to know which plastic factory can produce food-grade plastic. I'll go get the permit now. No, I should just start the factory first, Fong Ying said. Otherwise, she wouldn't even get a permit for a restaurant. Fong Ying then instructed Lin Chi to ride a bike with her to the restaurant. This time, she was smarter. She patted the seat on the back of the bike. But watching the cars passing on the road, she still felt envious. When can she also own a car? She decided to start by opening a factory. When they arrived at the restaurant, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at her, but they were too nervous to ask questions. Did it succeed? Yes, it's done. Fong Ying smiled and said. Qian Lai cheered loudly, while the others just smiled quietly. Qian Lai was so happy, he was jumping around, waving his arms and legs. He hadn't slept last night. He was busy counting money at home. One duck head costs 1 yuan, a pair of duck wings costs 50 cents, a duck neck costs 10 cents. He could make thousands or even tens of thousands in a day. How much money was that? He didn't dare to calculate it. I told the boss, starting the day after tomorrow, we will supply 100 jin every day, Fong Ying said. What? Only 100 jin? That's too little. Yan Lai replied. Let's try the market first. See what flavors and types everyone likes. We'll adjust accordingly. If we only make duck wings and people don't like them, they'll just spoil and be wasted, Fong Ying explained. That's impossible. A driver who was eating nearby shouted. I love duck wings the most. If they don't sell, I'll take them all. But can they be cheaper? Before finishing work yesterday, Fong Ying had already prepared new marinade, and this morning, after they started work, they cooked another batch. They gained some loyal customers again. Now that everyone heard Chef Fong Ying really took these marinated foods onto the train, they thought these foods tasted even better, seemed more upscale, and the prices weren't high anymore. Fong Ying went to the backyard and started preparing new marinade. Once the marinade was ready, it was just about controlling the heat. Lin Xiao, who watched a few times, was almost fully skilled now and felt much more relaxed. She also saw a few new employees, all women in their 30s or 40s, who worked very efficiently, especially peeling duck feathers and washing duck intestines. Suddenly, Fong Ying pointed at a woman and said, Stop. Who told you to cut the duck neck so short? The original 5-centimeter long duck neck was now only about 2 centimeters long. The woman immediately looked at Qian Lai. Fong Ying also looked at Qian Lai. He looked a bit embarrassed and said, It's just to sell a bit more. Uncle, a gentleman loves money but takes it in the right way. You're damaging your reputation and digging your own grave. From now on, duck necks must be at least 5 centimeters long. Fong Ying said. Okay, did you hear that? Qian Lai told the women working. They all nodded and looked at Fong Ying. So, she was the real boss of this restaurant. Now I understand. Fong Ying then took Qian Lai into an empty dormitory. Her first words were, How come you, the manager, don't even have an office? Yan Lai. Because there was never a need before. But now it might really be necessary. Just thinking about it felt good. No more nonsense, uncle. We need to start a factory, Dongxing Food Factory, to make marinated foods and smoked chicken. That way, we can work with the railway department, since they don't cooperate with restaurants. Fong Ying said. Qian nodded. Okay, I understand. We need some paperwork. I'll get it done right away. Fong Ying stopped him. I want to be the factory manager. All right. Qian said, then suddenly looked at Fong Ying. What are you looking at? Do I not deserve it? Then I'll go find Fuqiang's people and ask if they want to.
Stop.
Qian shouted. It's just a factory manager. If you want it, just take it. Why scare people like that? Also, I lowered the price of the vacuum machines. They're willing to buy at 1,000 yuan each, thanks to my father-in-law's reputation. Let's order 3 first, Fang Ying said. She had originally said 8,000 yuan, but now it's only 1,000. Qian immediately felt it was very cheap. Order. Is 3 enough?
If not, order more, he said. And we also need plastic sheets.
We don't know the exact cost yet, but it's within our budget, Fang Ying added. Now, Qian nodded at everything she said. What else could he do? Anyway, she brought the business. If he didn't agree, they'd just find someone else to cooperate with. The most annoying part was dealing with Fuqiang's people. But uncle, I have to warn you, you've really offended Fuqiang's people. If you go to them now, Fang Ying cut him off, they'll probably agree because of the money.
Qian.
She's right, but it's so frustrating. Uncle, go handle the paperwork. Also, bring back some duck products, Fang Ying said. Qian walked out while saying, there's a ton buried outside in the snow. That should be enough for you, right? Fang Ying. Such a stingy person. From now on, everything must be fresh daily. No storage. Whatever fresh goods you can get each day, get that much. If you can't, forget it. No freshness, no good. Don't ruin our reputation, Fang Ying insisted. Okay, I got it. Qian quickly rode off on his bicycle. There's so much to do, but she really has a plan. Everything is organized clearly, and it's obvious this food factory can succeed, even grow big. No, he must become the deputy factory manager. Qian went straight to his son, Qian Lu. Qian Lu is the company president. For small matters like this, he just decided. He called over the people in charge, quickly signed a few documents, and with that, Dongxing Food Factory was officially established. Fang Ying worked busy all day at the restaurant, mainly teaching Lin Xiao and Li Chui how to light the stove, make fried sauce noodles, prepare chicken soup with bones, smoke chicken, and make cold dishes. For now, she doesn't plan to add any new dishes. Just 1 new dish each month is enough. Suddenly, someone stood next to her. Hey, idiot. Fang Ying. She turned her head and saw not a wealthy person, but the female waiter whose husband ran off with someone from the state-run restaurant. She didn't spit on her, it was just a fake move, as the other person was cracking sunflower seeds. Are you crazy? Fang Ying said. She finally realized how powerful her actions could be. But people are double standards, and she couldn't be an exception. She got angry. Cracking sunflower seeds has nothing to do with you. The woman rolled her eyes at Fang Ying and added, Hey, idiot. Fang Ying paused and smiled. Sister, I've heard about your situation. You're single now. If I were you, I wouldn't waste time here with a woman. There are plenty of men nearby. Just pick one, and you'll have a family again. The woman was stunned. Then her face turned red with anger. I don't want those stinky men. The drivers are all no good. This comment really hit a nerve. Most of the people eating at this big truck stop are drivers, and hearing this, they immediately got annoyed. They didn't want to go to the state-run restaurant in the middle anymore, who wanted to put up with her attitude. Zhao Haiyan, with your nasty mouth, no wonder your husband doesn't want you. If I were your husband, I'd have left you long ago. A man shouted. This man was from the same workplace as Zhao Haiyan's husband. The woman screamed as if stung by a wasp. Clumsy. Look at how you look. Donkeys are better looking than you. You wanting to marry me? Not in this lifetime. You're not worthy. Appearance is a sensitive topic for men, and their words got even more vicious. You've been a runaway wife so long. You think donkeys are pretty? Let's all chip in and buy her a donkey. Everyone burst out laughing. Zhao Haiyan's face turned a deep purple. She trembled and shouted, Clumsy. You and your ancestors. She screamed and rushed at the man, starting a fight. Of course, she wasn't his match. He quickly overpowered her, pinned her to the ground, and used his shoelaces to tie her hands. He threw her back to the state-run restaurant. Watch her closely. If she dares to show off again, we'll report her and your restaurant collectively. The man shouted, You never cook properly.
always farting around, and then you let the waiter talk nonsense. You should close down soon." Everyone outside immediately started to cheer and shout. "Your cooking is bad. Always farting around. Talking nonsense. Close the place down." The state-run restaurant slammed its wooden door shut with a loud bang, shattering the glass. Inside, the people looked unhappy as they helped Zhao Haiyan up. Seeing her face, which looked worse than crying, they held back their harsh words. Zhao Haiyan stood up and quickly saw Fong Ying through the broken glass. Fong Ying was smiling slightly, and when she saw Zhao Haiyan, she raised her eyebrows and smiled even more happily. Zhao Haiyan suddenly remembered that it was Fong Ying who had said something that made her argue with Ma Daha. "I'll fight you." She ignored everything and rushed out of the restaurant toward Fong Ying. Fong Ying hesitated for a moment. The wealthy man was not making a move. Should she change her plan? She thought about how she was badly injured, with her head bleeding and her condition serious. Should her little uncle come back to avenge her? Maybe not. That would be too useless. She grabbed a bench nearby and threw it at Zhao Haiyan. Zhao Haiyan couldn't stop in time and hit the bench, falling and hitting her face on the ground. She lay there motionless, blood slowly flowing from her head. Fong Ying, it's over. Did she really beat this woman so badly that her head was bleeding and she was seriously injured? Would her little uncle come back to save her? Everyone fell silent. Fong Ying quickly rushed over. She had just been reborn and hadn't started her good life yet. She didn't want to spend the rest of her life in prison or run away forever. But she didn't know how to treat injuries, and after all, she was afraid to move Zhao Haiyan to avoid causing secondary harm. However, others didn't understand what secondary harm was and immediately turned Zhao Haiyan over, then patted, hit, and pressed on her pressure point. Qian Lai rushed in. "Get up, I'm a doctor." Fong Ying was stunned. He was still a doctor? Fong's was stood on her left and said, "Barefoot doctor." Fong Yu added, "Specializes in treating injuries from falls." Fong's wa continued, "He doesn't know anything else." Fong Yu said, "She's fine, just pretending."
What?
Fong Ying was surprised and looked at Zhao Haiyan. Sure enough, Qian Lai was about to press on her pressure point to make her bleed, but Zhao Haiyan was in pain and squeezed her eyes shut, refusing to open them. The blood was from her nose, probably because she hit her face on the ground and broke her nose. She let out a deep breath and said, "That scared me to death." Fong's was suddenly looked at her and said, "You threw it very accurately just now." Fong Yu added, and very steadily. He grabbed a chair and pushed through the crowd, then threw it. The chair hit the ground and moved a few times before settling, but its position was slightly off from where it had fallen. However, when Fong Ying threw it just now, the chair landed steadily as if it had been placed there intentionally. Her control over the force was quite impressive. Both Feng Zhua and Fong Yu looked at Fong Ying. Fong Ying said, "What are you looking at?" "I'm childhood friends with my husband. My husband is a soldier king who trained me since I was young. I'm even better than you." Not convinced, Feng Zhua said. "Try me," Fong Yu challenged. Chi Chong came over and said, "Hey, you three, aren't you being a bit bold? Still playing with chairs? I think Zhao Haiyan is trying to scam someone." Fong Ying smiled.
Scam me?
"I'm least afraid of being scammed." She walked back and watched Qian Lai put Zhao Haiyan on the ground. He was helpless now. You can't wake someone pretending to be unconscious. "Uncle, is she dead?" Fong Ying covered her face, her voice breaking as she asked. Qian Lai was about to speak when Fong Ying suddenly cried out, "Ah, I've killed someone. Killing is punishable by law. I'll turn myself in right now. But she died because of me. I have to do something big for her.
I'll pay 200 yuan.
Who wants to take her to the crematorium? Is there a fast furnace? One that can be used immediately without waiting in line? Any price is fine." Zhao Haiyan suddenly sat up. Qian Lai looked at Fong Ying. How terrible. She just wanted to scam someone and now she wants to burn someone? Zhao Haiyan shouted. "I'm not dead yet." She was really scared. If she kept pretending to be dead, these people might actually go ahead and cremate her. Would she have to complain to the king of then? Not dead, so is there anything I can't afford to pay for? Paralyzed? Disabled? Something that would cost a lot? Fong Ying asked. Zhao Haiyan realized what was happening and looked at her silently, thinking. Fong Ying said, if the compensation is too high, just cremate her. 200 yuan is enough. Fong's was said, cremation is free. Fong Yu added, the driver still needs to earn some money. He asked the people around, who's willing to do this for 200 yuan. Everyone around reacted and started laughing. The person, nicknamed Ma Daha, shouted, Mimi. Give me 200 yuan, and I'll take her to the crematorium. I know someone inside, and I can arrange a high-ranking furnace for her. No queue needed. That's a big help, brother, Fong Ying said. She turned around and went inside to get 200 yuan. When Ma Dahua was about to arrive, Zhao Haiyan finally shouted loudly and ran back to the state-run restaurant. These days, people don't usually try to cheat others. If someone slaps you and breaks your nose, expecting 1,000 or 1,800 yuan in return is unrealistic and not worth that much. Getting beaten up over just a few dozen yuan isn't worth it either. Zhao Haiyan couldn't afford to gamble. People outside laughed loudly and went back to eating. Thanks to everyone for helping out, Fong Ying said. I don't have much to thank you for. Let's each share a bowl of duck meat. Okay. Little Fong is so generous. Feel free to ask for help anytime. If anyone dares to bully Little Fong or the Dongxing restaurant again, someone shouted toward Fuqiang and the state-run restaurant. Hearing this, Qianlai, who was worried and looked upset, finally looked a bit better. Fong Ying also pulled him aside to the backyard and said, Why did you bring a ton of duck meat without telling me? Shouldn't we process it quickly before it spoils? It wasn't stored in sealed vacuum containers, just in cloth bags buried in the snow outside. In a few days, it would dry out and become unsellable. Processing it shouldn't be for nothing, Qianlai said nervously and sadly. You can't be afraid to lose some to protect everything, Fong Ying said. If we smooth things over with those big shots outside, no one will dare to cause trouble at our place. But if we don't, even the strong ones like Fuqiang might come to cause trouble. Now, we also have to consider Zhao Haiyan, that crazy woman. Today, we've offended her. What if she loses her temper and comes back to cause trouble someday? Qianlai looked at her silently. You know she's really angry now? Why did you push her so far? Because she's so rude, Fong Ying said with a smile. And what did I do? I just moved a bench. She can't blame me, right? Is it about the bench? No, it's about face. Today, Zhao Haiyan really lost face, and her future days won't be easy. Everyone saw what happened when they opposed her, but it didn't really have serious consequences. So, who's still afraid of her? If she dares to curse and insult again, everyone will dare to fight her. Uncle, let's get to the point. Our factory needs a vehicle to transport the processed duck meat to my home for packaging, then send it to the railway ministry, Fong Ying said. Let's buy a truck. Qianlai said, it's time to buy a tricycle. Fong Ying, all right, buy two. One isn't enough. And so, the decision was happily made. Qianlai acted quickly. An hour later, she and Qianlu rode back on 2 second-hand tricycles. She was no longer angry. Starting something new is always hard. After finishing a few pots of duck dishes, Fong Ying didn't care if it was mealtime or if her shift was over. She and Lin Chi rode away on a tricycle. She also said to Qianlai, who looked upset, Uncle, I'm working overtime. Remember to record it for me so I don't miss out on my overtime pay. Passing by the Fuqiang restaurant, Fong Ying glanced inside their place. There were also a few tables of customers inside Fuqiang restaurant. No matter the time, there are hardworking people. Some just want to save on food costs, eating casually as long as they are full. Fong Ying habitually sighed. The people who had been secretly watching her from the window at Fuqiang suddenly looked away. Fong Ying waited for 2 minutes, but they didn't come out, so she left disappointed. What's so grand about Fuqiang restaurant? Maybe it should be called Ninja Restaurant. Back home, her older brother Fong Shui had already returned, bringing some samples. I thought about just buying you plastic sheets, but you're not good with them, so I went straight to the packaging factory. They really have food-grade plastic bags that can be printed with logos and production dates, Fong Shui said.
I decided on these. Fonging smiled. My big brother is the best. You handle things carefully. I hadn't thought of that before. Actually, she was used to trusting Fong Shui. When she handed things over to him, she knew he would do a good job. If she couldn't think of something, he would. Her brother was a business genius, but unfortunately, he died tragically. Thinking of this, her eyes turned cold. Fong Shui didn't notice. He was drawing a logo for Fonging. Have you decided on a name for your marinated dishes? He asked. Fonging suddenly snapped out of her thoughts, feeling a bit embarrassed. Ahem. Yes, I've thought of a name, Juwei Duck Neck. Sorry for stealing someone's trademark, haha. She really couldn't think of a better name. Fong Shui looked up and praised. That's a good name, very nice. Fonging still felt a bit shy about the compliment, so she quickly changed the subject. How much do these bags cost? Are they really food grade? No matter the price, they must be food grade. Of course, Fong Shui replied. It's not like I'm spending my own money. I'll buy the best. These small bags, 3 for a penny, is that okay? Fonging. Truly her own brother. Of course, it's fine. It's not my money, so I don't care, she said. Fong Shui also smiled. As expected, she was his sister. The siblings chatted and joked, discussing the logo design. Just then, Fongda walked in looking grim. What's wrong? Fonging immediately asked. They are not family members of Lin Hong. They have also realized this, and today they took Lin Hong to school. I wanted to propose marriage again, but they kept delaying, saying they would do it after graduation. Fongda changered. Fonging asked, Why didn't you take me with you? Fongda glanced at her, but said nothing. He was just afraid she would cause trouble again, maybe with something more serious than her underwear stunt. That thing works well, but is very embarrassing. He thought he didn't need the underwear and could persuade the Lin family with his words. But he wished he had taken her along. Fonging wiped her hands and stood up. Let's go, we should visit again. Fongda felt a bit awkward. Usually, the younger ones get bullied outside, and when they go home, the elders help them find a solution. Now he was taking Fonging to the Lin family again. What would they think of him? Forget it. A real man can bend and stretch, as long as he can regain face. Anyway, the elders and the younger ones went together. Fonging suddenly told Fongda, Wait at home for me. I need to prepare a tool, and then I'll come.
Fongda was startled.
What tool? The underwear? Fonging. Don't worry, it's not. Fongda wasn't entirely convinced but felt a little hopeful, so he didn't stop her. Half an hour later, Fonging returned, and they went together to Lin Hong's house. On the way, Fongda kept quiet, not asking questions. When they arrived, Fonging knocked on the door. Now, knocking had become Fongda's signature move. As soon as they heard it, Lin Qing and Chunwan inside frowned. Why are they here again? Chunwan scolded but quickly went to open the door, worried they might ask the neighbors why Fongda was knocking. Fongda definitely couldn't say anything nice. When the door opened and he saw Fonging was there too, Chunwan's fake smile disappeared. Fonging directly pushed her inside. Hey, how are you walking? Why did you just bump into me? Are you blind? Do you have manners?
Chen Huan snapped.
Fonging immediately stopped and turned to leave.
Chen Huan chuckled.
Has the honest Fonging returned? That Fonging who would get angry at her face and leave without waiting for her to speak. Fonging stood at the door and shouted loudly, Everyone, come see this. Chunwan, like she was powered by an electric motor, shot out the door, pulled Fonging back inside, and then closed the door quickly. Outside, the neighbor's door also made a noise.
Who is that?
Did someone just call out? Whose house is this? Is anyone there? Chunwan looked very upset. Where did Fonging go? Lin Qing also came from the backyard and smiled at Fongda, saying, In-laws are here. Have you eaten? I just opened a bottle of mitai. Come in and have a drink. Today is a special day. The eldest nephew's family is having a good meal, and they even drank mitai. Fongda sarcastically said, Today is a special day. The big nephew's family is doing well, and they're drinking mitai. On a single day, they call Lin Qing in-laws,
but on a double day, they call him Big Nephew. He really spread that joke. Of course, whether it's a joke depends on Lin Qing's reaction, and he didn't do well. Fong Ying went inside and saw their meal today, 8 dishes, including chicken, duck, fish, and meat, and they really opened a bottle of mitai. She sat on the sofa, crossing her legs. Second brother and second sister-in-law look happy. What's the good news? Tell us, sister-in-law. I'm happy for you too, Fong Ying said with a smile. Their way of addressing each other made Lin Qing and his wife very angry. Chunwan moved her mouth but didn't dare say anything, afraid Fong Ying might shout again if she went outside. We came here, and you probably know why. I won't say much, Fong Ying said. I just want to inform my second sister-in-law that this weekend, we will go with Lin Hong and Fong Tian to their school to settle their marriage status. Lin Qing and Chunwan looked at each other. Lin Qing said kindly, you know the school doesn't allow marriage. Second brother's knowledge isn't enough. Fong Ying interrupted. Actually, marriage is possible at the school, but it's a bit complicated and requires approval. The approval is just hard to get. Lin Qing looked stiff and said, you know how hard it is to get approval. So we took a step back. They only need to get engaged now and marry after graduation, Fong Ying said. She was pushing closer. Chunwan couldn't take it anymore and suddenly cried, please, let Lin Hong go. He's the only son in our family. Your Fong Tian is now in college too. She looks good, can speak well, and brother Fong will surely get promoted step by step. Since you married so well, she won't have trouble finding a good partner in the future. She can definitely find someone better than Lin Hong. Smack. Fong Ying slapped the table hard. It's not that we won't let Lin Hong go. It's that Lin Hong won't let Fong Tian go. Fong Tian is already pregnant. How can she marry someone else now? Fong Ying threw a piece of paper onto the table. All three looked at it, but they couldn't recognize what the dark paper was. But they could read the words. It was a hospital ultrasound report with an explanation. Early pregnancy, 8 weeks. What? Chunwan screamed, grabbed the paper tightly, stared at it, then suddenly laughed.
Ha! It was all a lie.
Li Fong, 26 years old. Not Fong Tian at all. Don't you think I can't read? She shook the paper and mocked. Look at the name on it. Fong Ying also looked at her with a teasing smile. Are you stupid? Would Fong Tian use her own name for such a thing at the hospital? Of course, she used someone else's. Chunwan immediately couldn't laugh anymore. Fong Ying said, why did I give Fong Tian my university recommendation letter so she could go to the same school as Lin Hong? Because she told me the truth and begged me on her knees. If I didn't help them, she would hang herself in front of your house. Lin Qing also couldn't smile. Only Fong did desperately try to laugh. What should they do? The couple exchanged urgent glances, trying to communicate silently. Since the child is already here. Lin Qing wanted to accept the marriage. Chunwan immediately said, we can abort. We will pay. How much? Fong Ying asked. The couple's eyes brightened. So straightforward. They just wanted money. Why didn't they say so earlier? No need to talk about pregnancy or hanging herself. 1,000 yuan, Chunwan said. Are you begging for alms? Fong Ying snatched the ultrasound report. I'll take this to the police and report Lin Hong for forcing women. Next year on this day, it will be his anniversary. No, whether she lives or dies, that's another story. Even if she dies, it won't be today. But no one cared about these small details.
Chen Huan panicked.
10,000. We'll pay 10,000. Fong Ying happily agreed. But I want cash, immediately. Fong De immediately frowned. Really? If they want money, they should say so first. Taking the money would mean the marriage is over, right? He felt he was being wronged. 10,000 yuan wouldn't cover it. Fong Ying looked at him. Fong De immediately stopped talking. Now the bank is closed. Where can I find so much money? Chunwan said. It's not procrastination. It's that their family has no cash. Fong Ying was about to say she didn't care, but suddenly remembered something. No cash? You can use something valuable as collateral. Do you have any valuable paintings or calligraphy at home? That works too. She remembered Lin Hong had such items. Back then, they earned a lot of connections from these paintings and calligraphy, and also sold many for money. Especially a painting by Qi Baisher, sold for over 10 million. That was because they sold it early. If they had waited 10 more years, the price would have doubled. Lin Qing often regretted selling that painting. Now she wanted to make them regret even more. Nothing left to gain. Lin Qinghe and Chen Wan looked at Fong De's daughter and her father with even more contempt, pretending to be polite. It was clear they were just greedy for money, but they quickly brought over the calligraphy and paintings. Currently, none of the artworks are worth 10,000 yuan, so Fong Ming took more than 10 pieces to make up the 10,000 yuan. These are for you, but you must promise that Fong Tian will abort the baby in her belly, Chen Wan said. Fong Ming replied, "Don't worry, it's already been done."